And Ruvain says to Shimon, do you believe that? And Shimon says, geez, $500 would sounds really good right now. I think I'm going to do it. Ruvain says, are you crazy? So he says, no, the money, yeah, really, I'm hurting for it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. How bad can it be? So Shimon goes into the church. Ruvain stands outside waiting. What's going to be? Waits for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. He waits a whole hour. Finally, Shimon walks outside. And Ruvain says to him, Shimon, so you converted? Shimon nods. He says, really? And did they give you $500? And he looks and says, what is it with you people? Okay. All right, I hope that's not an offensive joke, especially in Latvia. But so today we're going to be talking a little bit about these fantastic, improbable kinds of dreams, specifically associated with a figure named Eldad Hadani. Eldad, the Danite, a 9th century traveler who really shook up the Jewish world, and after a few centuries really made a huge impact on the Christian world as well. I will just start with a little bit of marker. This is a selfie that I took just yesterday. This is the campus I'll be associated with in New York, the Avenue J campus of Carroll College. I was really delighted to be there. Met with a lot of my faculty and got a sense of the energy and the excitement in that building, and I think it's going to be fantastic. But what that means, and this is the second apology tonight, because I was traveling so much over the last few days, I just kind of threw this together mainly on the plane a couple hours before today's lecture. So no hard questions today, please. I won't know what to say. Okay, so who was Eldad? Here's the basic story. Eldad is a traveler that shows up in the late 9th century and tells people that he is a representative of one of the 10 lost tribes that has been exiled somewhere beyond the river Kush, which is probably referring to the Nile River, and so he may be referring to some place like Arabia or Yemen or someplace like that. And he tells an amazing, fantastic story of his travels, and more significantly, of what it's like to be among the 10 lost tribes. And in fact, he describes a full civilization of Jews who are very active with, an active political culture, an active and functioning bureaucracy, and right away you can tell it's a fantasy, and that they get along. That's even more amazing, Jews getting along with each other. And he really, his message of hope for a contiguous region that actually was governed by Jews reverberated throughout the Jewish world, and actually was felt for several centuries and was seen in the writings of many great commentators such as Rashi, Maimonides, and others, who quoted Eldad's teachings, his description of his travels and so on, with a certain degree of credulity that was not universal, but was nevertheless remarkable for its presence in the Jewish mind. So we're going to look at what exactly he said about those 10 tribes living somewhere outside, perhaps in Arabia. Try to understand and unpack the meaning of what he's saying, try to understand to some degree the veracity of his statements, and then look at its impact on the Jewish world and on the non-Jewish world as well. This picture here, I was just scrambling for pictures. I wrote Chinese Jews, and I came up with a picture of a Chinese family with one Jewish guy in the background. Or maybe it is a Jewish family with one Chinese guy wearing a yarmulke in the background. I'm not sure. But it is. So that's basically Eldad Hadani. There's been very little research on his work really in the last century. In the 19th century, with the burgeoning of the Jewish national movements, particularly Zionism, there was a lot more interest in who this person was and what he represented and the veracity of his statements. But for most of the 20th century, the work has become more abundant. There's been very little research on him at all. Perhaps this lecture will spur someone to do more work on it. The actual story comes to us from its first printed version in the 15th century, and then it was embellished and added to, and there are at least 8 different versions of his tale, which have come down to the present day, although we definitely know that figures several hundred centuries before that first printing of his story were familiar with his story and were quoting it in their response and so on. Okay, so let's look at the actual story. First of all, we should understand who were these 10 lost tribes. So, according to the Bible, you can read in great detail how the land of Israel was split into two regions with an extended civil war that followed the monarchy of King Solomon. The southern tribes were based roughly in the area of Jerusalem, the further south, Yehuda, Shomron, places like that. And there were 10 northern tribes who followed a different leader fighting against Solomon's son. And they had extended amount of conflict, and ultimately in the late 8th century before the Common Era, so we're talking now roughly 3,000 years ago, a little shy of 3,000 years, they were conquered by the Assyrians and deported outside of Israel. According to the Talmud, the king Sancherib came and he was mevalbel et ha'amim. He mixed up all of the peoples, and those 10 lost tribes, 10 out of 12 tribes, simply disappeared from Jewish history. Since then, there have been many contenders for the claim to being the inheritors of the 10 lost tribes. There's been a constant romance about who were those Jews, where did they settle, did they retain their political unity, did they retain their identity, did they retain any of their religious activity. All of that is in a very dark and murky area of history, but that has not stopped many peoples from at one point or another claiming descent from them, including, for example, there's a very strong movement in 19th century England to argue that they were in fact descended from the tribe of Menashe. So let's go back to where I was. The 10 lost tribes, right? The 10 lost tribes are somewhere in the Near East. According to Talmudic tradition, they are largely lost, although no less a figure than Rabbi Akiva. Once again, we're going back to the Bar Kokhba period. No less a figure than Rabbi Akiva argued that in the Messianic era, the 10 lost tribes would reassemble, that they would come back to the land of Israel, that they would participate in the great end of days. They would all be reunited once again, one complete body politic, and this has been a desire of Jews for the last 3 millennia, to return those lost souls and their descendants, obviously, to the Klal Yisrael, the Jewish people as a whole. Yes, Ms. Abramson, excellent question. The question to repeat for the studio audience for the non-studio audience is the return of the 10 lost tribes a prerequisite of the return of the Messiah, or is it a consequence of the return of the Messiah? Did I say that correctly? I think you're asking an excellent question. I said no hard questions tonight, so I'm not going to be able to answer it directly, but I will tell you that precisely that question is at the core of 20th century discussions of religious orthodoxy. Not to go on too far a tangent, but one of the reasons why some of the ultra-Orthodox movements of the early 20th century were opposed to modern Zionism was because modern Zionism was largely led by secular Jews, non-observant, in some cases anti-clerical Jews. And they said, this is ridiculous. We have passages in the Talmud that say that we're not supposed to rush the arrival of the Messiah by forcing the word of God's hand, demanding that he send the Messiah along with the return to Israel. And that was a body of thought that affected many Orthodox Jews in the 20th century. On the other hand, other Jews, led in particular by Rabbi Rothschild, who became a very prominent rabbi in Israel, said that no, it's not that the return of the lost tribes is a consequence. It is the prerequisite. And in fact, if secular, non-observant Jews through the Zionist movement are attracting Jews back to Israel, that is a sign in itself of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so the question of which comes first, the gathering of the tribes or the Messianic era, is very material to modern Israeli experience. Mr. Deckelbaum. Yes, and we lost 10. And we lost 10. Did I answer your question properly? The other two are, it's us. We is them. Right? Because the modern Jews are descended from the two that remained in the southern kingdom. Exactly. Okay. Ms. Abramson, another hard question. Right. See, this is what happens when you pay for day school education for like 12 odd years, right? There is the Chatzi Sheva. There is one half tribe that's also associated with it. But in general, we kind of round out the numbers to 12 and 10. It's hard questions. I'm cutting that out of the introduction. Okay, so but the thing is, they've been lost for 2,000 years, right from the 8th century before the Common Era. And now, roughly 1,900 years later, comes this Eldad figure who starts appearing in areas large concentrations of Jews, for example, Chiron, which is in North Africa, and starts saying, I come from the tribe of Dan. That's why they call him the Danite or Dan, because he comes from a lost tribe of Dan, and he starts telling what his experience was like living there. So let's learn a little bit about his story. He claimed to come from beyond the Kush River, which is probably the Nile, and as I mentioned, that many historians who looked at these tales in the 19th century were trying to place it in Arabia, perhaps in Yemen. It's difficult to say. And again, there are many textual variants to the story, so it's not at all clear. His story was that he went out with a friend of his who was a member of the tribe of Asher, also a lost tribe, and they were doing a sea journey when their ship sank. God saved them by sending them a plank of wood, which they clung to tenaciously until they were shipwrecked on this island. Unfortunately, the island was inhabited by cannibals, and Asher, which in Hebrew means wealthy, it also means happy, so at least on an etymological level, health is equivalent to happiness. Asher was a very healthy gazon. He was not very svelte, he was an Yiddish word. He was a little bit overweight, and so he was eaten immediately, which is, of course, the exception to the rule of wealth and happiness don't always go hand in hand. So Asher was immediately eaten, and Eldad was, not so exotic. They put him in a pit, and they were overfeeding him because they wanted to fatten up for the next Thanksgiving feast that they would have. By the way, it reminds me of a quick joke, which I tell you very quickly, because the whole wealth, money thing. So the joke goes like this, that and him and his partner there's this extremely good Jew who's very, very pious and kind and helpful to people all the time, and he's always doing good deeds, always doing mitzvot. And one day God appears to him and says to him, Shlomi, you have been such a good Jew, such a faithful servant. As a reward, I'm going to give you one wish. You can have either the wealth of Solomon, you can have his tremendous holdings and jewel properties and everything, or you may choose the wisdom of Solomon. You may have his insight, his brilliance, his memory. You can have all the. Which one would you like? So Shlomi thinks for a minute, and then he says, I'll take the wisdom of Solomon. I would like to be as wise as Solomon. And he immediately wakes up, and suddenly he realizes his mind has a phenomenal grasp. All those equations that he did in calculus that he could never figure out, they suddenly pop into his head. Everything becomes totally clear. His mind is brilliant. He remembers everything he said. And the first thing he says is, I should have took the money. Okay. All right, a little bit cynical, but anyway, so here's Eldad. He's sitting in the pit. He's getting fattened up, and then another tribe comes and invades the region. These are fire worshippers, and maybe it's somehow derived from Zoroastrian, we really don't know. And he is rescued from the pit. He's taken captive by the fire worshippers, so finally he is redeemed by a Jew from the tribe of Issachar. Again, another one of the 10 lost tribes involved in this story. The redemption of captives is an extremely common occurrence in the Middle Ages among Jews in particular. In many countries, for example, throughout much of the Mediterranean basin, a Jew had to always carry, if he was traveling, he had to carry a receipt indicating that he had paid his poll tax. If he had not paid his poll tax, and did not prove that he paid the tax on a yearly basis, then he could be captured and tortured, and he would simply be put up for sale until the Jewish community would redeem him. So, we in the 21st century, unfortunately, we have this from time to time. Jews traveling to Cuba and places like that where we have Jews who are in captivity and work very hard to release them, even in this country.
So I get to the hospital.
It was a very common occurrence in the medieval period. So Eldad is redeemed by this Jew from the tribe of Issachar. He goes on many journeys with him. The versions vary at this point. One of my favorites says that he actually went all the way out to China, and he's traveling around, and finally he ends up returning to North Africa, where he tells his story in the 9th century. We know that his story reached very far because it's quoted in writings in southern France, quoted in writings in Spain, quoted in writings in Cairo and elsewhere. So we see that his story really reached a tremendous a range of audience during that time.
And
okay. Now the real question is, was he for real? How much credibility can we attribute to this incredibly complex and fantastic story? So we have to. The sources are difficult. Again, the first printed version comes to us from 1480, which is already 500, 600 years after the story was first told. And we don't know exactly who first penned it to paper. It is written in a very literate Hebrew, however, with some extensive references to Arabic words. Ironically, this betrays some of Eldad's legitimacy, because he had claimed to come from a region where the Jews spoke only pure Hebrew without any adulterations of other languages whatsoever, and his linguistic bias indicates that he must have lived in some Arabic lands. But again, it's very difficult to say. We're not sure exactly who first copied this legend down. He's all so very clearly influenced by sources in the Haggadah, not the Pesach Haggadah, but the legendary texts of the Bible. Like, for example, when he describes the living conditions of the Jews in the various regions to the Far East, he says some amazing things. He says, for example, that there's one very warlike tribe of Jews that they spend, they divide their population up into thirds. 1/3 of the population spends 3 months working in the fields, and the other 2/3 are at war. And they sit in their saddles on their horses from Motzi Shabbat to Kabbalah Shabbat every week. Right? They're so fierce and fearsome as warriors that they do not bear horses except for the holy day of Shabbat. And then perhaps the most fantastic description, however, these are, by the way, all things which are borrowed from much earlier sources in Talmudic traditions, is the description of the Bnei Moshe. These are the descendants of the tribe of Levi, the children of Moses, who live in one special area which is bounded on all 4 sides by the fantastic river Sambation. The river Sambation is a river of rocks that flows continuously. Anyone who attempts to cross it will be immediately crushed because these rocks are constantly moving, and they only stop, like the mounted riders, on the day of Shabbat, Saturday, where they suddenly stop moving, but they are replaced by
And so we get into this verbal altercation where he's like adamant about me selling some drugs to him. I'm adamant about him, like, getting off the block. And so that escalates into like a full-blown argument. And one of the guys in the car with him, he joins into the argument. So we're like all back and forth. And there's a moment where, I turn to walk away. And I like literally took what probably like 1 or 2 steps. And I thought I heard one of them trying to get out of the car, and I turned and fired 4 shots that tried to end the man's life. It's one of those moments that I always think about that moment. Like, what if I would have just took like a second step? What if I would have just it was a series of what ifs, but when I tragically ended this man's life, and it wasn't the first time I had been in the gun battle, it wasn't the first time I had been in any of that lifestyle. I felt it. I felt like I did something that was like you can't undo. Like I felt it in my spirit. Like at 19 years old, I'm like 1 month into being 19, and I was just like, I fucked up. Like I've done something that's not. You can't repair that. You can't come back and say I'm sorry. You can't come back and be like, I made a mistake or whatever. And so the car screeches off. People are running inside the house. Everybody's just like, what is happening. I made everybody leave, and then I was like, I gotta go on the run. Something like I don't want to get arrested. I don't want to be accountable. But I was arrested probably a day or so later. I was charged with open murder, and I was eventually convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 17 to 40 years in prison at the age of 19.
So, take me through what it's like when you got convicted. You know now you're going to jail. What is this feeling like?
So when I got arrested, got charged, the first thing I went to the county jail, Wayne County Jail. And going into the county jail, you are introduced to just this other world. I had heard about it, growing up on the streets, you hear about, like, you don't want to go to the county jail. It's the worst shit ever, right? And so going into the county jail was like, it's going into a war zone. It's fights every day. It's like, people are testing you. Can they fucking take your breakfast and lunch? So going in, I knew that was just a reality of like, anticipating like at some point I'm gonna have to prove myself and I'm gonna have to stand up for myself. And so I get into the county jail and I end up, the guy who I'm in the cell with, he's serving life, but he's back on appeal. And so he's kind of telling me all the kind of what to expect in jail. And, this guy right here on the cell block, he likes to fight all the time or whatever. But I also grew up like in the city, right? So I tell people this all the time. Like I don't do scare straight when I talk to kids about like not going to jail, because to me it's not about being afraid. If you're from the hood, you probably had a fight or two. You know what I'm saying? But I get in there and, we get into our dust-ups and, eventually it's kind of like a hierarchy of like, who's going to stand up for themselves. And typically guys kind of back down. But early on, I'm like, I don't want to be in jail. I want to be in prison. So I ended up trying to escape from the county jail. And what happened was there was a guy on the cell block with me. He was already sentenced. He's about to go upstate and do a lot of time. And one day he went to recreation and came back with like a long pole he had smuggled from the rooftop gym. And his idea was that he would bludgeon the officer, take the officer's uniform, and then let us out the cell to take us out. And I'm like, dude, this has got to be the dumbest fucking idea. Like, we're not making it out of the cell block, right? And I was like, but what if we take this pole and we bust the window out and bend the beam? And so we plot over the next couple of weeks. We would take people's like sheets. Like we would bully people out of their sheets. Like you can only have one sheet, you would take the other one. So we took all these sheets and we probably ended up with probably about 60 or 70 sheets. And we could get out of our cells. So we would basically, you tie the sheet up into a knot, slide the knot under the door and pull it up into the door jamb. And if you shake it and keep rocking it while you're pulling it up, it'll pop open. And so we would just pop out. We'd be out on like literally in the day room. Back then you could smoke cigarettes in the building. That's the only way we can get a light, because the lighter was on the wall. So we would do that all the time anyway. So when it was time for us to do the escape plan, it was about 5 of us. We all had agreed we're gonna go for it, and basically we popped the doors. We're like busting out the glass in the window. And we're starting to bend the beam. What we didn't anticipate was that they actually do perimeter checks, like around the jail. We're dumb kids. We're not like thinking about this. And so as we're bending it, next thing you know, there's a light flashing up to the window. And you can hear like the lady on the radio, like, what the fuck are y'all doing? We're trying to get out. So now we're busted. So we just throw everything on the tier. Everybody goes back, in their cells, and so it took them probably about a half hour before they even discovered which unit we were on that was trying to escape. They came up there like gangbusters, like literally, it's 20, 30 deaths. They just came in, snatching us out the cell, slamming us on the wall, And where they messed up is because they did that. Now everybody has glass in their shoes, and so they couldn't even differentiate between who had been out, who wasn't. And so they put us in solitary for that, charged us with attempted escape. And during that time, I was actually getting sentenced. And none of us would snitch and talk about, none of us would tell who it was. So they really was just kind of going on what they thought. So we served a little time in there, but I was getting sentenced. And, when I went in front of that judge, I just remember standing there and listening to them walk through that night. The prosecutors telling what happened that night. And it was a one-dimensional telling of that story. It was it was the very factual, like, hey, this guy, shot, killed this man. There was no context to none of my life. And when the judge sentenced me, he said 15 to 40 years for the homicide and 2 years for the felony firearm. At 19, I thought my life was over. Like, I thought that was it. Like, at 19, I couldn't even imagine, 17 years down the line. At that age, I couldn't even imagine, 2 weeks down the line. It felt like a lifetime. So when he sentenced me, I was like, this is it, man. Like, my life is over. And so I started my prison sentence with the mindset that I was never getting out of prison.
How much time did you want to do?
I did a total of 19 years, and out of that 19 years, I did 7 of those years in solitary confinement.
What is that?
Like a pillar of fire, other versions of a pillar of thick cloud, so that no one can get across the river, even on Shabbat. But on Shabbat, there's a period of complete rest. There are no weapons among the Bnei Moshe except for the knives they use to slaughter their animals, according to kosher laws, which we'll get to in a second. And the people there are so fortunate that, as he says in a beautiful passage, how does it go? No child dies before its parent. And that every generation sees at least grandchildren, really an amazing, beautiful description of it. And the Jews are familiar with the Bnei Moshe, and they can communicate with them, but only from the other side of the river Sambatyon, as it were, yelling across the rumble of rocks. Fantastic, amazing kinds of stories that he tells.
I mean, the endurance to do that for
so,
hours to attack
in the context of this, I mentioned the Shechita knives, and this becomes where it really enters mainstream Jewish tradition, is that Eldad quotes certain halachot, certain Jewish laws that pertain to the laws of slaughtering animals, which are not entirely in keeping with Talmudic sources. So this caused a huge hue and cry among the commentaries of the day, because essentially what Eldad was claiming is that these Jews living, the 10 lost tribes living in these far-off regions, were representing the true Judaism, unadulterated by any other forms of belief or practice. Again, like they spoke of pure Hebrew, so too were their teachings pure. Never mixed with other things. Like, for example, if we take the Talmud, which is really, as some historians have called it, the constitution of Judaism. You can't understand the way we practice Judaism unless you have some familiar Talmud work and its contents. But the Talmud is a tremendous amalgamation of phenomenal amounts of information from outside Jewish sources. It's constantly quoting folk tales from the Sasanian period, non-Jewish sayings, Aramaic sayings of all kinds of types, teachings from the world
he had a
business,
colostomy bag.
weights and measures,
This was
from
like
Greek
fucking
forms, mathematics,
AK-47.
you name it. It's got a tremendous amount of non-Jewish
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. If you got something to say, sell, or share with the world, need a legit online presence. Me, I use Squarespace to power my website. It's easy to use, and with their AI-enhanced website builder and built-in tools for booking, payments, emails, all of it, you can actually run your business,
so when
not
Al
just
was saying
build
he's
a
coming
site.
from this
Go to
place where there are only Jews
squarespace.com/Rogan
living
for
in
a free
with a
trial,
pure
and when you're
Talmudic
ready to
approach,
launch, use
with
the
no
code Rogan,
references
get
whatsoever
10%
to
off
other
your first
religious
purchase
practices,
of the
beliefs, and
website
so on,
or domain.
then that's already asserting that his
Like, cool,
Judaism
so he
is
would tell me
purer
that
than
he's like,
everyone
"Don't
else's.
come out here like send me a
It's
dollar,"
it's
like,
very
"Don't come
difficult.
out
Like,
here
for
every day.
example,
I'm about to
the
shoot this bitch
Talmud
up." I'm like, dude, what
was
are you talking
written,
about? So he would like
the form we
go
have
out
it,
there and whip the
between the
colostomy
3rd
bag
and
off
the
and
5th
just let me take the
century,
hostage.
basically.
Like, I don't know why
And
you say shit.
the 10
Say
lost
something
tribes
stole shit
had
everywhere, right?
disappeared from the Jewish
And so that's how they
scene
would wage war. So that's what that was
between
the
11
the
and
chaos.
1500 years
And then,
beforehand.
like,
So if they were practicing Talmudic Judaism using the Talmud, where did they get the Talmud? Because it wasn't written for another 1,000-odd years to be read. So the answer is, as Eldon says it, we have the Talmud. It has no references to any particular speakers, no references to rabbis who live, like Rabbi Akiva, for example. He's not in their Talmud. They just have the pure teachings from God, as it were, without the human intervention. So it's a very bold statement. I'll pause for a question in a second, but let me just give you the example with Shkita. So if Eldad came with a number of traditions about how kosher slaughter should be done, and in other ways he seems like a really legitimate Jew with an amazing story, then how should rabbinic Jews appreciate and approach his traditions? Are they more legitimate than the ones that were practiced in the 9th century, or less so because he was a charlatan and a liar? That was the question that was put to the rabbis of that day, and they had their say on it. So let me pause for a question or so. Judith, you're giving me all kinds of body language that you're thinking about this, so you must have some reaction. Excellent question. There's no discussion of God because in traditional Orthodox theology, the first 5 books of Moses, really have the ultimate authority of being, absolutely correct as they stand and given to Moses, right? That's one of the 13 principles of faith as articulated by Maimonides and so on. But what they do discuss are the book of Esther, and the book of Lamentations, because the book of Esther describes both books are later. Lamentations, Achan, refers to the destruction of the first temple in the 6th century, and the 10 tribes were already lost 100 years before, 150-odd years before. So why would they have the book of Achan? The book of Esther, the Megillah Esther, that happened even later than that, so they didn't have that. According to one version of the story, they have those books. Don't worry, we have them, but we don't read them. First of all, because Esther, we weren't created as a miracle, and Lamentations, because it's so depressing, they just don't want to read it, so they actually omit it. Again, it's logically plausible, but a lot of the story is logically implausible.
Losing my mind was the one thing that I was like,
nevertheless, as I like to say to my undergraduate students, history is not so much about, this, I get the Gewesen-Var, which is the way Vanranka said, the way it actually happened. That's useful and important, but it's not nearly as important as what people believe happened. If people can build an entire civilization on what they think happened, even if it's not necessarily the reality. Okay, wow, sophisticated question. So let's go back to the story. Now, so he brings up these halachos, and the rabbis are saying, oh my gosh, if what he's saying is true, fantastic as it is, it means that we have to accept these halachos because they are more authoritative than our own. And if he's a charlatan, then what are we wasting time with him? So the question went to Sura. Sura is one of the 2 major cities in Persia at the time where the Gaonim existed. If you remember some of the lectures we gave a couple of years ago on the various Gaonim, these are the Talmudic centers in Babylon, which is no longer called Babylon, but they're on the river Tigris and Euphrates, where you had the major yeshivas of the day. And the question was posed to Rabbi Tzemach ben Chaim, who was the Gaon of Surah, and they said, we got this guy here, Eldad, claims to be a member of the tribe of Dan. He tells us all this stuff about Shechita. Is it kosher, so to speak? And Tzemach wrote back and said, the truth is, you can rely on him, because I don't know him personally, but I know some people who know him. In other words, they played kind of Jewish geography with each other, and they knew friends of a friend, and he said, you know what, he's for real. Now, just because his story is for real doesn't mean that we accept the halachos right away, but at least he's part of the debate. And so the fact that he had kind of an imprimatur from no less a figure than the chief rabbi of the city of Surah, yeshiva there, then his opinions went into debate, and that's how we see them in the writings of Rashi, Maimonides, and so on. Now, we don't agree with them, we don't accept them wholeheartedly, but nevertheless, they do enter into the Talmudic debate over exactly how the Shechita is done, which indicates kind of an interesting ambiguity in Jewish thought that is quite pervasive. I'm sure you're familiar with the famous story in the Gemara in Bava Metzia, where the rabbis were having a disagreement with one rabbi named Rabbi Eliezer, I think it was Eliezer. And Eliezer, in his interpretation, he says, look, if I'm right, then let this river flow backwards, right, where the river flows backwards. And the rabbis say to him, so what? We don't rely on miracles. So if I'm right, then let the walls of the study hall collapse, and they start to lean in, and the rabbi says, that's not right, you're destroying public property, right? So they stop them halfway leaning. And then he says, okay, if I'm right, let heaven proclaim that I'm right, and a booming voice comes out and says, Rabbi Eliezer is right. And nevertheless, the rabbis say, sorry, we don't rely on heavenly voices. We have a system of how we decide things, majority rules, and you lose. And so the Talmudic passage ends by saying, Elijah the prophet asked God what he thought about that, and God said, he laughed and said, they have defeated me, my children, they have defeated me. So in other words, even though he brings this amazing story, and if he's right, then he's really right, nevertheless, he has to go through the regular rules of debate, the parliamentary rules, and if we don't agree with them, we're not going to accept them. Anyway, another question that comes up at this point is, I should mention, by the way, that even though Rashi, the Rambam, and others do quote Eldad, there are a few important thinkers, most notably Abraham ibn Ezra, who we'll talk about God willing later this semester, who disagreed and said, no, he's a charlatan, why are you listening to these people? It's not useful whatsoever. The 10 tribes are in fact lost. And Rabbi Rothschild that we spoke about last year. So there are many rabbis who simply refuse to give him any credence whatsoever. One last detail that's relevant to this story is the question of whether or not he was a Karaite Jew. The Karaites are a sort of major breakaway minion of Jews who, in the 9th century, roughly contemporaneous with Eldad, disagreed with the use of the oral Torah as an interpretive tool for the written Torah. In other words, they basically broke away from the entire tradition of rabbinic Judaism and rejected the Talmud, rejected the Mishnah, and tried to create an alternative interpretation of Judaism. They had quite a lot of success. They're very prominent as a minority among the Jewish people throughout, sometimes a very powerful minority, throughout the Middle Ages, right up until the 20th century. And in fact, there are some pockets of Karaites active today. But in the intense and quite vocal debate between Rabbinites and Karaites, the whole story of Eldad was very prominent.
And I'm like, what?
Okay, so the story just gets weirder.
Give me some more. So somebody's being disrespectful. So I was like, all right, I got it.
The research on Eldad Hadani was very intense in the 19th century. Again, it's related to the engines that drove a lot of Jewish thought at that time. If we jump ahead to think about what it was like for Jews in the 19th century, in Europe in particular, we should recall that the zeitgeist, the spirit of the age, was towards national awakening. Eastern Europe in particular was dominated by massive multinational empires, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, the German Empire, with many different ethnicities and nationalities in them. And throughout the course of the 19th century, influenced heavily by the French Revolution, the success of that experiment, many nationalities who had seen themselves as subjects, non-titular nationalities, suddenly said, you know, what's the why can't we have our own country? Why can't we have our own, you know, self-determination and things like that? So a lot of people, the Poles, for example, who successfully resurrected their country after 200 years of having lost their sovereignty, the Ukrainians, the Latvians, the Lithuanians, you know, the Balts, all kinds of people began to say we should have our own national identity, our own language, our own borders, our own flag, and so on. So Jews were caught up in this as well, and they were trying to articulate to themselves, what does it mean to have a Jewish communal existence? Up until the 19th century, Jews had basically gone along with the traditional theological model that Jews were members of a close that belonged in Israel as one national unit, and they were, as a result of their sins, punished with exile. And so Jews were, you know, second-class citizens theologically in all other countries, a status quo that Jews accepted as much as the nations in which they lived. Because Jews felt that, yeah, the reason we are here in Germany or France or whatever is because thousands of years ago we were punished and we're waiting for our eventual return to Israel. But in the 19th century, with the decline of a lot of religious attitudes and the rise of national thinking, Jews began to question this and say, well, you know, maybe we should reevaluate our national identities and we should reestablish some form of national government. Whether it was expressed in Zionistic terms, meaning a return to the land of Israel and the establishment of a sovereign nation there, or whether it was expressed in terms of creating kind of like little enclaves, reservations of Jews. There are some set up here in America, around Buffalo, for example. There was a settlement of Jews who wanted to create a new Zion in this country that was designed just for Jews to live in peace and harmony with Judaism as their defining religion. So in this context, people began to look back over a lot of the old stories and look at Eldad Hadani in particular and try to imagine
emergency surgery on him
what it meant. And what they found was a lot of these researchers of the 19th century that, you know, there are a lot of forgotten Jewish kingdoms that had existed throughout the entire period of the diaspora. They have received very little attention from serious scholars, and so there's just the beginning of a burgeoning research trend towards understanding these brief and sometimes long-lived national experiments. I'm going to tell you about a couple of them right now. To a certain degree, the historical research that was generated about 150 years ago by modern Jewish scholars, modern in the sense of like in the 1800s, was definitely motivated by Eldad because they looked to Eldad's story as a model of a possible Jewish national existence after the exile from Israel. And they wanted to know as much as they could about this because they said, what does this mean for us if we're trying to create this? And there were many examples of Jewish sovereign nations. It's really not appropriate to use the term nation, you know, before the 19th century, but you know, political entities that actually existed. For example, the Beta Yisrael, which is the proper name for the so-called Falashas or the Ethiopian Jews. Falasha is a derogatory term that has historical records going back to the 4th
I know that they can come
centuries
in
and existing in some form or another throughout the Middle Ages. Again, a lot of these, the data that we have for the permanence and the power and the effect of their national expression is difficult to work with, but we certainly have reliable sources to say they existed as an independent unit with some political power all the way back to the 4th century. A similar example, in Yemen, you have Joseph Bouwas, who in the 6th century created a small Jewish enclave, and some, I've seen him described in some terms as a warlord, so maybe that term indicates that it's more of like a regional power than a state power, but nevertheless, we have a couple of examples of Jews being in charge of particular regions. And the most famous of them all, and the most controversial, which so I'll spend a little bit more time talking about them, is the great and well-documented state of Khazaria, which was Jewish as of the year 740. And as you can see from this map here, the range of Khazaria was actually quite extensive, going all the way out to Kiev, which according to the great Ukrainianist Emelian Tsakhov of Harvard, was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. That's a rather amazing statement. All the way across the eastern part of Ukraine, you see like Donetsk and Kharkiv and places like that, going all the way out here past the Caspian Sea into the Don region. And this was essentially a massive Jewish country at the time. And what is the time? We're talking about 500 years. Imagine a Jewish country existing for 500 years. And it just flies under the radar for most of our consciousnesses. Now, it's a complicated story with Khazaria. Well, let me tell you a story, and then I'm going to ask you all to do me a favor, and I'm especially going to ask all of you out there on the internet to do me a favor as well, because I have a problem with the whole Khazarian story that it's a personal problem, and I'm not sure what to do about it. But I'll get to that in a second. Anyways, what is the story with Khazaria? We do have, if you recall, a couple of lectures on this topic specifically, so I won't go into great detail. But Khazaria was a pagan land. They were essentially worshipping trees and rocks, wind, spirits, things like that. And they were concerned about their religious identity and their independence. So you have the Islamic movement moving up from the south. We were talking about the year 740, so that means that Islam had been in existence for about 120 years, and it was sweeping across North Africa. And to the east, to the west, you have the Christian world. Christianity is expanding throughout the European continent and slowly but surely converting the various pagan groups to Christianity. And so the Khazars, who are based in their capital in Akil, said, if we don't join one of these powerful monotheistic faiths, we are more likely we're going to be swallowed up by one of them. So they were debating, as we have a whole story about this in Jewish literature. They're debating which one of them should they consider choosing, and they decided to have a three-way debate, and they invited a Jewish representative. And so the rabbi, the priest, and the minister, a rabbi, a priest, and an imam, it sounds like a bad joke, right? The rabbi, the priest, and the imam, they decide to they debate, and King Bulan of the Khazars decides that he will accept Judaism over the other two. It's a wonderful story, but on a political level, choosing Judaism meant that he could retain some level of political independence, because both Christianity and Islam had a degree of deference for Judaism, because it was a monotheistic faith. It was a mother faith to the two daughter religions, and as a result, by choosing to convert to Judaism, Khazaria remained politically independent for the next 500 years. Now, there are a lot of questions about the Khazarian story. For example, there's a lot of doubt that the decision taken at the very highest levels of the Khazarian government penetrated into the general population. Maybe this was just a cynical political move that was, affected by the ruling elites, and that's it. Although we do have some interesting evidence of Khazarian Jews who traveled, for example, to Cairo and left behind documents, so we know that there were average Khazarian Jews as well. But nevertheless, they did retain some kind of identity as Jews, and they are known as Jews
And so I
by
asked
their
this question,
non-Jewish
like, man,
neighbors
how
in
did you
many,
get
many
here?
documents.
Like, you're a
Arabic
smart
historians,
kid. You know, you're the kid that
Slavic
was a
historians,
doctor
all
and an artist.
are aware of the
How
Khazars
the hell
being
did you
Jewish,
get here?
but in the
And so
12th
I
century,
started
eventually
going
they were
back, and I started
overrun by
asking
the
myself
princes of Cave
questions
and
based
Rus, and they
on
disappeared from the
when was the
stage.
first time you got arrested?
Now, this is where I have to
And what led
tell
to
you
that?
my personal
You know, and then
request,
what happened the
and that
second
is I
time?
need you,
And what was the first
those of
time
you who are here,
this
I
thing
certainly
happened and that
appreciate
thing
your
happened? And who
presence.
was responsible?
If you go
And what I was
online,
able
this
to
is
do
where
was
you can
I
help me
was
on the
able to
internet.
go back
We must fill the
and
internet with
realize
goodness.
that
Why do I
this
say
trauma.
that? Because
I had all these
there is a
traumatic
tremendous
things that happened to me as a
amount
kid.
of
I also had caused a lot of
hateful
hurt.
anti-Semitic
And I
thoughts
did a lot
surrounding
of
the
things
Khazar
that
story
really
more than
was
almost anything
like,
else I talk about.
no, actually, you probably
If
aren't
you
that
look,
person.
for example, at
And
the
so, as
statistics
I
on my
began to
lectures
write
on
and
the
sort
web,
those things out,
so
I
most of
realized
my
I had never
lectures,
accomplished, I've
people
never
watch,
finished
I've got
anything.
maybe now 500
I started a
hits,
bunch of things,
700
and I never
hits,
finished high
people
school.
watching this.
I was like probably one of the smartest kids in the class.
Really popular ones like
Went to
maybe,
John Court, got
I
kicked
think
out
my
before I
lecture on
finished
the
that.
Lubavitcher Rebbe
Was going
has
to go to
gotten
the
about,
military, never
I
followed
don't know,
up to take the
7,000
test.
hits.
So I
But
was
my
a consummate
lecture on
quitter.
Khazaria
You know, I
has
started
got
some
about
stuff and never
20,000.
finished. And so I
Like, it's
said,
so
in
crazy
my journal, I
popular.
said, listen,
And the reason
if you're
is
going to turn
because
your life around,
the
you have
whole
to
story of the
finish one thing.
Khazars speaks to the
You have to
identity of
challenge
modern
yourself to
Jews.
finish one
There's a
thing.
theory that has been
And so I'm
advanced
looking
by
around
Arthur
the cell,
Kessler and
and I'm
others
like, okay,
that
what can I do? I've done all
modern
the push-up challenges.
Ashkenazi
Like, you know, you can do it solitary.
Jews are not
And I was
actually
like,
the
you should write
descendants
a
of
book,
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
but you got to write the book in 30 days.
You know, Sarah, Rachel, Rebecca, and
If
Leah.
you write this
They
book
are,
in 30
in fact, the
days,
descendants
you
of
can change the
Khazars, a Turkic
If you
tribe
don't,
living
you're going to die
over
in
the
prison.
Caspian Sea that had nothing whatsoever to do with
And that was
the ancient biblical history.
that was my
A
charge
lot
to
of
myself.
modern anti-Semites,
And
in their
I'll
attempt
tell you, like in
to
solitary,
delegitimize
like you don't
modern
have a
Jews
word
as
processor
being
type
either
writer.
the
You can't
descendants
even
of
have
the
like a regular
biblical
ink pen
Jews,
because you know,
and
these
at the
kids
same
will
time
stick somebody or stick somebody.
delegitimizing their
They give you
ancestral
this little
claims to
flimsy
Israel.
plastic pen.
They say that the people who claim to
And
be
so
Jews
I
now,
remember getting the
specifically
pen,
the
I got like a
Ashkenazi
little
Jews,
pad of paper.
they're not even real Jews.
I said
They
to
are
myself,
Khazars. And
like, there's
this
no way
theory is
possible
incredibly popular.
you're going to write a
So
book in
here's
30
my
days with
request.
that pen.
When you have time,
This is not
go
possible.
visit some of my lectures on
And I
Khazaria,
remember
especially on
saying to
YouTube,
myself,
not so much on my own website, but on
this is
YouTube,
what you
and
always
just
do.
glance down briefly at the
You
comments,
always make
and
an
then write
excuse.
something nice. Write
You always
something
make
as
a
a,
way
this
to
is
get
a
out
really
of
informative
being
lecture or
accountable.
something. Because I get
What
so
are you
much
going to do?
of
Are you
people
going to turn
saying,
your life
you're
around?
not a real Jew.
Or are you going to do it
Rabbi,
the
you
rest
don't
of
know
your
what
life
you're
away?
talking about. You're a Khazar. And
And so I sat there for a while,
So please,
and I was like,
help fill the internet
what
with
if I wrote
goodness
this
and write
piece
something
of
useful. You can
paper?
disagree with me, but just,
And I
politely
really took
instead
some
of like
paper and I started writing
nasty
pen
anti-Semitic
up. So
comments.
it's
I try,
firm
as a matter
enough.
of
It was like
course,
the size of
to
a regular
leave the
pen.
comments unedited
And I wrote that first book in
because I
30
think
days.
that's just healthy for debate.
And I
But
knew
I
I would
do
never
delete
go
comments
back to
that
prison if I
are
ever got out. And
use
at that point, I still
profanity
didn't know if I was getting out.
or simply hate speech. I
So
will
what did
delete
you write?
those. But otherwise, you'll see lots of
So the
nasty
first
stuff that
book I
gets through.
wrote was
Let's fill the
a
internet with
novel.
goodness. Anyways, this is
It
a
was a
real
fiction
story.
novel.
This actually
I
happened.
love
A
reading.
whole country
I
of
was really
Jews. We're not exactly
fortunate
sure
to
how
really be
deep
able
that
to
conversion reached and
to escape through
exactly
books,
what kind of
So I was like,
Judaism
well,
they
I want to
practiced,
try
whether
to
it was
write a
rabbinic or
book,
Karaite. But we
and
have
I
multiple
love
points
these
of
stories.
data
I was reading
that
like
reinforce the
westerns,
fact that
books
they
of the
existed,
war.
and then it simply disappeared in the 12th century, and we have nothing else to say about it.
Donald Goins,
So
he had all these
Eldad's
street books
story
like No
is
Fame,
not so
Black
far-fetched.
Gangster, and
You
it was
could
like all
easily
this
have
kind of
borrowed from a lot of
underbelly,
these things,
iceberg
and who
slim,
knows, there
all
may
these
have been
stories
some
were
kernels of
stories I had
truth
read
in
early
his
on.
otherwise
These guys, they
amazing
were like
story.
me. Like Donald
So,
Goins served time in prison.
the
And so I'm like,
next
well, these guys
stage
can
of
write a book.
this story,
And
however,
if
is
I give
once
it a
again we're
try,
going
so
away
my
from
first
what actually
novel
happened to what people believe happened. Is that
was literally about
Eldad's
this
story
girl who
gained a
played
lot of
street
popularity
basketball.
among
Her dad was
Jews,
like a street
living
basketball
sometimes in an
legend, and so
oppressed
I
situation as
wrote
a
that book,
minority in
and
the
I remember
country,
just like
thinking, the Messianic era, it
I
could
had
happen
never
anytime.
felt
The 10 lost tribes are just
a greater
waiting
sense
for
of
the
pride in
signal,
myself
and the Messianic era will
than
unfold,
right
and
that book
exile
on
will
a
end or
notepad.
return to
I
Israel
still have
because we know that they're just over the mountains. They're just on the other side of the river Kush. And they have this amazing river Sambatyon with the name Moshe, and everything is all there, just waiting for it to happen. So a tremendous amount of hope is spread among the Jewish population as a result. However, it was not relegated to Jewish ears. There were many non-Jews who were hearing this story as well, And of course,
It's
it
like
struck to the core of Christian eschatology. What will the end of it
read this book I just wrote?
is be like for the Christians? If it's true that the 10 lost tribes are out there just waiting to rejoin, the pitiful Jews we have living in our ghettos here in Europe,
I'm trying to turn my
what does
life
that mean
around.
about the whole Christian story?
Disrespectful, you know what I'm
And
saying?
so by the 12th century, a Christian version of this story began to surface.
My ego.
It's clearly taken a lot of material straight from Eldad Adani, but it has one major difference, and that is that there is a Christian priest living out in the
writing serious. I need to set a goal. What do I want to happen with my work?
Whose name is Prester John, and he is in charge of the 10 Jewish tribes living out there, and he rules them and dominates them, and that when Jesus comes for the second time, then Prester John will bring those 10 tribes out, and the Jews will have the final denouement, which will be in accordance with the Christian teachings of the end of days. So in other words, the whole Eldad story was actually hijacked and just slightly altered in the 12th century.
Welcome, Frosty. How you living, pimp?
Juncture, the whole story of Eldad became even more popular because of the.
What's good, son?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clearly. Loudly and clearly.
I'm using my headphones. And the earphones are busted.
Remember that time I asked you how you living, pimp?
Yep, you asked me again.
How you living, pimp?
Every day is not exactly the same. It's some amount of similarities in each day, I guess.
Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
I'm waking up in the morning and people.
What happened to your microphone? I know you said you're using your headset. What happened to your original? What happened to your original? What happened to your original device? The phone got busted? Your earphones are busted.
I'm not using my headphones.
Okay. It's very difficult to hear you with your headphones. I'm not saying I don't love talking to you. I'm just making you aware. What's on your agenda for today, son?
I don't know if the microphone is on my earphone or headphones or connected to the laptop. Let me just check.
I don't know, pimp. Make any adjustments that you need.
Yeah, I'll probably be back here.
Sounds like a plan, baby. That's Frosty, everybody.
With Christian eschatology. At the same time, the fear factor grew as well, and a lot of strange myths about Jews began to circulate from the 12th century onward in particular that feed off Eldad's story, that are a lot less, let's say, healthy perhaps in thinking. There was this fear that there were all these massive hordes of warrior Jews
through my
who
mind
were
for like really about
living
5 minutes.
under
And I thought about it, I
mountains
was
in
like,
the Caucasus
man,
region.
you
They were called the
bored and shit.
the Red Jews. And they were waiting for their signal to be unleashed and to rampage across Europe and to attack all of the peaceful Christians living in various countries. And this was more of a paranoid fear, again, ripping off Eldad's story and ripping off the Prester John story at the same time. This fear that the Jews, especially those who emerged from Hungary, were going to descend on every living room, covering all the couches with plastic. And that was a joke. I thought I could get away with that. Maybe I should have. But anyway, the idea is the Red Jews were going to come out of these 10 lost tribes, and they were going to actually, destroy Christian civilization as a result. And one final sort of twist that especially becomes prominent from the 13th century onward is the development of the ideology of the so-called Antichrist. One of the significant developments in right after the High Middle Ages is this concept that the devil, who becomes very, very prominent in Christian thought, is going to actively mount a campaign to try and stop the second coming by creating a doppelganger, the reverse image, as it were, of Jesus in the so-called Antichrist. And how would this Antichrist be born? Well, there would, just as Jesus was, according to Christian thought, the product, the union of God and a human woman, a Jewish woman. So the Antichrist would be the product of union between Satan and a Jewish woman, get this, from the tribe of Dan. Right? Eldad Hadani, the warrior Danite, and that this child is then brought and would go through a whole series of miracles that were designed to be the mirror image of Jesus' own life, and then he would go back to the Caucasus region, unlock the mountains, and he would directly lead hordes of Jews out into Europe to destroy the world as they know it then. So the whole Eldad story has some rather negative repercussions later as it is translated into a kind of paranoid vision of what it must be like for these 10 tribes to exist.
But I was given to all this philosophy.
So when we take it all together, it's really a complex and bizarre story. We don't know to what degree Eldad's story has any veracity, but there are definitely some points of contact with valid historicity that we can affirm some elements of his story. If not the more fantastic elements, at least the idea of Jewish nationhood is not totally unknown before the 20th century. The fantastic elements, therefore, contain elements of truth. And Eldad, by the way, became the sort of role model for many Jewish travelers of the Middle Ages. Jews were especially known for their wide-ranging commercial activity, and as a result, you have a whole series of Jewish travelers who later published their travel logs, like Batavia of Regensburg and so on, Benjamin of Tudela, and they're like a primary genre created for the reading audience of the time. The story of Eldad provided a lot of hope to Jews living in exile for an eventual redemption, and at the same time stoked some paranoia among the non-Jewish nations among whom they lived, that perhaps the Jews would make a second coming that would decimate Christian civilization. Just one last little footnote here. Eldad's story has an interesting expression in the person of Israel Eldad, shown here, pointing, very important early Zionist who was associated with some of the more right-wing expressions of Zionism in the pre-state period. And he abandoned his traditional Yiddish language surname, and I think it was Schreib, if I remember correctly, and he adopted the last name Eldad specifically to evoke the whole story of Eldad Hadani and the independent 10 tribes living beyond the river Kush. So the story is bizarre, it is ephemeral and very difficult to understand the basics of it, but nevertheless it grips the imagination even to the present day. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance, as always, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
He had to go through multiple series of his supervisors because the assault was on the inmates. And so it took about another 2 years before I got out of solitary.
The assault was on an officer.
Yeah, on an officer. Yeah, on an officer. And so it took really another 2 years before I finally got out. But once I got out, I took those handwritten books and I typed them all up, and I mentored those guys, and I began to tutor the guys who they said couldn't read or wouldn't read. And I found that if I gave them books that were similar to their life, they would put in more effort. And so that's what I focused on, and then I typed those books up, and I was like, I started to send them. I was sending stuff out. I still got like copies of my query letters, man. I was just sending stuff out in the dark. Like I said, like Jay-Z was like the president of like Def Jam at one point. I was like, oh, you should publish this book because you rap about this shit. I already live here. I sent it to him, and I was just like,
did he respond?
No, he never got a response. But I did get a couple of responses from some independent publishers.
While we get started, we've got a really important topic
And I
tonight.
just kept going
Inside
at it.
the life
And
of the
I was like,
Rambam, the Nesher Gadol, the great eagle, one of the most
and so I took the
important
money
and
that
influential
my
figures in
parents
Jewish
sent
history,
me and
someone who cast such a long shadow that the
illegal
famous
hustles. So I
statement
wasn't
was,
doing like
from Moses
drugs
until
money,
Moses,
but I
there
was
was no one
selling,
like Moses.
the
Meaning
merchandise
from Moses of the Torah
for twice
until
his
Moses,
word.
Maimonides, there was nothing
I
like
just took
him.
that money,
And in
man,
fact,
I saved
since
it up,
Moses until
I published my
today,
first book
there's
from
no one
prison in
really like
2008.
Moses as well.
And,
How did you do
Let me
that?
begin with a little joke. I apologize for those of you who were at Charles Shittis. You heard this. Steve, you're probably the only one. But the joke goes like this. A woman gets onto a bus, an elderly bus, and she gets on. The bus driver is very friendly to her. So she asks him, would you like some peanuts, young man? And she says, well, thank you. I think I would like some peanuts. And
execute this.
so she gives him a few peanuts. It's nice to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back to Florida. So then she sits down. Then a few minutes later, they're driving along, and she gets up again, and she says, excuse me, young man, would you like some more peanuts? And he says, that would be really nice. I enjoyed those peanuts. So she gives him some more peanuts. And this goes on several times until finally he says to her, listen, it's really very kind of you, but why do you keep offering me so many peanuts? And she says, well, I only really like the chocolate. Okay, so I'm hoping that this presentation, I'm going to give you all the chocolate, and I'll hang on to the peanuts, but the truth is, there's so much to say about Maimonides, and we actually started a couple minutes late today, so I'm going to try and speak a little faster, just to make up the time, but we're just going to touch on the life of this truly incredible man and his impact on Jewish history. This lecture is sponsored by the Young Israel of Bell Harbor Surfside. We're very grateful to the shul to provide us with heat and light, or AC and light, and place to meet. We are looking for sponsorships for future lectures, so if you're interested, please contact me or contact the shul office. The shul likes $200 to offset the cost, and all the profits, of course, go into producing that wonderful edifice that we are creating just a block away. So, let's go straight to the material. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, the acronym of his name in Hebrew is, of course, Rambam. And that's how he is known to many of his students today. Known in Latin as Maimonides, the I-D-E-S suffix means son of Maimon. His first name was Moshe, his father's name was Maimon, hence Maimonides, or Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. His years are 1135 to 1204, born in Cordoba, Spain, and died in Fostat, Egypt. There's some debate over where exactly he is buried. His grave is usually associated with a place near Tiberia, Israel, where they have a special tomb. But the Jews of Cairo believe that he is in fact still buried there in Cairo, in the courtyard of the yeshiva where he studied in a small suburb of that town. He was a physician, a philosopher, a popular leader with tremendous courage and conviction. His opinions were highly controversial, as we shall see. His books were even consigned to the flames by other Jews. But at the same time, he maintained steadfast in his point of view, and it continues to be studied today, even though there are many, many areas where the rabbinic consensus differs from Maimonides' point of view. Nevertheless, he is the primary interlocutor for the dominant opinion and remains very significant to this day. So what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about his life,
because I'm
And then I would like to talk about his literary works, and specifically the Jewish literary works, divided into two basic categories, and that'll be it for the night. Okay, any questions or arguments before we begin?
I don't want to be one of
No
those
hard questions allowed, just easy ones?
I don't want to die here.
Okay, good. We'll save the hard questions for later when we don't have the camera running. So his family was a distinguished rabbinic lineage. His father was a dayan, or a judge, in Cordoba. In his commentary to the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides lists 8 successive generations of dayanim that preceded him. And in fact, after his death, he was appointed the Maggid of Egypt, meaning the leading Jewish political figure in Egypt, and that title was held by members of his family for another 200 years after his death. So clearly a very illustrious family with tremendous rabbinic ethos or lineage. One of the exceptional positions that Maimonides held that makes this even more amazing is the fact that he held that dayanim and also rabbis should not be paid for their services. They should have other occupations. He, of course, was originally a merchant and then later became a famous physician. And they should only earn their keep from their regular livelihoods, and whatever they do as judges or as rabbis should be completely pro bono for the benefit of the community as a whole. This is probably one of the reasons why he was so controversial, especially among Ashkenazi rabbis who took a contrary position, believing that, in fact, rabbis should have a decent livable salary, and that is a controversy that continues to this day. So he came from this long line of rabbis and of judges, and he never took a penny for his work as a judge in the Jewish community. He was born here, you can see, in Cordoba, in Spain, at the very end of the Spanish Golden Age. We're actually going to go a little bit back in time next week and look at a more central period of the Spanish Golden Age, but for now we're going to concentrate on the 12th century. At the time, the Almohads took over Spain, as you can see, as well as a section of North Africa. The Almohads were known as the monotheists, and they were very strict interpreters of Sharia, meaning they believed that Muslim law should be interpreted with a minimum of divergence for various opinions. In one area that affected the Jews in particular, the Almohads removed their dhimmi status, meaning Jews since the Pact of Umar in at least the 9th century, according to Muslim tradition, perhaps earlier than that, Jews and Christians were given special protectorate status or dhimmi status. They had to pay a little extra in tax, but they were allowed to practice their own religion without fear of persecution. They were allowed to maintain their synagogue and so on. The Almohads removed this leniency for Christians and Jews, particularly in the tricultural state of Spain, where the conflict between Jews, Muslims, and Christians was perhaps the fiercest in all of Europe. And this meant that it became increasingly intolerable for the Maimonides family to remain in that Iberian Peninsula. So they departed from Cordoba and spent many years first in Fez, Morocco, where Maimonides simultaneously studied Jewish law in a yeshiva there, as well as medicine in the Al-Qayran University. He then spent 9 additional years going from there with his family across the coast of North Africa, ending up in Israel. In fact, I can show you some pictures. Why don't I show you some pictures? Here's a picture of Cordoba, Spain. This is where the Alhambra Palace is located. We'll talk a lot more about that next week when we look at Shmuel ibn Nobrela. And then he moved here to Fez, Morocco, beautiful Moorish architecture. And then he made his way all the way over to the old city of Jerusalem, where he lived briefly. It's not known exactly why he left Israel. He clearly found that it was the high point in his personal career, and he wrote of his time in Israel as a personal, peak in his life. And in fact, he wrote about his ultimately decision or state to move back to Egypt with a considerable amount of regret. In some cases, they're allegedly referred to himself as someone who sins every single day without any specific reference to which sin it is. Many scholars believe it was the idea of returning to Egypt, which some feel is a transgression in Israel. But at any rate, he left Israel after a very short sojourn, and he spent the rest of his life in Egypt. This is where he made his career and his fame, particularly in first in a jewel merchant, and then later as a physician. Now, in Fustat, even though he did not have a position of tremendous authority at the time, there was a situation in which the Jews and Christians were in tremendous conflict. There's a huge geopolitical conflict that had gone on since the Crusades at the end of the 11th century, and one of the smaller battles between those two religious groups was that a Christian king had taken captive an entire city in northern Egypt and held a significant Jewish population. Maimonides took a leadership role from Fustat, and he arranged for a huge collection of cash from the Jewish communities of Egypt, and was able to secure the release of the Jews who were taken captive. For this, he received tremendous prestige and respect, as well as significant remuneration, because he was called upon to serve in many different capacities as a communal leader. And ultimately, he chose to invest his funds in a gem business that his younger brother David would run. Maimonides had told his brother that he should specifically pick up his merchandise at one particular location. I believe it was somewhere in Arabia. But when David went, so he gave him a huge pile of money to go and make this purchase, which he then would bring back. Of course, they would live off that. As it happened, David traveled to this location, the name of which escapes me right now, and he found that the merchandise was not up to par, and so he elected to go on a much longer voyage to India, where rumor had it there was much more fine merchandise to be had. Unfortunately, his boat sank sometime in the year 1169 or 1170, and he never returned, and the family fortune was lost. This was a cause of tremendous grief to Maimonides. He describes how he fell into a deep depression for about a year. He was inconsolable because this younger brother was, he raised him on his knee, and he was his student as well. He left behind a wife and a young daughter, and Maimonides was quite crushed by it. And he describes it still mourning for him even 9 years later. But at any rate, the reversal in family fortunes meant that he had to find a new career, and so he had been taking quite a bit of medical training in Fez and also in Cordoba before they even left. So he decided to turn his hand to medicine, and he turned out to be extremely successful at this, eventually becoming the court physician to the Grand Vizier, and ultimately to none other than Sultan Saladin himself. There are even some interesting sources that argue that Richard the Lionheart, the Crusader king, wanted to bring Maimonides into his own employ, but there's no real significant basis for that. There is an interesting citation that's rooted about that Maimonides even converted to Islam in the course of his wanderings before he became Nagid. I'm just walking back a little bit now chronologically. But there's a lot, I should just dispense with it right now. The consensus of scholarly opinion is that likely that it is not at all correct, because the Muslims of the medieval period were a little bit like the Mormons of the 20th century, baptizing dead Jews who were killed in the Holocaust in order that they should get posthumous life in the world to come. And so there was something of a tendency among some Muslim historians to posthumously grant conversions to famous non-Muslims in history, and Maimonides was principal among them. There are some scholars, though, who believe that, in fact, he did go through a pro forma conversion, perhaps in the context of the persecution of that era, but that the conversion
And so,
was
how many years in was this?
nullified once he was able to reach safety. There are
How
a
much
lot
time
of
do you have to wait before you can plug
there's a
the
lot
roll
of
in?
text in Ron Brown's own writings, however, that indicates that he had significant sympathy for people who were forced to convert. He has a tremendous amount of space devoted in his writings to urging communities to be tolerant with those Jews who were forced to into conversion either to Christianity or to Islam, and saying that they should be accepted back without any kind of probation. He also wrote that Jews should not live in places where forced conversion is likely to occur. So the preponderance of evidence indicates he probably never converted, but at any rate, he did certainly have a great amount of sympathy for those who did. Yes, please.
Basically, you killed someone, and that's it. And I think when I was even trying to explain to her, I think she just kind of like shut it down. She put it on category. Yeah. Yeah, she shut it down.
So the question, which I should repeat for our internet audience in the Philippines, the question is, how was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? I don't know. I simply don't know the answer to it. I've never seen anything that Maimonides has written on that topic. As you correctly point out, the Jews were basically peripheral to the Crusades, especially later on in the 12th century. The massacres of Jews during the Crusades occurred primarily in the Rhineland, in Germany. The Jews who were not in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never even seen a crusader. So I don't know exactly. I've never seen anything Rambam wrote on the topic. Certainly, it was part of the larger geopolitical factors involved in the day. And it's doubtful that he ever met Richard the Lionheart, but as we read history backwards and we look at famous figures and we try to draw lines between them, that's probably where that came about. There's no question that he was highly sought after as a physician in Cairo, and his service to the Grand Vizier and then to the Sultan was is well known. Excellent observation. So, as I mentioned, he had to turn to medicine as a career, and I mentioned all these things, of course. So I said, there's an interesting picture of Maimonides. There's so many pictures of Maimonides I could have spent the entire class just looking at them. But this is, by the way, the head of a statue that was erected near Maimonides' home in Córdoba, in Spain. In terms of his medical studies, now this is an area that is not well studied by Jews, but he produced a phenomenal amount of medical literature written by and large in Arabic. He followed basically the thought of Galen, with the idea of the humors, the guile and good humor and various things like that. But he also was given over to experimentation as well. He didn't rely simply on a theoretical knowledge of medicine. He was very much into observation. This is well before the scientific method was developed, but nevertheless it was something important to him. He also contributed to the literature a multilingual guide to pharmaceuticals, which represented various herbs and spices and other medicinal ingredients that were used, and listed them in a quadrilingual format. I believe the four languages were Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, and Latin, which was a phenomenal service to the medical community, because it meant that your terminology could be standardized, and that what people said in Latin text could then be written.
That's tough work.
In Arabic text, and so on. He wrote treatises on a wide variety of topics, often for
what I went through in solitary.
it was commissioned. Wealthy Arab would commission him to write essentially a manual of how they were supposed to treat their condition. Asthma, for example, depression. He wrote a medical treatise on depression, which is fascinating for the 12th century. A lot on marital issues. Sexuality was something that people wanted to know about, and they would often ask him how to deal with their various sexual problems. Even a treatise on hemorrhoids. These are all things, right? So I looked in all the yeshivas here in Miami. No one could find it. Maimonides' treatise on hemorrhoids. I was looking for it, but I have to start Wikipedia or something like that to find it. But nevertheless, for the status, for the context of the 12th century, a tremendous amount of medical writings really at the top of this field. It's especially amazing when you think about the intensity of his day, which I believe is the next slide here, right? His day, which he writes about in many of his letters, was an incredibly busy day. First of all, Fostat was a bedroom community to Cairo. And he would have a daily commute of about an hour by donkey, which is probably about 15 minutes by car, maybe a little less than that. But nevertheless, an hour ride on a donkey to get to Cairo, where he would then spend the entire day taking care of the Sultan and his extended family, the children, the whole harem. These were all his patients, and his whole day would be taken up with this kind of thing. Then he would return home once again, stuck on the freeway on his donkey for an hour. There's no yomi on the donkeys at all. And he makes it all the way back, and then he returns home, and his home is filled with local Fostat individuals, both Jews and Gentiles, who have come to him for medical advice. He would spend his evening writing out prescriptions and diagnoses and so on, and then only late at night would he have a little bit of time to study Torah. And somehow, with that small amount of time at night, he wrote these phenomenal works in Jewish thought and philosophy and halakha, really mind-boggling in their complexity. It's really hard to imagine how one person could have accomplished all of this in a single lifetime of only 69 years. On Shabbos, he spent the entire day giving people halakhic instruction in Jewish law. So he lived an incredibly busy life, and yet his work was phenomenally prolific at the same time. Okay, pause for questions or arguments.
What really
discussions, debates. Did he ever sleep? Good question. He wrote a lot about how to sleep. So perhaps he wrote that when he was insomniac. But no, there's the Rambam's concept of Jewish law was so all-encompassing that even sleep was included in it. I'll get to that when we talk about his literary very significant. So, it is right here. This is what, there's Abramson. Let's ask a good question. Not too hard.
And there's a theme from their life.
Yes, he had a wife and he had one surviving son named Abraham, who left a certain amount of writings as well. I do not believe he had other children. I think he had daughters that did not survive infancy, if I remember correctly, but I'm not positive about that.
I'm like a kid.
And of course, he was raising the widow and orphan daughter of his brother as well. So he had, several people in his household that he was responsible for. Okay, so what's perhaps most significant for us in trying to understand Maimonides is his Jewish works, his Jewish written works. This is, by the way, a manuscript copy found in the Geniza in Maimonides' own handwriting. It is Hebrew and Arabic letters. Or Arabic and Hebrew letters, excuse me. So it's Judeo-Arabic that he's writing with.
I already said my son, I'm like, I'm the coolest nerd you'll ever meet.
The Ben Sira Geniza, I think it is the one that talks down. Yes, I think so.
Like 2 years ago.
Okay, so he wrote two basic kinds of works. He wrote popular halakhic works, and he wrote advanced philosophic works. And this gives you a real sense of the dichotomy of his personality and the sort of trajectory of his thought. So let's deal with the first category. His popular halakhic works were written in very simple Hebrew, remarkably easy Hebrew, intermediate, really like middle school level Hebrew, and they were designed to give a large swath of the Jewish population access, sophisticated and thorough and comprehensive access to the entire corpus of Jewish law. We should remember that one of the huge lacunae in Jewish thought at this time was that there were very few codes in existence. What do I mean by that? The way that Jewish law is organized is that basically it's all found within the Talmud and in successive responsive literature, which we spoke about a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Ger name. The Talmud is not at all organized in a format that we would recognize in the modern world. Basically, the Talmud is like this long stream of consciousness document that has a logical flow to it, but the only way that you can look anything up in the Talmud is if you know the entire Talmud. There is no way to index it appropriately because it's even strange to talk about tangents in the Talmud because all of the Talmud is one long tangent. I'm not exaggerating because you may be studying, for example, the tractate Shabbat, which deals with the laws of the Sabbath, but it's very likely some crucial laws will be found in entirely different tractates that are not titled Tractate Shabbat. It's just the nature of the way that the Talmud organizes itself. So one of the things that was really missing was a code that essentially took all of this information and organized it in a fashion that people could easily look up the halakha that they were supposed to find. Essentially, like modern books would have chapters and would have sections and would have paragraphs that are all organized in a logical format. We spoke a little bit about Saadia's influence with the Mutazilite philosophy and methodology a few weeks ago, and the Rambam, although he disagreed with Saadia in many areas, he definitely liked that style of organization. So basically, what he did was he wrote this amazing document called the Yad HaChazakah, the strong hand. The word hand, Yad in Hebrew means 14 because it has 14 books in it. And this was basically a massive code of Jewish law. It was not the first code to be written, but it was clearly the most comprehensive, the easiest to access, and a runaway popular bestseller on the 12th century, New York Times bestseller list. It was such a phenomenal work because it took the entire Talmud, all of the responsive literature written to that day, and put it together in such a way that anyone with very, very basic Hebrew suddenly had access to information that a rabbi of 80 years of study would have. It was a tremendous device. It was not unlike the kind of information revolution that we have today with, for example, smartphones, with access to Wikipedia. That's the kind of colossal achievement that Maimonides did in his Mishnah Torah. Naturally, it was very controversial because, if you recall, people were already upset with him because he said rabbis shouldn't take any money for their services. He essentially put them out of business by saying, what do you need a rabbi for? I have the Mishnah Torah. It was like that means I'm talking so much. If the screensaver turns on, it means I'm talking so much. I have to definitely go to the next screen. The Mishnah Torah was very, very controversial, as we shall see shortly. He also wrote Sefer HaMitzvot, which was basically addressing the question of what are the mitzvot. I mean, it kind of you think it's a very basic question, right? Everybody talks about we have 613 mitzvot in the Torah. Taryag mitzvot, but no one ever counts them. No one ever says, well, what are they exactly? So the Rambam set out and combed through the entire Chumash, the 5 books of Moses, and he wrote down exactly what those 613 mitzvot were, and single-handedly created yet another industry of rabbinic scholarship as people disagree about number 247, saying, no, that's not a mitzvah, that's just a minhag, and or number 362, that definitely includes 2 mitzvot, why should you put it together? There's a whole discussion. But still, these kinds of works, and I should mention also his first work, the commentary on the Mishnah, they represent an entire trend of his thought, saying that the Torah should not belong just to specialists. The Torah should not belong only to those people who have advanced training in the highly arcane Aramaic idiom of the Talmud. The Torah should be something that everyone with just the very basic literary skills should be able to access. Literacy skills, excuse me. So that was a phenomenal achievement in itself. And really, he could have rested on his laurels,
are scary.
having made this signal contribution
You
to
know,
the
I was
Jewish
in
people,
prison
but
with
in fact, that
a
was
couple of
only when
different
he
serial
was
killers,
starting out.
serial rapists.
The second major
But they're the extreme.
body of his written works, and I am excluding here his letters, of which there are hundreds, and say a lot about his personality and his leadership style and so on.
We're
But
trying to
now we're
hustle
talking
their
more
way
about
to
his
a life.
formal treatises written for the Jewish
They
world.
come from
Were books that were written for an entirely different audience. There's the Mishnah Torah and the Sefer HaMitzvot were written for the common Jew. The books like Guide for the Perplexed, or in the Vukim, were designed specifically for the highly educated, highly sophisticated, but somewhat ambivalent Arabic-speaking Jew of his age. These are Jews who were, this is an era where Jews had tremendous access to all the corridors of learning. There was no real barrier set before them, no numerous clauses to keep them out of colleges and so on. So they were learning everything that they could. And they were learning the greatest works of Arabic philosophy at the time. And they were thinking to themselves, wait a minute, why be Jewish? Think about how Islam is an advance over Judaism. Judaism has all kinds of strange things in it, like anthropomorphisms for God, and certain bizarre commandments that we have no idea why they're there, like the mixing of wool and linen, and so on and so forth. So, looking at that highly, specialized but at-risk population, Maimonides wrote this phenomenal philosophical work, the Torah and the Regime, the Guide for the Perplexed, which was designed specifically to address their philosophical concerns. And unlike the Mishnah Torah, which showed his skill as an encyclopedist, giving him the ability to span the entire, breadth of Jewish thought and put it down in very simple layman's terms, the Guide for the Perplexed was like a mountain climber. He rose to the heights of Jewish thought, engaged in very abstruse and complex philosophical debate to bring across the most sophisticated aspects of Judaism. Guide for the Perplexed was published in Judeo-Arabic, which, among other things, was the vernacular of this segment of the population, but it also allowed him to use the sophisticated philosophical vocabulary of the time that was lacking in Hebrew. In fact, one of the more difficult aspects of the Guide for the Perplexed is that most of its students today do not read Arabic. They read Hebrew, and they have to rely on somewhat problematic Hebrew translations by the Ibn Tibbon family that, they themselves were somewhat challenged by the abstruse Arabic philosophical terminology that's used in the book. Nevertheless, it's a huge classic, and since in this book he really brought together a lot of Aristotelian thought with traditional Jewish theology, it had a huge influence later on Christian scholastic thought. St. Thomas Aquinas in particular quotes Maimonides at length with tremendous respect, just as Maimonides would quote Aristotle before him, calling him, for example, philosophe, the philosopher. So there's a chain of transmission of ideas from Aristotle through Maimonides to Thomas Aquinas that makes Maimonides one of the very, very few Jews in our history that ever achieved fame for his Jewish works outside of the Jewish world. There are only a handful of people who really reach that level of world fame for their Jewish works, not for something else that they may have done. Like, for example, Albert Einstein, tremendously famous for his, theories of relativity and so on, but he's not famous for his commentary on the Mishnah. Maimonides is one of those people who was able to take his Jewish learning and expand it far beyond the limitations of his ethnicity. Okay, questions, arguments about these massive works? Clear as the sun at midday, right?
Police officer on the street.
Yes.
They're arresting a lot of times people at their worst moment, and they pass them off. Correctional officer, you walk into this environment every day. You have to deal with somebody who is in the cycle of their worst moment.
Right. So I think
the violence, the chaos, the smell.
You're absolutely, you're quite prescient in your questioning. You're anticipating a little bit of a lecture. The question that's asked for my friends in the Philippines is, did Maimonides, really cross-reference his Mishnah Torah with the Talmud? And in fact, that's one of the main reasons he was criticized, because he specifically omitted all footnotes. There's no question that he is clearly aware of all the debates in the Talmud, and his language is incredibly precise. Even though he uses very simple Hebrew, it's incredibly precise and demanding Hebrew. Like a single vav or a hey can change the entire meaning, and you see why he chose certain phrases. He was criticized because no one could essentially verify his citations. Nobody could say, well, how do we know we should rely on you? The only way we'll know it is if we go and look at the Talmud and verify the trust but verify kind of approach to it. His argument was that since this is a popular work, he did not want to overburden it with massive numbers of footnotes. Later, of course, those footnotes would be researched and written by incredible authorities like none other than Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who would write a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Kesef Mishnah that proved the validity of Maimonides' opinions. Oops, I'm losing it again, right? There we go.
And that's
coming back. Well, actually, let's go straight to the criticisms.
You're looking at answers.
Yeah, let's go to the criticisms. That's what I'm answering right now.
I'm like, dude, of course you become an asshole. Like, how could you not, right? Yeah.
This is anti-Semitism at work.
I think that's what.
Okay, here we go. All right. So he was criticized heavily during his lifetime. So why was he criticized? I've already mentioned in response to Aaron's question that he was heavily criticized because he did not include footnotes. He just wrote it down simply in a straightforward manner because he just wanted to say the halakha the way it was with great self-confidence. He asserted, yes, this is what you're supposed to do, not like those other opinions, this is what you're supposed to do. But, if you were a skeptical reader, there was no way for you to verify it unless you really did the same kind of research he did. Some critics, and his critics were very, very sharp, argued that there was a certain amount of intellectual arrogance in doing so, and simply stating it boldly without offering any kind of justification was an arrogance they felt was a character flaw, and that his books were unreliable as a result. Adding to that the fact that he clearly was heavily influenced by Aristotle, unashamedly so. He felt that Aristotle was a tremendous philosopher, and he was open to the idea of learning from non-Jewish wisdom, which was not necessarily an attitude that was well respected, for example, in the south of France and the Jewish communities there. So his reliance on Aristotle was another element of criticism. Maybe I should just give you like an example of his reliance on Aristotle and a little bit of where he differs. So, for example, in the third chapter of the Infamous Ethics, one of Aristotle's greatest philosophical works, he articulates there a definition of virtue, which has come down to us as the golden mean, also known through Maimonides as the Shvil HaZahav, the golden path. And Aristotle describes the golden mean as the midpoint between excess and deficiency. So, for example, if we take and you can look at this any character trait you want. Let's choose, for example, courage. So what is the correct definition of courage? Courage is the midpoint between recklessness, which is having too much courage for your own good, doing stupid, taking risks for no reason. That's excess. And on the other hand, deficiency is cowardice. Not being willing to take reasonable risks for reasonable payoffs. That is cowardice. Courage is exactly the midpoint between excess and deficiency. Maimonides says that's the way it is in Hilchot Deot, the 6th chapter in particular. He says, or 3rd chapter in particular, he says this is the way it is with every single character trait we have. Love, fear, hate, you name it. There's like a midpoint between too much and too little. That's what we have to do. However, where Maimonides differs, he differs specifically in the few midot. He says that humility does not admit of an excess. You can always have more humility There's no midpoint when it comes to humility. And that's clearly differing from Aristotle. Similarly, he argues that anger does not have a minimum, that you have to learn to completely remove anger from your heart. He does say, of course, that you're allowed to feign anger for your children, which we do regularly at home. For your students, you have to appear displeased and stern in order to, appropriately teach them the correct way to behave. But he says always it should be just kas al-hapanim, but no kas al-halev. Right? It should be anger just on the face. It's an exterior anger, not anger in the heart. Now you look puzzled, Ms. Abramson. You have some problems with that? I really was angry with you, by the way, on Sunday morning, so I'm not on my mind.
You should be crying. I think you get away with doing it.
And it impacts, everybody. Right now in this country, there's probably about 150 million people who have someone incarcerated or who have had someone incarcerated. It's no longer, when I was coming up, I came up during the height of the war on crime, or war on drugs, right? So I come up through that era. I came up selling drugs when crack first exploded in our communities, and, the prison population went from, I think,
that's a very well put question,
which is why
I am somewhat proud of her. Yes, I'm moderately proud, right? Somewhere between excess and deficiency proud. But he says, in fact, that anger does not admit of a minimum. Anger is something that is so corrosive. It's like saying you're allowed to drink a little poison. It's something that you have. It's an avoda. It is a task of character development that you have to learn to detach yourself from anger. How to do it? Look, we can study a couple days together, and we can have a look at this and see how he says it, but it's clearly a huge task. Okay, follow-up question better be short.
Yeah. And in Ricky's case, they were using it to fund a war.
Yeah.
The contractors,
crazy.
I remember hearing about that shit in the news when I was a kid going, what?
It's the other way. What you're saying does fit with the author of the Sefer Achinam, the anonymous author. Some say it's Rabbi David of Barcelona, that he says what you do on the outside affects your inside. But the Rambam says the opposite. He says you may, and in fact sometimes you must, pretend to be angry, but don't let it into your heart, because it'll just give you an ulcer. It's going to make you unhappy, and it's just internally corrosive. Okay, more later.
It's horrible to think.
But on the other hand,
as a boy, I remember thinking, well, the government's good, and they're looking out for you, and they're the good people, and the cops are the good people.
Okay, so God is allowed to do things. We have a covenant. Vengeance is mine. Nobody else's, right? Hashem gave you lavish. Hashem can dress in gava, in arrogance, but we can't. So just because certain attributes are given to Hashem, Hashem Ishmael Chama, that doesn't mean that we can do those things. Very, very astute observation. And in fact, it's quite apropos, because one of the other reasons that he was criticized is because of his take on allegory and anthropomorphism.
That same neighborhood, I wrote this story a while ago.
We are, okay, I give up. You're right. I don't know how to answer that. We are B'Tselem Elohim, but
I grew up on a block.
Yeah, that's good. I'm not exactly sure how to deal with that one. That's a tough one.
Pear tree, peach tree, apple tree.
I mean, I can give you some sources to back up my point of view, but I don't understand them now that you ask a question like that. No problem. Leave me alone, Lisa. Okay, give me an answer with it. Let's get, this is supposed to be like an organized lecture where one person talks and everybody listens. Okay. So one of the arguments was he dealt with allegory. He dealt with allegory in a very difficult way because the Torah does speak extensively in allegorical terms. The hand of God, the finger of God. Talmud says that God wakes in the middle of the night. God experiences emotions and things like that. But Maimonides was, he tended to discount these allegories as much as possible because he was an incredible rationalist. This is one of the areas where he stands apart from the bulk of the rabbis of his era, the Rishonim, he was very much opposed to mystical readings of the text. This is frustrating me. Yeah, but no, it's not getting me angry though. But he was very opposed to. God, I'm looking angry. Okay, this is getting out of hand. So he was opposed to any kind of supernatural interpretations of Judaism. He had a lot of problems dealing with, all these Talmudic passages in the Talmud speaking about demons and like spells and all kinds of sort of magical things. He felt that they were all complex within allegories, but they didn't actually mean straightforward meaning of reading the text. And in fact, it's a difficult position to hold, and he was going against the mainstream to be sure. So, for example, in the Bible, there's a lot of these kind of supernatural stories. For example, the story of the witch of Endor, when King Shaul is concerned about what's going to happen in the upcoming battle with the Philistines. And so he goes to a witch, and she performs a seance and brings back the dead prophet Shmuel to tell Shaul what's going to happen. And then there's a whole story there where Shmuel wakes up and says, "What are you bothering me for?" And Shaul says, "I want to know what's going to happen in the war tomorrow." He says, "Why ask me now? Tomorrow you can ask me face to face," which is a way of saying that you're going to die in the battle. Which is of course what happened. So when you read that biblical passage in a straightforward like, there was a seance and the prophet was brought back to life and so on. So Maimonides has a kind of complex and convoluted way to interpret it, saying that no, it was all smoke and mirrors, and that the witch had an accomplice who was pretending to be Shmuel and so on. Sometimes it's kind of stretched, but you get a sense of Maimonides' feeling that he really wanted to make everything as rational as possible. And so in those areas, he came into conflict with a lot of the other rabbis. Rashi, for example, was predeceased Maimonides, but of the same era, who felt that this mystical world of spirits and demons and things was in fact valid. Yes, please.
And I would go to some of the neighborhoods.
He wrote a lot on Agadas, but he wanted to say that the Agadas were all, metaphors for complex philosophical truths.
And it was like the most heartbreaking thing to think about.
Same thing with the Midrashim. Yeah, he was brutal when it came to those kinds of things. Now,
this was the other thing that
for these reasons, the lack of footnoting, which some interpreted as a kind of a scholarly arrogance, his reliance on Aristotle, non-Jewish philosopher, his disparaging attitude towards the supernatural aspect of Judaism got him into a lot of trouble with the Ashkenazi rabbis of Southern France in particular. And what they ended up doing was, seeing his popularity, the Jews went to the Dominican friars. The Dominicans were a fairly
I think there's a problem in this country.
Group of monks in France at the time, and they complained that there's these books circulating among the Jews that are heretical in nature, that are portraying God in an inappropriate fashion and so on. Now, the Dominicans, it's kind of a funny thing. Why are Jews going and complaining to the Dominicans? Unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that we have in Jewish history quite often, that when there is an internal Jewish fight,
something. I know we're investing so much money overseas.
He's allowed to do
so
what?
much money into these nonprofits.
Oh, you can learn from. Okay, you want to say Aristotle? Fine, sure, but
regime change and
the citation is "V'kom olam dai histalti." From all my teachers, I gained wisdom. But
less people incarcerated.
It's just not the way necessarily the Jewish world works. I mean, if I were to say, if Rabbi Grunstein were to get up and say, I learned Torah from Oprah Winfrey, I just don't know if the community would receive it as well as if he said I learned it from
people in prison. They don't even think of them as
Actually, he probably would. He could get away with that because he does special things with Torah. But let me stick to where I am right now anyway. So for these reasons, they went to Dominicans. Why would they go to Dominicans? It is an unfortunate reality that you can see it echoed in the halakhic literature that when Jews are dissatisfied with a particular dispute, they will go to non-Jewish authorities, hoping to leverage their support in the dispute. And it almost always ends up badly. Once you take it outside of the family and you start having a dispute in the street, it ends up awful. So they went to the Dominicans and said, you guys are interested in us being good Jews, right? So there are these books by this guy named Moses something or other that are just corrupting our minds and doing things differently, and we really think that they don't belong in our bookshelves. So the Dominicans said, fine, let us help you out with that. And they collected up all the manuscripts of Maimonides they could find, and they burned them publicly in 1232. A very, very sad moment in Jewish history, and ironically, it will be repeated 10 years later, because once the Dominicans got a bit of a taste of burning heretical Jewish books, they expanded their options a little bit, and they burned about 12 wagonfuls of Talmud, precious manuscripts. This is well before the era of printing, and in the same spot in Paris as they had once Maimonides. So it's a sad day when we start burning our own books. Eventually it will come back to haunt us. At that point, the dispute about Maimonides and his works reached a kind of a fever pitch, and so the great Rothschild, very important Jewish rabbi at the time, argued for a compromise in 1305, which was ultimately accepted. This is already a century after Maimonides himself is deceased, and the compromise indicated that nobody could study books right more in the booking until they were at least 25 years old. They set up certain parameters. These books are kosher, these books are definitely valuable, but they should not be studied except by people who have certain level of training. By 25, you would think a person had sufficient literacy and training and so on. And that ultimately kind of was a flag of truce between the anti-Maimonidean camp and the Maimonidean camp, and preserved Maimonides' writings to this day. Yes, right. So it's an excellent question. Are the remaining writings legitimate? So legitimate is a tough word to really evaluate in this case. Authoritative is also another difficult one. I'll put it like this. There's no question that Maimonides' contribution is respected even by his detractors. And in fact, I would say that there are no serious detractors from Maimonides today. However, that does not mean that his opinion is considered the definitive one, especially in practical halakhic matters. For example, he wrote this great code, the Mishnah Torah, in the 12th century. And it was 300 years later, 400 years later, that the great Yosef Karo wrote his code, the Shulchan Aruch, which is really definitive code for today. Now, when Yosef Karo wrote his code, he basically took together three rabbinic opinions, that of Rav Alfas, the Rambam, and the Tur, the three very important codes were written. And if there was a dispute between the three of them, he would go with the majority. The majority often did not agree with Maimonides. So that meant that the code of law that is considered definitive for Jews today, just off the top of my head, I would guess maybe 5 to 10% of issues, it disagrees with Maimonides. And 90 to 95% of issues it agrees with Maimonides, because they're all uniform on the topic. But there's a significant number of things that Maimonides says they should do it this way, and yet the accepted custom is to do it another way. So because in the Jewish tradition, we highly value, sincere, rejected opinions. That's something that's really ingrained right from the Mishnah, with Hillel and Shammai, all the way through our tradition. Maimonides happens to be the odd man out more than anyone else when it comes to halakha. Nevertheless, he also wrote on a far wider scale than the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch that we have today is very modest. It only deals with those laws of daily life that apply when the temple is destroyed. The Torah of the Rambam, he wrote about the law UFOs in existence. He wrote of the laws that would apply when the Messiah arrived. He wrote about the laws of things that are not even touched in the Code of Jewish law, like how to speak, as I mentioned earlier, how to think, how to believe, how to incredible scope of activities that the Shokanora says like way too much for us to get involved with. So in those areas, he is the only opinion. The laws of the Messiah, for example, what his life will be like in the time of the Messiah, Maimonides is our go-to source because no one else wrote about it. So he is definitely very authoritative in those areas. And that's the last question. Okay, yes, last question. I'll wrap up. Brother Shahrzam, the first Ridolitzer Rebbe? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. He wrote a Shulchan Aruch called Shulchan Aruch Harav, which definitely relies heavily on the Rambam. But he's a huge opinion. Everybody has to rely heavily on the Rambam. Doesn't mean that we'll always agree with him, but nevertheless, his opinion is valid in the vast majority of cases. The 13 principles. Let me just take a second to report on that. I want to wrap up so that some of the things that Maimonides did, which was also controversial, I didn't really mention earlier. He was big in codifying things. So one of the things he codified was what exactly the Jews believe. It's kind of funny that here it is, we're in the 12th century. The Jews have been in exile for 1,200 years, and they've been in existence for another, 1,500, 2,000 years before that. And nobody ever sat down and said, okay, what exactly do we believe? Can we just agree on this? So Maimonides said, okay, let's write it down. And he came up with 13 basic principles of what Jews should believe. It says something about our religion, though, that we can go so long without ever having to actually agree on something so basic. But he wrote 13 basic principles that say things like, yeah, God exists. God is one. God is non-corporeal. We're waiting for a Jewish Messiah. He hasn't come yet. Don't confuse us with that other religion. There's life after death, things like that. Saying that the Torah is valid. These are the basics of Jewish belief that he codified. Of course, once you put it out there, saying these are our 13 core beliefs, then you'll have 1,000 people who disagree with you. And so he was also criticized very heavily for even daring to suggest that these are our beliefs held in common. Okay, so let me wrap it up by talking a little bit about his legacy. This is his grave in Bulgaria, although as I mentioned at the beginning, it's like there's a Tyrolese who disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes and the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying, we can reorganize the Talmud. For example, the way he referred to the Mishnah Torah, this was also a criticism. He said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chumash, right, the first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well. Even though we differ in how to interpret it. He worked as an indefatigable, indefatigable, thank you for saying that correctly, the microphone, tireless worker for Jewish causes. We only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also created tremendous philosophical works. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice and a good publication record. So Maimonides is really one of those towering figures in Jewish history, but I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself because they really are quite brilliant. They're available in English translation if you find the Judeo-Arabic or the Hebrew challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention tonight. And I look forward to speaking with you next week.
I have friends who have houses now that they can't get insurance for fires. Like, what the fuck do I do? And they can't get out. They don't have enough money to get out. And then it's hard to sell your house now if you're in an area. Like, I have a friend who's trying to sell her house, but it's in an area that's too close to Laurel Canyon. Laurel Canyon burns. Nobody wants to buy a house there. It's like, what the fuck? Here it is. 13-year-old boy arrested for brush fire that led to evacuations. Did they put it out?
So what are they gonna do to him though?
He's a kid.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
He's a fucking kid. I started fire when I was a kid.
yeah,
I started a big ass fire for doing fireworks.
Oh, fireworks.
Yeah, I think I was living in Jamaica Plain, which is at the time it was a bad neighborhood outside of Boston. I think it's supposed to be gentrified now.
Oh wow.
So now I was 13, right? Yeah, I was 13. So that was his age. Yeah, and we were lighting firecrackers in this field. And it started off just like this little fire. And we're stepping on the fire and the wind blew. And we're like, oh shit. And then it just raged. It raged through this field. And we ran out into the street and just by fucking sheer luck found a cop. And then we told the cop's like, get the fuck out of here. Like, we told him what we did. We were like, firecrackers, I'm sorry. And they wound up putting it out. This was said in a statement, he was not accepted to Orange County Juvenile Hall due to absence of injuries or immediate threat to buildings. Okay. He's a kid. They just said, you're a kid, you fucked up. Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, but we got out there and then we came back like the next day and we saw all the shit burned. It was like, oh my God. It was like this huge area just burned. Luckily, no one lost their lives, but it was just sheer luck. Yeah. You know, it could have totally been next to someone's house. Totally. Yeah.
Propane tank, anything.
Anything. Yeah, anything. You never know.
Or y'all could have actually got like seriously.
Yeah, we could have. Yeah, I mean, it was just luck.
Yeah.
The dumb young kids. Leave them alone. The fact that any kid can go buy a lighter.
Yeah. Yeah, some matches.
Anywhere you get your truck, you buy a lighter. Yeah. And you can just light things on fire. When you're a kid,
that's what you're gonna do.
Yeah, you want to light things on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's there's a million times in my life I could have done something stupid and gone the wrong way. Yeah. Just by sheer luck I did it. And you know, when I talk to people like yourself who obviously are very intelligent, have a lot to contribute, you just imagine that could have been me, man. Could have been any of us. That's the thing that people need to really get in their head. It could be any of us.
Absolutely.
Any of us. And leaving these communities the way they are and not doing anything to try to fix them is, to me, it's the biggest failure of our government. Other than, you know, interventional war, you know, interventionist foreign policy and starting wars that are unnecessary and costing lives, which is the worst thing we've ever done. And that's the next worst, is that we don't do anything about it.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what you were talking about earlier with talent. Like, how much talent are we leaving on the table? You know, like when I was just there in Rhode Island, so I went to this juvenile program over there, and you know, the reason I went is these kids, they're working in a music program, and they've like gone from like getting into all types of trouble to like now they're using art to like, you know, really shift how they think about life. And so I was like, well, I'm gonna come over there and spend time with them, because I've dabbled in working with I ended up doing this spoken word piece with Nas on one of his albums, and the kids, they were just fired up about how you can use writing in these other mediums, you know, and so they wanted to work with me on it. But the talent that is wasted in prison, you know, the ingenuity.
Just think about the thing about being able to make a tattoo gun out of piano wire or guitar string and an engine from something else, some sort of a motor.
Yeah.
And you see some of the tattoos these guys make in jail, you're like, Jesus Christ, these are incredible tattoos.
I'm inked up all these. Yeah, like, I actually got in trouble for getting tattoos one time. I got caught trying to get the tattoo artist wasn't good enough for getting rid of the guy. I think it was the last thing I got in trouble for in prison was getting tattoos, which was crazy. I was trying to get a cover up out of here.
When you were already out of solitary?
Yeah, so I was out of solitary. Yeah, I was actually working my way down to like going home. I was just like, we're at lower level. We had this guy slam the snake in, cover this up real quick. And we literally got busted because he couldn't get rid of the gun fast enough. They actually took 90 days from me for that, though. Yeah. So misconduct, they take days from you, you know. And you think about some of the stuff, like you're taking 90 days from a person for their own body.
Yeah. For what?
Like, why is the excess of punishment?
Like, how many of those guys could get out of jail and be excellent tattooists?
Absolutely.
You know?
Yeah, and that was the other part of the idea with MIT is like, how do we take people who don't have traditional kind of educational background and utilize their talent so that they can add value to society. You know, it's one of the things that I appreciate about Silicon Valley is that talent is really more important than your educational pedigree. And like if you're talented, they're trying to figure out how can you contribute in a way that is meaningful. It's the same thing with like art.
Well, it's because it's so competitive. They just want to get ahead. And oftentimes people that aren't educated are some of the most incredibly talented people. They just have some weird thing about them that allows them to think differently. They don't care you didn't get a degree. Like, hire them quick.
Welcome.
I worked in Silicon Valley.
How are you?
And I invested there, so I'm super happy about that.
Yo, what's going on? What's going on? Almet 19 or 18? Can you hear me? Doug, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway. No one did. Welcome. Can you hear me? Yo, dog.
This week in Jewish history is a very important event in Middle Eastern
Hey,
politics.
Rustin.
Cool story, man. How are you?
Hello, Akbar.
How are you?
November of 1977, Egyptian President Anwar Sadat flew to Israel to meet with his erstwhile enemy, Menachem Begin, and speak to the Israeli Knesset about the possibility of peace. This initial visit ultimately led to an Israeli-Egyptian accord and the current status quo of a fragile but nevertheless enduring peace is a result of that courageous trip. Anwar Sadat was a very important Egyptian leader.
Look at this athleticism with the planks on.
Because in November of 1977, he made a very heroic attempt to make peace with his northern neighbor, the state of Israel, and in fact that peace has more or less held despite some tensions since the 1980s. Here he is shaking hands with Menachem Begin, with President Jimmy Carter looking in the background. This is at Camp David, the U.S. presidential retreat, where many of the details were worked out between these two leaders. His history with Israel is wrapped up with the military conflicts between the countries. In particular, the 1967 war, also known as the Six-Day War, was one that devastated Egypt. The president, Gamal Abdel Nasser, had mounted his troops and prepared his tanks to invade Israel through the Sinai Peninsula, along with invasions from Jordan and Syria at the same time. But the Israelis, remarkably, in a lightning victory, were not only able to retain their territory, which is shown here in yellow, they actually expanded it, taking over the Golan Heights in the north, the West Bank, which is Shomron and Yehuda, and the Gaza Strip to the south, and the massive Sinai Peninsula, which was taken, of course, from Egypt. This was a huge blow to Egyptian pride and Arab pride in general, something that Sadat was able to regain by his surprise attack in Israel in 1973, known to Arabs as the War of Ramadan, to Jews as the Yom Kippur War, and to the rest of the world as the October War. Although Sadat was not successful in making more than very marginal gains, really just out of the very western portion of the Sinai Peninsula, nevertheless, he did inflict very heavy casualties on the Israeli army and the Jewish population in general, and as a result, many Arabs felt that Israel was not completely invincible, and in fact, Arab armies could make an impact on the country. Sadat's take on all of this, however, was not to prepare for yet another war, but to use that momentum to create peace, which is something he did in 1977 when he traveled to Israel, unprecedented state journey, specifically to meet with his enemy Menachem Begin and to speak to the Knesset. Here's a photograph, a rather remarkable photograph of the period. It shows Sadat shaking hands with Menachem Begin, who was one of Israel's more hawkish political leaders, along with Yitzhak Shamir applauding on the right, also a much more hawkish individual in the Israeli Knesset. Together with President Jimmy Carter, they were able to work out a deal which essentially dictated the return of the Sinai Peninsula territory to Egypt, a massive territorial concession, which certainly assuaged the Egyptians. However, they were not willing to take the tiny bit of territory to the north, the Gaza Strip. It remained in Israel, and Israel inherited the very considerable economic and demographic challenges of that part of the world. Israelis took the news of the return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with mixed reviews. On the one hand, Israelis were generally very pleased with the concept that there would be a lasting peace with their neighbor to the south, but many Jews had begun to settle, particularly along the Mediterranean coast in the Sinai Peninsula, and viewed the return of this land as a betrayal of basic Israeli principles, and so it was a very wrenching experience, which would be repeated a quarter century later with the evacuation of the Gaza Strip. What Sadat earned for this was not the undying loyalty of all Egyptians, but rather the burning animosity of the Muslim Brotherhood in particular. Muslim Brotherhood members infiltrated his bodyguard to very high levels, and in fact, in October of 1981, while he and his retinue were watching a military parade, they turned around and opened fire on Sadat, hitting him with 37 bullets, and he died in the stands there of blood loss while the parade went on. So he was unfortunately assassinated for the audacity of making peace with Israel. The legacy of his rule, however, says much about the state of Egypt and the state of Israel, and his leadership really created a much more lasting peace in the Middle East. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future.
Braids are, they're just so everybody knows, sodium borate is a natural mineral. There's nothing weird about it, but it's got a lot of imaginable properties. As I said, we use it in cellulose.
Hello, everyone. Today we've got a really complicated topic to discuss. I've got
as a result, works well on wood, it's friendly to wood long term, and also,
some really useful charts, and so I hope I'll make this topic fairly easy. But basically, what we're going to
not enjoy ingesting borates. It's toxic to them. It's not toxic to
talk about is the rise of Jewish mass politics, something that occurs around the turn of the 20th century and has lasting effects to the present day. I'm sure you're familiar with the old saying, two Jews, three opinions. That's certainly true in the political sphere, but it's surprising to note that this is really a relatively new phenomenon, at least taken within the context of the diaspora experience. There's a joke that I can use just to begin this. I don't want to take too much time with jokes, but so it goes like this. A young boy comes back from Warsaw to his home in New York in the 1920s. His parents had sent him back to Warsaw to learn a little bit of traditional Torah in the yeshiva. And so they ask him, hey, you were in the old country, you encountered the real full experience of life in the old country. What was it like? And the boy says, oh my gosh, Dad, it was amazing. I really didn't understand. I met a Jew who was a chassid. I met a Jew who was a misnagid. I met a Jew who was a litvak. I met a Jew who was an atheist. I met a Jew who was a communist, a Jew who was a Zionist, a Jew who was a diaspora nationalist. It was amazing. The father said, well, what did you expect? Warsaw is a huge town with a large Jewish population. Of course there's going to be a lot of diversity. And the son said, Dad, you don't understand. It was all the same Jew. And not joking, let's go straight to the present and let's try and understand a little bit about the rise of mass Jewish politics. One of the more interesting aspects of the phenomenon of mass Jewish politics is the fact that it occurs, as I mentioned a second ago, very late. Certainly in the ancient period, time of the destruction of the temple, the Second Temple period, there's a lot of Jewish politics, and we discussed this in earlier essential lectures. But really, between that first century experience until you get to the turn of the 20th century, you don't have massive political movements among Jews. That is, you don't have like large organizations of kind of democratically based ideologies that capture a large population in the Jewish world and try to direct the flow of information. Now, sure, there are movements, there are ideologies, and democracy is not unknown in Jewish tradition, but the idea of trying to change a state, trying to change a nation, trying to change a large region that includes a lot of non-Jews on a political level, that's something fairly new. And a lot of reasons why that is so. Perhaps the most significant, though, is the fact that Jews, always constituting a minority population within a larger, sometimes hostile majority population, basically they just try to get along. The idea is to keep their heads down, try to avoid being singled out by the government for one reason or another. And there are a lot of source texts within the Jewish tradition that really emphasize this. For example, a passage that I used as the title of one of my books, Pray for the welfare of the government, as the Mishnah continues, for if it were not for the fear thereof, people would swallow each other alive. Meaning the government is an absolutely essential element of not only functioning in society, because the author of this particular passage felt that he took a fairly pessimistic view towards the ability of humans to live together in a peaceful state of harmony without any kind of coercive influences, keeping them from literally swallowing each other alive. And so as a result, Jews have always, or I should say always, Jews have overwhelmingly favored the government that is in control, even if that government is slightly anti-Semitic or is discriminatory to other peoples on occasion, largely because as a minority they were powerless to affect any real change. And as a result, they just tried to rely on the concept of the state as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a state that is governed by law. We'll talk about this a little bit more, perhaps. No, I guess we should talk about it now. One of the big turning points in this movement was in 1881 in Eastern Europe, particularly in the Russian Empire, where you have a large population of Jews. And with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, the entire society just collapsed into a period of anarchic waves of pogroms, of violence against civilian populations, primarily Jews. And as a result, Jews began to feel, oh my gosh, we cannot rely on the Russian government to maintain our safety anymore. So therefore, Jews began to look to new political ideologies that were emerging all over Europe at that time, as nationalism really gathered a lot of strength, especially with non-titular nationalities, that is, nationalities that did not own their own state, so to speak, at that time. And so Jews began to think about politics for themselves as well. Now, this is going to be a very brief lecture. I encourage you to look at some of the longer lectures for more discussion of these. But let's look at least two of the major movements very briefly, and then put them all into context. One of the most important early parties was known as the Bund. That's short for the General Jewish Workers League. And this was an organization that was socialist in nature. That is, it believed in the fundamental equality of all people, regardless of whether they were Jewish, Russian, Ukrainian, Lesbian, Lithuanian, whatever it is, and that they should be joined within a Marxist experiment to create a dictatorship of the proletariat, following a socialist model towards a brand new future. The Bund was, at least in its origins, which is in the late 1890s, an anti-clerical party, meaning that it was anti-religious, and in fact its Jewish character initially lay primarily in the fact that a lot of its early members were Jews, particularly in the north and east industrial area like Lithuania, Vilnius, places like that. It made sense in those early years to conduct a lot of its propaganda in Yiddish, which was the mother language of many of these urbanized Jews, and it worked well alongside the Russian language propaganda generated by other social democratic parties. This was actually a very large party. It was illegal until 1905, but nevertheless it garnered tens of thousands of members during this period. However, it was not the most popular Jewish party by far. In the few sources that we have to get a real measurement of what Jews actually thought before, let's say, 1921, Jews tend to vote predominantly towards Zionist political ideas. And just as socialism represented a break from traditional religiosity and represented a break from the capitalist viewpoint of the world, the Zionist mentality also represented a break from traditional Jewish identity in exile, because it posited that Jews should leave their homeland in exile and go to the final homeland of Israel. This challenged the religious status quo because it was felt by many that the idea of imposing a political solution to the Jewish people in Israel, as opposed to merely one of individual settlement or even communal settlement, was felt to be challenging God and was an affront, really, to the unfolding events. The anxious awaiting for Messiah would not be rushed by Jews forcing a political solution in the Middle East. So there was a significant break from traditionalist viewpoints, and as we shall see, the majority of Zionists at the turn of the 20th century were in fact non-religious Jews. This is a great picture, by the way, taking an iconic image of Herzl, the founder of modern political Zionism, with his famous quotation, "If you will it, it is no dream," meaning if you want to establish a homeland in Israel, audacious and rather amazing goal at the turn of the 20th century, then Herzl said it would be no dream. And in fact, he was quite correct. So with those two movements in mind, socialist movements and Zionism, let's have a look at the overview of all of these parties, and this is going to get really complicated. Okay, so just stay with me for a second. Having a look at this image here, it looks like a very traditional Jewish symbol. No, that's a joke. It's actually a complex political spectrum, whereas on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism. Right? You're familiar with that kind of political spectrum, where on the left wing you have the pro-Marxist, pro-communist movements that argue for a larger, expanded government and a more important support system for the average citizens in government, tends to be anti-clerical as well. And on the right wing, you have an argument for a smaller government and smaller taxation, of course, that goes along with it, and often is associated with more tolerance of religion. But we shouldn't view this necessarily in the American context. If we were to put American parties on this graph, then the Democrats and the Republicans would be very, very close to the center. In reality, at the turn of the 20th century politics, Jewish and otherwise, was really quite a bit more polarized. You had people who were way off to the left, people who were way off to the right. Unlike American politics, where even though they argue with each other intensely, they're really quite close together on the vast majority of issues. But there's also, besides this x-axis, there's a y-axis. The y-axis has Zionism at the top, meaning the urge to develop the Jewish state in the Middle East. And at the bottom, you have diaspora nationalism, which expresses the philosophy of Doakat, the Yiddish term for here-ness, the affirmation of Jewish life in the diaspora as opposed to moving to Israel. Okay, so there's your complicated Jewish political spectrum at the turn of the 20th century. Let's see how the parties place themselves on these quadrants. So first you have the Bund. As you can see, the Bund is both socialist and diaspora nationalist. The Bund obviously rejects capitalism. They are, after all, a socialist party. But they also rejected Zionism. They felt that Zionism was just a step backwards in the thinking, the evolution of Jewish politics, that really the whole world would move towards a messianic socialist kind of position, and that they would that would be the true evolution of Judaism. Then if you move on to the other quadrant here, you see the Volkspartei. Volkspartei were very interesting, a small political party. If you see my lecture on Shimon Dumno, you'll learn more about it. But these were people who felt that the Jews should affirm their existence in the diaspora and reinforce their cultural and communal activity in the diaspora, but it should be within a capitalist and not a socialist realm. A lot more to say about them. We don't have time for it now, but they were the inspiration for example, the Federation movement in America. Over here in the top right, here you have the so-called or the General Zionists. This is essentially Herzl's party that obviously believed in creating homeland in Israel, and also that this homeland should essentially be like a Western European country, a capitalist country. They are backed up by the revisionists, who are also Zionists and also capitalists, but they were quite a bit more radical, and they felt that unlike Herzl's strategy was to take that all back. I'm not going to edit it because it's too difficult, but I'll just say that Herzl's strategy was one of negotiation, accommodation, of shuttle diplomacy with the various heads of state, to try and convince the non-Jewish leaders to grant the Jews a state. The revisionists felt that this was a waste of energy, and in reality, Israel had to be taken by force if necessary, and most likely force, and so they tended to form a much more hawkish interpretation of Zionism. And then finally, on the top left column, quadrant, you have the Poale Zion, which is one of many different groups that were both Zionist and socialist, meaning that they felt that Jews should move to Israel, they should leave Russia and the rest of Europe, but when they got to Israel, it would be a shame if they would simply reproduce a Western European economy. They should create a socialist economy in Israel. So that's basically how the major parties, lay on this political spectrum. But wait, it's more complicated. There's also a Z-axis that you have to kind of use your imagination. It's like taking this to the 3D. The Z-axis are, of course, the religious parties, because up until this point, none of these parties are specifically associated with a religious movement. And in fact, to the left, towards socialism, they're actually anti-religious. So if we put a Z-axis here, you have the so-called Agudat Israel, or Agudas Israel, it's like a bundle or a grouping of Israel, the Association of Israel. And this is a group that essentially became politically mobilized when they realized that traditional Orthodoxy was not being represented with any of these parties. And by the way, there's no group that's especially conservative or reform at this point. Really, there's the only taken seriously, really, politically, is the mass of Orthodox Jews, primarily in Eastern Europe, or secularism. There really isn't much political expression to speak of somewhere between those two extremes. So the Agudat Yisrael basically advanced a traditionalist agenda, promoting the observance of Kashrut, Shabbat, things like that, and just used political tactics to try and mobilize their basic support. And another Z-axis goes up this way, because the Agudat Yisrael was, in some of its wings, anti-Zionist and some of it non-Zionist, feeling that, the traditional position was that, although moving to Israel was highly desirable, the idea of conquering Israel, creating a Jewish state before the Messiah was undesirable. But there were Jews, specifically associated with the Mizrahi movement, who felt that no, perhaps this is what God wants. This is the unfolding of the Messianic period, when you have all these secular Jews coming to Israel and creating a homeland there. So you've got, I know it's hard to picture it now, but you've got a three-dimensional political spectrum. Nothing Jewish is simple. And all of these parties together make up the kind of vision of what it was like for Jews, let's say in the 1910s, politically. And actually, it pretty much stayed the same to the present day. There are a few significant shifts. For example, the Bund, it split in half, and the left half became Soviet until Joseph Stalin wiped them all out. The right half moved to America and became groups like the Arbeiter Ring, and they eventually kind of faded in popularity. The Agudat Israel, of course, with the sad desolation of the post-Holocaust period, moved to Israel, and even though they had originally an anti-Zionist or non-Zionist position, they're now very active in Israeli politics, defending still traditionalist Orthodox agenda. But many of the same political issues of the era, for example, the socialist Poale Zion, which became the Aguda or labor movement, facing off against the Likud, which is essentially the general Zionist and revisionism together. These are the same politics that Jews were arguing about 130 odd years ago. So that's about it for a quick, rapid overview of Jewish mass politics, and I hope you found it reasonably helpful. Thanks very much.
Sheriff Robert Lincoln said in a Friday news conference while unmilitary-style grenades exploded, causing their deaths a second day. It is still missing. The ATF is in full control of the search for the missing grenade that both were taken from a storage area underneath the Santa Monica apartment complex the day before the explosion. LA County's turned into artificial intelligence now to help speed up the rebuilding process after the January wildfires. We get more from Jim Root. Process to rebuild in spite of promises by officials that the expedited process is slow, and it's important parts of the AI tool called Market Scan. Each process can be tried to experience a foundation of very compensation to access floor plans to see if they comply with existing and upcoming before you go over it. Let's tell you essentially the answers before you go in. Corey said the tool can eliminate 32% of the process time. I'm Joe. Passengers aboard a Southwest Air jet flying from Burbank to Las Vegas yesterday said their pilot had progressively dived to avoid a mid-air collision with another plane shortly after takeoff. The flight was leaving Hollywood Burbank Airport just before noon when some say on X they and others flew out of their seats during the sudden weather burst, some hit their heads on the ceiling. Reports say at least 2 flight attendants needed medical attention. Southland weather from KFI, a mix of clouds and sun today. Highs near 80, close to 85 in the IE. Partly mostly cloudy overnight tonight. Lows around 60. Partly cloudy again tomorrow with highs around 80. It's 60 at Paramount, 65 St. Lebo, 66 in Englewood, and down in Marina Del Rey from the KFI 24-hour newsroom on Scott Carr. Got a crash on the 5 in East LA.
Okay, welcome everyone. For another lecture in Jewish history. Oh my gosh, we got so many chashuv guests today. We have Mr. Rabbi Aryeh Wunsch of Lions Gallery just joined us. Wow, world-class art. We have one of the master educators of our community, Rabbi Nathan Heshi Rizel. We should give a hand to Rabbi Rizel. He's been educating our youth here for probably 30 years now, I think. Probably. He's a little embarrassed, but it's great to have you here. And tonight we've got an excellent topic. I don't really have a joke. Mr. Rodriguez tried to give me a joke, but it's a really old one, and I'll save it for later on in the season when you're when you're a little tired of the jokes. But this is one. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of an anecdote that somehow relates to what we're talking about. Elisa reminded me of this one. Rabbi Grunstein, the Rav of Young Israel, told over this story a couple of weeks ago on Shabbos that there was on Yom Kippur, there was a Jew who went swimming in the Mediterranean. You know, Chiloni, not an observant Jew. He went swimming on Yom Kippur in the Mediterranean off the coast of Tel Aviv, and there was like a huge rip current, and he was being pulled out to sea. And he was screaming and screaming, being pulled out to sea. And so the lifeguards hear him screaming. They rush out to save him. They rush out, they swim out there. And as they get closer to him, they think, he's yelling, help, help, something like that. But actually what he is screaming over and over again is, Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. He says, I am not going to repent. I'm absolutely not going to repent. And so they, he's like maniacally screaming this over and over again. So they take him and they drag him out of the water and they put him on the sand and they revive him and so on. And then afterwards they ask him, say, what was the story with that you're not going to do tshuva? And he said, it's very simple. Many years ago when we lived in Europe, my father, he saw me going off the derech, going, away from the straight and narrow. And he said, look, I know that you're going to choose your own way in life and you're going to the land of Israel and you're going to lead your life in a secular way. But before you do, I want you to meet with the Slonim Rebbe. It's very important that you go speak to the Slonim Rebbe. So he takes him into the Slonim Rebbe and they had a long talk. And when he came out, his father said to him, so what did he say? He said, look, he said basically one thing. He said, I'm not going to die before I do tshuva. I'm not going to die until I repent. So that's why I was screaming in the water, I'm not repenting. I'm not repenting. It's kind of a strange sort of dynamism between, mamin ve'eno mamin, believing and not believing, and trying to find our dynamism between those two extremes. Anyway, it's a fun story. But let's go straight to our topic. Saadia Gaon, a very important figure in early medieval Jewish history, really a pivotal figure and a fascinating individual. His personality was quite fractious and highly individualistic. He had absolutely no fear of any man. So says the various chronicles that speak of him. And in fact, when we chronicle his biography, we see that it got him into trouble on numerous occasions, and nevertheless, he was able to lose the screen. Okay, let's go right back to our screen, and we'll log in quickly. Excuse me for this. Mr. Rodriguez, make sure we edit this out when we do the final version, right? Okay, do we have the VGA? It's going to find it. There we go. Okay, this, by the way, is a very rare picture of Saadia Gaon. It's very hard to find accurate. No, this is not at all. It's a picture of a Yemenite bride. I tried to get something in the Arabic context, so let's just ignore that and go straight on. Tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to an anonymous donor who partially sponsored our time here tonight, and the remainder of the costs are borne by the Young Israel. So it's sponsored jointly by the shul and an anonymous donor. Again, I'm always so grateful that you're here. Your presence here is sponsorship enough, but it's nice to give the shul a little bit of support because we are engaged in a massive building campaign, another Jewish edifice complex right here in the Young Israel of Val Harbor, and whatever you can do to help through this class is certainly appreciated by the congregation. So Saadia Gaon's years are 1882, a little bit of dispute about that early year, and he was born in Egypt, and he died in 942 in Babylon. His claim to fame is the fact that he was a Gaon, which you'll recall from our discussion last week of Sharira Gaon. That was actually an institutional title. It was given to someone who headed one of the great academies in Babylon. This is the areas where the Talmud was formed and debated for literally hundreds of years, and to have the title Gaon essentially meant like a Nobel Prize winner 10 times over. It was a huge title of responsibility and signified a tremendous intellectual achievement. Of the several cities that had academies in the Mesopotamian region between the Euphrates and the Tigris River, leading down into what would be contemporary Kuwait, there were two cities that were famous in Pares, the first among equal, and they were Sura and Pumbedita. The Saadia Gaon was actually the Gaon of both institutions, first Pumbedita and then later, more famously, Sura, which is some indication of his status. While he was there, he distinguished himself not only as an incredible administrator, taking Surah, the yeshiva of Surah, from a point when it was at a bit of decline to a point of great prominence internationally among Jews, and increasing its student body tremendously. But at the same time, he was a major Jewish philosopher, compiling some incredible works on lexicography and on theology, liturgy, and so on. We'll go through some of those, catalog them today. So, and ironically, though, he accomplished most of his great literary achievements when he was fired from his job temporarily at Surah, and that's when he was really his most creative. So we'll see how that works out in his biography. And the context for Saadia Gaon's rise to power is really a high point in Muslim history. So I'd like to take a little bit of time now just to open up our lens and look at the context of Islam in the Middle East and understand how Judaism fit within that region. We will be returning to this topic again and again over this year, especially when we get to the modern period and we talk about Zionism and Israel. But for now, let's look at it in the 9th century. So Islam, there's a map that shows the spread of Islam. It begins in the early 7th century when Muhammad proclaims a new religion, which is in many ways highly derivative of both Judaism and Christianity, but he claims that it is really a huge upgrade, an improvement over earlier systems, kind of like Windows 8 is really much better than Windows 7 and XP and so on. And it's more than just a patch on the old systems, to milk that metaphor dry. And he is able to really take this message to the residents of Mecca and Medina, which are here in the Saudi Arabian coast of the Red Sea, and it expands tremendously, both during his lifetime, which you can see the sort of brown areas, and then amazingly, by the year 711, it has expanded all the way across the coast of North Africa and has entered into Spain, going all the way up to the Pyrenees. It's also extended all the way through the Central Asian portion of Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and goes all the way out to modern-day Pakistan. And he also extended it through the Balkans into Europe, right up until the gates of Vienna. It's an incredible story of phenomenal expansion that cannot be explained solely by, for example, the sword. That's kind of a historiographic conceit that was favored by many Christian historians in the 19th century to explain the rapid rise of Islam, because essentially they forced pagan countries to either convert or die. Of course, many chose, therefore, to convert. But that's only a small part of the story. Although the Muslims were fierce and ferocious warriors, they also presented a religion that was remarkably egalitarian. It's impossible to speak appropriately about race in the ancient world and medieval world, but they certainly had much less of a color bias than other nations, and it was possible to convert to Islam and to reach literally the heights of their administrative structures. And there was also a lot of really basic, beautiful ideas in the religion that appealed to pagans, appealed to early Christians as well, and possibly even to some Jews. That accounts as well for the tremendous spread of Islam over such a small period of time. These little arrows here, which perhaps don't show up so well, show you Saadia's own journey in life. He was born here in the city known as Pitom, which I believe is associated with the biblical Pitom, like Pitom and Ramses, described in Tanakh. It's now known as Abu Suwair here in the Nile Delta region. He made his way from there to Jerusalem, and he lived in Jerusalem for some time, collecting some students there, and eventually made his way across what would today be Jordan and Syria into the Mesopotamian region here, where he eventually ended settling up in Surah, which was where he was the Gaon. So that gives you a sense of kind of like the geographic spread of Islam and why it was so significant. Now, Jews had a very interesting relationship with Islam, which is quite distinct from the relationship that they had with Christianity. And in fact, over the last 2 millennia, we can pretty much divide Jewish history into two roughly equal sections. One that describes the experience of Jews under Muslim rule, and another which describes the experience of Jews under Christian rule. One of the most profitable areas of scholarly enterprise in the last 20 years or so has been, contextual comparisons of what was it like living under these various regimes. And the general consensus of scholars is leaning towards the notion that it was actually much better for Jews under Muslim rule for most of our history there than it was under Christian rule. For various reasons that hopefully we will explore over the next few weeks, we'll just look at one of them today. That may seem surprising today because over the last, let's say, 100 years, 150 years, there's been a growing escalation of animosity between Jews and Muslims, primarily centered on the conflict over the land of Israel, which is, somewhat a divergence from the general trends of Jewish Muslim history. Certainly, there were episodes of violence directed against Jews in Muslim lands, and certainly there are passages in Muslim holy texts that are not complimentary of Jews, to say the least. But when you look at the scope of these things and you compare them between Muslim lands and Christian lands, it's very clear that there's a distinct imbalance between them, and the Muslims actually come out fairly good by comparison. It's not surprising in some ways, because when you look at Islam, it has many similarities to Judaism. And in fact, it makes sense that in many ways Jews should get along with Muslims. For example, Islam is known above all else for its monotheism. The Muslims believe there is, no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet, and they even view with tremendous suspicion the idea of the Trinity. That is a Catholic notion, the idea of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. The idea of somehow, breaking God into parts smacks of polytheism for them, and so they utterly reject any kind of polytheistic ideology. So in that sense, Jews and Muslims have quite a bit in common, which reminds me of a joke. But you'll have to let me know. Did I already tell you the joke about the guy who buys the car with no gas pedal? Lisa, you've heard it, of course, because Mr. Rodriguez, you've heard it all the time, but twice. But twice. I don't have to come here for this abuse. I can go home. I don't have to. Right? Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell you the joke. Forgive me. A guy wants to buy a car. He doesn't have very much money. He goes to the used car dealership, and I have to give you a little bit of cultural background. I was talking about monotheism, right? So what's the great statement of Jewish monotheism? The classic verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Great statement of Jewish monotheism. We take that to heart. We say it twice a day. It's even something that on their deathbed, Jews are supposed to try and proclaim that monotheistic credo, and so on. So anyways, and the other part of the cultural background is, of course, the expression that Jews typically use to express their satisfaction with the world. They say, Baruch Hashem, right? Blessed is the name. Blessed is the name of God. How are you today? Baruch Hashem. I'm fine. Things could be terrible. You just say Baruch Hashem. Blessed is God. So with those two little bits of these, I'm saying this over. I know everybody in this room knows that, but for the people in Thailand who are watching this on the internet, I want to make sure they get it. So it's like this. So he goes to buy a used car, and he's looking at all the cars. None of them are in his price range. None of them will fit his huge family. He has all kinds of things. So finally, the dealer comes out and says, I think I have the perfect car for you. Come on around back. Takes him out back, and there's like one of those station wagons with the faux wooden sides. I forget what they call those. I don't remember those. It looks like wood on the sides. Yeah. Anyways, my father drove one of those for a long time, and it's kind of ratty, and the upholstery is falling apart. And he gets in, and he says, "Well, it looks nice. I could fit my family. The price is right, but it doesn't have a gas pedal or a brake pedal. I mean, how are you supposed to drive it?" So he says, "Listen, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, you have to say Baruch Hashem. and the car will drive. And if you want it to stop, you say Shema Yisrael, and it'll stop. Many of you already figured out the joke, but I'll quickly rush through to the end. So he's driving the car. He's going Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Car's going so nicely. He's thinking about how he's going to tell his mother, his aunt, his kids. Everyone's going to love it. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Then suddenly he realizes he forgot the phrase that makes it stop. And the car is speeding up, and he's honking the horn, and he's saying, I don't know what to do, and he's like screaming, and he goes the wrong way on a one-way street, and then he goes through a construction barrier, and he's going up a ramp, and he realizes he's going to the edge of an unfinished bridge, and in a moment he is going to go off the edge, and he's going to tumble to his death. So what can he do? He realizes he's about to die. He puts his hand over his eyes, and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Right? Car stops right at the edge. He takes his hand off his eyes, and he says, Oh, Baruch Hashem. All right, thank you for laughing. I appreciate that. It's very therapeutic for me. Okay, so Islam and Judaism
There she is.
monotheism.
How you living, girl?
The other, perhaps more important point on an anthropological level is that Judaism, traditionally practiced, and Islam are both orthopractic. The term orthodox is a little bit troubling because the word dox comes like...
What'd you say?
I'm doing good.
I'm well, thank you. Glad that you're here.
I'll always be here, Rabbi, unless I'm somewhere else.
There you go.
Then I'll be back.
Sounds like a plan.
like from doctrine, and it's not really true that observant Jews have one doctrine. They have quite a large array of doctrines, but they basically agree on one practice. They basically agree on kashrut, Shabbat, Halacha Mishpacha. There's a certain code of conduct as opposed to a code of belief. It's not necessarily held so much in such high strictures. So Islam has something similar, Sharia, which also translates as halakha, as the way, and so they have a unified code of behavior, which is at the same time religious ritual and civil and criminal. It's all one body of law. It's not render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. It is the whole system is guided by the entire religion. It's presided over by a group of scholar judges, just like the rabbis in Judaism, and so there's a lot of congruencies between the systematic thinking of Muslims and Jews in terms of how the whole thing works. And they have a lot more shared vocabulary. Christianity, by contrast, is a creed-based religion. And although, of course, it upholds high ethical standards, nevertheless, there's a lot more emphasis placed on what one believes, what one thinks, as opposed to what one does when you compare it to Islam and Judaism. They also have things like the hadith, which are very similar to what we might call midrash, which are kind of like authorized interpretive traditions, and a variety of sometimes conflicting interpretive traditions, which are similar to the differences between Mishnahs, Gemaras, Braitot, Tosefta, things like that, and these texts are then brought together once again by that intellectual religious elite that rule by force of reason rather than by works of piety and so on. So in many ways, Jews and Arabs can walk side by side because they have similarities in terms of the structure of their religious orientation. The Jews also had favored status in Muslim lands through something known as the Pact of Umar. It's something that in Muslim thought is supposed to go all the way back to Khalif shortly after the death of Muhammad in the 7th century. Most scholars say it's likely quite a bit later, like the 9th century. But basically, the Pact of Umar is a document that is antedated to a Khalif named Umar, in which it's kind kind of like a teshuvah, like we saw last week with Shiragon, a response. So the Jews say to Umar, okay, so what's with us? How are we supposed to behave in a Muslim world? What is our status? Do we have to become Muslims? Do we have to flee? What are our rights, privileges, and so on? And Umar lays out a list of conditions that basically says how Jews may live in Muslim lands. And it's very similar to something we'll see later in the Christian lands, the doctrine of witness, but for very different reasons. The Pact of Umar basically recognizes that the Jews did receive a special communication from God in the form of the written Torah. They do recognize the prophetic status of many important Jewish figures, such as Abraham, of course, the father of the Arabs, as well as of the Jews, Moses, and so on. And so, therefore, while the Islamic tradition regards the Jews as misguided, as using old, defective, buggy software rather than making the upgrade to the new operating system, they nevertheless deserve respect and tolerance because they are adhering to an ancient faith, which was something that God gave them. And so they receive a status known as dhimmi, or protected people, and they live as a second-class citizens, which is really quite reasonable for the medieval period. We wouldn't tolerate it in America because, we have a very, very different Weltanschauung, but dhimmi status meant that Jews were a tolerated people that could, for example, practice their religion without fear of forced conversion. They could maintain their synagogues, but they could not, at least theoretically, build new ones. So if a synagogue needed repair, they could repair it. They could celebrate all of their rituals, but not publicly. So public touring, carnivals, or like the Jews back then, they never had these Hanukkah parades with Hummers, with menorahs on the top. It was just not done in the 19th century. I thought that was funny, but we got it, so we'll just go on. So the dhimmi status, and they also they were exempt from jizya, which was they're exempt, from zakat, which is a special tithe tax, a kind of a tax, because that was a religious injunction on Muslims, but they had to pay a double jizya, which is a kind of a poll tax. So they didn't really get ahead financially. So the Jews, by and large, were pretty happy with this
these conversations about grit and determination. And he had this company called Trebex at the time. And they were like a skyrocket. It was hot. It was going through a lot of things. And then
that's a fascinating question, and we probably have to break it up because the Muslim extremists today, including 9/11 type extremists, believe that the Pact of Umar should be.
He asked me to join the company, and I originally joined the
They believe that Jews, should be allowed to live in Israel.
And
Israel should be a Muslim country under the Caliphate, but Jews would be a protected minority, as it was, in the 9th, 10th, 11th century.
And so I took on my second role, which was
what is different, however, is that, since the French Revolution, the world has moved to this idea that everyone has equal rights, right? Égalité, liberté, fraternité. Everyone, by the way, except the women, because they specifically excluded women, and all men have equal rights. Some countries, including some of these countries, they have difficulty with women driving and things like that. We'll talk about that later. I actually have difficulty with my daughter driving too. But I think for a totally different reason.
Like conversations, things I was doing some of this stuff in the nonprofit world too, so I led
thank you, Mr. Latin. So you know what I'm talking about. So the rest of the world, the Western world in particular, just could not handle this idea of a certain population receiving kind of like a group status that is secondary. It doesn't work in modern times.
These lessons I learned in prison can really be applied.
Yes, thank you, Rabbi Wunsch. The Christians had dhimmi status for the same reasons as the Jews, because the Muslims recognize Christianity as a valid software, valid piece of an operating system. In some cases, strangely, even Zoroastrians, which don't conform to the rule because they have, a distinctly dualistic system. But, and I'll say one last example, in the Mughal Empire in India, you even have a reasonable amount of tolerance for Hindus, which is certainly not a monotheistic faith at all, with 30,000 known gods. And the reason for those latter two is primarily realpolitik. That the Muslims, when they conquered India, there's just way too many Hindus for them to forcibly convert them or expel them. It just can't happen. So they have to have some kind of like modus vivendi. So to Zoroastrians, when you come into Iraq and Iran, they have to deal with this population, and it's simply not realistic to try and convince them all to convert to Islam or to persecute them out of existence. But formally, only Jews and Christians like Demi status.
Any company you can imagine.
I believe so.
People are going through the same thing.
Not positive.
In prison. Only difference is, your colleague might shank you with an email.
So anyway, that's how Jews are living. We'll see what's playing out in Sadia's life. Let's look at Sadia in particular now. His name was Sadia ben Yosef al-Fayoumi. Fayoumi was one of the regions where he came from. He came out from very humble origins. This is something that came up again and again as he was proposed for high academic posts. A lot of the nobility, the Jewish nobility of these towns, felt that he came from humble origins, and that really they should only be appointing scholars who came from really significant backgrounds with rabbis and fathers going back far back, that kind of thing. But there was no question that his intellectual brilliance was so far and above his competition that he inevitably won all of these contests without really trying. He wrote his first book at a remarkably young age. According to tradition, he wrote it at the age of 11, although he probably wrote it a little bit later when he was closer to 20. But anyway, it was like an extremely complex rhyming dictionary in Hebrew, modeled on Arabic poetry, because at this time the Jews are all reading Arabic, appreciating Arabic culture, appreciating particular Arabic literature, and so he wrote a Hebrew poetry manual based on a fairly similar Arabic manual. And it is a work really of Pontic genius to see exactly how he works with the Hebrew grammar to evoke all kinds of interesting meanings. We don't know why he left Egypt. It's simply lost, but he spent some time in Israel. It could be that the reason he left was because he was in an extended conflict with the Karaites sects. And let me take just a minute to mention who the Karaites were, because ironically, much of what we know about Sadia comes from the Karaites. Sadia was lost in a long, decades-long struggle with the Karaites, writing all kinds of voluminous, invective against them, and they responded in kind. So even though a lot of Sadia's own writings have been lost, they are quoted in the Karaite writings which survive. So we're able to find Karaite texts to see what Sadia actually believed in many places. Obviously, that's a difficult kind of source, because they come from a questionable, origin, and they represent their own bias. But if we assume that they're quoting him correctly, then we get a quite defensive one. So who are the Karaites? Very briefly, the Karaites were followers of one Anan ben David, who came to the fore not much longer before Sadia, and he essentially argued that the Torah Shabbat, the oral Torah that we spent so much time talking about last week, was in fact an invention of the rabbis and did not have any valid theological origins. The only thing that the Karaites believed was valid was in fact the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, and so they argued for a very strict observance of the written Torah without any layering of additional meaning. As it turns out, that's a very, very hard thing to do, because the oral Torah has a tremendous degree of omissions inherent within text, as we discussed last week.
And that's what applies to your real life.
It has some extremely onerous legal impositions, like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
What is truth? What's reality?
For example, one of the classics, the Karaites would never eat cholent. Now, I don't know why they wouldn't eat cholent.
Without having honestly.
Right, because it says in the pasuk very clearly, "Lo tzivaru eish b'chol moshvosechem."
I think the best
You
story
shall
is
not
about how to
burn
conquer like
fires in all of your inhabitants.
grit and
So
resilience,
for the rabbinic Jews,
fundamental
following the
parts
oral
of that
Torah,
come
they
down
understand
to
it to mean
truth.
essentially you shall
Like, you
not
have to
light
be-
new fires on Shabbos. You can't strike a match. But if you have a fire already going, you may make use of it under certain circumstances with a covering, a blend, and things like that. But you may make use of it, and so therefore, the rabbinic Jews were able to enjoy Chorah on Shabbos, which contributed tremendously to their survival. Not alone their cholesterol intake, but the Karaites would eat only cold food on Shabbos. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's some posting who even say it is a mitzvah to eat hot food on Shabbat, specifically to show that we're not Karaites. That's a very hard mitzvah to keep, but I try every week. I really do. So they spread quite dramatically, and they had a major pocket here in Egypt. We know from the Geniza findings, the tremendous trove of documents that was discovered in the region that covers several hundred years of Jewish life in the Eastern Mediterranean. That the Karaites were actually a huge population, and surprisingly, especially because if you're looking at these kind of documents with Sadia, they got along fairly well with rabbis, with the rabbinic community. The Geniza documents indicates a tremendous degree of intermarriage between rabbinic families and Karaite families. Lots of business organizations were, working between each other. And although most of the accepted historiography shows, two communities that are really fighting tooth and nail over all kinds of theological points, the actual social documentation indicates that Karaites and Rabbinites had all kinds of ways to get along with each other. That was not the case, however, when you get to the level of the rabbinic leadership, people like Sadia, who are constantly assailing the Karaites for their heterodox views. The Karaites still exist today, but only in tiny numbers spread out throughout Turkey and places like that. So that's how we know a lot about Sadia, and probably why he had to leave Egypt. Especially, it makes sense that, if Sadia was constantly getting in trouble with wealthy individuals, because he had a mind of his own. You would have wealthy patrons who would support him in various positions of authority. That ended whenever Sadia would take a position that was unfavorable to their interests. And that seems to be a kind of a trope in his life. That he would recognize no man. He would only recognize what the Torah said, no matter whose influence, whose interests it affected. One of those conflicts, one that actually first brought him to sort of international fame, was the calendar controversy of 921 through 924.
How amazing is that?
Yes, Ms. Abrams.
You know what I mean? Like that matters to me. I have a device that I can actually communicate with the world, an idea, that I have, like in a moment that I have. Like, that's gratitude. It's like I got toothpaste today. So
it's a good question. I do not know the answer. I would just have to guess.
There was a time
when I say following, it probably means, you have to think of it in terms of the Abrams rule of history, right? When you don't know the answer, what is it probably? Money, right? It's probably about money. So, people, when they're in their midlife and towards as they're working in their careers and their business and things like that, they don't have the same kind of leisure time to be able to dedicate themselves in a discipleship relationship. That's something that really it's reserved for bachelors, at a certain, or maybe when they just have a very small family. That's when you can really devote yourself to following anyone. When you're older, then you're following your family and trying to just pick up after them and make sure that they're supported. So I would guess it was young people based simply on a kind of economic analysis. They don't really know. Good question. So let's talk about the calendar controversy. Historically, in ancient times, the calendar was set every month by sighting of the moon. It's described in the Mishnah. People would witness the new moon. They would come to Jerusalem. They would testify before the court, and the court would make a calculation and declare that the month would, begin on such and such a day, and so on. There's always the reason is because the lunar months are not precisely 30 days. They're slightly off, and so therefore, as we know, sometimes you have a 30-day month, and the next day is Rosh Chodesh, or you have a 29-day month, and the next 2 days are Rosh Chodesh, that kind of thing. And it was always set in Jerusalem. Then we went to the period really around the 1st and 2nd centuries where there was a lot of conflict with the Samaritans, and this system became no longer viable. They used to communicate using smoke signals, which is, where the American Indians, of course, got it from us.
And I don't think we spend enough time.
They would light these smoke signals, and you would be able to see them from mountain peak to mountain peak. And the Samaritans, adopted, just to make it a little more difficult for the Jews, they would light their own smoke signals on the wrong day, just to confuse people who saw the signals and say it's Rosh Chodesh already, and they would throw things off. So that by the 4th century, the Jewish world, also the Jews are spread out tremendously. By the 4th century, they're living in Iraq, they're living all over the North African coast. So they set a fixed calendar based on mathematical, astronomical tables. They set a calendar, which is the calendar we use today. So in the year 921, a very important rabbi in Jerusalem, named Aaron ben Meir, declared that he was changing the rules.
It's a story. When I was on
declared that they were going to announce the sighting of the moon based
we would get the
on
ratings.
a certain time of the day when it was visited for a scene. And according to his proposal, it meant that Rosh Hashanah would fall out on a Tuesday instead of on a Thursday, as anticipated by the written calendar. So this threw the Jewish world into quite a bit of tumult, because, if you throw off one holiday of the year, all the holidays are off. And what happens if, you get the Passover, if you celebrate Passover early, so all right, it's not such a terrible thing if you eat the Seder early, but that means you're going to start eating chametz before Passover is over, which is a very serious transgression. And so there had to be agreement on the calendar. Sadia Gaon wrote some initially very polite letters to Aaron ben Meir indicating why his calculations could not be upheld. But it was very clear that this was not just a demonstration of rabbinical prowess. This was a little bit of a power contest, because Babylon had for several hundred years, since they closed the Talmud in the 5th century, they had demonstrated that Babylon was the new center of the Jewish world. And Jerusalem, even though it was clearly the spiritual and historical center, was not the intellectual center where, the entire Jewish world would be ruled. And so there was a desire on the part of the Jerusalem Jews to try and wrest that authority from the Babylonian Academy. So Sadia tried to persuade him. He was unsuccessful, and ultimately he wrote some very powerful and effective challenges against Aaron ben Meir. They did go through at least 1 year where Aaron ben Meir's calculations were observed in Jerusalem, and in the rest of the Jewish world they followed Babylon. This only lasted for a little while until it was very clear that the Jewish people could not tolerate two calendars, and as it was really expensive. Hanukkah time was ridiculous. All the gifts you had to give to people far away.
I was like, that is like some of the best wisdom.
So what ended up happening is that Sadia got one out,
it's just your fucking house,
the calendar controversy was resolved in his favor, which clearly demonstrated the authority of Babylon once and for all. And so Sadia emerged victorious, and this had tremendous repercussions for his life. So he was appointed initially the leader of the great yeshiva of Pumbedita in 922. And he signed his name at the time of some of the documents we have.
They were trying to turn everybody into Jerry Seinfeld. They tried to turn everybody into a sitcom.
But there were many people who felt that he should be appointed to the neighboring Bible city of Sura, because it had been going into significant decline, and they looked for
write a sitcom around you and develop a pilot. This was
someone as strong as Sadia in his personality to bring it back to life. Now, one more thing that we have to explain about the nature of Jews living in Islamic lands, particularly in this region of Iraq. The
paycheck to
the
paycheck. Always broke.
Iraqis or
You know,
the
and for the
Babylonians
last 5 years,
recognized
just
a
hustling
head
as a
of the
comedian,
Jewish
trying to get
community
by. I was just
who is
happy
called
that I
in
didn't have
English
that
the
regular
exilar,
job. I was just a comedian.
ark meaning
But it was
leader,
alright,
and
bro.
exile, of course,
And
the
then
exile,
all
or
of a sudden,
in Aramaic,
I
the Reish
think I got
Galuta, the head
$150,000.
of the
It was like
exile.
this.
We even prayed for the Reish Galuta's welfare
It was the
on Shabbat,
craziest
and
way.
the
It
kind
was
of
like
places like that, so it still
physical.
survives in
I was
the
like,
liturgy.
now I don't
But
have to
this
worry
was
about
kind
my
of like a
bills.
quasi-political
Almost every
appointee,
month it was like, can I
and there
pay
was
rent?
always
Can
this
I
kind of
keep the
tension between
lights on?
who's really the head of
Can I
the Jewish
afford gas
community.
to get to my
Is it the
gigs? It was
political
just
head,
like
the
that. I
Reish
was like
Galuta,
barely getting
who
no
was
health
a
insurance,
descendant of
nothing, had
King
nothing.
David,
Just
that
barely
was
getting by.
appointed
But
and recognized by the Babylonian
I'll never
Muslim
forget that. I was like,
authorities,
that's the most
or
important
was
thing,
it
is to
the
not
head of
worry
the
about your
academy?
bills.
Was that
But
really the
then
head of the
everybody's
community?
worried about what Bob's
So, in this context, the Reish Galuta named David Ben Zakkai, also a very strong-minded person, decided that Sadia should be brought from Pumbedita to restore Sur. And as I mentioned earlier, he had a lot of opponents to his candidacy because many people said, who is this guy from Egypt? He doesn't have any ethos, he doesn't have any family background. Why are we making him the head? But nevertheless,
miss out on
his brilliance, and in particular his performance during the counter controversy was undeniable, and his patron, the wealthy and powerful David Ben Zakkai, was able to make him the Gaon. The only thing is that when he accepted the position, he did so explicitly on the condition, and we have this from Sharira Gaon and Hassan Abad, who were counter who said that David Ben Zakkai made him swear that he will not disobey me or plot against me or regard anyone but me as the Reish Galuta or associate with any of my opponents, which is kind of like dramatic foreshadowing that these things would not happen. The contemporary authority says, and I quote here, that he was not afraid of any man and does not show favor to anyone because of his great knowledge. And there came a time when Sadia and David Ben Zakkai ended up at cross purposes. It was specifically over the issue of probate of a will. He had gone on to do tremendous things for Surah. He immediately communicated with the surrounding communities and asserted the authority of Surah as the greatest of the academies and so on. But what ended up happening is there was a will that was placed in probate, and David Ben Zakkai, the exilar, stood to gain a tremendous advantage if the will was adjudicated in his favor. Sadia Gaon, looking at the will, saw that it really would not go in David Ben Zakkai's favor, that the law really favored another claimant for the monies in the will, and so therefore he demurred and said he would only sign off on this will if another particular rabbi would sign off on it. The other rabbi signed off on it, giving the money to David Ben Zakkai, and so then it went right back to Sadia. At this point, Sadia said he was hoping that the other rabbi would be the first refusal, and therefore Sadia would not take the blame, but Sadia refused to give in, and he said he would not sign off, and that the will would not go to David Ben Zakkai. David Ben Zakkai was furious, and he fired Sadia Gaon. Sadia Gaon says, "You can't fire me, I'm going to fire you." And so he fired David Ben Zakkai. And you have this really strange situation where both people of great authority disavowed the other, and they were kind of arm wrestling, so to speak, over who was going to be the true head of the people of Surah, and really the Jews of Babylon, and really the Jews of the world. It was quite a long standoff where David Ben Zakkai, the Reish Galuta, appointed another Gaon of Surah, and Sadia Ben Gaon, reciprocated by appointing a rival exilar, and they're all kind of like in this strange kind of family dynamic with the four of them there, and no one's recognizing anyone. In the end, the Muslim authority stepped in, and they said in Arabic, "Galut shoin," it's enough already, and they demanded an end to the fight. This also was, Sadia's position was weakened when his candidate for the Reish Galuta had passed away, and so ultimately Sadia was forced to resign and to accept the loss of his academy. And so he had to step down, and David Ben Zakkai temporarily was ascended. And this was a time when Sadia actually went into a kind of like his own space and actually began writing tremendously prolific and powerful amount of literature. So it's really a blessing for the Jewish people as a whole. But pause for any questions now. We have lots of history and the Reish Galuta stuff. Is everything you're okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Still singing about that driving car. Okay.
Those things, right?
Yes, please.
And that's not to say that people shouldn't aspire towards success. Like I'm like, listen, leave it all on the floor. Whatever task you've been given in life, like go on and execute it to the fullest capabilities possible. Like don't undersell yourself. Don't have go for it. Push yourself to the limits.
Yeah, it's a big my focus. I appreciate your question. It gives me faith that the Jewish people are going to survive, because this is, as they say in Yiddish, plus knowledge, plus shows. I mean, how often do you have, for example, a rabbi in conflict with his board? Right? I think pretty much any time you have a synagogue, you will have a rabbi in conflict with his board, right? And it's exactly what we see with David Ben Zakkai and Sadia Gaon. David Ben Zakkai represented, so to speak, the board and the sponsorship and things like that. And Sadia Gaon was doing his own thing. And it's doing in conflict. So it's really part of the Jewish tradition.
I don't advocate for that.
It's not so bad.
In your mind, I think what you're saying that you read there's a lot of people that just don't understand how to think, and that's something we don't teach people.
The sources do not give us a really good perspective on that.
And I think it's a
I would
gigantic
hazard a
factor
guess
in
that
where you
people
find yourself
favored
in life.
Sadia
Whether you find yourself living a
because
happy, fulfilled
he's
life,
kind of like the
or whether you find yourself
he's like the cowboy here. He's like the man standing up for his principles,
which is most
and he's representing the Torah, whereas really David Ben Zakkai is upset because the will didn't go his way. But as many of us know, that Jews often have tremendous conflicts over wills afterwards. Families break up over these things, so we understand that too. But that's a tangent. So I'm just guessing, but I would say Sadia probably on the other hand. He certainly comes out better in the end. Who remembers David Ben Zakkai except people who come to a class like this, right? But people know Sadia Gaon. Okay, so let's go on a little bit. Now, what was special about his writings? Perhaps the most significant thing was not so much the content, but the style. One of the things that Sadia innovated was he borrowed very heavily from the dominant Muslim style of theological writing of the time. A style of writing which is known to experts as Kalam, and specifically the Mutazilite style. I don't really know much about the Muslim styles, but what I can tell you about it in this short period of time is that they're very particular when it comes to essentially creating numbered lists.
It's almost like we talk
They're
about
very big on numbering their paragraphs, on starting with general topics, and slowly winnowing them down to more and more specific ideas, and putting in their terms to purify silver from dross, right? You have a big hunk of metal, and you have to heat it up, and you have to slowly take the silver away and separate it from the rest of the metals. And so Sadia Gaon really instituted this whole idea of creating treatises on specific halakhic topics, and then, breaking it down logically into a sort of a Greek way of thinking that the Arabs had inherited, of the larger point first, and then the sub-point, and then a sub-point, and then the corollary, and so on. Everything was numbered 1.2, 1.3, all the way down, and a very, very logical sequence that was deeply appealing to the Jewish mind. This is in contrast to the traditional, what was a then traditional way of writing, which was essentially to follow a kind of meandering and apparently chaotic trajectory of the Talmud, which is more like a conversation, a stream of consciousness conversation, that it does have its own internal logic, but it's not a simple, straightforward logic. And simply to look up a particular halacha, it's a very difficult thing, and it's almost because the information is scattered so broadly over a wide amount of material and not easily indexed. So Saadia Gaon taking this Mutazilite style and imposing that kind of rigor of thought and a very communicable level of thinking, just made his writings way more popular, and the style essentially became a Jewish style after that. Anyone who's read, for example,
that is not the
Maimonides' Mishnah Torah,
way. The way is
and
if someone
Maimonides
is
disagreed
doing
with
really
Saadia
well,
on a lot of very important points, but he
jealousy.
adopted exactly the same kind
What
of
is that
style
feeling?
that
Then
Saadia
you're
did,
comparing yourself
with
to them.
breaking up
Well,
the whole
you
Torah
have two choices.
into
You can
sections and
either
then into
be
books and
bitter
then into
and upset
chapters
and
and then into
negative, which
individual
does you
sentences,
no good,
and everything is
or
numbered.
you can be
Everything is
inspired.
organized
So
and
their
easy to
success
find.
can be
This is
fuel
a major
that makes you
innovation
work harder.
of Saadia.
And actually,
This
you
was
should thank them for that.
Saadia was
You should even thank people you don't like. If you find out
Saadia
their
was
success
really
to make you feel
excellent at
uncomfortable,
adapting to the
like,
site.
oh, what? Fuck that dude.
Guys,
No.
there's a good
That's
word
not
for
the
the
way.
undergraduates
The
here.
way
Zeitgeist
is,
is
what is he
spirit of
doing?
the times.
He's working harder.
Like the
He's doing
way
this. He's
people
figured out
felt
this.
about
He's more
things, the way
objective. He's
people
more
reacted
analytical.
to the world as a whole.
He's
That was the
figured out a way to work
zeitgeist. And he
harder.
just found it.
He's figured
And
out
he
a way to
said, we
work
can do this in
smarter.
Judaism.
He's more honest with
Plopped
himself
it right
about
in and it
stuff.
worked.
He writes
Rabbi
things
Rothschild.
down. He's got a chart on his wall where he figures out what he's doing wrong and how to correct it. He's doing that work. He's correct. I'm not doing that. That's why he's getting ahead and I'm not.
Absolutely. He's
Okay.
completely fluent in Arabic. He's writing in Arabic. The variety of literature is limited. I'm not an expert enough in Saadia's writings to know who he cites, Muslim writers, but there's no question that he is completely at home in the world of Arabic literature. And the world of Arabic literature is overwhelmingly religious literature at this time. So, and that's true of many of the Jews in Muslim lands, which is not the case in Christian lands. Like we started this discussion a little earlier, one of the kind of oversimplified differences between the experience of Jews in Muslim lands and those in Christian lands is especially after the Crusades. Jews in Christian lands, with a few exceptions, let's say Italy, for example, they tend to become much more insular. Regarding the outside world as toxic, as dangerous, as something to be avoided, so on. And that held true really until the Enlightenment, 18th century, let's say. In Muslim lands, that bifurcation really didn't exist. And it was perfectly normal, for example, for Shmuel Ibn Abdullah to, be a high officer in the Spanish government and write Arabic love poetry and write a Pirush on the Gemara at the same time. It was not considered a stira, a contradiction, to be involved in both worlds. Whereas in the Christian world, you don't see Jews really doing that kind of thing. Writing maybe a big exception would be, let's say, the Ramchal, the great Rabbi Moshe who did write, Hebrew plays. He wrote dramas in Hebrew based on Italian styles of the 18th century, as well as phenomenal works of Kabbalah and Musar at the same time. But that's already quite a bit later. Excellent question. Okay. Let's look at some of the kinds of books that he wrote. So the earliest ones we discussed a little earlier, the rhyming dictionary in Hebrew. So he wrote quite a bit on Hebrew grammar, which was really significant because it was not that well codified in the 9th century. The Karaites, ironically, were making a lot of progress in this area because, again, they disregarded the oral Torah, so they spent a lot more research on the written Torah and on Hebrew grammar. So in many ways, this is kind of like competing for it. He wrote a very famous biblical commentary, which exists to this day, and it's noted for its very, very strict rational approach. This is one of the areas where Maimonides comes to some odds. And he avoids all anthropomorphism.
Because that's what I would do. I would write, and then I would come back and read what I had written.
Any kind of,
and I was like,
the Torah.
Like this
is a lot of human imagery to describe God. Saadia shied away from that very heavily. Like, for example, even the phrase Vayomar or Vayomer, and God spoke. Speaking, of course, involves some kind of speech and involves, articulation of breath and your tongue and your teeth and things like that, and that's an anthropomorphism, even a fairly mild one. So he would render that as, and he willed, as God willed, as opposed to as God spoke, because he wanted to avoid even those anthropomorphisms. Yes,
sometimes it's these moments where I can see myself awakening.
No, but will is kind of like a pure intellectual phenomenon. Speech is a physical phenomenon. You have to say something. You have to breathe, and you have to form things with your body. But will can happen, just by some kind of consciousness floating in the ether.
What does that mean? To not be angry. Angry is a power in prison.
Well, God, I think they would fair to say, can have consciousness without being anthropomorphic. Okay, don't argue with me later. Okay, yes,
they have value. Who am I without my anger? So I can see this enlightenment in real time, and I'm just like, man,
exactly. That's another good proof for your question earlier. The Israelites were very much like this, and he rendered it similarly.
There's no
good point. Okay. Third, polemical literature. We've got a lot of things he wrote against the Karaites, and as I mentioned, we have a lot of the Karaite responses to it. Fourth, halakhic literature. Of course, as the Gaon of Surah, he's writing to Shuvot, he's writing responses all the time, and he's writing treatises on individual halakhic topics as well. We saw that, for example, in the calendar controversy. One of his treatises was on defending the traditional method of calculating the calendar that we use to this day. He wrote liturgy, including one of the earliest siddurs that we have in existence today, still in use in some communities. And finally, and perhaps most famously, he wrote philosophy. And perhaps his most important work is the so-called Book of Beliefs and Opinions, in which he really subjects Judaism to a searching and penetrating analysis of what really is it that we believe. Now, I know I started by talking about how Judaism is so orthopractic, but I don't want to overemphasize that point. We do have books that argue about what is Jewish belief as opposed to Jewish practice. And this is one in a great chain of works that would include, for example, Samson Raphael Hirsch's Chorev, that are kind of overarching philosophical statements of why do we do these things? What are our fundamental beliefs? Among the many innovations that Saadia describes, or his kind of analytical categories, is he describes rational versus revealed commandments. Meaning commandments that we can derive as being sensible, that you don't really have to be Jewish even to recognize the value of, for example, honor your father and mother, Ms. Abramson. Or, I'm sorry? Yeah. And, but there are also revealed commandments, like, what is the point of not wearing wool and linen in the same garment? So that has to be a revealed commandment. And there's logic to it as well, but it's not the same logic as rational. So this is like a huge philosophical work, but the English translation I have is about 4 inches thick, and there's far more for us that we can possibly analyze in this short biographical class. So, in the end, to return to his life story, he did achieve a reconciliation with his nemesis, David ben Zakkai. It happened when this feud had been going on for quite a long time, and you can imagine David ben Zakkai had expended tremendous resources, both financial in terms of his personal political capital. He ultimately came out victorious, but exhausted. And Saadia is right there in Surah, and he's busily writing all these great works, and everyone recognizes him as the greatest scholar of the world at the time, but he's not holding this position of authority. So eventually, the exilarchs, David ben Zakkai's father-in-law gets involved. His father-in-law was always a big supporter of Saadia, and he says, again in Arabic, it's enough already, and he manages to effect a reconciliation between these two. Saadia is returned to his post as the head of the Academy of Surah, and the placeholder Gaon that had been hired during the conflict was allowed to remain and keep his salary, but Saadia was really considered the ultimate authority there. The exilarch, exhausted by the struggle, died soon afterwards, and to indicate how complete their reconciliation was, Saadia adopted his son, the son of his first world enemy, and raised him in his own home out of love for him. Tells you something about his character as well. So the legacy of Saadia Gaon, again, this is not a picture of Saadia Gaon. The legacy of Saadia Gaon is a fascinating one that illustrates a lot about the nature of the Jewish life in
things.
Muslim lands,
And so we were like,
internal Jewish life, the conflict between the so-called secular and the religious powers, and of course describes the life of a phenomenal individual with a very strong character who made tremendous contributions to the Jewish people as a whole. Next week, I have an amazingly bizarre topic to discuss. I hope you'll be able to join me. We're going to talk about the very strange story of the Jews of Khazaria, which is a small territory, actually at the time it's a very large territory, in the Caspian Sea region, where in the 8th century, as is well tested by multiple authorities, the entire kingdom converted to Judaism.
I'm not going to give the milk carton back.
So we have to figure out what exactly, what's all this about, where did they go, if there's so many Khazarians converted to Judaism, where are they now, what kind of Judaism
that they bake.
did they practice? So we'll talk about that, God willing, next week. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence.
And then be like, okay, that's your meal for the day. Now that's what the meal's supposed to be, but what actually happens is they take all the leftover food from that week. We cook that with oatmeal and jello so that it actually stays together. And they bake it into these bricks. And they put it into the freezer. And then when somebody's on food loaf, they'll send over to the child hall. We got one on food loaf. And they'll take that brick out, warm it up in the oven, and then send it over to the cell block. And you can't eat it. It smells so atrocious. It is the most gross thing. But it meets their minimum requirement of what they have to do in terms of nurturing. So in terms of nourishment, so what I would do is like 3 days, I would just fast. And I would just drink water, and I would, use my cough drops. And I was doing that because I was preparing myself for if they just decided to make up a lie and be like, oh, he didn't give us back the card, or he threw some food on us, and then I'm physically conditioned to go without food and not suffer, right? And then I realized that when I started to do it, that it actually had these spiritual and these psychological effects that were like benefits I didn't know I needed or was looking for. But one, it really was the roots of helping me understand what it means to be resilient and what it means to be capable of overcoming a thing. And then it also just helped me self-regulate and know that I can be in control of how I feel about anything. And so the first time I did it, I felt like I was suffering. Like, oh, this is hard. This is, this system is forcing me to have to, figure out how to be tough and all the things. But by the time I started to do it, I started to feel like, gratitude. I started to feel like this honoring of myself, that I'm willing to fight for myself, But all of that came out of being, raw in those journals and just being like, man, I didn't get any mail today. And that hurts. It's sad I don't feel thought about, I went 17 years without my mother coming to visit me. And that psychologically had so much impact on how I saw myself. Of like, your own mother won't come see you. Like, you're that bad of a person, And so that journaling really helped me undo a lot of that damage. It helped me to start to see myself. It's like, no, you actually are lovable. Like, you are worthy of good things happening to you. There's a lot of bad things that happen to you, but those all weren't a reflection of your self-worth. And so when I got out, it helped me have these deeper conversations with my parents, and it really helped understand like what true forgiveness is. There was a time when I had forgave my mother, but it came with attachments. I forgive you, but you got to be this now. You got to nurture me, and you got to, take me in and hug me in your bosom like any other parent would do their child. And it was all contrived in my head. That wasn't forgiveness. That was like this condition. And I see that in work, I see it in life, I see it in relationships and parenting, is that we're always attaching a thing to the outcome as opposed to saying, as opposed to just saying, you know what, I forgive you and that's it. There's to be nothing else. Like, you don't have to change. We don't even have to like each other. But I'm not going to hold myself hostage to the pain of the past. like, you know, that's when I think about, you know, grit. I think about sports, and you know, I watch these athletes who compete. You know, they're putting their bodies on the line, and you know, sometimes you can see a person have an injury, and you're like, that person's career over, because you know they don't have a mental toughness to like overcome that adversity. You know, and you see them quitting in a moment, and then you'll see the other ones that they'll have that injury, and you know, the moment they get out of the hospital, they're working. You know, they're working. They're going to work themselves back to, you know, to whatever they need to do to compete again. You know, and like that's all of that is that vulnerability and the ability to like accept the thing and then decide what you want to do with it.
Well, I think those lessons that you get from athletes is one of the reasons why we love sports so much. So we see ourselves in these athletes, see their struggles and their triumphs, and we say, oh, I think if I work hard, I can do that too, or I could do something similar in my own life.
Absolutely.
I think a lot of people are going to get that out of this conversation too, from you. You know, what you've gone through and who you are now is very admirable. You know, it really, the way you express yourself, the way you can talk about these ideas, and the way you're so vulnerable to just talk about what you went through. It's an insane journey, you know, and I really appreciate you coming on here, man.
I appreciate you having me, man. It's such a big fan, and just so much respect for, you know, the way that you know, I really respect out of you more than anything else is your curiosity. You know, I find that super fascinating that you can be doing anything you want to do in the world, but you remain like super curious about life, and that's like such an admirable trait and one that I truly appreciate.
Well, I think we all have that. I think it's just not nourished. You know, I think everyone's curious, and I'm very curious about people. Very curious about what makes a person who they are. What did you go through? How do you think? How do you go through your day? Like, what is your thought process? You can learn a lot from people, man. I learned a lot from you. So, thank you very much, brother. Thanks so much for having me. My pleasure. My pleasure. All right, relax, buddy.
Sultan thought about it for a while and ultimately decided to imprison him. While he contemplated his fate, in prison, Shabtai garnered
新柔軟剤オードリュクス、その香りをお披露目しました。すれ違う香りの質が違う。リリー&ジャスミン、心が振り向く香り。レナーオードリュクス。The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. How are you, James? You too. Well, how are you? Very good. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Thanks for having me. My pleasure. I found out about you from my friend Brian Simpson. He was in the green room of the Comedy Mothership, and he was telling me how excited he was about you. He said he watched some lecture. I think it was probably not a lecture, a speech you were giving about the Ten Commandments in schools. And so then I watched it and I said, oh, okay, that was very interesting. So I thought we'd have a cool conversation.
Yeah, well, I'm just honored to be here.
My pleasure. Thank you. Honored to have you. It's always interesting to see a person who is a Christian who is not for the Ten Commandments in schools.
Yeah.
And I think you made a very compelling argument, you know.
Yeah, you know, I've gotten a lot of people who are like, you're in seminary, you're studying to become a minister, why wouldn't you want the Ten Commandments in every classroom? So I recognize that it's kind of a weird position to be in. But I grew up in a tradition that cherished the separation of church and state. Not just because it protects the church or protects democracy, but it is what allows this democracy to happen where we can all have different faith traditions and live together in peace. And so any attempt to erode that boundary, I feel like I have a special obligation to speak out against it. And so I told my colleagues that I thought the bill was unconstitutional, the bill was un-American, but I went one step further and I said I thought the bill was un-Christian, which again probably sounds weird to people. But in all of Jesus' teachings, he's always focused on the outsider, the outcast, the person who's left out, the person who's different. And so, as a Christian, I think my concern is for the Muslim kid, the Jewish kid, the Hindu kid, the atheist kid who's sitting in the classroom, who now has a poster on the wall, forced by the government, that says,
So as that water passes out of our pipes, we end up with our water being left behind because they tend to stick to tile, they stick to shower heads.
I'm making a decision to cut back on boozing, and Nick was like, Chin, does that maybe make you think any thoughts for yourself, maybe perhaps to choose a slightly healthier lifestyle?
So, what's the solution? Well, water softeners are one way to solve it. I don't recommend water softeners.
I'm making a decision to cut back on boozing, and Nick was like, Chin, does that maybe make you think any thoughts for yourself, maybe perhaps to choose a slightly healthier lifestyle? Is it intervention?
This is actually really good acting, unless he's.
I don't want to say this today, but welcome to the After Hours Pod. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast.
Welcome to the After Hour.
Welcome to After Hour.
Welcome to the After Hour. We got Kev. We got Mark. We got Nick. We got me. We got Chin via remote. The gang is as back together as it can be for the time being.
hell yeah,
He was doing stuff, but it's glad to have you back, dude.
Sorry, I'm in pajamas, but I just stepped off the PJ.
Oh.
I don't sleep.
Has anyone else been on a private jet besides Nick? Because I've never been on one.
Never once.
Yeah,
Damn.
I've been on one once.
Not doing that. So, Nick's been on a private jet. Mark's not been on a private jet. Kev's.
Once in high school, super
The answer is yes.
How?
My high school
I
friend,
don't believe him.
his dad was like super wealthy, and he flew us from Columbus to South Bend, Indiana for Notre Dame.
Fuck yeah.
That's awesome.
That was pretty cool. It had really bad turbulence, so that was
The littler ones do.
yeah, it was tough. I was freaking out. Got a lot of turbulence. If you don't
Well, Chin, that head'll stable you right out.
I'll tell you what, boy. I'll tell you what.
Oh, damn, you got a lot of turbulence over there. We got Nick back in the studio. It's kind of big news. We got Nick back in the studio. It's kind of big news.
Huge news. Just got high. You see my eyes change.
Well, I can see they're kind of, your eyes were like this before, and now they're kind of like, they're not quite closed. They're kind of drooping.
I really gotta do it just staring at me or something. It happens so fast. They just get puffy and red and gross. We're over to housekeeping. Check out our audio platforms. The numbers have been growing with narrow word from us, but we just hit over 1,500 Spotify plays on the last one. So go there, leave a comment. We have one review on Apple Podcasts right now from Meastwood. The raddest pod. These guys are rad, and the pod is my new favorite. What a poet. So leave it.
Is it M. Eastwood?
Yeah, it could be me, Astwood. It could be Eastwood. It could be
I feel like I know this person.
M. Eastwood.
I know their first name is an M, last name is Eastwood. I feel like I know that. Could be an insider.
Good job. We appreciate it either way. Hey,
I flipped them $100.
there you go.
Well, the rest of you, we aren't going to pay you, but leave a comment. We'll read it. The Apple reviews or Spotify comments, if they're good ones, we'll definitely read your Apple reviews. So leave 5 stars. We want more
Yeah,
audio.
we're not going to pay for reviews. We got to keep that. We got to do what? I saw your thumbs are in the air and then I cut you off. I'm like, oh man, I was about to brush them off.
I didn't even know if I was going to do it.
You went came up with
the chat room just can't sit like that. Or pop off the berm. Talk off the berm. Lots of meat on the show today. Me and Tim both did for having the berms. Chris does not like them. I think he's a little bit. I think he's a little old. I think he's had a little out of touch. He's like 5 years older than me. That's like a whole. We wouldn't even go to high school together. I'm way younger than him. Although he did hook it up with a bunch of merch, so I take it all back, actually.
I hate these fucking shoes I'm wearing.
Yeah, more shoes.
I think it's one of those things where he actually secretly deep down, like somebody's trying to like.
He's made fun of me for wearing them before, and he's like, Kristen wants him to wear them. So maybe there's some, deep-rooted issue there where he doesn't want me to be wearing something that is like this.
I thought it was one of those things where it's like, how some like closeted gay guys like really hate they don't protest too much. Exactly. I didn't know the same, but you got it.
Yeah, no, I think he just doesn't like it.
And by the way, he's not that much older than you, Case.
Like I said, 5 years.
It's 5?
Yeah, he just said today.
I think not a formal peace treaty, but
that means 4 years.
Ceasefire.
I'm 40.
The region in the center here,
45.
Israel's control.
This is what we work
The
with.
region on the left here, Gaza, was under Egyptian
You got there. I learned math.
west.
You were close.
Yeah.
I thought he was younger than that. I
West
thought he
Bank,
was younger
their
than
so-called west side of the
You were
Jordan
close.
River,
We're
was
laughing at you.
by its biblical names as well.
One away.
And Shomron.
Let's get right into it. If we can we?
Yeah, get into it.
Was over here on
Obviously.
What? Obviously.
was unfortunately divided between Israel and Jordan. With
Casey making promises he can't keep.
Here's what's fun about that. I wasn't setting you up for anything specific, and I forgot about that.
That's a good way to get someone to get off.
Exactly. I was like, what are we gonna talk about? And I figured let's just set. I just did an ambiguous setup, and home run.
I was almost like, my Twitter account got suspended, but there's no way Casey cares about that. So it has to be him making promises he can't keep. So maybe we should go back to. So I streamed this weekend. I accidentally had it was Comedy of Errors. Accidentally had broadcast audio coming through the stream. I don't know where my chat was at, trying to help me out. Extreme ownership. I guess I need to get a new chat. My fault. But the audio was coming in. As the first fight happened, I had Carly Junius round 3 plus 1,200. As she gets the knockout, I stopped and my whole chat goes away. I got a copyright strike on my YouTube channel. So then I text the fellows. I'm like, can I go live on the After Hour channel? I think it would help our channel. I'm like, from my own channel, but I want to go live. People were there, and so you guys said no problem. And then I was like, actually, that might even be before Saturday. I asked you guys next, so I've been trying to get you guys over to come for UFC card for weeks, if months. Next week, it's a 9 a.m. card. It's in United Arab Emirates. Really good, fun card. Renner to Ritter and Robert Whittaker main event. Possibly last card on ABC, depending on what happens with the new TV deal. I tell these guys this. Casey says I'm in. He says on Tuesday night I'm in. It's maybe like 8:30, so I should have known. And then I came in today all excited, confirming with Casey, locking him in for Saturday. And you said, I don't remember saying that.
Yeah, you got your for Saturday. I go, what's Saturday?
You promised to come to our home.
Yeah, I don't recall that. I mean, I could look back. I'm sure that is the case. I've been on a bit of a bender. The same thing happened. I got woke up to a text this morning from Bill, homie Bill. And he was like, we on for Wednesday? I'm like, depends. What the fuck is happening Wednesday? And he's like, we're supposed to play golf. I'm like, oh, well, I have to work. Like, I guess I can play after. But yeah, I don't know. What's going on. But
You scheduled it right as you're supposed to start working.
yeah, exactly. So, been on a bit of a bender, but the good news is I'm cleaning it up. All right.
This region here,
Day 2, not drinking. Cleaning it up, cleaning up the diet. I'm going to get not fat by Labor Day. Is the overall goal. That's like, I'm making Marcia says, not fat by Labor Day.
When you say clean up the diet, what are you
hundreds of thousands
extreme cleanup.
just within
Yeah, I could give you that right Yeah, let's hear a quick
I'm curious. Yeah.
So I do a fast at 12, a protein shake at 12, 100 grams protein, like 160 calories. That's pretty nice. And at 3 o'clock, I do like an egg scramble with avocado. That's pretty nice. That's awfully clean. A little cheese on there, a little healthy fats. No, if I do the avocado in there, I don't do the cheese. And then at 6, I'll do like just chicken and maybe if there's more avocado or like turkey and cheese, like deli roll-ups. Just basically like protein. And then like if I'm after 3 or 4 days, if I'm feeling really like no energy, then I'll add in some fruit, just like raspberries and blueberries. But if I were to do that exact same thing for 2 weeks straight, I'd have a 6-pack again. Yeah. And right now, I don't have a 6-pack, and that's fine. No, see what you're working.
Ready to go? Okay. Thank you for coming.
I said, Case, we've been having fun, but it's time to dial it in.
It's a nice turnout for the. Oh, it's my pleasure. So it's nice to have.
I wasn't there. I was still in party mode, as I said. Here's the
reasonable turnout in the off season. Welcome to Mayor of Surfside. Citra is here to join us. Big applause. And we've got a fascinating presentation for tonight. I really was hoping to be able to use my new clicker thing, but unfortunately the batteries are dead, so we're just going to do it without the batteries. But our topic for tonight is Menachem Begin, and the subtitle is A New Israel, because his 1977 revolution, when he came to power, represented a tremendous change in a lot of the thinking about Israel, the thinking within Israel, and as I hope to demonstrate in the next 48 minutes or so, really represents a tremendous step forward in terms of the maturation of Israel as a state. Many people feel it was not such a positive degree in direction in which to mature, but nevertheless, we'll explore that in the next hour. I'd like to start with the joke, which I did receive from a member of the audience. I'm just going to adapt it a little bit. And Elia at TorahCafe.com is going to edit it out before we put it on the web. But the joke goes like this. There's this great rabbi who spends a lot of his life studying the Torah, teaching the Torah, and counseling people, and offering sermons and things like that. And after a long, well-lived life, he goes up to heaven. And the angels are very happy to see him. They say, "Welcome, Rabbi," and they take him into the anteroom, the vestibule. Beautiful decor, and big curtains, things like that. Angels moving back and forth, and they say, "Please have a seat here while we process your admission." And we put him down on a nice sofa, give him a little cup of tea. And he's sitting there waiting, very pleased with himself, because this is the culmination of a life well lived. And all of a sudden, he hears in the distance a shofar blowing. And then, angels start flying back and forth with great rapidity. And then they come out with these long trumpets, and they're blowing all kinds of sounds, and like everyone's in a tizzy. And he says, "What's going on?" And one of the angels says, "Didn't you hear? Shlomi, the Egged bus driver is here. Shlomi, the Egged bus driver." Egged, of course, is the Israeli bus company, which is known for their somewhat chaotic and creative interpretation of the rules of the road. So, anyways, he's saying, "Oh my gosh, it must be some tzaddik. It must be a hidden tzaddik, a tzaddik nistar, something like that." And he waits to see who's this Shlomi, and the angels bring in Shlomi, and he's wearing like a grimy pair of khaki pants and one of those white beater shirts that's stained, and he's smoking, and he's spitting out sunflower seed shells, and he's swearing in Hebrew and things like that. And the angels just guide him in straight into the pearly gates, so to speak. I don't know if we have pearly gates, but
no, I'm not gonna stop. Man, he actually had me for a split second there.
You get the image.
For sure did.
So the rabbi is saying, "Wow, that was quite a show." But I'm wondering, who was this Shlomi? Did not look like such a tzaddik that he should be rushed into heaven so much. And me, I really did dedicate my life to Torah and tefillah and avodah. How come I'm sitting on the sofa? So he goes up to one of the angels and he says, "What's this up? How come you got ahead of me?" And they said to him, "Rabbi, you don't understand. When you get up and you give a sermon everyone falls asleep. But when Shlomi drives his egg bus, everyone starts davening. All right, that's it for the joke. It will be cut out of the online version. So tonight's topic is Menachem Begin, 1913 to 1992. This is actually the centennial of his birth. I believe his birthday is right around this time of year as well. I'm sorry, I didn't look up the specific date, but we are at the centennial of his birth. How appropriate we should speak about him tonight. He is, of course, most famous for being the 6th Prime Minister of Israel, the first who did not come from the left-wing Mapai or Labour Party, as we shall see, a very important change in Israel. He is associated with a group called the Yirgun, a very important pre-state British resistance movement, or resistance to the British movement, controversial as we shall discuss. But despite his very right-wing credentials, he definitely was a hawk, very warlike, with a sense of unease with regards peace treaties and accommodation with the Arabs. He was, ironically, the first Israeli prime minister to sign a peace treaty with any of the neighboring Arab states. So he was quite literally the hawk who made peace, and that peace, although it is not without some tension, nevertheless has maintained stability since 1978 when it first began. So he's an unusual figure, a figure with contradictions, a figure with internal turmoil, great tragedy in his own personal life, and great victory at the same time, a man of incredible tenacity, and a man of great achievement, as we shall discuss. So he was born in Brest-Litovsk, which was then in Poland. His father came from a long line of rabbis, although he himself was not practicing as a rabbi. He was working in the lumber business. The family was also very Zionistic. In many ways, actually, it's kind of like my grandmother, her sort of orientation with pro-Hebraic, pro-Zionist, Eastern European orientation. As a youth, he first enrolled in a group called the Hashomer HaTzair youth group. The Hashomer HaTzair is a very left-wing, really communist Zionist group. But he left after 2 years, and at the age of 14, he joined a much more right-wing group called Beitar. Hashomer HaTzair means the young guard, and that is a really sort of communist-sounding phrase, like Komsomol, the communist youth, things like that. Beitar, on the other hand, is a reference to a place name in Israel, the Great Battle of Beitar, associated with the rebellion against the Romans in ancient times, which was a site of great victory for the Romans and tragedy for the Jews, but nevertheless a symbol of Jewish resistance to occupation. And that's really the motivating principle of Beitar, was to train youth in Israel, in Poland, for an eventual paramilitary role in Israel in the forthcoming Zionist state. He went to law school at the University of Warsaw. He gained his law degree, but he never practiced law, although his expertise in language was well noted even as a young man. He was fluent in classic languages, in many European languages. He wrote and spoke in English, and of course in classical Hebrew as well, and he was famous for being a great orator. His critics called him a demagogue, but nevertheless he was definitely a master of the spoken word, something that he attributed to his training in Warsaw. But his principal influence, without a doubt, was a man that he frequently called Mori Ulevi, my master and teacher, Vladimir Zev Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky is a fascinating, very important character. Perhaps in later classes we'll look at his life in detail. But basically, he swam in the opposite direction of much of the secular Jewish movements of the day. Communism, socialism, the idea of druzhba narodov, we explored in previous classes, the idea that the Jews should participate in a proletarian world in which there is no more criticism between nationalities, there's no more racism, no more hatred. That's where most Jews were kind of voting. And if they were Zionists as well, they were voting with their feet to create that kind of reality in the state of Israel. What would be the state of Israel? We discussed it last week. But Golda Meir was typical for much of the youth
the 40 page. I'm like, this
Poland at the
sucks.
time.
It's like, I could do
Jabotinsky,
better.
on the other hand, had a radically different approach. Jabotinsky felt that fundamentally the Jews had to go it alone. This idea of, all the nations setting aside their differences once they recognized that their true enemies were not national enemies, they were class enemies. He felt that was all garbage. It was all, just hogwash that people were lovingly drinking up, but it was meaningless. He felt that ultimately the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet, and they had to take responsibility for their own survival and not trust to the general goodwill of society as a whole. This is also in great contrast to Herzl, who, although Herzl was not a socialist by any means, his vision of Israel was something like, Vienna on the Mediterranean. If you ever seen Haifa, for example, that's really kind of Herzl's city. People get along, they're polite, they say hello to each other in the streets, and there's not too much fighting going on. That's really what Herzl had in mind. So Herzl was spending most of his time going from world power to world power with the early shuttle diplomacy, trying to convince the head of England, the head of Germany, and so on to support the Zionist venture. Jabotinsky said that's all a waste of time. We can't trust anybody. We must do it on our own. The critics of Jabotinsky said he was an early integral nationalist. That's kind of like the nice technical term for fascist, saying that they were very into typical things that were associated with the fascists. The chauvinistic attitude, the idea that the Jews are better than everybody else, a militaristic bent, very much into parades and insignia and paramilitary drills, less of a democratic structure, more of a charismatic leadership structure. These kinds of ideas were definitely associated with Jabotinsky. At this same time, I think it's unfair to put him in this kind of camp because he had a very broad-minded approach to the national struggle of many other peoples. And in contradistinction to many of his peers, for example, he felt very positively about the Ukrainian national movement, which was excoriated by many Jews at that time. So he was a really complicated character. Begin encountered him at an early age and became his right-hand man. By the age of 22, he was already appearing beside him at the World Congress of Revisionists, which is the name of Jabotinsky's party, as we shall see. And Jabotinsky's perhaps greatest claim to fame was his backing of Jewish self-defense. Recall that during this period, there are ongoing waves of pogroms against Jews in Eastern Europe, most notably the beginning of the 1880s, and then with increasing rapidity and ferocity in the first decade of the 20th century, the second decade of the 20th century, just incredible numbers of attacks on Jews in small villages. So Jabotinsky argued that Jews should organize their own self-defense societies, where typically young Jews would get together, train themselves, and be prepared for the attacks of hooligans that would typically come on the railroads at the time. He was beloved by the youth. He was mistrusted by the older generation who felt that these self-defense units would just exacerbate the problem. It would look like a provocation, whereas the older Jews were saying, we should just keep things calm, we should follow what the Torah says, pray for the welfare of the government so that, they leave us alone. Jabotinsky represented a radical new type of thinking that was ultimately very influential. Now, what I'm going to show you here today, I'm very proud of. My daughter, Denise Malka, helped me put this slide together. Most of my slides are very simple with no animation or things, so this is going to be animation super. Because, and I just have to give you a little history lesson. Most of you in this room remember the old teaching technology called chalkboards. Remember? So my wife actually, many years ago, she bought me a little metal sleeve to hold the chalk in, because otherwise I would come home, my right side was just in chalk from teaching. And I used to teach this particular class on a blackboard, not even a green board. And then, I came out, I started going to transparencies. Remember those those plastic clear sheets you would write on them. So then I used that. And then when I went to PowerPoint, I couldn't do it. And now finally, with my Mac, I figured out how to do it with my daughter's help. And so I'm going to go back to old style teaching, but it's very complicated. Get ready. Okay, so it's an important moment for me. So here, this is the thing. The political spectrum. So for the rest of the world, the political spectrum only has two ends to it, right? Left and right. It's very simple. It's, you know, towards the socialist end and towards the capitalist end. And that's perfect. That's obvious. Jews can't leave it alone. It has to be more complicated. We have two axes for our political spectrum, a left to right and an up and down. So here we go. Let me label these. There are four cardinal points. The first is Zionism. The second is something called Doerkeit, which I'll explain to you what that means in a second. The third is capitalism. The fourth is socialism. So what are these four elements in the Jewish political spectrum? So let's put Zionism up here. And by Zionism, obviously, we understand the movement to create a Jewish homeland in the land of Palestine. You know, we've spoken about it in a few different lectures, but that's going to be at the top, the y-axis of this. Doerkeit, the word do in Yiddish means here. So Doerkeit means here-ness, and it's the opposite of Zionism. In that some Jews, let's say in Poland, would say, we should be striving to create a Jewish polity over there, Doerkeit if you want, there in Israel, but other Jews say, no, let's reorganize ourselves here in Poland, a diaspora nationalism. So Jews would separate along this y-axis, some more towards Doerkeit, more towards Zionism. Then, of course, on the right wing, we have capitalism. You don't have, I think, really call Jews fascists for reasons that are obvious, but there are some that definitely go further to the right, as we shall see. But capitalism is essentially, you know, in favor of the free market economy. John Smith, the idea that, you know, as long as you give people as much freedom so they do not impinge on others' freedoms, then the society will prosper as a whole, and so on. And that's contrasted with socialism, which is the idea that, no, you have to have a command economy, controlled from the top, that regulates how, you know, income is generated and spent and shared and so on. Those are our four cardinal points. Any questions so far about these? It's as clear as the sun at noonday, but wait, it will get more confusing. So let's look at some of the main political parties. By the way, right now I'm talking about the period between, let's say, 1905, when the Tsarist Empire first allowed political parties to actively work, until 1912, which is the foundation of one of the last parties we'll talk about. So this is what the complexion of Jews politically were at the first 2 decades of the 20th century. The so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or General Zionists, so-called because they had to be distinguished from about 7 other kinds of Zionists. This is basically Herzl's party. They were the largest single Zionist party, and they were obviously on the top end of the scale towards Zionism, but they also believed in capitalism. They felt that, you know, the new Jewish land of Palestine should be basically a Western economy. These are contrasted with the Bundists, and this was basically a communist-style party. They were social democrats who were both socialist and very much not in favor of Zionism. They felt that Zionism was moving backwards against the tide of history, which tried to minimize national differences. The Bundists said we should try to, the trend of history is to minimize national differences. They wanted to be down here with Doerkeit. Then the third group would be the Coalition. We spoke about them last week with Golda Meir. This is her party. The Workers of Zion, who believe in Zionism, and at the same time, they are socialists. They want Israel to exist in a Jewish homeland, but they want it to be a socialist country. And then finally, the last group, which is the Volkspartei, very small group. This is Shimon Dubno's party that we spoke about many weeks ago, that believed, no, we should work on Jewish politics here in the diaspora, and it should be fundamentally capitalist. Okay. Any questions so far? Yes, go ahead.
Give you a dirty look, and I think they're well within their right to do so.
That's a Yiddish transliteration. Yeah, it's these. You could call it, the Volkspartei in Yiddish, because it's a Yiddishist party. Okay, we're all right with this? Now, here's an important party for us. These are the revisionists. The revisionists, this is Jabotinsky's party. This is the intellectual origins of Menachem Begin's policies. The revisionists, so-called because they wanted to revise things, they took their cue from the revisionist parties after World War I as well. That parties that were unhappy with the status quo and wanted to change everything. They are ultra-Zionist and ultra-capitalist in the sense that they want no truck with other peoples. They really believe in the toxicity of non-Jews, and they were untrustworthy, and they had to be handled kind of like, at a full arm's length, and essentially the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet and just take it. They believed in much more aggressive, even violent means to achieve this end, very militaristic, and very kind of pessimistic about the possibility of a flourishing of peace in the region. Now we'll see how that plays out in Menachem Begin's life in a moment. So far, have you really enjoyed the animation? Did you like the? Yeah. So now here, I normally don't like this, but since I learned how to do it, I started having fun. Let me tell you what happened to these parties, just to jump ahead in our lecture a little bit. What happened to these parties since then? So I'm going to take you up to the present day. What happened to these parties? So first of all, what happened to the book? It's not cool because I like that it came dropping down and made like that. Okay. They became, in the Soviet Union, they became communists, and then Stalin killed them all. So that was it for them. In the United States, they became a group called the Workmen's Circle, which some of you may have some familiar with. It was very popular in the first half of the 20th century, a kind of a quasi-socialist Jewish group, very active in New York City in particular. Now here goes. Now here's another animation. That's nice. Kind of the star that goes by like that. The Volkspartei had a major influence on the structure of the Jewish Federation movement. Obviously, the Federation is not a party, but the philosophy of Volkspartei influenced the Federation, and they essentially observed its teachings. Here's a third one, the Coalition. Wow, that's the black and white. They became the Labor Party, and the General Zionists and the Revisionists joined, and they formed this party, the Flames, right? Pretty cool. So that's where we are today. Sort of the major orientations of like, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Nothing changes. It's always the same. It's not actually Yiddish, but I think at least one of you knows that. Okay, so that's basically where we're looking at now. Begin, Jabotinsky are way over here in the revisionist corner, and they've got all these other parties that disagree with them.
And I haven't really looked back.
So back to his life. He was very, very active in Beitar, the youth wing of Jabotinsky's revisionist movement, and he actually would travel around Europe, garnering support and encouraging young people to join this movement. And while he was traveling around, he would stay, of course, in the homes of various wealthy supporters. It was at one of these homes that he met a young woman named Eliza Arnold, and 1 month later they were married. And they had an incredible relationship that lasted until her death. I guess it would be about, I can't do the math off my head, but they had a very, very strong relationship that lasted to the end of her life. And in fact, when she eventually passed away, he was devastated, and it really represented the end of his career and ultimately his life as well. She was a retiring figure who really stood in the background whenever possible. In fact, when she was honored, when Begin was invited to speak with Jimmy Carter, who became prime minister, she was honored at a dinner of that nature, and the audience was shocked that she refused to speak. She just got up and said thank you, and they said, aren't you going to make a speech about politics or Israel? And she said, my husband is the speaker, and she sat down. So she really was a kind of stay in the background kind of person, but she endured tremendous suffering on behalf of her husband. That was really quite remarkable. Here she is, of course, shown with their oldest son, Benny. They had 3 children. Benny later went into politics, Benny Begin. In this particular picture, it's taken when he was in hiding in Israel. He was on the hunt. He was hunted by the British, and so he pretended to be an Orthodox rabbi named Sassavar, living in a regular neighborhood where even Irgun members,
I never did
and
it.
he was the leader of the Irgun, had no idea who he was. And they were like inviting him into their secret circles and things like that when he was really yeah, that's true. We'll get to that. But still in Poland, so he's in Poland in the late 1930s, and he happens to be working primarily on organizing illegal immigration to Palestine. He's organizing Jews, organizing boats, trying to get them into the land of Israel when war breaks out. He happened to be in Lithuania as the outbreak of the war, and Lithuania had kind of a tragic moment of peace at the beginning of the war because Stalin and Hitler had not completely worked out who was going to take over a portion of that territory. It happened that once that was settled, Begin found himself on the Soviet side, and since he was a prominent Zionist activist, he was arrested by the Soviets before he could be arrested by the Nazis, who would, of course, invade Lithuania a couple years later. He was sent out to the Gulag, where he was tortured and imprisoned for several years for his activity with the party. This is his Soviet mugshot from the time. But then what happened, as we discussed in previous classes, is that in June 22nd of 1941, the Nazis double-crossed Stalin, and they invaded the Soviet Union, and all of a sudden, the Soviet Union looked to their prisoners in the various gulags to see if they could dig up some allies to fight the Nazis. So Begin was released to join the Polish army, which was then fighting on the Eastern Front with the Nazis. And ultimately, from the Polish army, he was transferred to Israel in May of 1942. So, well, because the division of the Polish army, or the Jewish Polish soldiers, they set up a special unit in Palestine to fight alongside the British. Just remember, the British and the Polish are allies at this point, and that's his kind of circuitous route. Ironically, he wanted to stay in Eastern Europe and continue fighting against the Nazis, but he was urged by his followers to go take the fight to Israel, which wasn't the same kind of fight at all, because there was no hostilities, active hostilities, no front line in Israel itself. But of course, that was the homeland, and ultimately he was much more of an impact there in Israel. At this time, if we move to Israel and understand what's going on, we skipped over this a little bit last week because it's more relevant to us in our lecture today. The Arab-Israeli relationship is going south very rapidly. There's a lot of debate over the demographics about how many people actually lived in Palestine at the beginning of the 20th century, but there's no question that the Jewish population and the Arab population grew proportionately, which leads many Israeli interpreters to say that as more Jews moved to Israel and created more of an economic infrastructure, bringing a lot of Western support with them, a lot of Western help, draining the swamps, that kind of image. A lot of Arabs were also attracted from Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan for the economic opportunities that this new population represented. And that was going fine until the 1920s, because the Coalition, which you recall, they were like the more socialist, more dovish orientation, which dominated Israeli politics for so long. They discovered that some of their socialist ideologies were counterproductive in the land of Israel. Specifically, they had two values that came into conflict with one another. On the one hand, they wanted to have, obviously, peaceful, harmonious relations with the indigenous Arab population or the new Arab populations. That was to be sure. But on the other hand, they valued as socialists the notion that Jews should get their fingers in the dirt. They should work with their backs with the land. They really wanted to get away from the kind of Eastern European mentality of Jews as accountants or Jews as indoor people, hasty, scholarly, weaklings. They wanted to have strong new Jews who are farmers, who work the land. So the Arabs loved the economic opportunities of the manual labor, picking the oranges and tending to the crops and things like that. But that meant that a lot of the Jews ended up being like kind of small businessmen, managing these farms or managing commercial relations with the Arabs. and they were not creating a new Jew that they so hoped to do. So the Coalition instituted a policy of Jewish labor that was intended to get regular Jews, off their butts in their offices and into the fields working. Excuse my language. Elliot, please, when you do the Torah, get them into the fields, muscular and tanned, and that's the kind of idea. But that meant that the Arabs didn't have work because they had to let go of the Arabs in order to hire the Jews to work in the fields. And this sparked a significant amount of economic protest because a lot of Arabs said, well, what is this? We came here, you need work, you're not hiring us, that's discrimination. And so you had an increasing level of economic tension that, eventually morphed into a violent conflict. There's several major riots of this nature. They were tied to other elements as well. I'm making it very simplistic by looking just at the economic aspect of it. But the rioting, it kind of mirrored the pogrom activity in Eastern Europe, and it was escalating rather than getting better. So this is the environment into which Jabotinsky found himself with the Arabs. Added to that was the fact that the British had just published a very anti-Zionist position paper called the White Paper that was an attempt to deal with the violence that was increasing between Arabs and Jews. The White Paper was prepared by this thing called the Peel Commission that argued for essentially a separation of Jews and Arabs with some internalization of certain zones like Jerusalem and so on. But on the whole, it benefited the Arab position. And many Jews felt that they had been betrayed by the British, who had in 1917 made that fantastic Balfour Declaration to include in their goals the idea of a homeland for Jews in Palestine. The worst part of it, of course, was the World War and especially the constriction on immigration. Recall that, we're moving quickly through the period, but Britain is in control of Israel at this time. Britain is obviously fighting against the Nazis. The Arabs decide to join with the Axis powers. So the Arab nations surrounding Israel become pro-German, and England here has a little foothold in the Middle East. They are obviously pro-allies. So the Palestinian Jews, like Begin at this time, decide that they're going to throw in their lot with the British against the Arabs, because even though they don't want the British there and they feel that the British are persecuting them and not allowing enough Jews to live there and so on, at the same time, the enemy that they share, the Nazis, was far more grievous than their temporary difficulties. And so therefore, the various Jewish underground movements said at this point, you know what, we're complaining about the British, we don't like the restrictions they placed on us, but we are going to suspend that, and we are going to cooperate with the British in our attempt to rid the world of Nazism. Shortly after the war, which of course ends positively in terms of the major conflict, the Brits immediately return to that very restrictive immigration policy, which is disastrous because after the Holocaust, you have an incredible number of displaced Jews. Somewhere, I'm just guessing now, but there has to be at least 3 or 4 million displaced Jews who cannot go to their homes either because of the political situation, a lot of these homes have been overrun by the communists now, or because of the hostility that's still regnant there, or even more basically, the notion that they're not wanted back home. The notorious program Pogrom in Kielce in 1946, in which Jews were accused after the Holocaust of drinking the blood of Christian children, was just a clarion call for Jews to get out of the graveyard of Europe and go to Israel. So you have all these Jews who are amassing in displaced persons camps, and they want to go to Israel. The world's opinion looks upon this with favor after the news of the tremendous devastation of the Holocaust gets out, and Britain is increasingly beleaguered trying to keep these Jews out of Israel because that antagonizes the Arabs, when they're really losing this major opinion poll in the world in terms of public opinion. So Begin again is involved in smuggling Jews to Palestine, and as we discussed at length last week, so I won't go into detail here, the United Nations decides to partition Israel, the Jews accept the partition plan, the Arabs reject it, and you have a massive war that lasts over a year, which ultimately Israel emerges from successful. Right. I like it. Well, that's fascinating. I've never heard of a Nazi colony in Israel. There are definitely Germans there, but I did not know about it. Wow. Wow. So my grandmother she always used to say that the jails are full in Israel too. That was a bit of wisdom.
All right, who's gonna lead us off? I think since Kev Coach was like, I think I'm the wolf.
Your question exceeds my ability to answer. It's fascinating. I'll have to look it up. Shall we go on a little bit? I've got more stuff on Begin. Okay. So, what was Begin doing at this time? Again, the Irgun was the collective name for his new movement in Israel. He rapidly became the leader of the Irgun, which was most distinguished from something called the Haganah. Haganah literally means defense, and the Haganah were basically the military wing of the Makai Labor Party. The socialist, coalition party had its own forces, and they implemented policies that were consistent with the ideals of socialism. The Irgun, which means essentially the organization, was based on revisionist principles, and not surprisingly, these two military forces often came to severe disagreement and even blows. Very significant conflict on a number of occasions. The most significant question was, how do we deal with the British? The Haganah wanted to adopt a much more diplomatic approach while clearly opposing the British and wanting them to lift their restrictions on immigration and so on. They felt that the British were ultimately civilized people and they could sit down and talk with them and that there was a way to practice what they felt. The Irgun, again, consistent with the revisionist principles, felt that that was just, a pipe dream and not worth thinking about at all. The only ways to get the British out of Israel was to drive them out. And they implemented policies that were much more aggressive towards the British. Most importantly, the notorious bombing of the King David Hotel in July of 1946. This was the headquarters of the British in Israel. And the warnings were issued. The Irgun placed several bombs in the basement of this hotel, which of course still stands in Israel today. And they issued several warnings to several different media, including phone calls to the switchboard itself. And the British ignored those warnings. There was a major investigation afterwards. The British, although definitely holding the Irgun's blame for this attack, they also took some responsibility themselves for not heeding those warnings. Part of the reason perhaps for not heeding the warnings was because bomb threats were very common, and they were typically ignored, like fire drills and condominiums here in Surfside. But the bombs did in fact go off in the middle of the day when the building was at its peak capacity. 91 people were killed and 46 were hurt, and that includes British citizens, Jews, and Arabs as well. This represented a major turning point in the escalation of violence between the Israeli underground and the British. And a bounty was placed on Begin's head. I'll show you the picture of it in a minute, where they would offer £10,000 for anyone who could bring him back dead or alive, because he was the leader and mastermind of the war. There's also very, very harsh criticism from the Jewish Haganah, who wanted to call off this entire episode. And Ben Gurion, who was the leader of the Makai party, who was later the first prime minister of Israel, he felt that Begin was a type of terrorist that was harming the Jewish cause with these kinds of intemperate actions. And in some cases, the Haganah even captured the Irgun fighters and gave them over to the British. So the Haganah is at the same time fighting the British, but the Jews have not got their act together either. The Haganah and the Irgun are fighting bitterly as well. Yes, Mr. Lang. Well, I don't think that the Irgun's intent was to kill. Their intent was to send a message that, you're not safe anywhere. And by the way, we should realize that this is happening to the British at the same time in India. They're having a miserable time with Mahatma Gandhi, with Jinnah and the Muslim Brotherhood, Muslim Party, I forget what they called over there. And the British essentially give up on India at the same time too. They're just taking a beating from the colonial powers because they, no longer want to. The idea was to send a clear message: we don't want you here, and the message was certainly received. I'm not going to, I don't want to pass judgment. My goal here is to just try and, present the facts in a neutral position as well. And of course, you can interpret them any way you like. But I'm doing my best to maintain objectivity. I have students who are on the other end of the camera that have to hear this. Okay, anyway, here's a kind of a cool bouncy picture, and it's actually circle for it too. Okay, another major event, which is sort of in the context of the Arab-Israeli War, and very important for understanding Reagan's policies and Israeli politics afterwards, is the massacre at an Arab village called Deir Yassin. It really deserves a far more detailed treatment than I can provide in the short time I've allotted. So basically what happened was Irgun and allied Lehi forces attacked an Arab village that was significant for strategic reasons. And although Begin himself was not involved in the operation, he was not present at the time, he argued for restraint. Something went wrong. There's a lot of debate over what went wrong exactly, but there was a horrible massacre of men, women, and children in this little village. Numbers differ. Some bring as low as 100 people, other places as high as 300, but it's universally recognized that this was a massacre of civilians by early resistance movement that had become part of the Israeli Defense Forces, and the Israelis were roundly criticized for this atrocity. Again, if we have more time, we can go into the back and forth as to how it went wrong, what is the issue, the loudspeakers weren't working, they were fired upon first, they all have the things written out. But the bottom line is, there were about 200 dead civilians at the hands of a force of this nature. What is especially important for our purposes, though, is that Deir Yassin was a major turning point for the beginning of the Palestinian refugee problem, because many Arabs in Israel said, my gosh, these people are savages, and they fled Israel. They fled the war zone. Now, many Arabs felt that they would soon be returning with victorious Arab armies and claiming property from Jews who had been given into the sea. But any way you look at it, there was this fear generated that the Arabs were not safe in the new Israel, and that they had to leave simply for the safety of their own families. And again, you can politicize the event, but it is a turning point in the Arab-Israeli relationship early on in the war. And at the same time, once again, while the Arabs and the Israelis are fighting, the Israelis and the Israelis are fighting. And perhaps the worst moment is the so-called Al-Talain affair, which is in June 1948. The Al-Talain was a name of a boat that was commissioned to bring immigrants making Aliyah to Israel from Europe, from the displaced person camp, along with a large container load or large cargo of weapons, including tanks, machine guns, large weaponry. And the agreement was, since this was a boat that was to be that was entirely financed by Irgun supporters, and there were Irgun members on board, that these weapons would go to the new Irgun units of the Israeli Defense Forces. Remember that when the state was declared, you had all these kind of ragtag militia with various degrees of organization, with different political complexions. They were not a unified army with uniforms and chain of command and things like that. They had to kind of patch together these various groups into a unified fighting force. So the Irgun said, sure, we're going to cooperate with Ben-Gurion's Haganah, but we have our own guns, thank you, and we have all our own people, and we're going to work this way. So they hammered out an agreement about how to divide the arms, and they came to disagreement once this boat reached Israeli shores. It went up and down the coast a little while, and with the Irgun demanding more of a share of the weapons, the Haganah demanding their share of the weapons, and ultimately, and again, it may be a whole series of missed radio communications that the Haganah fired on the Irgun ships and actually set it ablaze, and it was eventually scuttled, as you can see here, within view of the Tel Aviv beach. So this is, more or less saying Ben-Gurion Haganah forces firing on a ship full of Irgun Jews and weapons, using all the weapons in the process, killing a handful of people. About 6 people were killed. Begin was on the ship, and there's a large supposition that perhaps they were hoping to assassinate Begin personally because he was such a thorn in their side. Ultimately, Begin did make it ashore. There was a gunfight between these various forces on shore as well, and they managed to get a ceasefire and patch it together, but it showed a great moment of betrayal of the Irgun cause by the more left-wing Haganah. Mr. West. I don't remember what Rabin's role in it, but I'm sure he was involved. It was Ben-Gurion for sure. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
Yeah, you just said today he was 45. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Ms. Abramson. You're destined to be a historian one day. Unless you can find a better Parnassa. No kidding. You were involved in this as well? Yes, I was. That's amazing. Do you want to share anything with us? Sure, I have students who would like to hear something. I'll give you the microphone. Just tell us something about your experience.
We were called out, I was in the beginning, we were called out to Qatar Rescue. So we were called to settlement on the ocean, not far from Tel Aviv, not to let the people from the Al-Qaeda to come and do it. And we were right because Begin had trade with the British. He didn't have no history of building up the country or the remedy. So they didn't let them to come ashore.
So did you actually see the event?
No, it's not the whole thing.
That's amazing. This is where else you going to get history like this? I'm telling you. That's great. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on. Now, immediately after the War of Independence ends, Begin joins the loyal opposition, which, as I saw in one online article, he was probably in the opposition longer than any other political figure in Western history. He was in the opposition from 1948 until he came to power in 1977. An amazingly strong record of tenacity. He was incredibly strong critic of the left, Ben-Gurion in particular. The Altalena affair was, his moment of clarity for all those things, and he stood in great contrast to things. Whereas, the socialist kind of ideal was very working class proletariat. He would walk in shirt sleeves and no tie and very casual. Whereas Ben-Gurion, Begin was always seen only in a suit and tie, always, speaking very carefully. He had this concept of Hadah, which means kind of glory of beauty. That he took from Jabotinsky, the idea that you have to look like a man at all times. And his critique of the left was very frank including a major 1952 demonstration that turned into a riot in Israel because Begin felt that they should not accept any of the reparation money coming from Germany in Israel. He felt that it was a travesty to the memory of those who were killed in the Holocaust, and he had quite a few supporters that led to a major riot, even though they ended up right. It's interesting to note that the name of his party was Herut, which means freedom, Herut, and I heard from Simon Schreiber that he quoted something like that Begin led us from Avoda to Herut, from slavery to freedom. Obviously, they respected it. It's an excellent book. Amazing book. That's true. He joined the National government in the Civil War. Right, absolutely. I should clarify that. No opposition. He did not lead the government, but he was a minister without portfolio in that government of 67. Now here, I know what I'm going to present to you, to most of you in this room now, is going to be obvious and old material, but remember I have 19 through 24-year-olds who are watching this online, so I'm going to give them some information that may be shocking to them. And that is something about how the Israeli government works. It's very important to understand this in order to get a sense of it. So here's a picture of what our current American government looks like, which, according to some opinions, is, not entirely functional. But so here's the Senate. We have two bodies, of course. Here's the Senate. We have 45% of the members of the Republican, 53% is Democratic, with 2% who are independent. That's either rough numbers. The actual numbers are superlative, and I rounded it out. Here in the House of Representatives, we have 53% Republican, 46% Democratic, and of course 0% who are independent or vacant right now. And this is, it's hard to get politics done when you have a pretty evenly divided situation like this. But look at what Israel looks like by contrast. Okay, so you've got, let's see, I've got 3, 6, 9, 12 parties dividing up 120 seats. And there are about 7 parties that didn't get enough votes to get a seat, but they're still in the election. So how are you supposed to get any politics done in this kind of situation? There's a very important thing you have to realize about the Israeli politics, and I apologize to those of you who have done this, is everything in Israeli politics is about coalition. Whenever they have an election, the president, which is largely a ceremonial figure, it's not a president like here where they're elected and so on, the president there is more of a figurehead for the state. The president invites the leader of the bloc that has the largest chunk. In this case, right now, that would be the Kurd, John the Chief Rabbi, saying he has 26% of the seats. And says, okay, you have 26% of the seats, you have to get 51%. So go out, you have 2 weeks to make deals with the smaller parties to get them to join your coalition so you can have 51%. So they've never had, except for the time when they have national unity governments, when the 2 largest blocs come together, and that's only in the case of war, really, to deal with external stuff. They've never had one party that controls 51% of the seats in the Senate. There's always these very complicated arrangements between various parties trying to agree on a common cause. And it makes Israeli politics in many ways very fragile and easily toppled over. So in this case, we have, in Israeli history, the labor movement has controlled the government, largely because of their coalitions with other parties from its inception in 1948 until the 1977 rebellion, or revolution, when suddenly Begin won the election. Now, we had this slowly gaining in popularity, but that's the national unity government in 1969, civil 1967, I'm sorry. It was a difficult time for him to be in the government. He had large disagreements with his co-members in the cabinet, but there were 2 populations in Israel, 2 large demographics that had felt largely disenfranchised by Israeli politics. Those were specifically the Sephardim, large numbers of Jews from Arab lands, who had come to Israel after its establishment. In many cases, they were refugees because the Arabs displaced them, expelled them once Israel was established, and they felt alienated from the very Ashkenazi, Eastern European approach of the traditional leadership of Israel. And secondly, religious voters, because the Israeli policy was led primarily by socialists who were anti-clerical, who were anti-religious, unfriendly to religion. And so you have all these Orthodox Jews, or even in the case of many Sephardim, let's say Orthodox friendly, even though not especially observant, but they affiliate themselves with Orthodox, and they find themselves shut out of a government that's largely socialist and Ashkenazi. So these two large demographic bubbles began to grow, and their resentment was eventually sparked by Begin's standing for election. And he, although he himself was not strictly observant by contemporary standards, he was definitely very religious friendly, and he definitely knew how to speak to Sephardim. And so these two groups really propelled him into the position of authority in 1977. Now, if you recall this wonderful slide, I want to make it more complicated, because we can't forget about these guys. Remember that we have these four axes. I have to go through the whole thing. This part, I wish we ran out of batteries. Smart Cafe, will you send me a regular supply of batteries so that I can keep this on? Okay, I'll get this. So here's our four groups, and here's our party. Come on, you already saw them before. Here's my favorite one. Oh no, not this one. Here's my favorite one. Ready? Wow, that's great. Is that some sound that's over there? Can I put sound on this? Okay, great. Okay, now, these are all our parties. We saw them before, but Jews can't leave us alone. There's not only two axes, there's a third axis, like a cube, a z-axis. It looks like this. So as it were, you've already got a political section that's double to that, but now it has depth as well. And who's on this axis? The religious parties. We didn't talk about those guys at all, but now there are also religious parties that are active since 1912. One of them that's very important is the National Religious Party, which feels that the expansion of Israel is a religious imperative. Much more in line with Jabotinsky's ideal that, the land of Israel has to expand to incorporate all the immigrants that will come in the time of Messiah. And so they see this aggressive attitude towards the Arabs as a religious idea. Now, that's obviously not the only position held by religious Jews. Another one that dates from before the war, called the Agudat Israel, also very popular and strong here in America today. They were religious, but they did not believe in Zionism as a political desiderata. They felt that Zionism had to wait for the Messiah. But have you heard that the Agudat Israel, they have a presence in Israel as well? That's because after the Holocaust, oh no, I don't think you do a whole thing. Oh my God, that'll be terrible. So basically what happened is my favorite part is this. It's the wrong way. Okay, come on, fast forward. We'll go through these. Come on.
Since 2007,
I know, this is tedious. I'm not going to do this again. Bang, that's my favorite one. Okay, there we go. Israeli politics, oh my gosh. Republicans and Democrats. This lecture would be over if they're only doing that. So here we go. And here's the Agudat Yisrael. And after the Holocaust, because there was really no Jews left in Europe, they moved to the Zionist position. And so you've got these two parties over here who are significant. They can be major power brokers in contemporary Israel. And we can add other parties as well, like Shas and so on. They join with the Likud, and they give Begin that bump that puts him over the edge in the election. I'm going to have to skip on a little bit because my wife's done. The most dramatic moment in Begin's premiership, without a doubt, is his remarkable piece of Egypt. Now, as Yehuda points out very effectively in his book, Begin did do a lot of the groundwork to allow it to happen. He knew Sadat's travel itinerary, Anwar Sadat, of course, the president of Egypt, and Begin traveled to those same locations, like to see the Shah of Tehran, for example, Iran, and he met with him before Sadat would show up. And we would tell him, listen, if Sadat ever makes any of your tours, we'd love to talk to them. And then, of course, he would go back to Israel, and Sadat would visit the Shah of Iran, and Shah would say, you know, I just met with Menachem Begin, and he said really nice things about you. I was like, please, ironically. So when Sadat made a rather dramatic speech in Egypt about the possibility of bilateral talks with Israel, which was something that was in both Israel and Egypt's interest, because Jimmy Carter was trying to push multilateral talks in Geneva that had some disadvantages for them. Then Sadat said he would be open to the idea of talking with anyone, even Israel, about peace. So right away, Begin initiated a conversation, and dramatically, Sadat took a plane to Israel to meet with him. A phenomenal sea change in Middle Eastern politics. I happened to remember it. I was only 2 years old at the time, but I do remember seeing it on TV. Not paid to, but this is a picture of them meeting at the airport. Begin, again, consistent with his pro-religious attitude, insisted that his plane only arrived well after Shabbat on Saturday night, so that people could, observe the Shabbat and then hear about this and so on. And of course, as we know, they were able to hammer out a peace treaty. I don't have time to go into the details of it, but one of the most difficult things was that essentially Begin gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. They conquered it in 1967. They surrendered it in 1979 Accord. That was basically accepted by the Israeli population, but some very, very difficult moments as they dismantled the settlement of Gamit. In particular, in 1982, here you see Israeli soldiers actually dragging children out of their homes in Gamit to give the land back to the Egyptians. But ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, even though Begin had a very hawkish personality, he nevertheless saw the opportunity for peace with Egypt, and it's ironic that he, of all the prime ministers, should be the one to actually seal that deal. I'm going to have to skip over the last couple minutes to stay on schedule, but his wife died in 1982, and Begin was never the same after that. She died when he was out of town. He was in Washington, and he retreated from public life, and he found that he did not have the heart to engage in political struggle anymore, so he eventually resigned shortly thereafter, and essentially led a life of very deep seclusion. He had a heart attack in 1984 and ultimately passed away. I forgot to mention, by the way, that he is also a Nobel laureate for his signing of the peace treaty with Sadat. And Sadat, who also won the Nobel Prize, who later assassinated his own bodyguard, who had become close with the Muslim Brotherhood. So when we look at the overall legacy of Menachem Begin, we see an individual of tremendous intellectual resolve, willing to undergo incredible privation for his vision of the Jewish people, enduring torture and imprisonment under the Soviets, subject to a massive manhunt by the British, excoriated by the political establishment in his own country, and yet at the same time, it was only under his watch that we were able to establish this basically lasting peace accord with Egypt. Fascinating character, many contradictions. And with this, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to speaking with you next week.
I don't like this one. Let's skip it? Yeah. Okay. Oh, this is great. Read the quote to me first. Which is the bottom part? Yeah. People from all around the world are sharing their personal messages on #WorldSuicidePrevention. I'm going to do my part and not kill myself today. Each and every one is the same. I truly believe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're right on time. Now we get started. So today's lecture is on a fascinating topic, Golda Meir, the fourth Prime Minister of Israel. And I'm hoping, as you know, this is a thinly veiled attempt to give a survey of Jewish history course in general. We use the figures that we do little biographic studies of as a sort of a foil to understand the larger patterns of history. as it happens, Golda Meir is herself history. So we'll be interweaving a lot of the early statehood period right up until the young people war into this class along with her life. I want to mention that this is in many ways really a two-part lecture that overlaps, because next week we're going to speak on learning about Malcolm Reagan, and of course they are contemporaries and erstwhile opponents in their political viewpoints, although they had tremendous respect for each other off the political stage. So a lot of the material that we'll discuss today will be very useful for us when we return next week and look at the life of Malcolm Reagan, who represents more of the right wing of the political spectrum, whereas Golda Meir is on the left wing. So the opening joke, I delayed a couple of minutes because, you know, the Torah Cafe people, once they get this video, they edit out the joke at the beginning. And I'm trying to fool them this time. Maybe they isn't watching so closely. Elliot? Okay, there's not. So it just goes like this. I do this thing with my students who are taking the class online. I have a few students in LA and New York who are taking for credit. And I put in these first biometric questions, where, for example, I ask them, tell me something unique about yourself, like you enjoy zombie fiction, or you like to balance the spoon on your nose, and then they tell me that, and then later on, when I send them an online test, I stick that question in the text, and that way I know it's the same person answering. There are other devices as well, but I can't give them away because they're watching. Okay, so one of them is I asked my students, tell me a joke because I'm running out. I heard this one today from one of my students out in LA. She writes, so a woman is washing dishes by the sink, and her 8-year-old daughter is standing on a chair, or 6-year-old daughter is standing on a chair helping her. And the daughter looks at her mother and goes, Mommy, how come some of your hairs are white? And the mommy says, well, you know, every time you make me upset or make me cry, one of my hairs is white. Now I know why Sasha's hair is all white. It was better online. Okay. So let's talk about Golda Meir. Her years are 1898 to 1978. Her contemporary Ben Gurion, the first Prime Minister of Israel, called her, quote-unquote, the best man in government. Which is an interesting kind of compliment. She was known as the Iron Lady before that term was applied to Margaret Thatcher, because she was a very tough character. She was capable of tremendous acts of courage and kindness simultaneously, and she really was a very worthy leader of the early state Israel. She comes originally from Kiev, and she immigrated to America as a child, growing up in Milwaukee, where now the school that she went to is named after her, Golda Meir Public School. And then she moved to Israel as a young woman, where she immediately sought her next stage in politics, and she rose through the ranks of the Labour Party, serving in various ministries until she finally became Prime Minister in 1969. She served ably in that position until 1974. When, in the wake of tremendous controversy, especially after the disaster of the War, she elected to resign, and ultimately she succumbed to lymphomatic cancer a few years later. So we're going to study, God willing, her life in the next 56 minutes, and along with it, I hope to give you some of the basics of the history of Yishuv and the early statehood period. I know for many of you, this is basic review. Many of you lived through these events, either here or in Israel itself, and I apologize for the redundancy, but I think it's very important to review these things, especially because the videos go on the web, and younger people have not necessarily the same level of familiarity with this history, and I hope that they will appreciate it for ongoing generations. So, as I mentioned, she was born in Kiev. Her father was a simple person, a carpenter. When he eventually moved to Milwaukee, he ended up getting a job working on railway yards. He was a blue-collar kind of background. He had 7 siblings, of which only 2 survived childhood. One of them, his sister Shana, she was especially close with. Shana had a strong influence on her politics and eventually emigrated to Israel, made Aliyah in her 1920s. Living in Kiev, we discussed in previous classes at this time of his history was very difficult. There was an increasing level of anti-Semitism. The last Tsar, Nicholas II, was a notorious supporter of the Black Hundreds. He also underwrote the publication of the horrible forgery of the Protocollic Letters of Science, and there was notably a whole series of pogrom raids that was affecting the entire tale of settlement. Since 1881, there were ongoing attacks on Jews. They were comparatively small indeed from the lens of the mid-20th century. We're talking about murders of Jews in the numbers of tens and hundreds at the most, but nevertheless the constant pressure and fear of attack was significant, and when the gates of emigration to America were opened, then many Jews from the jail of settlement, specifically about 1.75 million Jews left the jail of settlement to come to this country. As I think we mentioned, about 75,000 went north to Canada for the health insurance plans, another 75,000 got children nurse and so on. But her father was part of that great emigration between 1881 and 1917. He worked there for several years, but finally he had enough money and stability to bring the family over, and he came over at the tender age of 1906. Here's the photograph of her when she was 10 years old. She was a tremendous student. She entered primary school with no English whatsoever. Ultimately, she graduated valedictorian. Her leadership skills and evidence life was very good. Many of the children were impoverished immigrants themselves, who lacked textbooks, and so she, at a very young age, from primary school, organized a charity fund drive to be able to purchase textbooks for her peers. She was so successful at this that the teachers loved her so much, and ultimately it's a great honor that the school was renamed after her, as I mentioned. At age 14, she bought a train ticket and headed out to Denver, where her older sister Shana was living. And it was in her sister Shana's living room that she was first acquainted with politics. Shana had a wide variety of friends who were from all walks of political persuasion, specifically socialists, Zionists, communists, atheists, the whole range, all packaged into one. And around her dining room table was a major political issue of the day. She ultimately married one of the men that she met there, a man named Meyerson. Her name was, by the way, anglicized later, Hebraicized later in 1956 to Meir, because most of them felt it was inappropriate that members of the government would have European type names. Yet all members of the government Hebraicized their names, so she shortened Meyerson, which essentially means son of Meir. She was simply called a Meir, a more Hebraic son. But anyway, that's after her husband's name. So after some time with her sister in Denver, she moved back to Milwaukee, and she occupied a lot of her time specifically with a Jewish movement named Poale Zion. She ended up, maybe I should mention Polish development on the next slide. Here's a picture of her with her husband, Morris Meyerson. They had somewhat tumultuous marriage. They remained dedicated to each other throughout their entire life. He comes away in 1961, although ultimately Meyerson did not handle her political agenda or political activity. He was a socialist himself. He went to Israel because Golda made it prerequisite for their marriage, but he was uncomfortable with the rough and tumble of politics as back in the Israel. And I'm sure many of you having been to Israel, you know that unlike America, where unlike America, where politics are so tame, can't believe I actually said that. Israel politics are, immediate and relevant and matters of life and death. So people have quite literally arguments in the streets over political positions. If you're standing at a bus stop and someone mentions a particular political figure, guaranteed an argument right there on the spot because people care deeply about their politics. This is not Morris Meyer's personality, and ultimately they separated in 1942. He remained in Tel Aviv, and she went on to a very lively political career that I would describe shortly. They maintained an amicable separation. They never remarried, and they jointly raised their two children to adulthood.
I was so sad because I was going to go golfing.
Moving back to her move to Israel, so she affiliated with a party called Polonais, which is translation of the term workers of Zion. Workers, of course, is a very socialist sounding word. That's a code word for those who are on the left wing of the spectrum. It was actually part of the Social Democrat Party, the exact same umbrella group that includes, for example, the communists, both the Bolsheviks and then the more moderate Mensheviks. It was a political party originally founded by Rabbi Rothschild with the aim of creating a socialist state in Israel. That is, it was a marriage of both Zionism, hence the Zion in the name, and communism or socialism, hence the Poalei, meaning the workers of Zion movement. The kind of ideals that they had were a hostility to religion, although they valued the concept of people. They valued the notion that religion helped keep the Jewish people integral and whole. They nevertheless felt that, like Marx taught, religion was an opiate for the masses and kept people from realizing their true class enemies rather than focusing on their class enemies, they focused on national or religious enemies. They also believed in this concept of Jerusalem, which means the friendship of people. They believed that if all peoples would only adopt socialist values, socialist economics, then there would be no reason for them to have any disputes whatsoever. And they attempted to some degree to apply this to their relationship with Arabs. For various reasons, which we'll do more next week when we look at the critic of the coalition movement, primarily Nathan Reagan, can see there are several reasons why this never actually came to pass. But ultimately, this is the kind of philosophy that they espouse. The institutions with which the coalition was associated was, of course, the word, of course, comes from the verb gather, the katek, and it really is it's a Hebrew translation of the Russian term kolkhoz, collective. It was an amazingly creative experiment in socialist living in which everything was held collectively by the members of this small society. That means all property was held in common, all work was distributed in an equitable fashion based on ability. So, and income gathered by the Hebrews, of course, they were farm communities, agrarian communities, was distributed equally. And in fact, in the early years, we're talking about the first decade of the 20th century, a little bit before Golda Meir came, they even shared spouses. They believed in free love, and the idea that marriage was death. Another interesting quote from Marx, the idea that if one owns one's spouse, then that's clearly a violation of socialist principles, and so on. The more radical forms of kibbutz died off fairly quickly. They tend to have an abundance of males and a surfeit of females, as you might expect with that kind of free love policy, and ultimately they settled down to a more moderate form, in still fairly radical by our terms existence relative to 1950s, whereas, for example, spouses would, live together as monogamous couples, but their children would be raised from a very early age in a collective environment called the family. The children being raised in these collective environments, there's an interesting study done on them, for example, they tend to be very much overrepresented in war tactics and war heroes. They seem to be much more likely to defend the collective, even at risk of their own interests themselves. So it's a fascinating experiment. At one time, to victim, there were about 4% of the Israeli workforce, the arable area in Israel was occupied by Christians, and they produced about 40% of its agricultural output. They're really quite productive, and they did a lot for building the state of Israel. So she went to this correlation kibbutz called Nakaja. Ironically, she was rejected at first, but she reapplied, and then she was accepted. As I mentioned, her husband Morris, who was perhaps a little less enthusiastic about the entire project, nevertheless did fall over to Israel, and it was several years there on kibbutz. She loved it tremendously. She loved being outside, working with the almond growers, things like that. But she loved even more her activity in the peace country. So, a collective unionized body of other people. She was, her leadership skills were recognized by her, and she was elected as the kibbutz representative to this organization. This brought her more and more into national politics, and ultimately she had to leave the kibbutz in order to pursue that passion, which was to organize and delegate and lead this country. She ultimately became the head of the political department of the Histad group, which was an important stepping stone to being active in labor politics in Israel. Okay. I think at this point I'd like to pause and take a couple of questions because I want to step back and talk a little bit about Israel as a whole. Yes, please.
I like where this is heading.
Yes, she also spent some time teaching immediately after graduation.
I know. You had me at the NYC. And then you had to take us out.
Those who
He was
can.
talking, and I was like,
Yes,
but I don't remember what it was. Did you skip my
I didn't follow up on that. I will have to
I was trying to find the funnier
Wikipedia later, where I got most of this stuff.
Yeah, I'll go back to it. We'll go back to
We'll
it
have
now.
to do children.
I
Yes.
hate Taylor Swift and her giant out of control
Mabovich.
Pretty sure
Mabovich.
she's just a giant marionette puppet.
All right. So let's talk about Israel now. Amazingly, even though the vast majority of the students I currently teach at Yale College South come from full-time Jewish day schools, they actually have quite a lacuna of knowledge about what is the state of Israel. There's a lot of this. And some schools do a better job of giving them some basic Israel education than others, but Israel advocacy is actually very low, even among those students who have the best Jewish education in this country. It's quite a sad thing. Ironically, I put a little plug in my eldest daughter, Raphaela. Many of you might know she was this week quoted in both the Wall Street Journal and the Canadian Jewish News. Pretty good for a 20-year-old. And the 21-year-old. The Canadian Jewish News article was interesting because they have on college campuses is a fair amount of anti-Semitism that is thinly disguised as anti-Zionism. And so they interviewed Raphaela because she's one of the heads of the Israel advocacy group at Shore College. And they figured if the college was full of Jews, there's the anti-Semitism. But she says the problem is there's a lot of Israel apathy. There's a kind of internal anti-Semitism we bring upon ourselves.
Like conversations with
But anyway, check it out. Raphaela Abelson, Canadian Jewish News,
It is crazy. What the hell? It's crazy.
Right? So I think
all I do is just type in like, this girl said this.
All right. So what I usually say to students when I'm talking about Israel is that there's a general pattern, a cultural struggle that is incredibly rooted in that society. And it is a struggle to maintain equilibrium between two poles. On the one hand, Israel is a Jewish state. It wants to maintain its Jewish character. Everything Jewish has to be associated with Israel. Everything Israel should be associated with Judaism. That's one key value, a core value in that society. The other core value, anyone want to guess what the other one
See if I
is?
can use this advanced
Big one,
technology.
I guess. Democratic. Brilliant. Oh my God.
Bro, it's
Good.
crazy.
Israel also believes very deeply in democracy. It wants to be a society of equality, of human rights, of freedom. The problem is these two values, like a Venn diagram, tend to coalesce in certain areas, but they're quite far apart in others. So, for example, what do you do with the non-Jewish minority in Israel, especially later when they're so numerous that they threaten demographically dilute the Jewish majority of the population. If you give them democratic equal rights, then they could theoretically vote out the Jewish policies of the state. And in fact, they could simply revert to being another Arab nation in the Middle East. And on the other hand, if you trample on commonly accepted democratic principles and you restrict the rights of non-Jews in Israel, then Israel sacrifices a core value that they feel very deeply about. And so as a society, Israel is always vacillating between these 2 points, more Jewish or more democratic, and sometimes one or the other will suffer. We can also see this coming, we always see this at the fore, even within the Jewish world, because Orthodox Jews in particular will tend to use the definition of Jewish as being more Torah-oriented. So therefore they will want Israel to be more observant, less kosher butcherism, less degenerate reasons off that in Israel. But on the other hand, if we move in that direction, then we lose the democratic rights of the secular Israelis, who are the majority of the population. So this struggle between opposing centers of gravity, that is being Israel being Jewish and Israel being democratic, affects the orbit of equality in modern. Okay, so we will return to this both today and this week. I'm going to about my time, so let's move straight to the period. So there's a period before 1917 where there's growing settlement in Israel. Called at this point settlement, because it's not, of course, a state. It's known as Palestine in general policy, or known as Palestine after the Turkish Empire. But in the context of World War I, which of course ran up back before 1918, the British sought to gain Jewish support, especially the support of influential people like Chaim Weizmann, very important in Manchester, I believe. And so, with a lot of
My baby left, not finding a place to dwell. It's down at the end of Lonely Street. I'll break you down, baby. I've been so lonely, baby. I've been so lonely. I've been so lonely, I could die. When I'm the talking always found, you say the damn soon. You say I've been so lonely, baby. I've been so lonely. I've been so lonely, I could die. Well, this man, if you find the chance, I've been so lonely, baby. I've been so lonely. I've been so lonely, I could die. Well, the baby leave. You tell me what to tell. The same thing walk down lonely street. Oh, baby, go tell my baby. I've been so lonely, baby. I've been so lonely. I've been so lonely, you could die. Yeah.
What the United Nations calls a mandate. The League of Nations. At this point, it would later be reincarnated. And this region they call Palestine.
That looks like Chris Farley and Drake.
There was no real distinction between the two regions whatsoever. Some ongoing negotiation with the and ultimately was established, and the British mandate was reduced to what we understand as the existing. I'm going to skip quickly through the 1920s and 1930s. The most important elements of those 2 decades were ongoing pressure for Jewish immigration. You have tens of thousands of Jews landing in Israel, and you have ongoing Arab protests. Major riots in Hebron in 1929, massacres in yeshivas, and the British are getting increasingly frustrated trying to maintain the principles of this Balfour Declaration. On the one hand, they promise to stay the Jews. On the other hand, they have to placate the Arabs. The Arabs also have a very significant demographic and political advantage because they are so numerous in the Middle East, controlling regions with a lot of oil. And this comes to an incredible head immediately after the Holocaust, when Jews are striving to make immigration to Israel, and the opinion of the world is basically that England should let them in. It's something so bad. There's a brief period of a honeymoon in anti-Semitism when for about 15 years Jews had a certain amount of world sympathy, and England was trying to hold desperately onto the mandate. Ultimately, and next week we'll talk more about the particulars of what happened in this time, because Menachem Begin was very involved in driving the British out. Ultimately, they handed it back to the League of Nations, then now the United Nations, and they said, here, you guys take care of it. And the United Nations came up, which was probably the stupidest plan you could possibly think of if someone challenged you to do so. They divided the territory into 7 non-contiguous areas. 3 of them were designated as Arab zones. That is this gray area here, which is a strip, a little bit down to Negev. This area here, which would be known as the West Bank, roughly.
You know I can't be that's true. Baby, you can make there's someone to say. You can change the future is right ahead. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true. I don't want no other love. Oh, baby, it's still you I'm thinking of. Don't make me feel this way. I know there's one to say. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true. I don't want to be apart. You know things go with my heart. 1, 2, 3. Never say I do. No, I have you. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true. You know I can't be found. You say you alone. Please tell the phone. Don't be cruel. The future is right ahead. Don't be cruel. That's true.
Demographically threatened region. It's not good for Jews to be divided by the white and the Arab, and that compromises the so-called status quo law. Well, it's not really a law; it's just an accepted practice. Was that, for example, yeshiva students an exemption from the armed forces, Orthodox women.
I can't defend. Shame and alone. You can't give me around. Please tell the phone. Don't be cruel. True heart, that's true. Baby, you been your man. And then I said, no, you can live in my past. The future looks right ahead. But don't be cruel to how that's true. You wanna go out of love. I feel the love from you. I'm thinking of. I'm trying to think of make me feel this way. And then came a plan. No, that the one to say, don't be cruel. To him, that's true. Should we be apart? I really love you, baby. Cross my heart. 1, 2, 3, 4. Really say that I do. Make you really laugh. And know that I have you. Don't be cruel. To her, that's true. That was so sick.
Which made the state possible. And really, this was the bottom line. She made the state possible through her fundraising. She was also active in international politics, including a rather bizarre and courageous trip to Jordan when she disguised herself as an Arab woman to negotiate with King Abdullah to try to persuade him not to participate in the war. He, of course, declined. But he said to her, listen, why don't you wait? Why are you rushing this? Don't you realize, that maybe we can solve this diplomatically? Why are you rushing to this state? She seriously responded, we've waited for 2,000 years. Isn't that long enough? So she went back home unsuccessful with King Abdullah, but ultimately the troops were able to defend their borders. This is what the new state looked like a little bit going down because they're on into the Sinai here. So if you recall the way the UN partition plan looked, and this is if they had armistice in 1948, this is what the state of Israel would have looked like, just these kind of orange colors here. But after the War of Independence, they were able to consolidate a little bit wider waste by the Mediterranean. They were able to penetrate up through the Judea-Samaria region to Jerusalem, although unfortunately they were not able to conquer all of Jerusalem, and the Jewish quarter of the old city remained on the Jordanian side. They were also able to take over the entire Galil and consolidate a little bit of the Negev, which was an amazing achievement, but they actually were able to increase their boundaries, although at great cost. One of these, and Golda Meir, of course, is very active. She was one of the earliest, she was one of the signatories to the Israeli Declaration of Independence. She wrote at that time that she was educated in America. She knows the respect that Americans have for the founding fathers. She says, there's nothing I do that I myself was a signatory to the Declaration of Independence of Israel is something that she openly cried. She put her name to it. She also had a liberal approach, which is consistent really with her socialist politics to the Palestinian refugee program problem, which began really in the 48-49 war. Specifically, there was a large population of Arabs living in Israel, or living in what would be Israel, who fled the war zone for neighboring countries. Ultimately, in most of those countries, Egypt, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, would keep these Palestinians and their children and their grandchildren in refugee camps for decades, something that Golda Meir felt terribly about. But she also felt that the fact that these Arabs left Israel was a tragedy of incredible proportion. Compared it to the sufferings as Jews in the Holocaust, another large comparison in 1940. The reason for that Arab exodus were complex. Again, that's something I would like to push on a little more into next week's discussion of that stage, because he personally was involved in some of the most extreme incidents. I don't know if you know better or if you know better. But about it, this is okay. This happens all the time. Quickly plug it in.
first fight happened.
And we're recording. We are back now. Okay. So we'll talk about it more next week. We'll get to Jaden because he's very much involved in it. But there are very different narratives of this exit. Israelis generally have one version of describing why the Arabs left. Arabs have a totally different version, and it's really an ongoing problem that affects Israel today and is an extremely important element in the determination of that will in some way allow peace in the region. Shortly after the state was established, she was sent to be an envoy to Moscow, which was an early supporter of the state of Israel, actually voting for its establishment in the United Nations. Amazingly so, because they were trans opposition. And she was issued passport number 1 from the new state. They didn't do it in alphabetical order, they just gave her passport number 1. And she went to Moscow, where she was very successful in her mission. But there was one event that had a tremendous impact on her personally, and she spoke about it and wrote about it endlessly. She went to Russian Center for Ticket Services at the Moscow Torah Synagogue, and she was surrounded by literally tens of thousands of Jews chanting her name and chanting the word Israel. Here's a photograph that shows her. You can just see that she is, oh my gosh. Yeah, here it is. I've gone through 40 minutes, and we have.
Yeah, exactly. So,
this is why we need like multiple. I have this remote sticker that the Torah Cafe will send to me. Let's put it up here. It has this little bed here. This is great if you have a cat. Let's chase it. And this circle here circles Golda Meir, surrounded by a sea of Soviet Jews. She was so overwhelmed with the support she received there that she felt that the mission that she was engaged in by establishing the state of Israel was something that was cosmic, proportions, because it affected all of the Jews worldwide. She came back to Israel with renewed vigor and renewed strength to endure the challenges of leadership. This actually was later put on Israeli stamps, and I believe even some currency was
You ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. You ain't never caught a rabbit and you ain't no friend of. They said you was high class, but that was just a lie. They said you was high class, but that was just a lie. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit and you ain't no friend of mine. Ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit and you ain't no friend of mine. Well, that was just a lie. Well, they said you was high class. Well, that was just a lie. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit and you ain't no friend of mine. Ain't nothing but hound dog, crying all the time. Ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit. You ain't no friend of mine.
And they went through many of the great battles of history. Waterloo, Battle of the Bulge, invasion of Normandy, things like that. And they studied what happened, why certain general was victorious, what strategy was used, and so on. They analyzed all these battles. And at the end of the course, this young man went up to a general and said, I'm very curious, why did you not study? And certainly they must have some merit. They're all quite different and so on. Why didn't you do? And apparently the general said, young man, the reason we don't study the Israeli wars is because those victories are completely completely unexplained by any strategy known to man. They are totally miraculous, and I have no way to explain how they can explain. So, at any rate, the 6-Day War certainly, and that's how we ended up in yeshiva, because what am I doing on West Point, if I can go to the West Bank? Anyways, so, again, short form, because I want to discuss this again in more detail with Menachem Begin. Egypt in particular and Syria threaten the nation state once again. They've had several skirmishes, the 1956 Sinai campaign in particular, but at this point, Egypt is really ready to completely obliterate Israel, particularly with its ally Syria. In June of 1967, it's absolutely clear this is their intentions. They threatened the United Nations, and its leader, Uthman, decided that it is unsafe for the UN peacekeeping forces to maintain the border zone, and so therefore Uthman removed all of the UN peacekeepers on the borders, completely exposing Israel to Egyptian tanks. And so the entire world knew that Israel was about to be driven into the sea. My uncle Leon, he should live and be well, he describes, he was a young man at the time, and he describes how he and his friends, they immediately dropped out of medical school to buy their tickets to get to Israel and to support the new state. And then by the time, they came to the airport, the war was already over. Because it was an amazing overnight victory. Essentially what Israel did was, it launched a controversial now preemptive strike, where they attacked the Egyptians and the Syrians before they could attack Israel, relying on a Talmudic principle: when someone comes to kill you, get up earlier than him and kill him first. It's a very basic Talmudic idea, and largely through overwhelming air superiority, through the tremendously courageous Air Force, they were able to destroy much of the Egyptian Air Force before it even got off the tarmac. There are photographs of exploded planes and Egyptian soldiers lying on the runways, not even having the chance to take off. Within short order, all of these armies were defeated. The main outcome of this, however, was huge territorial expansion for Israel, which proved to be advantageous in some obvious ways, but at the same time, a great burden for Israel to bear, one that they still struggle with several decades later. Specifically, they conquered the entire Sinai Peninsula here, right up to the banks of Cairo and the Nile River here. They conquered all of the Gaza Strip, of course, which was attached to the Sinai Peninsula. They conquered all of what would be called the West Bank, so-called because it was on the west side of the Jordan River here. And they conquered this mountain region up in Syria known as the Golan Heights. Now, they had to decide what they were going to do with these territories. They basically had three options. One was exchange it immediately for peace, meaning just release that territory and sign a peace treaty with the country that had lost that territory. And many Israelis felt that, of course, that's what's going to happen. In the next 6 months or so, we'll sit down, they'll realize we're here to stay, and we'll have peace. We'll get our land back, and then we'll have peace. But ultimately, none of the Arab nations stepped forward being willing to get that land back for peace. So Israel had to make one of two other decisions. One is to annex the territory, which means to completely own it, to declare it permanently part of Israel, which sounds like a reasonable thing to do. It was one fair and square in a war, but at the same time, because you'll recall, Israel wants to be a democratic nation, annexing a territory means you have to give its citizens, give its residents citizenship. You cannot, under international law, take over a country and then literally enslave the people there or consider them second-class citizens. If you want to claim that territory as your own real estate, you have to give them citizenship, which is precisely what Israel did in the region of the Golan Heights, which was sparsely populated, also ironically by a population of Arabs known as the Druze, who are traditionally friendly to the states in which they inhabit. So the Jews actually have a supportive role towards Israel. And because it's a mountain region that overlooks Damascus on one side, whereas the Galil lowlands on the other side, it has high strategic value, and they said, we're just going to keep the Golan Heights thing. They also agreed to annex East Jerusalem, which has high symbolic value for Israel. Jerusalem is, of course, the 3,000-year capital of Israel. The old city with the temple in it is beyond value for Jews. And so they said, we are taking East Jerusalem, we're making it part of Israel, and in fact, all the Arabs living there were given citizenship. Full Israeli citizenship, passports, the whole deal, in accordance with the democratic principles of international law. However, the larger population of what would be called Yehuda and Shomron and Gaza, or the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, there was a large number of Arabs living there, and the Israelis were not willing to simply annex those territories and give the Arabs living there citizenship, so they simply declared them
someone who tweeted about Michael Johnson, who won this past weekend.
administered territories. This is a kind of a neutral term. Some prefer the term occupied, which is decidedly derogatory towards the occupier, in this case Israel. But that's essentially the status quo that was held in place until 2003, when the Gaza Strip was actually abandoned in a very controversial disengagement process. The West Bank, of course, is still administered by Israel, where the Arabs living there do not have the full access to rights and privileges of Israeli citizenship, which is an ongoing sore point for Palestinians, obviously, and for Israelis as well. It is a good to administer these territories, but there is no lasting solution in immediate proximity. Probably next week we will address this in greater detail as well, because Begin had a plan that was attempted in some parts, and we'll discuss how that worked out. Okay, so this is the status just before she comes to power. Here's a picture of East Jerusalem, which gives you a sense of how it was annexed, as well as regions immediately to the north and center as well. So she comes into Knesset. I love this photograph, which I think gives you a real sense of her personality, right? She's got muscle, and she's a powerful orator. She had an uninterrupted reign in Knesset in various ministries, labor, foreign affairs, internal affairs from 1949 to 1966. Her name changed in 1956 to mayor. But she retired in 1966 because she was diagnosed with lymphomatic cancer. So lymphomatic or it's bad any way you look at it, but it's. How does that joke go?
Love me tender, love me true, all my dreams fulfill. Darling, I love you,
I think in many ways a lot like
and I always will.
Command of the English language, and she could play
Love
the world
me
stage in a lot of
tender,
ways. Unfortunately,
love me
part of her tenure was marred by
beg
the growth of Arab terrorism in this period, realizing that Israel could not shape conventional military methods, particularly after the Six-Day War. The Arabs, under the newly founded Palestinian Liberation Organization headed by Yasser Arafat,
love me tender, love me true, all my dreams fulfill.
The 1972 massacre of athletes at the Munich Olympics, several bombings of El Al ticketing ranges in airports throughout Europe, and time again, she was faced with the challenges of dealing with international terrorism outside of Israeli borders, as well as attacks within Israel, although they would not get to really the most terrible points until the 1990s. She had a well-known showdown with Austria that was really telling of the world mood and also her own leadership skills, when Austria, of course, being in East Central Europe, had a transit camp that was reserved primarily for Soviet Jews. there was a trickle of Jews that were allowed out of the Soviet Union in the 1970s, and they primarily went through this one camp. The name of it escapes me right now, but this one camp in Austria. The Palestinian movement threatened Austria with terrorist attacks. They would keep this camp open because the Palestinians wanted to slow the immigration of Jews from Russia into Israel, which they thought was a great demographic threat to their ambitions to take over the land of and she literally lashed out at Austria for its cowardice. She went to the Austrian Prime Minister Kreisky afterwards. She sat down with them and she just repeatedly refuses to domestically, the end of her tenure as Prime Minister was marred by a horrible event, the awful Yom Kippur War of 1973. At this time, the young General Anwar Sadat was in charge, and he had some taste of backward integration, and he disagreed with the prevalent view that Israel was inevitable. Using a strategy that combined a lot of secrecy, once again with the allies in Syria, Sadat planned an attack on Israel that flew largely under the radar for much of the year 1973. The attack was planned specifically for Yom Kippur, holiest day of the Jewish calendar, when most Jews would be fasting. Although ironically, even though Jews call it Yom Kippur, the Yom Kippur War, Arabs call it the Ramadan War because it occurred during their month of Ramadan, and secular historians prefer the more neutral term October War. At any rate, Meir was the prime minister at the time, and her ministers advised her that, in fact, the troops were massing and it looked like an attack was imminent. However, there was a big dispute among her advisors as to what to do about it. Certain contingent of advisors said, launch another preemptive attack, just like in 1967. That's the only way that we're going to win. Others, including the famous General Moshe Dayan, said that a preemptive strike was inappropriate, that it's not conclusive that they will attack. They may be just saber-rattling. Ultimately, she decided to take a moderate course. She did not order a preemptive strike, but she did order a full mobilization of the army. So she ordered the country on
Too much, I need your love. Too much, too touch, too much. Too much, too much. Too much.
In his defense of Mayer's decision to not preemptive strike came from Henry Kissinger, who confirmed after the war was over that in fact if Mayer had declared that preemptive strike, which again was controversial in the international world, then and Kissinger said that America would not even have contributed a single nail to the war effort. And that American support in munitions and political support was incredibly important. So ultimately, it seems that her decision was, although costly, the wisest one possible. This was the determination of the Agranat Commission, which looked at the war. It conducted an extensive postmortem to try and determine what could have been done better. And it ultimately cleared Golda Meir of any blame for not deciding that preemptive strike. Her party went into an election immediately thereafter. Her party won the re-election, but several months later, she was simply too exhausted.
Leave me anywhere, oh, let me be, oh, let him be. Teddy bear. I don't want to be a tiger, 'cause tigers play too rough. I don't want to be a lion, 'cause lions ain't the kind you love enough. But let me be.
Tremendously powerful speaker, tremendously motivated ideologue. In large part, she sacrificed her personal life, experiment in Jewish statehood, and as the signatory of the Declaration of Independence, her name is permanently inscribed in the history of the annals of this country, and her character,
let me be, loving teddy bear. Pull your chain around the neck and leave me anywhere. Oh, let me be, oh, let him be. Teddy bear. I don't want to be a tiger, 'cause tigers play too rough. I don't want to be a lion, 'cause lions aren't the kind you love enough. You're a teddy bear. Get a chain around my neck and leave me anywhere. Oh, let me be, oh, let him be. Oh, teddy bear. Don't let me be. You are that. Now I'm fingers through my hair and bring it really tight. Oh, let me be, oh, let him be. Yo, teddy bear. I don't want to be a tiger, 'cause tigers play too rough. I don't want to be a lion, 'cause lions ain't the kind you love enough. You're a teddy bear. Put a chain around my neck and leave me anywhere. Oh, let me be, oh, let him be. You're a teddy bear. That was so sick.
I don't want to be a tiger, 'cause tigers play too rough. I don't want to be a lion, 'cause lions ain't the kind you love enough. You're teddy bear. Put a chain around my neck and leave me anywhere. Let me be, let him know. Baby, let me be around you every night. Run your fingers through my hair and cover me real tight. Let me be, let him know. I don't want to be a tiger, 'cause tigers play too rough. I don't want to be a lion, 'cause lions ain't the kind you love enough. You're teddy bear. Put a
Jewish history and the arc of our progress through the Middle Ages, he was quite notorious, and especially he was one of those Jewish figures who crossed the religious divide and was of great fascination to Jews and Muslims alike. He mingled with kings, and so we have official state documents, and we have a tremendous amount of popular documents written by Christians and Muslims who are fascinated with the possibility that the Jewish Messiah had arrived, and so we have multiple valences to look at this individual character and see a lot about who he was and what he did. His dates are 1626 through 1676. He died just a few months shy of his 50th birthday. And of course, most people are completely new to Jewish history. His claim to fame was that in the year 1665, he claimed that he was
We're dancing to the tail. Number 47 said the number 3. You the cutest jailbird I ever did see. Lord, we love to do company. I wanna do your jailhouse life with me. Everybody look like. Everybody in the whole cell block. We're dancing to the jailhouse life.
Ruvain and Shimon, two Jewish guys, are walking down the street one day, and they buy a religious institution of another faith. That's the part that I'm going to use. Oh, Fred heard the original. So I'm going to use the version that doesn't identify the religious institution. Hopefully we'll avoid any calumnies from other faiths watching this video. So they pass this institution of another faith, and there's a big sign outside that institution that says, Jews convert to this religion for $500. Today only. So, Ruvain and Shimon, what do you think of that? Come on. Just ignore it, we're proud Jews. We're never going to give up our faith. This is just a ploy. And Ruvain says, but $500, I mean, it's a Messiah, why not? I'll tell you what, Shimon, I'm going to go in. I'll mumble a few words. I'll pretend whatever. I'll collect the $500. We'll go. We'll have an amazing lunch, and who knows what. So Shimon says,
one threw a party in the county jail. The prison was the land that we ran the whale. The band was knocking on the head, the band was swing. The shit had gone off the jail. Everybody on the same was the answer to the jailhouse. Spine and the feathers and the saxophone. You're going on the microphone. Run back. A whole ring of such a with the purpose. Everybody in the hospital. What's the answer to the jailhouse? Number 47 said the number 3. Were you the cutest jailbird I ever did see? I sure would be delighted with your company. Come on, do the jailhouse. That's right. That's right. And the money in the wholesale pocket. What's the answer to the jailhouse? That's right. Sitting down beside the one block of stone, and open in the corner weeping all alone.
Kabbalistic studies that was
Those
tremendously
sorts of
and in particular, there was one element of Lurianic Kabbalah
don't fucking
that distinguished it from earlier forms of Kabbalism.
fuck.
Primarily, for our purposes, earlier Kabbalistic studies were primarily theoretical. There was a lot of contemplation of the nature of the soul, the structure of the universe, the process of creation.
Going through a party in the county jail. The prison band was down, they began to wait. The band was jumping and the drum began to swing. You should have heard the knocked out jailbird sing and rock. Everybody let it rock. Everybody in old cell block was dancing to the tail out of rock. Spider-Man played it in the saxophone. Little Joe was blowing on the slide trombone. I'm a boy from Illinois with great boom bang. The whole rhythm section was a purple king of rock. Everybody let it rock. Everybody in old cell block.
We're dancing to the tail of rock. Then the 47 said the number 3. As you the cutest chain but I ever did see. I could be the hell what you call for me. Come to the chain of rock with me. I'm rock. Everybody let's rock. Everybody in the cell block was dancing to the tail of rock. Sitting on a block of stone, over in the corner weeping all alone. That was a good one.
Very popular today. Tikkun Olam, the repair of the world, which is sometimes understood as a call to social action. In the Kabbalistic sense of the 17th century, and Tikkun meant some kind of fundamental repair to a.
Come on, baby, give me something.
In the universe. Something was wrong with the universe, and the Tikkunim of
Yeah, fuck yeah.
This Kabbalah would bring about its amelioration. This is especially so after the
Oh, that is so funny.
which was such a huge shift in the Belgian
His moderation, unable or unwilling. The last rabbi account that reposted me was eye-poppingly sexually explicit. For moderation, that blue sky.app still busy trying to figure out which belly buttons are pornographic. I'm glad the Rabbi Rothschild agrees with my nuance 6th ever I take.
These are the kinds of intellectual ideas that are circulating. Young Kabbalists
Until lockjaw. Until lockjaw. Oh, until lockjaw. Damn. Oh, that is fucking funny. It was iPod.
We have at least 15 lectures before we get up to the 20th century and 21st century. There are, what do you mean they? I mean, we need Mashiach.
I'm honored. You're welcome.
Shine sight, as they say. So that's the Tzfat circle and its influence. There's also a very important social and political element to the development of Shabtai speech activity. And he himself was personally motivated by hearing about the pogroms of 1648-49. In fact, one of his most profound mental breakdowns was specifically related to the day that he heard about the events of what is known in Hebrew.
Dog, that was a good one. Let's see it.
Takbatat is the Hebrew acronym of the year 1648-49. Give you this in brief. He will, God willing, in another year return to this and understand it in much more profound detail. But our task for today is to understand Shabtai Tzvi.
For approximately 400 years, Jews had been moving into Poland, Ukraine, certain parts of Lithuania. Russia itself, after Cracow was actually closed down in 1479, but Jews were very much populated in borderlands, and in those areas, they were as active as middlemen and the landlord. There was an actual divide between those three groups. There was a triangular between the Polish landlord,
Welcome. How are you? What's going on, Jack Rose? Jackie Rose. Jackie Rose. How you living, pimp? What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Hello? Can you hear me? We're watching Jewish lectures. Hope you enjoy. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Yo. Unmute if you can and let's talk. Let's hear about your hopes and dreams. I want to know everything that makes you tick. Fuck you, dog. I didn't even want to talk with you, douche. I was doing my own thing. Over in the corner, we can all alone.
And he's led a band of disaffected drinking
You don't wanna be a tiger, you are. You always play too rough, you are. You don't wanna be a lion, you are. Lions ain't the kind you love enough. A young teddy bear. You got a chain around the neck. Live anywhere, oh, let me be, oh, let it be, oh, teddy bear. Let me be, love you every night.
The specific nature of the attacks were unusually cruel. I won't repeat some of the examples of cruelty, sure, but suffice it to say that if you read some of the martyrologies of the period, you'll be shocked. Living after the Holocaust, you can't read these kinds of descriptions of violence with so there was a huge displacement of this massive Jewish center in the middle of the 17th century. Is that a lot of his life story was written by his followers specifically with an eye to conforming to the very
Hold on a sec.
This material disseminates very fast. Jews are avid readers in the 17th century, and they are scooping up these books, and they're really digesting them well. His father dealt in poultry. He sold chickens, and he was a struggling businessman, but his brothers, there were three sons in the Tzvi family, Eliyahu and Yosef, actually ended up becoming very successful merchants. They ended up following their brother Shabbatai into in his movement, and as we shall see how that develops later. But he came from a fairly humble background that was upwardly mobile. These are Ashkenazim living in Asia Minor, and he was the scholar of the family. He was the baby of the family, and even his detractors are very happy to admit that Shabbatai Tzvi was quite a learned young man. Apparently, at the age of 15, he had run out of teachers. There was no one in Smyrna who could educate him, and so he studied on his own. And at the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the regional equivalent of what we could call a rabbi. He did, however, have a very profound ascent. So he studied on his own, and at the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the regional equivalent of what we could call a rabbi. He did, however, have a very profound ascetic sense. He was a loner. He, like Muhammad, ironically, he liked to go for long walks in the wilderness. He liked to be by himself. There was one dramatic episode where he went for a swim by himself and nearly drowned, and his rescue from that incident helped propel him into a sense of grandeur, that he in fact might be the Mashiach. He had a deep attachment to his mother, but otherwise he had very few friends as an adolescent. His reputation as a scholar, he was, by the way, also reputed by, again, his detractors and his admirers alike to be an exceptionally good-looking man, and he had an extremely fine singing voice. When he was in his up phases, and we'll talk about those momentarily, he was wont to sing publicly, and his voice was extremely pleasing to everyone. So the fact that he was good-looking and that he had a good voice actually did make a big difference with regards to how people dealt with his other eccentricities. His reputation as a young scholar prompted two early marriages. Both of them failed. In both cases, he was married for several months. And wives complained to their fathers that the marriage was twice. Later, we'll talk about his more long-term wife, Sarah. He was ultimately married 4 times. Sometimes if you include the time he married his third wife. This particular picture here, I don't know what to make of these pictures. They're all, a lot of them are pictures of Shabtai Tzvi. As I mentioned earlier, he is regarded as one of the most well-documented Jews of the 17th century. But occasionally you have under here captions that almost always say, he was born in the city of Smyrna, and this is a picture of it. Pictures a lot of him when he was 40 years old. And it says it's a great portrait, it's a true portrait. That's the way it's supposed to look like. Several other ones that look very different, also say it's a true portrait. That's what I gave. So he had these 2 early marriages, and he seemed to have a difficulty with intimacy on a personal level and even at a marital level, and this plagued him through his life. The most profound psychological aspect of Shabtai Tzvi's life is that he seems to have been again, I'm a layperson, I don't know anything about psychology, but he seems to have been a manic depressive. He would go through periods of tremendous elation and euphoria that could last several weeks at a time, and then he would, fall into the pit of despair. Or as my eldest daughter, when she was about 10 years old, once said, "I'm in the depths of despair." She won't like it if she's hi, Rafi. She's watching it from college now. She's very smart. She's in the honors program, things like that. But she was in the depths of, so he would go through these periods of like tremendous euphoria, happiness, and he would be expansive and he would be dramatic. And other times he just would be catatonic.
This you can believe. I will never.
So when he clearly, maybe a bipolar kinds of existence. He called the periods of euphoria illuminations, because he felt he was receiving some kind of revelation that he was directly connected to God, and the opposite when he was
That's what you say. Each time I hold you this way. When I feel like this, and I want to kiss you, baby, don't say it away. Don't leave my embrace. For here in my arms is your grace. When the night grows cold and I want to hold you, baby, don't say don't. Everything
it was terrible. For the way it's spelled in the prayer books. The placeholder simply means our Lord, and it's a euphemism for the name which we are not allowed to pronounce. The name that we were not allowed to pronounce was only recited on Yom during the time that it was standing. And since then, it's been totally off limits. We only pronounce, what the word that I'm sure you're familiar with. He was fascinated with the Tetragrammaton, and he would walk around Smyrna pronouncing the name of God. And, he did all kinds of strange things like this. He would occasionally call himself Mashiach, Messiah, even in his early years, but people basically tolerated him. He was regarded as some kind of eccentric, to put it mildly. Others considered him a bit of a harmless lunatic. He was just, the village fool. It's true that he was very learned, but obviously he couldn't pull his life together properly, so people basically tolerated him. Again, he was good looking, he was a great cousin, people really enjoyed him. This is our Shopify. Every town has someone like this, so this is our Shopify speed. This is
a hard-headed woman, soft-hearted man, been the cause of trouble ever since the world began. Adam told Eve, listen, get to me. Don't you let me get you messing around that I will take a hold. And I'm going to take a walk on again. A hard-headed woman in the thorn in the side of man. Sounds a totally loud and clear. I keep you cotton picking fingers on my collar. I heard about a king who was doing swell. Till he started playing with that evil Jezebel. I got a woman, a hard-headed woman, soft-hearted man, been the cause of trouble ever since the world began. Adam told Eve, listen, yeah, to me. Don't you let me get you messing around that I will take a hold. And I'm going to take a walk on again. Hard-headed woman in the soul in the side of man.
Istanbul at the time, which was also a very large Jewish center.
A hard-headed woman, soft-hearted man, don't you let me get you messing around that I will take a hold. Hard-headed woman in the soul in the side of man. And with this world began. A hard-headed woman in the soul in the side of man. And let it live, and let it live. And she's gonna make it bring it to the same way. And with the world began. A hard-headed woman in the soul in the side of man. Hard-headed woman in the soul in the side of man.
Obsessive-compulsive disorder. You think it's funny, but I'm serious. There's a book that's written by two psychiatrists in Jerusalem,
Well, I'm a hard-headed woman, soft-hearted man, been the cause of trouble ever since.
Mentally ill in the Orthodox community is that their problems go undiagnosed so long. Because when a person, let's say for example, is very, very careful about the mitzvah of netilat yadayim, washing your hands, and everyone else says, oh, look how frum he is. He washes his hands 18 times. The rest of us do it maybe 2 or 3 times. 18 times, what a frum guy. So ironically, a person like this gets praised for their OCD behavior, and that just pushes them even further into that direction. Furthermore, as we saw last week with Rabbi Caro, it's also Shabtai Tzvi, if someone, we do believe in power of prophecy. We do believe that under certain circumstances, God does speak directly to people, perhaps through dreams like that. So a person walks around saying, I had a nevuah katana, I had a small prophecy. I felt like God was speaking. We say, oh, wow, you must be a very spiritually elevated person. In reality, the person is, a few dimes short of $1. But the fact is that in Orthodox Judaism, this kind of behavior may actually be not recognized for what it is until it's too late. And this is exactly the kind of thing that happened in Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi. His erratic behavior, his extreme seclusion, his meditative silences, these were looked on as acts of piety, when in fact they were acts of lunacy. So what happens is, in Jerusalem in 1662, he got his first real job. The elders of Jerusalem needed to carry an important message to Egypt. Shabtai Tzvi had just come from Egypt, and so they entrusted him with this task of carrying an important message to Egypt, and he carried out the task beautifully. I mean, it was not such a difficult thing, but he had the appearance and he had the mannerisms and he knew the way, so he carried this back to Egypt, and he was briefly a hero for legitimate reasons. Luckily for him, he met the head of the Egyptian Jewish community, who was very much taken with him, and ultimately became one of his prime supporters, both morally and financially, which would have a significant impact on him later in life as he helped people into Messianic identity. He was responsible for the head of the Egyptian Jewish community back to the this time that message up there, someone who was make my dreams come true. A woman named Sarah just call my name. There's a lot of rumors about the Libertine behavior. I want your sweet helping hand. My love's too strong to hide. Always there, when we fight like joy never did no wrong. One night, and she brought the whole show down to meet Shabtai Tzvi.
One night with you. That is what I'm praying for. All things that we do to do would make my dreams come true. Just call my name, and I'll be right by your side. I will your sweet helping hand. My love's too strong to hide. Always live in my life. I never do no wrong. Now I know that I'm in love with you. And roll on with too long. All night with you is what I'm time for the things that we two can do.
And that was, I mean, as if to say that all these years they had been married. Oh my God, it's right. It just gets weird. Should I cut that part out of the video? They've been married and nothing doing, and then all of a sudden they get remarried. So it was a kind of political theater, but it certainly worked, and his followers were taken in by it tremendously. Now, here's the turning point for Shabtai Tzvi, if it wasn't enough already. On his way back from Egypt, he passes through Gaza, and he meets the person who would change his life forever, Nathan of Gaza. Oh, look what it says over here. Nathan Levi de Gaza. Right? And it has also German up here. So that's apparently Nathan of Gaza. Nathan of Gaza was also a learned individual who was somewhat of a mystic. He claimed later to have prophesied that Shabbatai Tzvi would be coming to visit him and was in fact the Mashiach. Of course, we don't hear about those things until later, but when they met, the reason for their meeting was ironically because Shabbatai Tzvi went to Nathan of Gaza for advice on how to avoid the effects of his bipolar personality. Talk about going to the wrong person. As Nathan of Gaza saw Shabbatai Tzvi and said, "This is amazing. You know, you are Mashiach, or maybe cynically, I believe you could be Mashiach. You could make he encouraged him in his pretensions.
If I'm stepping back when we say goodbye, don't be with me, should I cry?
Was the Mashiach, and this was the first prominent.
If I'm sentimental when we say goodbye, don't believe me, should I try? When you're gone, no dreams little, dream as years go by, and then there's a fool such a and then there's a fool such as I over you. You know how to love. Don't say you're a fool. But I want you. And then there's a fool such as I.
Elders of Jerusalem were not pleased with this, and they denounced his antinomian strange behavior, but they did not take any more profound action. Because at the back of their minds, perhaps, they're thinking, it is time for Mashiach. We really could have Mashiach. Let's see what happens with this guy. I mean, but nevertheless, they did in fact denounce him and distance themselves from him. Here's where it
give it to me, baby.
To the rest of the world. There were several emissaries in various countries who were in Jerusalem, later in Turkey, who heard about these things, and they carried these things back to England, France, Turkey, elsewhere, and began publishing very, very popular accounts of the rise of the Jewish Messiah, principally in English, French, and German, and we have these contemporary accounts by Christians of it. They were especially nervous about one rumor, and these rumors just built one upon another, that the 10 lost tribes were coming out of hiding to begin the Messianic War, the Armageddon. According to this thought, The 10 lost tribes, of course, that we haven't seen since the year 722, before the Common Era, they have been in hiding. They have been living, according to some accounts, in the deep recesses of a cave called the Red Mountain, somewhere in Asia Minor. And they've been training there, for hundreds of years. And now that the Jewish Messiah has come, they're all being released from these mountains. This is perhaps influenced by the invasion of the Tatars and the Mongols. And they are going to overrun all of Europe, and they're going to make it one big Jewish kingdom. There's one of the many woodcuts that depicts, is a Christian woodcut, showing Shabbatai Tzvi with his bands of armies in the background. It's a very fanciful thing. You never had anything like this kind of following, at least not in the military sense. And a lot of people are fascinated and nervous at the same time. So Shabbatai Tzvi becomes immediately a world celebrity for his craziness. And during this time, he just goes wild with the antinomian behavior. Antinomian is a term referring to nomos in Greek means law. So antinomian means counter halakhic, behaving in ways that is not appreciated by the Torah. So, for example, I already mentioned he eradicated the 10th of Teves. He also eradicated the fast of the 17th of Tammuz, which is much better, actually. This is in the summertime, so it's a lot longer fast. In one synagogue, he was criticized publicly in one particular synagogue, and he wasn't there at the time. So when he heard about it, it was on the Shabbat. He ran over to that synagogue with several of his followers and wanted to enter to rebut their claims. They locked the doors on him, so he got an axe and he started chopping at the door. And so when they see that he's trying to they let him in, so he destroyed the door. And he took over the service. He proclaimed himself rabbi. He called
Hey baby, I ain't asking much of you. I ain't asking much of you. Just the baby.
which is an acronym for the phrase Adonenu Malkeinu Gadol, Master and King.
Baby, I ain't asking much of you. Baby, I ain't asking much of you. Just a bigger little baby, baby. And then you get a mama. This is going to be the death. But I ain't greedy, baby. All I want is all you gotta have a baby. I can give it to you.
So at this point, Shabtai Tzvi is just riding a huge wave of popularity. He says, okay, now it's time to do it. He took himself to Constantinople to and say, all right, now it's time for me to take over Jerusalem. He met first with the Grand Vizier, who's shown here. His name was Ahmed something or other. I'm sorry, I've forgotten it. And he seems to have been quite a statesman. And Shabtai Tzvi is really quite fortunate because he was dealt with some delicacy. He was met at sea. There were some storms that kept him from arriving, and many of his followers felt the fact that he eventually arrived was in itself a miracle. But there were some storms that kept him from sea, and then the vizier sent ships out to meet him, and they promptly arrested him, and they brought him back to Constantinople in chains. He was imprisoned, but the prison experience was really not so bad. He was eventually given a private chef, a private secretary, and he was allowed to receive visitors. So he was not exactly in a deep dungeon. He was, in fact, treated as something of an eccentricity. And while the Sultan thought about what he could do with him, debated among scholars. His followers tend to portray it as a very grudging and sort of a disappointed course of events for Shabtai Tzvi. His opponents indicate that it was very opportunistic and simply a way of launching himself further in his career. In fact, the Sultan did have another motivation. He felt that converting a very prominent Jew like this, probably the most prominent Jew in the world at the time, would draw more converts into Islam. And so not only did he allow him to convert, but he actually gave him a royal stipend of 150 gold coins every month. So he was paid to be Muslim by the Sultan. Sarah converted with him, and approximately 200 families followed him into apostasy. Nathan of Gaza, who was not there at the time, although he did visit Shabtai Tzvi several times later, felt that his conversion was a great mystery, but ultimately they worked out a new theology where Shabtai Tzvi's conversion to Islam was part of the gathering of the sparks, meaning he had to go to every religion and he had to go and collect up all of the holiness from all religions, and then eventually it would be the Messianic period. And of course, if he converted to Islam, and then he has to also deal with Christianity as well. So in fact, at one point, Shabtai Tzvi sent Nathan of Gaza to Rome to meet with the Pope, perhaps to convert to Christianity there, but nothing came of that in the end. What ends up happening is that Shabtai Tzvi kind of fades into obscurity after this. He's living at this point as a Muslim for almost 10 years. But he seems to be some kind of crypto Jew as well. He's still practicing some Jewish rituals, and he has a circle of approximately 2 shuls worth of people who are staying, 200 families who are staying with him, and they are also, officially Muslim, but still practicing essential Jewish rituals. I mentioned earlier the divorce of Sarah and the remarriage, And we really don't know exactly what was going on in that little community, but the Grand Vizier felt that there was a lot of crazy things going on, and Shabtai Tzvi as a Muslim was no longer an asset, so he expelled him from the capital city of Constantinople to a tiny village in Albania, where he would live to the end of his life. His grave is still there. Fascinatingly, his followers continued to practice a form of Sabbatean Muslim Judaism. They were called the Dunya, and they persisted right up until the 20th century. They played a very profound role. These are the descendants of Shabtai Tzvi's original followers who converted to Islam. They played a very important role in the Young Turk Rebellion at the beginning of the 20th century. But then they were largely endogamous, meaning they married within each other's families for several hundred years. But by the 1960s, oh look, here's another very portrait. He doesn't actually say that. It does call him King of the Jews, 1666. At any rate, by the 1960s, there were only a handful of Dunya left in Turkey, although several ethnographers have tried to study their unique way of life. Yes, question? Based on what you say, you probably have it's interesting. Excellent. Yeah, that's an interesting observation. The British certainly were. They did have an exaggerated sense of how important the Jews would be to World War I. Part of the motivation for the Balfour Declaration was they would hope that all of these German Jews who were fighting as German patriots would then throw down their weapons and refuse to fight for Germany and Austria. It didn't turn out that way because Jews tend to be patriotic wherever they are, and they didn't pay attention to the Balfour Declaration. But it's interesting to see the connection to the Dunya. I never made that connection. That's good. They were very prominent among them. So let's look at the legacy and we'll conclude tonight. Interestingly, 6 weeks before his death, Shabtai Tzvi wrote to some of his followers and asked them if they would send him a regular Jewish matzor that he could use in Albania. Apparently, very few matzorim in Albania. And then he received it, and then shortly afterwards, on Yom Kippur, another auspicious day, he passes away in 1676 at the age of 49. By the time he passed away, he had already made his major impact on the Jewish world. It was a largely deleterious impact in so many ways. The Jews were still further deflated. Now it's just 200 years after the Spanish expulsion and 50-odd years after the horrible pogroms of 1648-49. And many scholars have tied these successive disappointments to other movements that would arise in Eastern Europe and elsewhere. Nevertheless, the intellectual impact of his Kabbalistic studies are only now being discovered by scholars, and there's a lot of fascinating connections that I myself was shocked to read about in recent scholarship. For example, the influence of Shabtai Tzvi on the Ramchal, on Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. Many other scholars of the 18th century were persecuted because of their supposed or real connections to Sabbatean Kabbalah. But we can't take away from him that he was quite a Talmud Chacham. He was quite a brilliant scholar of Jewish sources, and he left behind many teachings that were studied for another 200 years by more mainstream Jews. Nevertheless, his name goes down in history as one of disgrace, and perhaps we should pity him for his obvious mental instability, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week. No children. No children. Have an excellent night. Sorry. Thank you. That the video that I recorded earlier on Tomorrow did not work out. The Moshe Cordero video. It worked great for about 5 minutes, and then the audio have to record it again, and I'll post it this way. That was a really good lecture. I enjoyed it myself so much. So I'm kind of sad that we have to redo it, but who knows? Maybe the meeting again will make it better. I'm not going to have an audience for this lecture, as you see, so I'm just sitting at the dining room table right now. Friend of mine, friend of ours who do this with artists. It's actually a picture of a birch tree. Snow
You can take a man off an apple tree. Shake, shake, shake the sugar, never shake me, oh. I'm gonna stick like glue. Stick because I'm stuck on you. I'm gonna run my fingers through your long black hair and squeeze you tighter than the grizzly bear. Yes, sir, oh. I'm gonna stick like glue. Stuck because I'm stuck on you. Hide in the kitchen, hide in the hall. Ain't gonna do you no good at all. Looks like kitchen, a distant star. A team of wild horses couldn't tear me apart. Oh yeah. I'm gonna stick like glue. Young because I'm stuck on you.
as well. In our case,
You can shake a tree with an apple tree. Shake, 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 well, if you've never shaken me, I'm gonna stick like glue. Stick because I'm stuck on you. You break everything through you. You back home. I reach you better than a grizzly bear. Yes, sir, I'm gonna stick like glue. Stick because I'm stuck on you. You never done. Get you a different star. I tell you what, I can tear us apart. And the other side, nothing of them is gonna do this time. Oh yeah. I'm gonna stick like glue. Stick because I'm stuck on you. Hide in the kitchen, hide in the hall. They're gonna.
in danger of studying this mystical information as the Kabbalah, as
That was sick.
lives qualified to address that. Today I will be basing much of my material, most of my own research, as I'm looking at well, and also I will have the work of Dr. Zohar Rabbi, who is a fascinating scholar who's written, without doubt, the definitive
I'm stuck on you.
dogma within life works, mystical tithing, systematic thought, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, aka Cordero, Safed Israel 1522-57. That in itself is half the dissertation. But the book is great for information, and it is grateful to me. This is a resource for its topic. I highly recommend it. The name Cordovero that is typically used is of Spanish derivation, although the Roman himself preferred the spelling Cordoero, which is Portuguese spelling. He also was associated with the Portuguese community in Spain, which leads Dr. Raviv to conclude, and I certainly think his analysis is perceptive and accurate, that the Ramak was most likely of Portuguese derivation. Why do we associate him with a Spanish name, Cordova, or Cordova, I think it's supposed to be pronounced? That's because when it comes to surnames, typically one only gets a surname when one leaves a place and lives somewhere else. So, for example, I live here in Florida, but no one here would call me, let's say, Henry Florida. It would be a strange surname because everyone here is from Florida, so you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. But since I come from Canada, people could easily call me Canada. And if I pass that surname on to my children and grandchildren and so on, they would be called whatever Shlomi Canada because they
It's now or never. Come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. It's now or never. My heart away. When I first saw you, with your smile so tender, my heart was perhaps sure, my soul surrendered. I waited my time, waiting for the right time. Yeah, I've been here, my time is here, at last. It's now or never. Come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. It's now or never. My love won't wait.
This is why we do these things. Well, that's what's good. Focus on so he's a prominent member of the Tzfat Circle, which was phenomenal and exceptional explosion of Jewish talent in the 16th century. It included some of the most amazing figures in modern Jewish history, early modern Jewish history, including Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, who was the teacher of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, the noted Kabbalist known as the Ari Zal, meaning the Holy Lion, blessed memory, for his Kabbalistic work, who was the student of the Ramah. In fact, he left Egypt specifically to come to learn at the feet of the Ramah, and then he went on, specifically through his own student, Rabbi Vital, who also studied with the Ramah, to go on and publish a tremendous amount of work in Kabbalah, very creative, fascinating material. To give you a sense of how important this very brief effervescence of Jewish thought was, I'll tell you a little bit about this fascinating little footnote in Jewish history called the Smicha renewal, which occurred under Rabbi Yaakov Beirav in the 16th century. Basically, Smicha refers to the ordination of rabbis. The word Smicha comes from somek, which means to lean upon, and it comes from the idea that Moshe Rabbeinu, he passed on his authority to his student, Joshua, by laying on the hands onto his head. And Joshua then gave this statement to his students. Actually, he gave that statement to his students, and they to their students, and so on and so forth. However, sometime during the period of the destruction of the Vatican Temple, the State chain was broken. And after that, with the demographic upheaval, with Jews moving all over the place, and,
Are you lonesome tonight? Do you miss me tonight?
no longer reflected the legitimate change that Moses all the way forward as a person who was handing on authority. There is, however, some.
Are you lonesome tonight? Do you miss me tonight? Are you sorry we drifted apart?
When a rabbi, Yaakov Be'erav, gathered together Rabbi Yosef Karo, others in Sfat, and said, listen, it's time. Let's do it again. Let us renew the statement. He received agreement, and so they gave him the statement, and then he turned around and gave them statement, and basically the statement was
Are you lonesome tonight? Do you miss me tonight? Are you sorry we drifted apart? Does your memory change to a bright summer's day when I kissed you and called you sweetheart? Do the chairs in your parlor seem empty and bare? Do you gaze at your doorstep and picture? Is your heart filled with pain? Shall I come back again? Tell me, dear, are you lonesome tonight? You know, remember.
Run by the Jewish law author. He was widely regarded as a halakhic authority, although he himself has his particular style of Jewish work. He tends to prefer to be more of a lone Kabbalist working with smaller groups. So, nevertheless, you get a sense of how special the Sfat moment was in Jewish history. There's very important reasons for this effervescence of Jewish history, of Jewish creativity and Sfat at the time. Let's refer to a couple of aspects of it. It's so weird doing this, but I didn't the first thing in front of me is myself. Although I enjoy talking to myself, it's not the same. Anyways, Sfat is not mentioned anywhere in biblical literature. It's not a famous town whatsoever. How is it that all of a sudden in the 16th century it had this explosion? So there are several key reasons. The first one is, of course, money. Sfat became a place of very brief but very powerful economic development, largely through the Ottoman tax policies of the time. Jerusalem, it was recently conquered by the Ottomans, and they wished to foster development, so they gave a lot of significant tax breaks to people who were living there, Jews, Arabs, and others. Jerusalem was in a period of decline, and suddenly, because of the attraction of new settlement and new industry, there was a significant amount of disposable income. And with that disposable income, you suddenly have the possibility for scholarship and development. This is something that undergraduates don't necessarily grasp, that you can only have high level of culture region.
And Can't you see I love you? Please don't break my heart in two. That's not hard to do, 'cause I don't have a wooden heart. And if you say can't you see I love you? Please don't break my heart in two. That's not hard to do, 'cause I don't have a wooden heart. And if you say goodbye, then I know I will cry. Maybe I would die, 'cause I don't have a wooden heart. There's no strings upon this love of mine. It was always you from the start. Treat me nice, treat me good, treat me like you really should. 'Cause I know you would, and I don't have a wooden heart. Musiden, Zuzahe, Helaus, Helaus, Undu, Manchas, Musiden, Helaus, Undu, Manchas, Musiden. The fuck language is that? That ain't English, baby. That ain't English. Can't you see I love you? Please don't break my heart in two. That's not.
A lot about his teacher and his brother-in-law. At the age of 20, he began to study Kabbalah under Rabbi Rothschild, who is most known for being the author of the Lachado D hymn, which is said on Friday nights. A noted Kabbalist, he was devoted to him for the entirety of his Greek life, so much so that he joined Rabbi Alphabet as a family member because he married his sister. So Rabbi Moshe Cordovero's brother-in-law was also his principal teacher in Kabbalah. We don't know terribly, we don't have a lot of information about the Ramak's family. We know that one of his sons, Gedalia, was 8 years old at the time that Ramak passed away, and later, Gedalia, as I mentioned earlier, took the manuscripts that the Ramak had left to his mother and found an appropriate publisher for them, Maharav Mahano, very important Italian rabbi, which of course led to their widespread dissemination and publication. With Rabbi Alphabet's, one of the most fascinating things that the Ramak would engage in was the so-called Yerushin, which was literally divorces. And what this referred to was a form of self-imposed exiles, brief trips where they would simply leave the spot, either together or later the Ramak would do this alone, and they would just wander the countryside around Spot, and kind of like using a dowsing rod, they would actually use a dowsing rod, but it was similar in kind of the feel to it. They would simply wander around until they felt the sanctity of a place, and they would identify those places often with the graves of various tzaddikim. When they were at these various holy places, they would engage in all kinds of spiritual activities, a long recitation of psalms, some strange kind of meditative exercises that are really quite fascinating. And all of these are recorded in a book he authored titled Sacred Gerushin, a very unusual kind of personal spiritual journal that catalogs his experience as he goes through the also has a word exile. So they were like imitating the pain at its exile from its chosen home.
My heart's on fire, burning with a strange desire, and I know it's coming to you. But your heart's on fire too. So my darling, please surrender. All is not the warm and tender. Let me hold you in my arms, dear. While sweet bright above. All one song will tell a story. For her love in all its glory. Let us take a moment and make it a night of love. Won't you please surrender? Let your heart be mine forever.
Basically, Judaism, like
Be mine
religion, has
tonight.
a philosophical conundrum. How does an infinite being, i.e., God, communicate with a finite? If something is infinite, there can be no boundaries to it, and yet we perceive quite clearly that the world is a finite place with edges, borders, stops here and continues there, and so on. How does that work? So, in Korzybera Kabbalah, also emphasized in Luriana Kabbalah by way of caveat. I have no idea what I'm talking about here. I come from a traditional Lithuanian background. I've never studied Kabbalah systematically. I've just dipped into it.
Well, since Rabbi the Discord wants to play, it may be time for me to drop a few more fog protocols. Keep it up, Rich. Just because I am all peace, love, and commitment does not mean I won't get in the gutter.
But in my humble opinion, what I think is going on is that God, as it were, shrunk itself through a process called shrinking or contraction, and then released into the vacuum created by his absence 10 successive emanation of his essence, which then created the physical world that we live in. Do this popping up.
No one knows
So
what you're
how does
talking
that
about.
work? Think of it like this. The traditional
Inshallah, the
metaphor
God
that's
was
used
given
amongst the Kabbalistic literature
will
is that
conquer the
you
mandate of
imagine
heaven.
God is like a vat of boiling hot oil. And you take that oil and you pour it into a clay vessel. Clay vessel can't handle
What does that
much
mean?
more
Some garbage, some fucking
hot oil. And so
ching
the
chong
vessel
shit.
shatters. The mixture of the oil of the shattered vessels then falls into
God
a
has willed
second
it. That's tight.
a second vessel, which also shatters.
What's
And
wool
then
him
this
cock?
continues all the way down for 10 successive shatterings until finally it's cool
No
enough
one knows.
that the God's light or oil, as it were, mixed with the shards of the broken vessels, make up the physical universe as we understand it. That's the traditional Kabbalistic description in Greek called Shvirat HaKelim, destruction of the vessel. Another metaphor, which I think makes more sense, at least the way I look at it, is if you imagine God as the sun, let's say, for a metaphor, it's impossible to look directly at the sun. You burn out your eyes if you decide to do that. But if you take a mirror and you look in the mirror, you can glance at the sun for a little bit longer because the mirror itself, oops, wait a second, I don't want to share the mail. Let's shut this down immediately. This is ridiculous. Okay. The mirror, how do you word like this? The light from the sun, as it goes to the mirror absorbs some of the radiation and also distorts it because it's not a perfect surface. It has, whatever little interruptions or scratches and things like that. The backing is not consistent. And then if you take that light and you put another mirror over here and you reflect the sun's light into this mirror and then into this mirror, you can look at it even longer because two mirrors together certainly, dilute the power of the light. So if you have 10 of these mirrors going all the way down, at the very 10th mirror, then you can look at the sun quite comfortably. It's still the light of the sun. No new light has been introduced. However, through the reflection of these mirrors, it's made possible for us to somehow comprehend it. So this is a very basic idea of Cordover and Kabbalah, that the world goes through these 10 emanations. From over here, Keter, this is actually not precisely the Cordover diagram, but we'll use it for now. It's sort of colorful. Keter down through Chachma, Bina, and so on, all the way down until you get to Malchut, which is the physical world in which we live. That is an introduction, very briefly, to my limited understanding of Sphirot. It also addresses a very difficult problem, and this
That
is
shit's tight, son.
The Cordoveran Kabbalah from the Lurianic Kabbalah, and that is the concept of theodicy. Monotheistic religions have
I like this song.
a very difficult issue to address. In my humble opinion, it is a far more significant issue to address than, for example, the question of the existence of God. And if you look at the great arc of Jewish thought, you'll see that very little time is spent discussing whether or not God exists, but there's a significant amount of material devoted to the subject of whether or not God exists. The book of Job and on actually from Genesis,
Dude, what the fuck version is this? Take 12? No, why would you put that? Why would Zuckerberg have this shit on here? Oh, put the Take 12 version on there. How about Take 1?
The concept of theodicy, which comes from the Greek term theos, meaning God, and dike, meaning justice. Is God just? So you have a monotheistic religion.
Came by today, 'cause he was telling everyone town of the love that he just found it and raised their name. So it's Miriam's name. He talked and talked, and I heard him say that she's the longest blackest hair. prettiest green eyes anywhere, and the ring of the latest flame. I wish him luck and he said goodbye. What else was there to do but cry? Would you believe that yesterday this girl was in my arms and swore to me she'd be mine eternally? And Marian's her name of the latest flame. Well, I found the tears inside her burning. I wished him luck and then he said goodbye. He was gone as his words kept him.
As God is diluted in the universe, as God is shrunk further and further through those
Hello, friend. Came by today, 'cause he was telling everyone in town of the girl that he just found. And Marine's the name of the latest flame. He talked and talked, and I heard him say that he had the longest, blackest hair, prettiest green eyes anywhere. And Marine's the name of the latest flame. Now I smiled, the tears that were burning. I wished him luck until he said goodbye. He was gone, but still the words kept returning. What else was there that you do but cry? Would you believe that yesterday this girl was in my arms for every she'd be mine eternally? And Marian's the name of his latest flame. Though I smiled, the tears inside were burning. I wished him luck and then he said goodbye. He was gone, every other words were turning. What else was there to do but cry?
those three statements that coexist. I will reiterate.
Miriam's a hoe.
Dr. Rothschild, who's also written some phenomenal materials on the Kabbalah of the Ramah, most of which is awaiting translation to English. She emphasizes that the vast majority of Lurianic Kabbalah is identical to Cordovera Kabbalah, and they should not be seen in any way as being in competition with one another, because the reality is Lurianic Kabbalah is highly derivative of Cordovera Kabbalah. Okay, let's go on. There we go, next slide. One other detail that maybe you picked up on earlier when I was talking about his association with the Lachal Dodi. The Ramah was an enthusiastic supporter of early study of the Kabbalah. He himself began studying Kabbalah at 20, and he felt that this is something that is really positive for all Jews. And he argued quite forcefully for it. For example, his more popular of the party, the Or huge amounts of criticism on qualified teachers, and felt that if one could not get a qualified teacher, one should not abandon the study of Kabbalah. Rather, one should study it alone, because even studying alone, not understanding what you're reading, is better than studying with a teacher who will definitely give you an incorrect reading of the Kabbalah. Hence, don't learn anything from me, because I'm totally unqualified in this area. Just in the historical area, maybe I'll have something useful to say here. Nevertheless, the Ramah was quite exceptional in his advocacy.
Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things were meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. That was so sick when you changed the lyrics. It was like, oh, dog, and the crowd went wild.
For a concept known as the imitation of God. Basically, we do have a mitzvah in the Torah to imitate God. It's recorded in the Sefer Hachina, for example, and elsewhere, that one should try to absorb the attributes of God. And the Gemara, the Talmud says, how do we do this? Well, we imitate God by following His ways. Just as God clothed the naked, so we should clothe the naked. Just as God fed the hungry, so should we feed the hungry, and so on and so forth. The Tomer Tvorah, however, says that while that is certainly true, on a more profound level, what we really should be doing is we should look at who God is, what is God's identity, that which is accessible to us, and we should imitate that identity. The actions for sure, but the identity is even more primary. And how do we experience God? We experience God through the Sfirot, earlier mentioned. The idea that God is the world. And we're gonna rock all our blues away. Are you sweet? And we know something about Are you sweet?
I like the song.
We should also that same energy in ourselves, which
Oh yeah, I don't wanna four-leaf clover, don't want an old horseshoe. Want your kiss, 'cause I just can't miss with a good luck charm like you. Want be my little a good luck charm. Oh, you sweet delight. I want a good luck charm hanging around my arm to have, to hold, tonight. Oh yeah. Do.
translation and commentary on the Torah. Taking a few liberties. For example, I divided the word this division is not present. First section is what I call the
a good love charm, you sweet delight. I want a good love charm hanging around my arm to have, to hold, I do not. Oh yeah. I do. Me my little a good luck charm. You sweet delight. I want a good luck charm. My hang around my arm. And to have, I do hope, I do not. Oh yeah. I know.
hard. So therefore,
good morning, be my little, a good luck charm. Oh, you sweet delight.
So that's basically what the Tomer Deborah deals with. Let's look at it a little bit more closely.
Oh yeah, I don't want to leaf clover, don't want to hold horseshoe. Want your kids that I just can't miss with a love charm like you. Don't wanna be my little a good luck charm. You sweet delight. I want a good luck charm hanging on my arm. To have, that you hold tonight. Don't want a silver dollar, a rabbit's foot on a string. The happiness in your warm caress, no rabbit's foot good. No morning, be my little a good luck charm. You sweet delight. I want a good luck charm hanging on my arm. To have, to hold tonight. Oh yeah.
This is also part of
Oh yeah.
in which the Godhead is very embodied. God, as it were, in order to mitigate against his anger, will never
Come on, be my little a good luck charm. You sweet delight. I want a good luck charm.
Nevertheless, they are very generous, helping the poor, and so that,
Oh yeah.
blunts.
I don't want to only
Then
go
what the
on
Ramat will do is he will
around the foot on the string.
human level as well. So, for example, let's say
No
a married couple has
I
significant arguments from time to time, and one member of the couple, let's say the husband, oh, this is so hard because this is going to be a wet. So let's say, for example, theoretically, there's a couple that occasionally has arguments. Like, my wife and I, it's hard for you to talk about it because we only have arguments once every 6 or 7 years or so. But let's say, for example, the husband, me, becomes frustrated with my wife, let's say, one wife, right? And I'm tempted to get angry and I'm tempted to say something which I certainly would rather later regret. So what I try to do, follow as he does, I try to remember one thing that my wife does that is a positive characteristic. And if I can remember that, then, if I want to let loose and be angry and raise my voice or something, well, remember this one small characteristic, and it can be a very small one, that soothes my anger a little bit, just enough to kind of let me grab hold of it and control it. So, for example, my wife always makes my lunch. No matter what, she always makes sure I have lunch. And so, even though I might be angry with one thing or other, if I can remember, she always makes my lunch. She cares for me, make sure I eat properly. She makes my lunch. I keep being angry because I just can't let it go. I just can't, give myself over to anger. So it's an amazing thing. And although, I can't say that I've mastered this in any way, even though I've read it many, many times, it has definitely changed my life personally. And I think that this first chapter is something that every thinking person should definitely read. It's a soaring work of genius, and it's really a transformational practice. So he does this for 13 levels of forgiveness, and it really is something that, if internalized, makes a phenomenal difference. Okay, let's go on.
You sweet delight. I want a good luck charm hanging on my arm.
Basically, this is one of the early his son Gedalia offered to Menachem Acharia Defano, who is known as the famous Maharam Defano, a significant Kabbalist and a very, very devoted student of the work of the Ramak, and he immediately put it to press. The book when Rabbi Rothschild great devotee, and that meant that a lot of people studied the Talmud Torah fairly early on in its publication history. Small but interesting footnote, the book is obviously valuable for everyone to read, although when you get later on in the chapters, there are a few references that indicate that he was most probably writing primarily for a male audience. Very clear, you can put it on here and there, that nevertheless, Talmud Torah she's all the things a girl should be, but she's not. She knows just how to make me laugh. Later, the Rabbi Israel Salanter recommended the study.
Her hair is soft and her eyes are oh so blue. She's all the things a girl should be, but she's not you. She knows just how to make me laugh when I feel blue. She's everything a man could want, but she's not you. And when we're dancing, it almost feels the same. I've got to stop myself from whispering your name. You can kiss me like you used to do, and it's just breaking my heart, 'cause she's not you. And it's just breaking my heart, 'cause she's not you. When we're dancing, it almost feels the same. I've got to stop myself from whispering your name. You kisses the way you used to do, and it's just breaking my heart, 'cause she's not you. And it's just breaking my heart, 'cause she's not you. Oh, that's great, Rabbi. You're the best.
Demand that it really be incorporated into the regular curriculum. And included in that was Tomer Torah, which is such phenomenal value that it really had to be included as well. Let's just put that in greater context, and I'm going to refer here to one of the most profound and prolific promulgators of Musar today, my colleague, Dr. Alan Marinis, who's done some phenomenal work in his Musar Institute in promoting Musar among people who are really first-time newcomers to the topic. And he's divided Musar into four basic categories. The first is traditional Talmudic Musar, which essentially anthologizes teachings in the Talmud, perhaps reorganizes them, such as Orchot Tzadikim, an anonymous 15th century book that goes through a large number of so-called gates, personality traits, and behaviors, and describes the Talmudic approach to these traits.
Then I'll understand.
Philosophical, which is
Return the sender. Return gave a letter to the postman.
Perhaps the greatest example of that, and it's still put there, is literally Laws of Opinions. There is the ascetic version.
Return to sender. Return to sender.
Self-flagellation, figuratively and perhaps even literally, to atone for sin. And then there is the fourth strand, the Kabbalistic, which
return to sender. Return to sender. I gave a letter to the postman. He put it in his sack. Bright and early next morning, he brought my letter back. She wrote upon it, return to sender. Address unknown. No such number. No such zone. We had a quarrel on lover's spat. I write, I'm sorry, but my letter keeps coming back. Sometimes my letter's in the mail box and send a special D. Bright and early next morning, it came right back to me. She wrote upon it, return to sender. Address unknown. No such person. No such zone. This time I'm gonna take it myself and put it right in her hand. And if it comes back the very next day, then I'll understand you're gonna want it.
An indication of how valued this text is in the Hasidic community as well. So, return the sender. Return the sender. As a result of one of the plagues that return the sender. Return the sender. Of literary works, including his own Torah, Pardes Yemanim, and commentary on the Zohar and so others. And he also left behind extremely influential students. Those who are familiar with the names of this period will be duly impressed. Eliyahu Davidas, the author of the Reshit Chochmah, is one of his principal students. Of course, the Arizal, Rabbi Chaim Vital, who's the author of the Zion, and also a major student of the Arizal, and so on and so forth. Really a phenomenal contribution to Jewish thought, and hopefully with the increased popularity of Tomer Devorah in English translation to world spirituality as a whole. So thank you for sitting through this unusual home-based lecture. I hope that my technology will work fine next week. We won't have to do it again, but let's sign off and hope this all worked okay. Thank you.
You look like an angel.
You look like an angel, look like an angel, walk like an angel, walk like an angel, talk like an angel, but I got wise. You're the devil in disguise. Oh yes you are, devil in disguise. You fooled me with your kisses. You cheated me and schemed. Heaven knows how you lied to me. You're not the way you seem. You look like an angel, look like an angel, walk like an angel, walk like an angel, talk like an angel, but I got wise. You're the devil in disguise. Oh yes you are, the devil in disguise. I thought that I was in heaven, but that was sure a surprise. Heaven help me, I didn't see the devil in your eyes. You look like an angel, look like an angel, walk like an angel, walk like an angel, talk like an angel. But I got wild. You're the devil in disguise. Oh, yes, you are the devil in disguise. Mm-hmm.
Confident that in our relationship, your therapy has been so effective that 6 a.m.
You look like an angel.
Doctor. I had this terrible nightmare, and I woke up. I couldn't sleep any longer, and I tried to analyze it, and I just can't get to the bottom of it. And he says, "Well, what was the dream?" He says, "I had this dream that you were my mother," and it was overwhelming. And Woods says, "Well, what did you do after that?" He says, "Well, I sat down, I wrote it out, or, Freudian techniques." He says, "And what did you do after that?" He says, "And then I had some breakfast." "What did you have for breakfast?" "A bagel." "You call breakfast?" All right, it's not that, but it's funny. I'm page 31, but try. Okay, I'm trying this new one. Okay, tonight's lecture is actually a fascinating lecture. I did a little bit new research for this lecture, new for myself at any rate, and I found some interesting things that I think you'll enjoy. I know that I enjoy doing the research. It's about a woman named Rothschild, the broker. The first H is in guttural. As Billy Crystal says, Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. So you just have to pronounce Rothschild like the Yiddish predecessor word. And the topic is that amazing? Oh, thank you so much. My daughter gave me a cup of coffee, which is really nice. So it's about Jewish women in the medieval economy, and her life is actually fascinating. We have a few scattered documents about her in the Cairo Geniza, and I'm looking forward to sharing with you what her life says about the life of Jews in the medieval economy. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Kula brothers. We have a good representation of the Kula brothers here, right? We have 80% of them here, which is great. And so, in memory of their parents, I had the Stusa of knowing Kazan Morton Kula. He was really a very, very special individual. He lived in Arkansas. He lived in the Waverly at 92nd and Surfside, and he was a very, very talented and spiritual individual that touched the lives of so many people. I know this is a little bit of a departure from our tradition, but I wondered one of the Kula brothers would like to take no more than 30 seconds to say something about your parents. Say one story. Come on. This will be on YouTube forever.
My parents were people who were dedicated to loving other human beings, no matter who they were, where they were in the spectrum of life. They loved knowledge, Torah, and anything to keep learning, and they were master teachers, and they always imparted to us and to one another that they could make the world a better place. Believed it, we made it happen. So, with that in mind, I look forward to learning tonight, because it shows there's always a future, and the future will be good. Thank you for your interrupt.
So, it's actually, it's not even out of tradition for this shul. One of the nicest minhagim they have at this shul is many people sponsor shalashudas for a parent who passed away, something like that. And whoever sponsors the shalashudas usually takes that time, 15 minutes, so just to tell stories about their parents, and it's really quite moving. But let's move on. So, who was the amazing Rothschild? We know about her solely from the documentation that comes from the Cairo Geniza. I will take a few moments to describe what that treasure trove of documents is, just so you can place in context those of you who haven't attended before. But basically, she is a woman who lived in the late 11th and early 20th century in Cairo. 12th century, what did I say? Late 11th, early 12th century in Cairo. Right. This is actually
I said, oh, you saw me crying in the chapel, but tears I shed tears of joy. I know
fuck.
Very exceptionality says a lot about the nature of women.
Just a plain and simple child. Where I pray the Lord that I will grow as I live from day to day. You
Saw me crying in the shoe. The tears I shed were tears of joy. I know the meaning of contentment. I'm happy with the dollar. Just a plain and simple shoe where humble people go to die. I pray the Lord will shine as I live from day to day. I searched and searched and searched, and I could find no way I'm happy in the shoe when people are on one accord. Yes, we gather in the shoe just to sing and praise Hashem. Praise Hashem.
One of the most difficult things about studying social history, meaning as opposed to the lives
You saw me crying in the chapel.
Social history looks at how people actually lived, or as Herder put it, yes, I guess that Yahweh's God, how it actually was for people. How do people actually live? And one of the massive lacunae we have in our sources is where are the women? The vast majority of people who create the documents from which history is understood were men. And men tended to write mainly about things that were important to men, like medieval baseball, politics. No, okay, I don't know how to do this because I picked up the joke book.
So he starts to roam the streets at night, and he learns how to steal, and he learns how to fight in the ghetto. Then one night in desperation, the young man breaks away. He buys a gun, steals a car, tries to run, but he don't get far. And his hunger
construct their lives out of what men say about them. And that's just one of the challenges of working in this discipline, is trying to understand a vacuum, how that vacuum affects the outside world.
As the snow flies on a cold and gray Chicago morning, a poor little baby girl was born in the ghetto, and mama cries. And there's one thing that she don't need, it's another motherfucking hippie mouth to feed in the ghetto. In the ghetto. When you can't live there, Job is a hell of a good hand. He was gonna be an angry young man someday. Taking of you and me, are we too blind to see? Do we simply turn our heads and look the other way? Well, the world turns, and a young little boy with a runny nose
plays in the street, at the club, wind blows in the ghetto. In the ghetto. And his hunger burns. So he starts to roam the streets at night, and he learns how to steal, and he learns how to fight in the ghetto. In the ghetto.
Previous class where we talked about this all-important treasure trove of documentation, but basically, the Geniza was a storehouse of documents that was kept in a particular synagogue not too far from Cairo. The Ben Ezra synagogue, you can see here, this is actually the doorway to the Geniza. It was up on a second floor, kind of an attic into a crawl space. I have another recreation later on in this lecture where it shows people actually putting things in the Geniza in period costume. But this Geniza stored, normally Genizas store any holy writings. Obviously, a Sefer Torah, Tumashim, or, we have, for example, in the Cairo Geniza, actual autographs of Maimonides himself, all kinds of fantastic things like that. But what made this Geniza unique is that the people of this small town believed that anything written in Hebrew belonged in the Geniza. So anything written in Hebrew letters, actually, so even if it was written in the Judeo-Arabic language, very common statements, business contracts, personal correspondence. We know, for example, that Maimonides had a sister because one of her letters to her illustrious brother was found in the Cairo Geniza. Love letters, poems, shopping lists. Honey, pick up some hummus on the way home from the shul. Things like that's in the Cairo Geniza because anything written in Hebrew letters was stored away. And as a result of some interesting circumstances, the Geniza was shut up for approximately 600 years. No one went in there, and then it was reopened at the end of the 19th century. And scholars discovered approximately 250,000 documents, which dwarfs every other source for the Mediterranean basin, covering approximately the year 900 to about the year 1550. An incredible treasure. They're still going over in 3 major universities. Now, in the Cairo Geniza, we have we're caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. But there were lots of unique stipulations made in marriage contracts.
I'm caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me? When you don't believe a word I say, we can't go on together with suspicious minds. Suspicious minds, and we can build a dream on suspicious minds. Say the whole friend I know, you stop and say hello. Maybe I still see the suspicion in your eyes. You go again, asking where I've been. You can see the tears I feel, I cry. Yes, I cry. We can't go on together with suspicious minds. Suspicious minds.
So the Hadassah and Margate get together and raise $2 billion to buy the latest jet fighter for the Israeli army. And they purchase it, and they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport where they have the bleachers set up, and all the members of the Hadassah group are sitting on the bleachers, and the pilot, gets out and helmet under his arm. salutes the women, he gets into the cockpit, pulls down the cowling, and then fires up these massive jet engines and shoots down the runway and then stops. Remember, right? Then he turns it around, he fires up there, shoots down the runway and stops. And he does this a few times, and finally he taxis up to the bleachers again. He opens up the cowling and he says, "Ladies, the plane will not take off. We have to remove some of the plaques." Okay. Now, I'm going to be painting with very broad strokes tonight because we're speaking about the medieval economy, which we're talking about, 700 years of history. So it's going to be fairly rough in many areas. But one major distinction that we have to be aware of is that, with the exception of Spain, which is always unusual since it was that triangular society with both Christians and Muslims and Jews all interacting, the vast majority of Europe was either Muslim or Christian. Muslims, of course, conquered all of North Africa and the Middle East, heading out to Persia. And the Christians were in control of a couple of factors really should be borne in mind. One of the factors is that Jewish women in Muslim
when no one else can understand me, when everything I do is wrong, you give me hope and consolation. You give me strength to carry on, and you're always there to lend a hand in everything I do. That's a wonder of you. When you smile, the world's brighter. You touch my hand when it's clean. You kiss me beautiful by the fortune. Your love for me is everything. I guess I'll never know the reason why you love me as you do. That's the wonder of you. Jews. That was so sick.
In fact, it was affirmed by several rabbis, including the Rabbis, saying that, look, this is the custom of the people in which they live. The women have more rights over this income, and therefore we should respect the custom of the Jews living there. The last thing that's kind of relevant is that after 1492, with the Spanish expulsion, and shortly thereafter the Portuguese expulsion, then you have this unusual mixture of all of these very educated and much more cosmopolitan Jews coming in large numbers out of Spain and Portugal and populating many of the important cities of the region. Istanbul, for example, North Africa, ports in Greece, and so on. So that also changes a lot of the intellectual dynamic, as many of them come into contact with customs that they are not familiar with at all. So that's a really important thing to bear in mind. I'm going to be speaking in gross generalities, but I can't go on without discussing that. Let's return to this concept of this public sphere. Judaism, like Islam, definitely promotes the notion of women's dignity being located in the sphere of life. It's related to this concept of steel. Tznius, which means basically often translated as modesty, but a better translation, more close translation would be hidden. The Torah's object in a synagogue. The Torah scroll is not simply left out on display for everybody to watch. It's ornamental and it's feminine than with the masculine in much of rabbinic literature. Yes, Ms. Abrams.
Lord Almighty, feel my temperature rising higher and higher. It's burning tubes in my soul. Girl, 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 you gonna set me on fire. Everything is burning, I don't know which way to go. Your voices lift me higher, like a tree on fire. You light my morning sky, burning up. Ooh, 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 I feel the temperature rising. Help me, I'm flaming, it must be 109. Burn, 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 and nothing can cool me. Yeah. I don't get much beyond this report, but I feel fine. Cause you lift and get me higher, like a breeze of on fire. You light my morning sky, burning up.
Changes in women's reality after industrialization is that they were freed from the incredibly burdensome task of making clothing, which, don't forget, began with the raw wool or the flax. It was a hugely time-consuming task to process that flax or that wool into thread and then make that thread into cloth and then tailor that cloth into clothing. It took hours and hours of an average woman's day to do this. And so this was a task that needed to be done, and it was considered kind of an ideal job for women. Maimonides even explicitly states that spinning, that is taking the raw wool and making it into thread, right? It says in Asia Tile, we say it, let's say, now you have to say it from the beginning because it's an acrostic and all the base that reads Yadea Shilcha B'Kishor. Yadea Shilcha B'Kishor. Now I sound like an idiot. I can't remember this. But Nasata Kapet Tampu Paulette, right? Her hands grab the Paulette. And what's the next part of this? And then something afterwards. The Paulette is the part, I think it's called the distaff, that holds the wall, right? And the other part that she's holding, the second part of the concept, is the other end with the thread. And nowadays, I've tried it many times in my classes. None of the women in my classes ever know what a distaff is. They've never even heard of it. And yet, for the vast majority of human history, women would grow up from the earliest age that they get balanced. They would be holding on to these things because it took up so much women's energy. Yes. Excellent point. I think retrograde is an excellent word. I'm definitely going to use it a few times this week. It sounds very intelligent. I once took a personality test, and it specifically told me that I like using big words because it makes me feel. Shouldn't say what, yeah. But I think you're absolutely right. If you look at Aisha's Chayil as a description of the ideal biblical woman, she's out there in real estate. She's got ships coming and going. She's in international commerce. She employs all kinds of people. Meanwhile, what is her husband doing? No, he's sitting at the gates. What's he sitting around at the gates? She's doing all the work. Let's return to this because it will be relevant. The reality is, very She is permitted to dress in nun's clothing so that she looks like she is a favorite thing to look at.
Getting closer. I think I'm dead. The sound of your breathing. Having me. All of my resistance. Lying on the floor. Taking me to places I haven't been before. I can feel it. Lay down music, please. Lay down and find a way. Lay down and find a please. Lay down. My head is spinning. You got me on the spell. 100 magic fingers. Swirling out the cell. Medicine lonely. Wonderful the crowd. The world is doing something that I just can't describe.
It can't be understood in the same way of acquiring chattel. I think that's but it definitely is a one-way relationship. The husband, as it were, acquires a wife. The wife allows herself to be acquired. She may not be acquired without her permission, so to speak. She may not be married against her will. And in fact, women have in some degrees far more autonomy than men on a level of personal status. For example, in Jewish law, a Jewish man may be enslaved. A Jewish woman may not be enslaved. It is illegal to hold her as a slave once she reaches the age of majority, 12 years old. Before that is a different story, but at 12 years old and on, she may not be enslaved. So when it comes to marriage, there's property that goes from the woman into the marriage, the woman's family, and property that goes into the family from the husband. The woman contributes a dowry, obviously with her parents' help, and the dowry is far larger than anything that the husband brings into the marriage. The dowry is kind of like, to look at it cynically, is kind of an incentive for marriage. It's amazing. Writes 70 notebooks of her own reflections, and I would say at least 30% of them money or property. It could be, real estate. It could be things like linens and bedclothes, things like that. A woman will bring into the marriage. There's three gifts. The first
a little conversation.
Object, it's a gift. It's gift given typically to the parents of the bride for marriage. Again, it's a small thing compared to the dowry. And finally, there's a delayed installment, which is really the promise of a gift to the husband. That by entering into this marriage, should the marriage be dissolved, the husband or his estate would have to pay
So less conversation, a little more action, please. All this sensation, there's a passion. A little less fight, a little more spark, a little more time, a little more dark, a little more on against the timing. Action, please. I'm tired of talking.
The work of her hands. A woman is expected, not demanded, but a woman is expected to work in marriage and to earn some income. That income is controlled by the husband. Yeah, well, I have my own daughter listening to this here. So that's this is the economics of marriage, at least as per traditional law. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there is Torah and there is reality. There is a difference sometimes between what the rabbis say, the way it's supposed to be, and historically and socially what people did anyway. As I'm sure we see around us even today, you know, the rabbi says some things, and people do a totally different thing if they so desire. And we shall see that the way actually it's built into the very structure of halakha, if enough people sort of vote with their feet, the rabbis have to catch up to social pressures. And the rabbis, on many occasions, including rabbis as prominent as Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, they will validate practices that are not in harmony with traditional statements of the Talmud, if that is the minhag hamakom, the custom of the community, and what the circumstances under which a woman would be married. For example, let's just skip to this here. So what do we see from the Geniza period? First of all, the Geniza documents, as opposed to the rabbinic documents, indicate that women, yes, they're working, and you know what? They're not letting their husbands control the income. They're refusing to let their husbands, over and over again. It is one of the most common causes of domestic dispute recorded in the Geniza. These cases come to court, and the husband says one thing, and the wife says another thing, and the court has to decide what they're going to do. Quite often, husbands complain that their wives are making money and they're not declaring it properly. Like they're making $100 a week and they're saying, "I made $50 a week," and what happens to the other $50? It's like a massive hot job game every 2 weeks or something. But so we have husbands complaining that their wives are hiding their income from them, controlling it willy-nilly. Secondly, we find wives telling their husbands, "Hey, sweetheart, if you insist on taking my paycheck, then I'm going to go to the Muslim courts." Because the Muslim courts, as we mentioned earlier, were far more lenient with regards to women's control of her own income. And this was considered, to use the Latin term, ashanta, if a woman would take her case to the Muslim courts, where she would be vindicated, and that would be a humiliation for the Jewish family, for the husband, and even for the rabbinic courts. So in many cases, rabbis would counsel their parishioners, the husbands, just let her have it. And this became kind of enshrined in practice. Dowries as well, as opposed to Maseh Adeha, the work of her hands. Dowries were often a cause of dispute because her father would give her a certain amount of money into the marriage, and the husband would want to, sell a piece of property, which she's only allowed to do with her permission. She refuses to allow it. And have a dispute over it. And ultimately, He overwhelmingly says S.D. Goitai, the premier scholar of the Geniza Treasures, overwhelmingly gave the white gallery where they had these kinds of Yes, please. Drinking in Muslim land is different, but I don't know how much.
Bright light, man, gonna set my soul, gonna set my soul on fire. They gonna hold on money that's ready to burn, so they gonna stay so high. There's a thousand little women up there. They're living never make care. Then women know the stairs. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. My wish they was never more than 100 hours in a day. There was hardly more. When taken away. No, the time is getting big, man. The time is real. Never reveal. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas for representation. Las Vegas turn and the night in the daytime and the night. You'll never be the same again.
A rebellious woman, then she loses her ketubah payment. So in other words, he could divorce her and not have to pay the delayed instrument. So my money says, wow, taka. He didn't say taka. My grandfather said taka. He says, I don't know what they say in Arabic for taka. It's such an impoverished language. How could they possibly speak without saying taka? So the husband comes, my money says, I guess I have to agree with you. Then the wife comes and says, what are you saying? Did you know that my husband left me for 4 years with no income whatsoever? And he expects me to just, what am I supposed to do, beg? And for Talmudic law, for a woman to beg is a far more serious thing for a man to beg. Men are almost expected to beg if they have to, but the Talmud goes to great lengths to prevent the indignity of begging for women. So anyways, Rambam, when he hears this, the woman's side, he says, no, you are absolutely right. And he takes back his psak, and he says, you can keep your job, and you're not considered moredet. If your husband wants to divorce you, he has to pay you the full payment. So he reaffirms everything that the woman said. And that's like kind of an example, perhaps, of what they're fighting about with the money. I don't have any other specifics, but it's an interesting question. I refer you to Goitein's massive work, huge magnum opus, I think it's 7 volumes in length, called A Mediterranean Society, in which he spent his entire life analyzing these documents, and there's a huge trove of information there. So let me just get to what kind of work are they doing. This, by the way, this is the Paulette, and I think about the other thing over here. Here's a woman spinning, right, making the thread. So what kind of work were women typically involved in? Goitein identifies 7 different classes of laborers that women were engaged in. The most significant, the largest one was textiles, as I mentioned. You also see significant number of small-scale commerce. You see a small amount of trades. In Christian Europe, you see a lot more trades, especially silversmithing. That's metalworking, and especially working with silver. All of our Kiddush cups and vectors and things like that. This comes from a very long tradition of Jews working with silver. And in some cases, Jewish women were even allowed to join medieval guilds, which is truly an amazing thing. Women were also involved in money lending, which I'm going to explore in the next 2 slides, and also some in professions. Jewish women working as midwives, as doctors, professional mourners. You can hire women to mourn at your funeral, but someone else's funeral, because they just set the tone, with the kind of those strange things they say and clapping and stuff like that. Women as fortune tellers, psychics, all kinds of things like Jewish women were engaged in these occupations. The Geniza tells all. The Geniza describes all these different things that Jewish women were involved in, and it really is a very rich economy as a whole. Yes? That's a great question. I don't know if Jews were allowed alcohol in Muslim societies or not. I know that in Saudi Arabia, the American
Shout out to Pinchas, you kick ass, dog.
And that's, I don't know what we're doing there, but
in countries like Iran, they allow the Christians and sometimes Jews. I don't know, I think eating the Jews too.
So maybe that makes sense. Maybe that's right.
Because I had my Muslim teachers, and that's where they would buy alcohol. Was Jews.
That's great. We're just great influence on society. That in Iran, Jews and Christians were allowed to, I guess, produce and sell alcohol. Okay, so let's talk for a second about usury, because it's impossible to talk about Jews in the medieval economy without talking about usury. Particularly in Christian Europe, because Christians developed this canon law called the Law of Gratia, which prohibited Christians from charging interest on loans to other Christians, which basically shut down the medieval economy, because in an agricultural society where you have an ebb and flow of income and expense, it's very hard to ride out the year when you're waiting for your harvest to grow. The Jews were the only minority for about 500 years who were legally allowed to lend money on interest. At one point, the Italian Christians said, this is ridiculous, there's so much money to be made, and they ignored the Law of Gratian, and then it broke open and they forgot about it. But for about 500 years, Jews were the only source of credit in the medieval world. Jews are not allowed to charge interest to other Jews. I've tried calling MasterCard and Visa to see what the CEO is. They won't answer my calls. But the idea is Jews are allowed to charge to non-Jews and vice versa. I mean, theoretically, Christians could charge interest to Jews, but the market differential is so huge that it was not profitable. So skip over that. Here's a picture, by the way, of a Jewish moneylender. This is, I think, 14th century Germany. He's got Hebrew on his hem of his robe here, at least what the Christian artist thought he would look like. He's got a big bag of money. Here's a nobleman with an empty purse asking for money. And does anyone recognize this thing on his desk here?
Like an abacus?
Yes, an abacus. Yeah, it's a very primitive Apple computer. The calculation. So Jews actually really enjoyed practicing usury because although there are some risks, like for example, there's a risk of non-payment, to a large degree that risk was moderated by the fact that the king relied on the taxes that Jews paid for money lending, and the king would lend his own enforcement to make sure that debts were paid. The only time it was really dangerous was if the debts became so large that the king would feel it was more expedient to simply sacrifice the debt and get rid of the Jews, as happened several times. York in 1290, for example, where it was in France, they expelled the Jews 3 times in 1 century because they owed them too much.
Going swimming in bikinis, walking on a wiggle in my on the beaches. Oh, what beaches? So pray, Lord, I could cry. I'm just a red-blooded boy, and I can't stop thinking about sailing sailboats, water skiing. They'll round me out of my mind.
There's the Jewish moneylender again with the bag here. Aggressive gesture. It's usually a pedagogic gesture, like I'm teaching you something, and this would be perceived as a very kind of, exclusive relationship. But the benefits were huge. If you were money lending, first of all, this is an urban profession. It allows Jews to live in close confines. Jews are very gregarious people. They like to live within walking distance of synagogue, the ritual bath, the Chinese restaurant, so it's very hard to live far away. It's a clean profession. It does not involve digging in the dirt for potatoes. It's one that you do with your mind as opposed to with your back. It's a portable profession. It deals with cash. So if it becomes a little too difficult for Jews, it's very easy to pick up and move someplace else. And it allows time for study. You know, if you're a banker, you can set banker's hours and you can spend the rest of the time learning Talmud. So in other words, Jews say,
Going swimming in bikinis, walking on a wave on
On the beaches, all the beaches, so they red blooded boy, and I can't stop thinking about girls. And there was the water skiing. It will drive me out of my mind. Yeah, girls, very impressive, small and sexy, just thinking all the time. The red-blooded boy, and I just can't thinking about girls. And then I take a sandwich too much, a crunchy, a crunchy, crunch. And I never to finish my lunch. Cause we're always going to be a bunch of girls in high sweaters, girls in short dresses, and walking in the moonlight. Yeah. Going just a floating, so pretty wild and to shine. It's a red-blooded boy, and I can't stop thinking about girls.
absolutely. So it's very rare that you find Jews engaged in agriculture. I think from Russia, which I know best, in 1897, there were 3% of Jews listed.
going swimming.
So let's look at Wuksha for the remaining time of Wuksha. Let's return to her specific lifestyle. And we're going to look at 3 specific documents. I actually have this 1967 article here from Goitein himself, in which he first revealed this woman that he discovered in the Geniza to the rest of the world. And the 3 documents that I'm going to share with you, the first is this record of a small claims dispute. The second is her last will and testament. And third, this unusual document that was used to prove the paternity of her illegitimate son. So, and this is brilliant history. This is how history is really done. We've never heard of this woman before, and Goitein comes across these tiny scraps of paper and pieces them together and creates a picture of who this woman was. So here is the only document which is actually dated April 19, 1098 in the Western calendar. And the document reads as follows. On the same day, Mr. Ula Halevi, son of Joseph, presented David, son of the late Judge Yair, to the court. And the latter witnessed for the former that he was in the synagogue on Wednesday, the 10th of this month. The broker appeared in the synagogue and said to him and to Moses, the teacher, the Malabit, and to one of the brother of his first document. So I was informed that it's something. Meaning she shows up into a meeting with the judge. No psycho on back. You gonna see me coming? More reason that he did it. You can hear him in the translation, kind of like, what does he want from me? One of those present answered her, because Ula Halevi appealed against you to the president of the court, the Al-Beit did, meaning this guy is suing you. Wherefore he sent after you, asking you to appear with him before the court. And this other guy is summoning her to appear in court over a dispute. But you refrained from appearing with him in court, meaning she ignored an earlier summons. So now she's called to the carpet. Hey, how come you didn't show up when we called you to court? And thus you deserved a public notification and a warning. Said she, and I heard it. I love the way it reads. It's like, you're not going to believe this. She actually said this. What do I owe Mr. Ula that he should make such a claim against me? All that is due to him from me is 5 kirats, which is, I'll tell you later, basically works up to about $20. All she wants from me is $20, 1967. Well, actually, it's $10. And he calls me in court for $20. For 5 kirats, he makes such a fuss. At the same time, also Mali, the brother of the sexton, was present and made the same deposition as the aforementioned David. We have written down what has been said before us and have signed as a document conveying rights. So, what do you make of this? Just Christmas.
Sexmas. Oh, it's Sexmas. I'm pretty bad. And it's all the falling on the ground. Well, it's Xmas time, pretty baby. And the ball falling on the ground. We've been really good. That ball is breaking down. Christmas. Gonna go train reindeer. Know the girls on the deck. You will see them in the big blue Cadillac. Now it's Xmas time, pretty baby. The bell is falling on the ground. Christmas. They're gonna real good. Rabbi Rothschild is coming down. Christmas. Xmas. Bum, 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 bum,
Without whom one cannot live. Kind of an endearment, people simply call her Rothschild, which is, the father, as I mentioned, Christmas. You can't say it's the shopkeeper from such and such a street. You have to say a woman who is the wife of so-and-so, the daughter of so-and-so, and there are people here who testify to that. So she doesn't need any independent verification. Everybody knows what she is. Just give her name and that's it. Yes. Well, this was like kind of before the bet din. She was called to appear at the bet din. We don't know what happened about the $20 or anything. We just have this little piece of document, like 150, 200 words, and that's all we got. But let's go on to her will, which is fascinating. Okay, so this is her will. The main points of the will of Rothschild, the broker, she's called that broker. To my brother shall be given 100 dinars from the objects given to me as security. Note, by the way, Boytine figures out that 2 dinars was about the monthly income of a middle-class family. So if you take the American median income as that same market, and that would be about $50,000. If you say white, non-Hispanics, it's a little bit higher, for example, 51. guys. And so that would mean if we use $50,000 as a middle class income, which is kind of hard to believe, but let's say that is, then that would mean her total wealth is 689 dinars, worth about $1.4 million in today's dollars. Or looking at it a different way, 28 years of retirement at a middle class salary. That's probably an easier way to think of it. She could live at a middle class wage for 28 years on her income alone, on her wealth alone. So incredibly wealthy. So she gives her brother 100 dinars, well as 5 rings, etc. So to my sister, 50 dinars, as well as a mourning dress. So their daughter, my paternal uncle, 5 dinars.
Whose fucking cell phone keeps ringing in that?
Distributions. Then she says, for the cemetery,
Tight.
25 dinars. For the synagogues in Old Cairo, 20 dinars. Remember, 20 dinars would be the equivalent of $50,000, I think.
Yes, ma'am. How you living, girl?
I took a 30-minute nap.
Was it exactly 30 minutes or was it more?
Let's take a look. It was actually less.
Was it 29 minutes?
No, I thought you were counting.
I did. I had it clocked at about 30 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, you said 30 minutes, and I said about 30 minutes.
Right. Yeah.
I'm just being ultra specific. I'm being facetious. How you living? What's good?
I just fucking took a nap.
Okay.
Sitting here in this car, it's gonna rain. I have to pee. I'm on my period.
Wow, you are just
in place,
full of fluids.
I can fucking get that shit on the road, you know?
Okay, well, why don't you go to the bathroom and take care of that?
Well,
all right, very well. I'm just chilling, watching these people go crazy over me on Blue Sky. Makes me laugh. It makes me laugh so much. These people make my day. You want me to read what they say?
I mean, isn't that what you like to do?
I love it. I love it so much. Okay, so I have 2 main accounts that I'm using right now. One of them is Rabbi Eats Pussy Until Lockjaw Ensues. Now, if you're wondering, what in the fuck is lockjaw? It's actually tetanus.
Rabbi, I'm not wondering.
Okay, good. Excellent. And I just think that sounds so raw that it's hilarious to me. The other one that I have is Rabbi Sucks MILF Titties Like Cow Udders. That's another thing. It brings a picture to the mind. So the first person says to me, and this was just like 1 minute ago, they wrote, was it exactly 1 minute ago? It was approximately 3 minutes ago. Dude, what the fuck happened to Rabbi Discord guy? The next person wrote, I know you are tired of talking with people who want to lick your hole. Next person says, yeah, exactly. Next person writes, this thread is not for Rabbi. The next person wrote, whoever is funding the lifestyle of Discord Rabbi needs to intervene. The next person wrote, a new rabbi has hit the timeline. The next person took a screenshot. The next person wrote, Mashallah, the bots have given Woolhancock the mandate of heaven, with a screenshot of what I wrote. The next person wrote, the rabbi is back. Oh no. The next person wrote, I'm glad Rabbi Rothschild agrees with my nuanced Sixth Samurai take. The next person wrote, the last rabbi account that reposted me was eye-poppingly sexually explicit, but moderation.blue sky, still busy trying to figure out which belly buttons are pornographic. The next person wrote, the rabbi wants us so bad. The next person wrote, is moderation unwilling or unable to stop the rabbi?
and other questions posed by Epicurus. Next person wrote, Rabbi eats pussy like it's 2008. The next person wrote, honestly, the Rabbi account names almost make me want to join the Discord server. The next person wrote, what in the sweet fuck, with a screenshot of what I wrote. This is all within the last 2 hours. The next person wrote, let's see here. The other day I got Rabbi fingers whores like bowling balls. And I was like, I've had enough. The next person wrote, stop it, Rabbi, just stop, enough, with a screenshot. The next person wrote, I hate these Rabbi accounts, man, fuck off. The next person wrote, dun 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 dun, dun 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 dun. I realized that's an insane question to ask, but I've had to block 3 different bots this week with names like Rabbi Sucks Milky Fat Tits with a Discord URL. The next person wrote, blank, 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 blank has sentenced Rabbi accounts to die.
Oh, that's too bad. Looks like I gotta take a break. Well, on this note, wait, these fish girl.
Look at what?
I drew some fish. Hold on. This is me. Okay.
I see you.
These are some of my earliest pets. I had 2 turtles. Okay, I'll be back.
Very nice. Boy. Oh.
Cairo, 20 dinars to Joseph's wife, 5 dinars to each of her 2 brothers, 5 dinars to the orphan girl in Cairo, a relative of mine, 2 dinars. All this shall be paid from the debts.
Look at this lettuce. Oh.
A little bit here. The remaining securities shall be added to the cash in gold which I possess, named 300 dinars. She's got 300 dinars in cash, which is again about $500,000 by this calculation, liquid cash, which are already with me, and the 67 dinars responsible with Lady Istiar. She actually had another woman who held 67 dinars for. It's interesting as well. In addition to all I possess in cash and kind and rugs and carpets, all this shall be kept for my son on conditions I shall mention. If he remains alive and at maturity, shall be handed over to him. If, however, God forbid, death overtakes him before he reaches bar mitzvah, 1/2 of all this shall be given to the synagogues in Old Cairo and the poor in equal halves. The other half shall be divided between my heirs in equal shares. My brother Sidra, to his father, the boy's father.
Dude, what the fuck happened? My Discord got.
Not 1 penny
You
shall be
ask your
given.
question. That's already answered.
Boy Tyner remarks that he uses a Latin term.
His username.
He calls it,
So funny. Come talk to me.
You can read it to herself. She's right. Not 1 penny shall be given, except that 2 promissory notes, meaning that he gave her 2 IOUs. She's holding on to debts.
Nonsense.
Yeah. Concerning a debt of 80 dinars, which he owes me, will be handed over to him. He shall forgive the 80. He doesn't want his money. Give him the 80 dinars. And so on and so forth. And then there's a lot of description about her funeral and so on. And then there's a beautiful little description of how she wants her son educated. She clearly loved him dearly and devoted a tremendous amount of money to make sure that her son would get a proper education. And the rest I'm going to skip over. So the second big takeaway message we get from this was a colossally wealthy woman with a very charitable heart. And she had an illegitimate son. And she's definitely estranged from the boy's father. This doesn't sound like your typical Beis Yaakov kind of girl in the 12th century. What's going on with her? So let's turn, I'm sorry we're a little bit late. Let's turn to the paternity document. And let's read this, because this is the most fascinating part, I think. So this document was probably written after her death to record an earlier event that was designed specifically when her son wanted to marry to prove that he was legitimate to marry. Again, I use the term illegitimate. Judaism doesn't recognize illegitimacy per se, except that a child born from a forbidden relationship on a biblical level, for example, a married woman having an extramarital affair or an incestuous affair would create a child known as a mamzer, which is a terrible stigma. That child would not be allowed to marry anyone else except a mamzer, or a convert who comes with zero yichus, with zero kind of lineage, and then that status would continue for their children as well. So it's a huge stigma. So this document reads, the elder Abu Allah Yafeh, something wrong here, the son of the elder Mashiach, may he rest in Asliya, may he rest in Eden, appeared before us and made the following deposition while we were constituted as a court of three. So another court document, a formal deposition to the court. He said, I was with the cantor, may God accept him with favor, when Wuksha, the broker, came in and said, do you not have an advice for me? I had an affair with Kasum and conceived from him. Goitein says the phrase I had an affair is really literally I slept with Kasum, and now I'm pregnant. We contracted a marriage before a Muslim notary. It gets worse. She apparently went to a Muslim Qadi and had a civil marriage. So she married this Jewish guy from Ashkelon, and she got pregnant. Why did she get married in a mosque or in an office instead of a shul? Goitein presumes that because her lover was a refugee from the Crusader attacks on Ashkelon, perhaps he was already married to a woman in Ashkelon, and the rabbis would not allow him to marry a second wife. There's a ban on that. But the Muslims didn't have such a ban, and so therefore she went. We can only imagine she fell madly in love with this guy, and he hit her up for 80 dinars, so who knows what kind of a guy he is. But she went and she got married to the Muslim. Perhaps they were thinking eventually he'd be able to divorce his wife. Maybe she died and they could have a normal wedding, but at any rate, she got pregnant. We contrast, but I'm afraid that he may deny being the father of my child. This is a monster, right? This is the guy who, they're worried that he'll have the baby and he won't say that he's the father. She then lived in the house of whatever on the uppermost floor. So the cantor gives her a piece of advice. This is really Yiddish. He says to her, okay, go and gather some people and let them surprise you with chasson so that your assertion might be confirmed. In other words, she arranged a tryst with her lover, and she arranged for people to interrupt them in intellecto, how do you say that, something like that, so that people would say, aha, they definitely have a relationship, and it's the reason that he is the father. She did so, gathering two who surprised her with him and confirmed her assertion. She was then pregnant with this Abu Sa'ad, her son, whom she had conceived in her illicit relationship with Rasul. Now, here's another fascinating thing. I also know the person who's given testimony says that she went on the fast of atonement, Yom Kippur, to the synagogue of the Iraqians. But when the Nasi of blessed memory noticed her, he expelled her from the synagogue. Can you imagine? Because she has this child out of wedlock. She goes on Yom Kippur, and the head of the shul kicks her out of shul. I know this all for sure, and the pasuk here with my testimony to this effect. It goes on a little bit more detail. What is, I think, fascinating about this is that even though she suffered such a huge embarrassment by being driven out of shul in Yom Kippur, if you look at her will, you see that she left a huge amount of money to that very shul that nevertheless denied her services on Yom Kippur. So I apologize for going a little later tonight. The conclusions that I want to present are that we talked a little bit about historiography, about source bias between the traditional rabbinic formal documents and then the social documents and the responsa that sometimes paint a different picture of the reality of Jewish lives at this time. They portray a very broad swath of Jewish female economic activity, despite the fact that they may have suffered some handicaps as a result of the unique nature of Jewish law. Jewish women were extremely adept at leveraging their circumstances, even if it meant threats of going to Muslim courts, in order to ensure that their economic well-being was satisfied. And we see this specifically in the unfortunate story of Rothschild, the broker, who endured, personal tragedy and still retained her sense of Jewish responsibility, her sense of Jewish identity, and supported even those causes that suck. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate your explanation. Thank you all for coming. I apologize for the rain so densely to the building. I'm not sure how to feel about that. It feels like this. So there's a guy who walks into a tailor shop, buys a suit, and the tailor I have a perfect suit for you. I try this on. Comes out, I really like this suit. Color, feels great. The only thing is, he says, I noticed that one sleeve is a few inches longer than the other sleeve. The tailor says, no problem. All you have to do is sort of like this. Then he says, only one more thing, that I know that one hand leg is also a little longer than the other. No problem. I see the same there, one leg for, bent like this. We tried anyways. Okay, tonight's class, we're going to talk about a very famous individual, Yehuda Halevi, the poet of Sephara, a very amazing figure who encapsulates really the best of the golden age of Spain cover as well. He also has kind of an interesting connection to the Hazard, the golden cover. Of course, we had an entire lecture last year, so I'll just have a couple of slides to remind you about it because it is a fascinating look into Jewish history. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by the school. We're very grateful to the state and one last personal detail that you might find interesting. Sandal doesn't quite as nice. He's a little bit better looking than you see here. But he's kind of an interesting kid. He's 14 years old and he's planning to run a full marathon this January. We really tried to stop him, but he's run 2 half marathons already. He raised $4,000 for Joe Maggio Children's Hospital a couple of years ago, and we raised some money last year for Team Friendship. And this year he got the green light from his pediatrician. We also took him to a pediatric heart specialist and also to a nutritionist, and everybody made sure he's okay. They all said he's okay to do it. So he's running for an organization called Friendship Circle, which specializes in developing social relationships for children with various disabilities, especially developmental disabilities, autism, things like that. If you want to support his run, just go to his website, teamfriendship.org/Alexander, and you can contribute whatever you like to this worthy cause. He is going to run it anyways, so we're proud of him. He's a pretty good guy. He's 14, going on 37, and he's definitely a tough kid. He's like really motivated to do his thing, and I have to be very careful not to stand in his way. But anyways, he's very determined, and I think he'll do great things in his life, like all my kids. Okay, so tonight, back to our topic. We're going to talk about Yehuda Halevi. This is an interesting kind of artist impression of this physician, poet, and philosopher, who is again an exemplar of the golden age of Sepharad, golden Sephardic period, which extends primarily from the 10th through the 13th, early 13th century at the most in Spain. Really a fascinating period in Jewish history, which has become emblematic for many as an ideal state for Jews in the modern world. I'll explore this in just a moment, but let's understand what makes Spain so special. So, the term Sepharad, which sounds like Spain, it actually occurs in the book of Obadiah. There's a passage there that says, already in biblical times there was an exile of Jews living in an area called Sepharad, which the Jews later associated with the far western region of Europe, known as the Iberian Peninsula. There's no real, definitive connection between the passage in Obadiah and the region we call Spain today, as best I know. Similarly, we have other regions like Ashkenaz, which is associated with Germany, even though there's no real connection between that biblical name and the region of the Rhineland. Nevertheless, this has become the historical association for centuries. The Jews who lived there in the 10th and 11th centuries in particular had an unusual amount of political power, cultural power, and Jewish learning. A combination that is really quite rare for any point in Jewish history. Very rarely do you have Jews who were at once highly learned in their traditional Jewish sources and quite adept at making their way through the byways of modern culture. In America, for example, and there's some comparisons with America, you often have figures, Jewish figures who are exceptionally renowned for their cultural data that they provide for the society, comedians, literati, scientists, and politicians even, so on. And you also have Jews who are really expert in the Talmud, the Bible, and so on. But rarely are those two groups combined in a single person or people. These are highly distinct categories of human activity, and they really don't intersect very much. You have a little bit of that perhaps in 19th century Germany. People like Moses Mendelssohn perhaps would encapsulate some of these values. Even that's a debatable point. God willing, we'll talk about him in a few months. But in Spain, you did have that. You had individuals who were politically very powerful and religiously very observant and Jewishly very knowledgeable at the same time. And these were the people that the common Jewish population looked up to as their exemplars, something which is really quite different from what we have in most other periods of Jewish history, particularly since the emancipation in the 18th and 19th centuries in Europe. It's interesting to note that Jews identified themselves as Sephardic even before there was a unified non-Jewish concept in Spain. The Jews developed an identity, a Sephardic identity, before even what we would call today Spaniards so-called themselves. As James Gerber, a noted Sephardic specialist, puts it, no other instances in Jewish history of such a close and enduring identification of the Jews with a land outside the Holy Land. Meaning, Sephardic Jews are really Sephardic. They're really into that part of the world they come from. And this, I think you could say that today, you could certainly say it 900 years ago in the Golden Era. So it's a very special period of time. Although this picture, by the way, is a statue of Maimonides for the. He looked exactly like that. Okay. So let's just look at Spain for a few moments. The Jews who have been in Spain recorded Jewish population in Spain that go back to the 4th and 5th century even. And we know of them most significantly from the Visigothic era. The Visigoths were kings who ruled Spain before the Muslim conquest of 711. These were Christian kings, albeit what the Catholics would call heretical Christian kings. They were Arians, A-R-I-A-N, which was a form of Christianity of the time that viewed Jesus as less than a god, more like a man who was a prophet. This was denounced as a heresy, and the Arians eventually moved on. But at any rate, one of the ways in which, and this is a pattern that recurs unfortunately through Spanish history, one of the ways in which they demonstrated their bona fides, meaning their attachment to Christianity, was by persecuting the Jews. And so we have some really awful, persecutions of Jews during the Visigothic period, burnings of synagogues with Jews inside them, really nasty things that you wouldn't see until much later in other parts of Europe. And this seems to have a correlation to political viability. So, for example, here's a list of the kings of Visigoth, Spain, from 586 to 711, when the Spaniards were invaded by the population were invaded by the Muslims. And these green bars indicate if they were assassinated and if they ever passed anti-Semitic decrees. So you see there's a correlation here. All those kings that passed anti-Semitic decrees did not end their reign through assassination or other forms of deposition, whereas if they failed to enact anti-Semitic decrees, it meant that their reign as a king was very short-lived. So it really seems to be a timid code for leadership if you pass a few anti-Semitic decrees every now and then. These last two were actually Jewish. So I made that up.
Back to the Mini Cut Show featuring Lenny. The only NFL podcast one of the hosts works with dogs and dogs. That's Lenny.
Just a joke.
I'm getting vibes.
Probably not. This is such a tough audience. Mr. Rodriguez, make sure we rewind over this. Let's go back. Okay. Anyways, what happens in 711, easy to remember that date, is that the Muslims come across the causeway here and they conquer Spain. This is a map that shows you the very rapid expansion of Islam from 632 in the Arabian Peninsula here. Islam just expands with tremendous speed throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, extending all the way out here to the east. It's actually going to go into Afghanistan and northern India, what would be today Pakistan, Bangladesh, and it expands also into the Byzantine Empire through Asia Minor and the Balkan region, and of course right across North Africa. And then in this key year, 711, they make the jump over the little body of water, Straits of Gibraltar, if I'm not mistaken, into Spain proper. The Jews were probably quite helpful to the Muslims in making this conquest. We know their experience under the Visigothic kings, that the Muslim promise of egalitarian treatment, and particularly the extension of dhimmi status to the Jews, meaning that the Jews would be a protected minority, allowing them to practice their religion within the confines of a Muslim state, was very appealing to Jews, and it's quite likely that they were at the time really quite open to the idea and assisted the Muslims with their conquest of this erstwhile Christian kingdom. At this time, we have really several main people who are in Sfarad. We have Christians, of course, the early Visigoths. Later we'll have Catholics. We have Arabs. Arab, of course, is an ethnic designation, not a Muslim, not a religious designation, although in this context, all the Arabs are Muslims. Berbers from North Africa, even some Slavs, especially who came as slaves, and Jews. The three most important populations for the Christians, Arabs, and Jews. Spain is often referred to as a tripartite region because these three cultures interacted in a way which was unlike any other part of Europe. The Jews were always a minority, usually the only minority of any significance in Western Europe. That was within a Christian society. And in North Africa, they were largely the only minority of any significance within a Muslim environment. But in Spain, they were always one of two minorities. They were either a minority alongside Christians in a Muslim region, or a minority with the Muslims in a Christian region. And this triangular relationship creates a wholly different culture in Spain that we have elsewhere. And to a certain degree, the three legs of this tripod gives the society a much better balance in some ways and allows the Jews to really extend themselves politically because the Native faction often sees the Jews as a difficult ally against the other minorities that they may have conflict with. That the Muslims and the Christians will always vie for authority. The Jews never vie for political rule, so therefore they made very loyal links. Okay. Portugal in this map. Portugal is, I think, cut off this map.
Own a design studio. Win a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings. I can help with that. Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Into QuickBooks. Your way to money.
Demography, Jewish self-image, Jewish philosophy, and we're not going to get to that today.
Hilton is bringing you more new ways to stay than ever before.
But this period of the 10th and 11th century in particular is that high point of the Spanish Jewish civilization. Okay, so let me pause. Well, let's go through one more thing now.
With all new places, there's all new experiences to enjoy. Hilton, for the stay.
Very important Jewish politician who was extremely active as an ambassador to the Spaniards, very involved in exchanging letters, travel between Christians, Norwegians, and Muslims. Jews being a protected minority had much more freedom of travel, ironically, between these two large global populations. And furthermore, Jews had such a far-flung network of connections because of the nature of the society that they could walk into a synagogue really anywhere in the world and say, I'm from such a place, and where I can really get a good egg roll and that kind of thing. So it comes later that we early politician. History rose to the rank of Vizier, essentially second in command of Spain, and he was also well known as a Talmudist, authoring the Mambo, which is the Talmud itself that was currently printed on the Talmud. Is squarely square to Talmud. And then at the end of the Golden Age, Rabbi, Maimonides, who of course is very well known not only as a Jew, but as a Jewish philosopher. It's pause and take questions. Just like our history.
In reaction to Shara Bullets landing on here in Abu Dhabi, there he is. A lot of changes this camp. I think some gastrointestinal issues that he was suffering. Took time away. Switched up his team with elements and he's come back twice as good. So Andre Barrier. It thinks that he will be underestimated tonight. Expecting a great performance out of the Canadian
Barrio is now training at Kimberly MMA down in Florida, and some of the best training partners and coaches in the world. See him get close in the distance, to take off the cage, trying to minimize the movement of Shara Bullet. So he's doing the right thing early. It is still Barrier.
Shara Bullets and his double bullets, the spinning back fist. Set the world alight against Armand Petrosian.
Especially because we already spent quite a bit of time in Egypt where the Rambam was years in But I just feel that the Rambam was diametrically opposed to the Galatians throughout the that talks about you that lady, but I don't think it ever
was tracking
His family background was one of these families very wealthy and very rich. This one, my office is placed in Toledo. Recent years have indicated that it's more likely his family gave him a very well-rounded education, similar to the kind of education that people in his class received, which was essentially a good basic education with a very solid Judaic component, so they were very practical people, very attached to the Talmud, of course, and at the same time, it was also receiving a very well-rounded secular training, space and time mathematics, astronomy, geography, 11th century science, and especially Arabic language. In many ways, the kind of educational pattern that he got is probably the kind of the ideal base for what we all want to say. Today, maybe we'll have Lisa, but maybe it was. We live, as we shall see, in both Christian and Muslim space for a while. We have experienced both regions, the entire peninsula, really. The borders between Christian and Muslim are fluid, and also the borders between various types of Muslims as well. So his came of age on a visit to Granada when he participated in an Arabic language poetry session. That was not the term they used at the time, but it was a competition.
This is where Sean's got to be careful when he backs up like this. This is the area of best chance. This is where there's going to take some more emotion for a takedown.
We have to understand that the word of poetry in Spanish Jewish life poetry was something that, for example, my daughter Lisa, if I tell you her earphones today,
shows that they like to get impression. He's going to get that credit
and this is maybe what the fourth set of your life is. Sixth therapy, how do you break earphones? How do you do it? The way you do it is by wearing them awake, asleep, in class, out of class, wearing them anywhere else. Whatever it is, music to 17-year-olds is so whatever music is to 17-year-olds, that was poetry. That was maybe a good poetry versus. They would say something beautiful like, I was remember the measure of sophistication, was a measure of ability. There was all kinds of things in depth, and there were all kinds of different styles of poetry that were highly stratified and highly structured, and you would measure the quality of poetry by how well they could maintain very rigid structures and yet turn a logical trade there were different types of poetry that all of these great figures engaged in, some more than others, including in the case of Maimonides, the occasional homosexual poem. This is really quite an amazing thing. Really contract. And we have half a dozen or so clearly homoerotic.
Realize you got this.
Use Box to get your cash flow flowing. In a lot of ways. We talked about this a little bit we saw last year. It seems that, this was the start even of those kinds of homes.
Get back to doing what you love.
The fact that
Manage your career business all in one place. Into the QuickBooks. Your way to money.
Serving him food at a banquet, that was a measure of his sophistication.
Check out ESPN's information.
And he could also learn the law, publish the commentary on the Talmud. It's time for us in our conservative speaking, When I went to Russia, I've been there several times. When I went in the late communist period before the Soviet Union fell,
And in Barrio stay still for a second, there was something.
Yeah, it was like that. We walked down the main streets, and there would be people setting up tables selling books. And the books were
he keeps that same speed.
Again, the really important writers of Shakespeare. And people would stop and buy down these tables. There's a tradition of 19th century poetry out there. I can't wait. Ordinary people dressed in clothes like they're shoveling dirt on the street and coming by these clothes. Really, really bad. Later, after the Soviets fell and all of the restrictions were removed, you walk down the street and go back to the same tables. They're still crowded. There are lots of people all around them. But now it's all Russian template. There's protective techniques. All of the graphic novel.
So we did catch up with the outback. Oh yeah, there it is. It's really open. Do it again. On the other side. He's taking over. He's having fun. He knows it's going to be and this is a great feeling when you're in there as the fighter and it starts to treat your favor. Seeing you become on the edge, you stop the takedown attempts, you start picking them apart. You just get better and better. You're just in the zone, you're having fun. It's coming to the ranks and there's on the nose. Right as I say that. Mario shot to the nose by Mario. Beautiful uppercut.
He's got
him really trying to capitalize on this one.
Okay. So anyways, it was in this context and view that he won the social contest. He developed the beginning of the third social association in Netflix. The most significant one of them was Abraham. Most of the poetry he does is really his life. I say that term to you qualified. It's not like it is a
same thing. Put your head right in his chest. Yeah, start digging to the body. Start digging up the guts. Breathing apparatus compromised. That nose is smashed. He's going to come upstairs. He comes to the body. And once you start coming out, you see his nose.
Then there was a major contest in 1990 by the Berbers coming up from North Africa. With a slightly different so you could already begin a long period of wandering, 20 years, and took the boat to traveling around
just when we thought
this time
Shara Bullet was running that flow state.
He absolutely
was. He started to take over and embarrass him.
And he's doing quite well. Often given to the nobility of any particular town. He's also developing quite a significant following for his poetry. And so he's really establishing things. So there's no evidence that he lived off any specific benefactor or engaged in service of any wealthy individual. It seems that he really was truly independent, pursuing his art purely for art's sake while maintaining himself as a physician. The pattern that we see also, for example, with the Rambam, who of course doesn't use poetry so much, but very, very prolific writer who is using
is the buzzer. We're going to see another round. As both men go back to their respective corners, bloodied and battered. And here's the shot.
Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism.
Well, the men are on their stools. We'll take a commercial break. We'll see you shortly. Drink a little bit. $5 gold where BK step up to the plate and have her make it to what it means. It's up to you. Just figure it out. Hit the track.
I'm in Design Studio. With a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings.
Major departure I've made.
Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks. Your way to money.
Ancestral homeland of Jesus. But we will still have a little bit
Back to Abu Dhabi. The crowd very much getting behind both of these fighters. Probably Sharon Valenti is the crowd favourite here. This is turning into quite a fight. Round one.
but the two of them are fast friends, and they travel extensively throughout Spain. And also they're travel across the world. According to some opinions, either they were cousins or perhaps they're connected by marriage, but all of these details are lost in the dust of history, or data is forthcoming from the police, so they may have a better idea as to the specifics of the relationship. So let's look at what made him most famous, perhaps, which is
Despite the consensus is
there
we've
are
got
several categories that
the fight of the night on our hands right here. Very entertaining.
Yeah, it's got to be.
We saw analysts in the building. I'll open up the mic with Coach Dean Thomas. Nick, what do you see? Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with Magomed. I want to tell him to just move around. You know, I'm not
made at the loss
You're absolutely right. This could be on some cards going around the piece. How can you have it like that? However, it could be. So that's what you've got to take that picture. You've got to go forward. Fight your fight, picking apart. Don't just stick and move. And that regards as well. 20 kicks, 20 to the body, 20 to the head. Great work. Not just related to it takes two to tango. Fair play to Marco Barrios. He's supporting and tonight. So something it takes his one to change the complexion of the round.
Which all talk about issues, a topic that would obsess him in the last part of his life. Let's look at a few responses just to get a sense of his personality. This one is translated by Dave. One day I observed a gray hair in my head. I plucked it right out, and it got to the You may smile if you wish at your treatment of me, but a score of my friends soon will make of you a mockery. Sorry about the rhyme there, but that's the idea, right? And I can identify with this. A little bit too late. Here's an example of one. This love poem. This is one of the tamer.
Asking for David Boxing to pick up the work rates. You gotta try to hurt back of that off. 2 more elbows.
Anyways, you get the sense of it here. He's more active as well, but he's very, very
It does go to the judges' scorecards. We'll give them a full return. No choice. Ain't no referees up in heaven. No mistaken me for the referee. Usher in the money. To test the toughness of the 3-row Kia Sorento X-Pro and the Kia Sorento Turbo Hybrid, we recreated some of the wettest springs.
So let's do the English. My heart is in the east.
Windiest fall.
I am farthest west. This is a literal metaphor, meaning that the heart is the Israel, which is to the east of Spain, which is in the farthest west. If you go any farther west, you get wet. So that's what the meaning is. I'm stuck in Spain, and Israel is so far away. My heart is really in Israel, but I'm stuck here. How can I taste
Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing.
Diet is in the cores of Edom.
Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings.
At this time, Edom is a metaphor for Christianity.
Get back to doing what you love. Make that you grow your business all in one place. Into QuickBooks. Your money.
And I found by beside the dust of Zion, all the good Spain is light.
We're back at the Apex in Las Vegas for a fantastic fight night. 125-pound division. Winner ups, Amir Al-Ghazi, trained close to Japanese prodigy Tetsuo Ito. And now for the official decision here in Abu Dhabi, brought to you by Bud Light, officially sponsor of UFC. It's over to Joe Martinez.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the scorecards, and all 3 judges scored 30-27. Your winner by unanimous decision.
It's an absolute honor and a pleasure to call your fights and watch you operate. Give me your thoughts right now. That was a stunning performance of mixed martial arts.
Famous works of medieval Jewish philosophy. It's quite a dramatic book written almost in a platonic form as a dialogue between three faiths. The setting of the book is based on the story of the Khazars, which is a rather amazing story. Even though Yehuda Levi used the story simply as a vehicle for his own philosophical conceit, nevertheless, it's such a fascinating footnote that I just want to take a few minutes and talk about what is the Quran, which is our reading. So the Khazar Empire was at the year 740, amazingly, the entire country converted to Islam. Probably never heard about it before, but it is rather amazing thing that's without a doubt. The entire country is in the middle of
Today I'm happy. My opponent very strong. Not my fighter. You see, not easy fighter. Very
very high fighter. They're also fighting in the UFC, but you prove that you are one of the best in the world. As always, beautiful striking. You want to be a champion one day. Who do you want to fight next?
Georgia, a little bit of Azerbaijan, and into Tajikistan.
Next round, after round.
It was a very significant empire.
We'll fight.
We know from multiple sources, many different Christians, Jewish, Arab, everybody talks about this Jewish kingdom that began in the year 740. So, what exactly was
repeat my mistakes again. It was an absolute honor to qualify to share this moment.
According to the legend, there was a king named Suleiman who very religious individual, and
There she is.
he had heard about the great knowledge of faith, Islam and Christianity, and Buddhism, so therefore he invited envoys from each of these three major faiths to sit down
I'm sorry to stop you. I sure as hopefully you're not mad at me.
I'm not mad at you at all.
He said, that's it. I think the Jews win this debate, and we're all going to become Jewish. So he became Jewish. We have all kinds of explorers like Taco Vegas, for example, Delhi mentioned earlier. I'm not sure that stuff is far. But they all report on Shabbos in this area, and they the story was so popular that it was later picked up by the Russians. Their foundational doctrine was
people from the former Soviet countries. Thank you to my team. Thank you to doctors for letting me rehab. And let me tell you something. This is a pirate's word. This is just the beginning. It's going to be just more from now. Bigger, higher, better opponents, better victories.
Roman Catholic and the and he has the same kind of debate, except in that version, and they all convert to Orthodoxy.
Your winner, ladies and gentlemen,
very close.
Vladimir but the Pirates had to sail through some choppy waters in the second round. But he gets it
what he
done.
says is, that's it. You make some what's next from him. Just one last question.
What's next from these guys?
Where is your homeland?
Love to see what's next from Gregory
Well,
Rodriguez.
right now,
We're having a lot of fun out here in Abu Dhabi at the theme parks. In the Q&A with them as well.
Are you kidding?
Two good
What
guys.
does that have to be? Forget about it.
Don't miss Marvel Studios' new movie, The Fantastic Four. Steps now playing.
Listen to the text. Yeah, I dropped his line because he said essentially, okay, I love it.
Chicago has brought money, sports, and entertainment breaks, and in 3 weeks' time, we'll have next episode of the show now.
Forget about it. Work here. Ended up
Keeps turning back challenges and building his legacy, but the rule at Benjamin has been hunted and wants to bristle the belt from the South African tribes.
What probably happened, if you look at it more recently, is first of all, it seems to have been, and there's a lot of debate about it, but it depends for most scholars just as a political move. Because in the year 740, Christianity was expanding to Western Europe. Islam, as I showed you in that map before, was coming up from the south. And the pagan saints knew that they were the common people. And so they could either join one sphere and align themselves with the Christians, or they could join the other sphere and align themselves with Muslims. And this was kind of a half-hearted attempt to maintain their political independence by proclaiming themselves to be a neutral race, not a taking
This fight is going to be unreal. It's a wicked machine. He's an undeniable finisher, and this man has got a serious point to prove. To be the greatest of all time. Unlike anything a king has ever seen. This is the one. Now it is time for Hamza Chimaev to show the world whether or not he can live up to the hype and truly become the middleweight champion of the world. 5 years with the UFC, undefeated and just incredibly shocking performances. The way that he Dricus du Plessis. This man is incredible. He's big, he's strong, he's got knockout power. He can wrestle, and he is not intimidated one little bit. He wants to go toe to toe with Hamza Chimaev and fighting wherever this fight takes place.
He argues that the Jews, because he's writing on first, he argues that the Jews had moved to a new level
just been dominant in every single fight, and he's been inside of there just every time he defends. He's one of those guys who's style so often, but Hamza is absolutely insane when he gets in there. The pace that he puts on his opponents in the first round is unlike anything that we have ever seen inside of the UFC.
That was covered in the
That might have been a discussion of much debate. Maybe versus Hamza and still for you. We don't wait to find out those fighters that can actually is the hardest. Jeff Neal and different styles as well. Fighters in Canada and in Finley. And I listed out on purpose, folks. We have breaking news for you. We have a new co-main event at UFC 319. It will be Aaron Pico versus the Roma because of Pico's injuries. Just too severe to turn around for that one. Immediate reaction, Jets. Let's go through it. Really shake things up. Listen, Will Murphy is undefeated. He's been chipping away in the UFC for a very, very long time, and he deserves this opportunity. This is a massive one for Aaron Pico.
I'm all the way from Kazaria, from the UFC specifically, and I need some support.
That's closing in on the title fight. That has no weak areas. This is a huge matchup.
Yeah, you want to talk about just a massive opportunity to make your UFC debut, but it also just goes to show you what the UFC thinks about this side. Aaron Pico. They want him to beat him right here at the top to fight the best guys on the floor. Is that Murphy also says massive opportunity, even though it's his debut signing into this organization. He's got tons of hype. If Lerone Murphy takes this fight, goes out there and shuts down Aaron Pico, he's got a lot of power to say to the UFC, hey, now I want something even bigger than that. I want to be getting much closer to that title next in line. And you can't blame him for thinking that.
Aaron Pico was one of the biggest names outside of the UFC. Everybody was waiting for the opportunity all the time, but he was going to sign with the UFC. Now he is doing it against
from travelers who say that the Kazarian Jews may not be the
but I'm telling you, if the Lord can take this guy out and extend the win streak, there's a title fight coming soon.
after
No one has solved that riddle of Lerone Murphy just yet. UFC 319 is our next big offer as the October returns to Chicago. On August 16th, Memphis will receive continue his armed devastation against undefeated destroyer Hamza Chimaev. Special offer. If you purchase UFC 319 before August 11th, you get $10 off.
okay, listen, everybody, we're doing it now. I said, okay, all right.
Cannot wait for that one. It's a high octane passion for bantamweight snacks that one of significant importance to the division.
Well, that's exactly what happened. What do we have to do? Oh, we've got all immersed ourselves into the river.
The full believer that the future is now, Marcus McGee is unbeaten in the UFC, and he wasn't about to pass up the opportunity to step up and face a former world champion. Even if that fighter is the fierce and surging bantamweight known as No Mercy.
Every fight is a high-risk hardcore fight, and this is what I'm here to do. I test myself at the highest level, and I'm excited to do so. This will come over the usual. So significant ambush, major strong, just simply do like a
Ever since his UFC debut, Toucher Yan has been among the best of the best at 135 pounds. Yet even after winning the bantamweight crown twice, the Russian is still hot. After wins over Sunyadong and Davison Figueiredo, he believes a third straight victory will put him back in the title conversation.
Я уверен, что когда раньше не сталкивался с такими бойцами, как я смогу ему показать проблемы на всех этажах.
Arizona's Marcus McGee may have flown under the radar into the UFC in 2023, but after 3 finishes and 3 performances of the night bonuses against Johnny Newsom, JD Bays, and Gaston Baronios, everyone knew who the maniac was. And tonight, he makes his move on the elite. I'm always looking for the finish. I'm always looking for the finish in my career, and that's what we're doing in this fight. I'm not tied to any type of outcome.
But otherwise, they simply disappear. There is a very popular theory among anti-Semites that argues that the Ashkenazi Jews today are actually the Russian East European Jews.
McGee was posing as Jutta Jan for Sean O'Malley back in 2022.
And it's all over right-wing websites and things like that. Why do you think they would want to move to Russia? Then I see. What do you think? It's a way of saying. It's a way of saying. They're not even really Jewish. They don't come from Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. They don't come from Israel. They're really Muslims.
This is just another fight. He knows how to
So that's the argument. There are forgiveness Jews who also express that theory.
another man that he can beat with his skills. And the fact that he was posing as him to help Sean O'Malley prepare for that fight means that he knows him inside and out.
Oh, yeah, there's absolutely no question. There's a multiple metrics to show you that the Ashkenazi Jews of Russia clearly comes from Ashkenazi Jews of Russia. The linguistic markers, the ethnic markers, cultural markers, they all indicate
Opportunities that he was able to replicate. Yeah, absolutely. He has studied the Ariane.
Yeah, now that's an interesting thing. I don't know a lot about this. I would like to study more. I always just look at some of these things about, like, if you use DNA and user-related contacts. The best study that I think about with any authority is an old study, Leon Kalayev, wrote 4 volumes, History of Anti-Semitism. One of the things he did was he compared blood types of Jews to the people they live with. Because there is a lot of variation in blood types worldwide, and he noted that Jews are more likely to be related to their neighbors in terms of blood types than they are to Jews from other parts of the world. The DNA evidence is a lot more long-lasting and measurable. Why do you know they would indicate that actually the long connection worldwide, despite
took his captain to the North's mountain range in Russia for this one in the Olympic race. Touristed Europe, there for a month.
Well, let's go back to Yehuda Levi. So he used his whole story of the two goats of the Hagar as an excuse to talk about the differences between Christianity and Islam.
Yeah, without question.
The story
is world champion level opposition. I mean, the man's
put in a dramatic context and have all of these speakers defend their faith and keep the faith on by making it seem kind of like a history book. He was allowed to essentially write his polemic against Christianity and Islam. The actual title of this is really good. The book was representation and proof on the despised faith. It was clearly a work intended to serve a religious purpose and not all of it.
Maybe he switched his stance. Maybe he had some decent boxing.
Study for seminary or in Cuba. I think it was a historical thing. 500 years after the event, he had no access to sources. It's really interesting polemic work, which is quite fascinating.
This guy, we talk all the time.
In this work, he really carves out different paths towards Jewish philosophy, which had not been taught by the great philosophers that I did or was taught by minorities, for example. He differed from the most prevalent theories of the day, which were either Aristotelian, very prominent in Arabic and Jewish times, or Islamic philosophy, which is much closer to Islamic thought and Greek thought. In both of those models, Khalid said, you know what?
all serious. Lots of like you toss it an idea, and there's a lot of ideas from that idea, but it's all based on theory. I want evidence. I want proof. And so his arguments are very heavily rooted in empirical data. So for example, one of the arguments that he said very repeated over and over again in later works is the notion that if you compare Christianity, Judaism, and Islam in their foundation stories, Christianity and Islam both rely on the testimony of narratives of a small number of apostles that lived on the tomb and see that Jesus is God. Paul claiming to see Jesus arisen on the last day. But you basically have to take the word of one or a small handful of people where that actually happened. Muhammad going off to the desert, meeting the angel Gabriel, coming back home with the Quran, things like that. It's all based on the testimony of a small group of people. As Ibn al-Laythi says, in Judaism, the entire Jewish nation itself has got 30 million people champion of the world. At Mount Sinai, hearing the Ten Commandments. And so how are you going to get so many people together and then everybody else believes that it happened? It must mean that, empirically speaking, it's much easier to defend arguments. The entire nation saw it and transmitted it. Thank you very much, Charlie. Like, what if some guy says, gets up and says, by the way, did you know that thousands of years ago, all of our ancestors were there at Sinai? I happen to be the only guy who knows about this. So you should believe that this happened to everybody. It just won't work. He said he's going to surprise him on the feet. Let's find out. He has lots of very important, very valuable, and very popular. Last time I stepped up and went up against Jeremy White, they thought very, very inside. As we discussed, and there are some trends in studying his biography that argue that perhaps this is oversimplified. They say that late in his life, his love of Zion became overwhelmed, and that he really, with a powerful devil, he lost the 4 cubits of the land in Israel, and ultimately in 865, he succeeded in his purpose. But it was not at all an easy one. It is because Jan typically is a slow starter, and he has 5 rounds to work into the way downloads on a day. He was not like a young, single person who came to play to the yeshiva and decided to stay. This is a person who has, a world following, has a very established medical career, and he's later in life, and he went all the way to Israel, dangerous Christian, and he was looking at living conditions he would have there. Very, very difficult thing for him to do. He made his way to Israel, across North Africa, and ultimately arriving in Alexandria, Egypt, where he had the most difficult time breaking away. It actually took quite a few months for him to do so. He was met with such tremendous honor in Alexandria, accepted the Muslim night, and celebrated for his poetry. And the Alexandrian Jews really did not want him to leave at all. They begged him to stay in Egypt, saying, listen, Egypt is a very holy land as well. After all, we heard some prophecy here. Moses was here, and Moses was here. It was like the New York City of the Israel time, and he insisted nevertheless on making his way. New evidence that has come out of the Denise tells us more about the personal letters written about his last days. Tells us a lot more about what happened. He ultimately was Israel by boat. He probably landed in Ashkelon in May of 1183. And died of unknown causes later that summer. The legend has it that when he made it to Jerusalem, he bowed down, kissed the stones, and declared one of his poems about Israel, and at that time was conquered by there is no evidence of the legendary specific evidence of that. And there is some reason to question it because it was the Crusader kingdom at the time.
Arabs might not have had like in the movement, but we do know that he died shortly after reaching the Quran after many years of meditation. So his legacy, brilliant example of a golden age of Spain, poet, great artist, also a philosopher, giving us the Kuzari, expressing for us really the possibility of a tremendous synthesis to knowledge and cultural awareness of the same brilliant and sophisticated insight being a very patriotic Jew, very patriotic Zionist. Thank you very much for your attention.
Doing a good job, not just backing up. Both guys take turn and you should get a lot of confidence against a round two because there's a lot of unanswered questions. You know, you go to the air against the former champion, a man grown up in the sport, watching, fighting main events and title fights and dirty belts and stuff like that. You know, and as confident as you are when you speak to the media and the fans, the reality is you don't know. That's what I'm thinking. Do I agree with him? So far, so yeah, he does belong to competitor. Given the edge to be on a yellow course,
regarded by Karaites as the very important systematic movement of introducing that split off primarily in the 19th century and the following movement to the present day. I have to think of a joke to start off so everyone's in a good mood. I'm sure. Well, but I'll give you my answer. I didn't tell this joke too recently because, you know, I only have about 12 jokes. I just keep recycling them. But today's a joke about the boy who goes to Europe in the 1920s to study in Cuba. And he spends 6 months there studying in Cuba and then he comes back to live with his family. And for Shabbos meal, the father says,
On a design studio,
what was it like in Europe?
on a really big design contract. Nice, you're more the creative type than a finance type.
For example, I met
Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing.
and an atheist, I met a
Get
socialist,
live expert assistance to
I
maximize your tax savings.
met a Buddhist, I met a faith partner,
Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Into the QuickBooks. Your way to money.
But let's get right down to the subject matter. Is that church is divine enough to scholar? The things that do very much and wonderful that we have sponsors, but I have to say that your presence feels sponsorship, and I'm happy to get here so that I'm not talking to myself. Okay, so terrorism, the word is actually referring to law, which is the basis of the word related to the word terrorism derived this term primarily because of the extreme devotion to the biblical text alone, and put in one sentence, the essential belief of the Karaite movement is that the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, are in fact given by God and nothing else. And the task of a Karaite Jew, or a Karaite, simply put, is to divine the divine intent buried in that text without the layering of rabbinic interpretation that followed, particularly in the oral tradition, and thereby, that's why that's the Karaite Jew. That was kind of long nonsense, but that's the kind of thing. The Bible and nothing else, really. The defining notion of Karaism is the rejection of the oral tradition. And this is crucial, and it is not original. We have had many movements in the ancient world that also took issue with the oral tradition, denying its authority. And in fact, one of the areas of Karaite scholarship in the 20th century is to try and connect this medieval movement with the ancient counterparts that preceded it. And there is some argument, for example, to say that it really follows a chain of tradition from King Yerevan, who rebelled against rabbinic authority as well, straight through the Middle Ages and to the modern day. It's probably baseless in terms of a direct connection. Nevertheless, there are certain sympathetic elements of ancient rebellion against rabbinic authority, which are echoed in the medieval Karaite movement, so there's some argument for it. What is fascinating, however, is the rather extreme longevity of this movement, which has allowed it to persist right up until our own times. There's a general rule about the survival of schismatic movements within Judaism that I think is really quite true. It's something that Beryl Wine likes to say. He's a very important historian who actually is going to be here in Miami, I think, in February at the Young Israel Beth Harbor. He'll be here for as a guest of a Shabbaton school in residence. I think I urge you to come and hear him because it's really fantastic. At any rate, he argues that, we're, as a people, the Jews are very tolerant of heterodox ideas. We're very good at adapting to a wide variety of approaches to various elements of creed, and we don't have that many, kind of bifurcations and multiple vectors of our faith that end up with lots of really powerful and dynamic polemics. However, one of the phenomena that Barry Wine points out is the fact that when a movement splits off from Judaism, they're liable to continue unless they redefine the nature of who is a Jew. As soon as they change the definition of who is a Jew, they kind of like get onto another set of tracks altogether, and the separation becomes irreparable. That is certainly true of the Karaite movement, particularly after the 12th century, when Jews regard them as being, traditional rabbinic Jews regard them as being perhaps not even Jewish, primarily because of their redefinition of the laws of marriage and the laws of conversion, things like that are essential to the definition of who is a Jew. Obviously, if you look at politics in American Jewish society in the, let's say, from the 1960s onward, with the large amount of marriage in the Jewish community, these kinds of questions come up again, and they're subject to heated debate. So perhaps we'll take some questions a little later on. We'll see how this is relevant and useful for our discussions. Okay, so here we go. This is an interesting picture from a Neo-Karaite movement, the slogan on the T-shirt, which is actually an 8th century T-shirt they reproduced or whatever. Thank you. So, Karaites do it by the book, which is ironically true, right? It's all by the book itself. Anan Ben David is sort of our starting point for today's lecture. He's really not the founder of Karaism per se. The Karaite movement later took hold of him as a figure and used him as kind of like an identifying flashpoint that began the movement. But in many ways, he was really quite distinct in his ideas from the Karaite movement, and they probably would have had a very hard time dealing with him individually. The way in which his movement started was most likely connected to conflict over political power. It created, so to speak, a breakaway minyan, a splinter minyan that just went viral and created an entirely alternative movement. Let's look at that very briefly. First of all, set the scene. Where are we talking about? Mainly this happened in Babylon, which would be this map here, by the way. The arrows don't show the spread of the Jewish population. It shows the spread of Islam from its beginnings in the year 622 up until about the middle of the 8th century, which is where we're picking up the story. You can see that Islam starts here in Medina, they make a trip down here to Mecca, and then there's a rapid expansion across the coast of North Africa, eventually in the early 8th century into Spain, right up to the Pyrenees, and at the same time moving out into Persia and all the way out even further in this map to Bactria Afghanistan, regions like that. The region that we're speaking about is the confluence of the Euphrates and the Tigris River here into the Persian Gulf, which is contemporary Iraq. Right around here in the lower part of these two really crucial rivers, this is classic Mesopotamia, right? The term Mesopotamia means between the rivers. This refers to these two regions here, one of the oldest parts of the world that is civilized. And so there's a lot of Jewish yeshivot here in this region right down to the south. Famous cities like Sura, Badita, Naharda, that are mentioned throughout the Talmud, are located in southern Iraq, and that's where the Talmud was written during this time. So we have Jews who are living here in large numbers, and this is kind of like the equivalent of New York City of the 8th century. The northeastern quadrant of the United States. Maybe we should take a minute here. You know, we all, probably a lot of you in this room have family and relatives and friends who are in the Northeast, and hope that they're all well and that they weathered the aftermath of the horrible Storm Sandy with success. So this is kind of like the equivalent of the largest diaspora community for the Jews in the 8th century. There's still Jews living in Jerusalem. There's a significant community living in the Nile Delta as well, with smaller communities developing throughout the Mediterranean basin. But this is really the main area of Jewish settlement. Spain will not really develop until the 10th century, when they start to exist as a unit going into the golden era of Spanish Jewry. So this is the region we're talking about, 8th century. The organization of the Jews there were dominated by the so-called Geonim. The word Geonim comes from the word Ga'ava in Hebrew, which means pride. It can mean in a negative sense arrogance, but that's not the context used here. These are the titles that were given to the heads of the academies, or the yeshivot that were in these Mesopotamian towns. They had these rather large institutions. According to Talmudic accounts, they had perhaps as many as 1,200 or 2,400, depending on how you read the text, students, which is really quite significant for this time period, although those numbers may be considerably exaggerated and they may be really much smaller. But they are the prime expositors of the Talmud, which had been closed down for about 200 years. So the people who work with the text, the people who interpret the text, all questions of Jewish practice are directed to these Geonim, and they really run the entire show up until about the 10th century, when another group called the Rishonim began to rise, and you see them in European countries and so on. Now, related to the development of Ananism and Karaism, Ananism, by the way, should not be confused with Onanism. Totally different thing.
This is where he had an opportunity to try to smooth that off my bike. Even close to him down to the other side. He's going to try to get away from it. Get it over. There was no graduation. It's a 50 position. He turned to Nash
You really have to demonstrate tremendous intellectual strength and be able to navigate and see a Talmud with great facilities to work through the method of action of arguing the back and forth with the Talmud. And it was not a place for intellectual lesson. It was really for study. The times were arranged in skills. The actual day of the benches were arranged in skills. Research there sitting at the front facing all the students and directing the lecture, kind of like a modern university lecture hall, but the seats were assigned by seniority and intellectual superiority. It was like which row was which particular rabbi sitting in, and what happened when they moved them up one row, that they fell on the top and move up and so on. It's not a place for the larger Jewish public, which has great significance for the lives of the the way in which the academy reached out to the larger Jewish public, the periodic, twice a year phenomenon called the Yarkei Power, which is like month-long adult education sessions where the people would send out to many of the smaller
Realize you're the creative type, you're the finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to access your tax savings. Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Into QuickBooks. Your way money. That's how they read meetings on ESPN.
Who are like an island in the sea as large as their literate presence.
Jim Abbott applied the laws of
literacy to manage their faith through a prayer book, to observe the Sabbath more or less with the best understanding they have, but they're Amei Haaretz.
Welcome back. UFC Fight Night is presented by Bud Light. Reminds you to drink responsibly. And empowered by Cuervo, tequila and invented tequila. The judges have rendered their decision, so let's see if Joe Martinez.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges. And no three scoring 29-28. Your winner by unanimous decision. No mercy.
I'm here with the former champion, Peoria. Congratulations. Brother, thank you so much, brother. Please do my son's communication. Get your voices. Let's go. 100%. There was another classic performance. Beautiful boxing. Excellent all-round mixed martial arts skills. Did anything about that fight surprise you?
Makes much more sense. And to add to the fact that you're looking at this map here, I mean, it doesn't take much to imagine Islam. That was one of the actual colors here. Guys, Islam threads with such
my opponent was strong guy. Good standard technique.
religion that starts out with one man in Medina suddenly takes over the entire world.
My opponent was good, yes. He was very good, but so were you. You got the victory. I know you want to be the champion again. Who is it that you want to fight next, and what is your thoughts on the situation? Yes, brother, I know. Now we'll fight. Get up, please. What is up, taking? Everybody know. I fought the peace. What is up, taking? I beat him. Now I want to fight next. Peace, Korean, title fight. You certainly deserve it. You're a former champion. You're here with your boys. It's a beautiful moment. Congratulations on a sensational performance. Я хочу сказать огромное спасибо своему главному тренеру Гарату, своим друзьям, спарринг-партнерам, своей команде Архангел Михаил во главе с Игорем Алексеевичем Матушкиным. Огромное спасибо за поддержку. Горело файтинг, горело энерджи. Абу-Даби! Technique 6 to my head coach Kairat, to my friends, to my sparring partners, to my team, ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Fiona, no mercy, as good as advertised, the former champion Piotr Jan making his claim to be the next in line for the title. For his sons, Daniil and Konstantin into the octagon, they are his driving force. And he is some force indeed. And look who is here enjoying the action for UFC Lightweight Champion Islam Makhachev. Abu Dhabi, great to have him with us. UFC 319 is our next big offering as the Octagon returns to Chicago on August 16th. Biggest new proceedings to continue his mark of devastation against the undefeated destroyer Hamza Chimaev. Also, special offer if you purchase UFC 319 before August 11th, you'll get 10 months off. Go to ESPNplus.com/. He's been to the top of the mountain and he's climbed back time and time again. Former UFC middleweight champ Robert Whittaker sits in familiar territory tonight under the bright lights with everything on the line. A master technician with knockout power and the heart of a warrior. The Reaper prepares to show once again why he's one of the most respected names in the sport. Locked in, battle tested, and ready. And he will face a world-class left with championship pedigree. Brian the Ridder has already held gold in 2 divisions. Now, after making his mark in his first 3 UFC appearances, he stands on the brink of a breakthrough. He's been a picture of calm this week as he readies himself to the biggest test of his UFC journey, a showdown with a former king. minutes away from tonight's magnificent main event. Keep it locked right here on ABC.
That's an excellent question. I mean, what is it that are so highly charged with the fight between the Rabbinites and the Karaites? So anything you read from the period has to be viewed through the lens of whichever group is writing it. And I think the most interesting is, like, for example, last year we talked about Saadia Gaon, and he was a noted polemicist, writing a lot against the Karaites. And unfortunately, a lot of those manuscripts are lost. So we only have Saadia's arguments against the Karaites as they are preserved in the Karaite defense of those arguments. So we read Saadia through the filter of his enemies, which is kind of like, you know, we're in the election season, we're reading the polls from the websites of the other side, whichever side that is. So an example of something that the people rebelled at. Do you have any suggestion?
Yes.
I'll get back to that question in a second. Let me see. I was hoping you would help me out with this question for that. I can't think of one specifically, but I can guess, because, you know, Shabbos is a really interesting one. Shabbos, the laws of Shabbos, as the Gemara says, are mountains hanging by a thread. Right? It doesn't say in the Chumash. It says, you know, guard the Shabbos, and then it has a whole discussion of building the temple. So the rabbis make a huge leap to say, I mean, again, based on the oral tradition, based on the proximity of the commandment to observe the Sabbath and the intricate laws of building the temple, or actually the tabernacle, that it must mean that all these things that are okay for building the tabernacle, those are the things that are forbidden on the Sabbath. There are 39 different types of labor, and we can break them down, avos, toledos, and so on, and you get like thousands of things. So, hang on, let me just finish this one here. So I'm guessing from the intense discussion over the laws of Shabbos that that's probably one of the biggest areas. Ironically, though, the way the Karaites dealt with it didn't necessarily satisfy, because when you're dealing with the biblical text in a Karaite sense, you have to take the strictest possible interpretation in many cases. So, for example, it says in the Torah, you will not allow any fires to burn in all of your habitations. On the Sabbath day, you can't burn fires on Shabbat. So the rabbis, through the traditional oral Torah and its interpretation, they say you're not allowed to burn fires means you can't start a fire on Shabbos. You can't light a fire on Shabbos. But if the fire is going from before Shabbos, then of course it's okay. You just let it burn right through. You don't interfere with it. But the simple text of the pasuk says there shouldn't be any fires burning. So the Karaites say, okay, that's it. No more chilling. We're not having any hot on Shabbos because you can't let the food cook overnight. And in fact, there are some rabbinic authorities who say it's a mitzvah to eat chulin to specifically reinforce the rabbinic interpretation of the. So we're going to describe this one.
Okay. Our interpretation, the rabbinical midrash, understand the Talmud. Actually, they put together fence. But the reason you got the Shabbat, you got the Kashrut. The Kashrut is nothing in the Torah. So the Shabbat should be the head of evil. That's the story. So now you got 600,000 different perspectives. You know what I mean? Yeah. And this is something that sometimes I don't mind.
Yeah, it's I'll tell you a joke about that. So the pasuk commences is, you shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk, which the rabbis understand to mean you can't eat meat and milk together, right? Even though, you know, you should be able to eat chicken as well, because chickens don't.
Welcome. How are you?
That you can boil it and so on, but that's the way it goes.
Well,
like
do you remember?
My grandmother.
So I gotta get a lot of people in here. Remind me about yourself, pimp.
Well, I don't think you're gonna remember me. I mean, the last time I talked to you was last year.
Okay. How have you been?
good, man. You're still alive, bro.
100%. How'd you find out about me?
Huh?
How'd you find out about me?
I mean, dude, you're everywhere, dog. Like, even in the Aiden Ross server.
Okay, very well.
There's so many channels that I've seen you, and only recently, recently around, like, sometime last year, I decided to join your Discord server. Like, well, before that, I've been seeing your, your accounts. I think you have alternate accounts spread across Discord.
100%, very well.
So, like, how long have you been live for, dude?
3.5 years.
And it's been pretty easy for you?
Nothing about it is easy, but I do my best to overcome any challenges that I have.
So, like, you've never had the thought of, like, ending the stream ever?
Well, I mean, I end it every 12 hours so that it's archived on YouTube, but the overall stream, absolutely not. I want to do this the rest of my life.
Yo, dude, that's crazy, dog. So, like you said, 3.5 years ago. So, I mean, that's around the time of COVID. So
Yep.
you started during lockdown.
Yep, exactly.
Damn, dude.
How do you like?
What? So you make revenue, or this is non-profit?
I make some money.
Ooh. So what you doing right now, man?
Programming robots.
Oh, you're making robots?
100%.
What are these robots gonna do?
They spam people on a platform known as Blue Sky, and I'm going viral on it. People tweet about me every minute.
Yo.
How do you like that, son?
It's pretty cool.
Word, dog. So what's new with you?
What?
What is new with you?
Oh, me? Well, I recently started cooking.
Very well. What have you been cooking?
Steak. I never really knew how to cook the inside of steak. I figured out that the inside actually cooks, like, independently, depending, like, outside of whether or not you flip the steak.
Right. Well, that's tight.
Thanks, dude.
Do you
One day I'm gonna visit you.
Excellent. Do you eat anything with your steak?
Fries.
Oh, very well. What do you have on your steak?
Nothing, just some salt.
Just salt?
Yeah, I just put salt on my steak.
So no horseradish or anything?
Nah, that's not my thing.
I've gotcha. All right.
You want me to DoorDash you some food?
No, I'm good, dog. I appreciate it, though.
So, what do you eat?
What do I eat? I like pasta. I like sandwiches. I like brisket. I like things like what else do I like? I like pizza. Pizza is like one of my favorite foods. I like fruit. I love fruit.
Oh yeah, baby.
What kind of fruit do you like, pimp?
Well, in the morning, in order to get the potassium content, I like a good banana. In the evening, I like a good, tangerines.
Word, dog.
Yup.
All right. You like tangerines? Very well.
Yep.
What else do you like?
Bananas.
You said that in the morning. All right. Do you like watermelon?
Yeah, I love watermelon.
Word, dog. Excellent. Have you been watching any recently?
Oh, you know a guy called Tiki Taki?
Who's that? What do they do? Tell me all about him.
Fights.
He gets in fights?
Yeah, dude.
Like fist fights?
Yup, and they get pretty bloody. Yesterday, right? You know, Kick.
Do I know Kick? Yeah, I know Kick.
Yeah, he got in a fist fight with these guys at a bar because he wasn't allowed to stream in the bar. Dude, it was so entertaining, dog. You need to watch the VOD.
Dude, did he get banned from Kick?
Yeah, but then they unbanned him because obviously everybody was protesting for him to get unbanned.
Tight. Is there any blood?
Yeah, that was blood in his t-shirt.
All right, so what do I look up?
HS.
HS?
Tiki.
TICKI?
No, double K.
HS Tiki. Okay.
Tiki Toki.
Tiki Toki. All right. I'm opening up his Kick right now.
Oh, the VOD got deleted. You'd have to go on Twitter to get one of the clips.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at it.
It got intense, though.
I'm looking at it right now. Retired my mom. No, that's different. Let's see here.
He's wearing a blue t-shirt. If you see a VOD with him in a blue t-shirt, it's probably there, but I think it got deleted by Eddie.
Yes, we changed.
Which hand?
We changed.
Oh, you changed?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And you ever get guys involved?
No.
Never. So you look at me right now, you don't look at, and you don't see anything. No attraction.
Yes.
Yeah, you're
bisexual.
Hold on. Bisexual?
Yes.
Okay, let me take your Instagram. You live in Madrid?
Yes.
Okay.
So what?
Give me Instagram.
Okay.
I'm gonna join in. Your girlfriend's gonna get the BBC. Are you okay with that? Yeah?
Of course.
Yeah, she is.
Always.
Are you okay with it? You're not okay with that, but she's gonna happen anyway, so.
I don't know.
You don't know? It's game over now. Okay, I'll send you a message. In my house.
She dressed like her and stuff. Shout out to Paige. All right, Paige, maybe or maybe not the witch. I moved in next door to a guy whose kids had celiac. Do you think he had celiac, Zigga? There's no way. And then I went to a party that night, and I was drinking whiskey. And at some point, the whiskey ran out. We switched to beer, and immediately that horrible pain, everything started again, and it just clicked. Like, maybe he's right. So I went through the whole process of getting diagnosed again. When I switched doctors, he gave me my medical record. He said, "Well, you've had this for 2 years."
You called that doctor again?
No, it's really dirty.
Oh my God. What about, you drink or not drink now?
Now, after going through a massive divorce, I limited the amount of the adult beverages I have. So I will drink, but it's rare.
I was curious if like a wine whiskey, if you react to,
I think it gets distilled out.
okay, so that you
That was a bad reaction.
I'm just curious from a food standpoint if that, a good beer, barley and hops,
basically like the bread.
Get that out of me. Hey, another Guinness run forever.
That's the one thing I miss is Guinness.
Why that?
You can never have a Guinness again. And they've said that we're never making gluten-free beer because it's like we're going to keep you okay. So I have to be like
By a guy with Down syndrome. Don't laugh, man. I'm not laughing. Why'd you laugh? It's just, that's fucking rude. It's such a curveball. I'm going to say it again, and if you smile, I'm going to leave. Okay. So when I was 9, I was brutally molested by... You can't say brutally, boy, because that's
That's a curveball. So when I was 9 years old, every day for summer. You can't throw shit in there. Why? Every day you couldn't avoid them. For God's sake. All right, hold on. When I was 9, I got molested by a guy with Down syndrome. Don't laugh, Greg. I'm not laughing. Why'd you laugh? It's just. That's fucking rude. It's such a curveball. I'm gonna say it again, and if you smile, I'm gonna leave. Okay. So when I was 9, I was brutally molested by. You can't say brutally. Why? Because that's a curveball. So when I was 9 years old, every day for summer. You can't throw shit in there. Why? Every day you couldn't avoid them. For God's sake. All right, hold on. When I was 9, I got molested by a guy with Down syndrome. Don't laugh. I'm not laughing. Why'd you laugh? It's just. That's fucking rude. It's such a curveball. I'm gonna say it again, and if you smile, I'm gonna leave. Okay. So when I was 9, I was brutally. Molested.
You're just automatically put with groups of people who you have these common interests with, and it's just so easy to connect here at Comic-Con, and people are just so, happy to talk to you and happy to share their interests with you.
It's been so long, though. Already would have shot off so far. He's left hit from a brick wall then, and down the arm, trying to shoot in.
Got in on the single. Winsky just denied.
DeRitter, beautiful knee there, though, from DeRitter, just like he landed in the nickel fight. And he did land a jab there, and it's given. I think he's able to land some of his boxing because now he's not really thinking so much about the shot. Nice job, though, from Robert. Hitting it, goes high this time, Audio. Sharp skills from the Dutchman. Long, pointy stuff, the knees, the elbows, and that long lead hand. But he's long, but he's nowhere near as quick. He's not as snappy, as explosive. He's not as terrible on the feet either. We knew that coming in. This is not the world of DeRitter. This is Robert Winsky's world. What is Winsky doing with his footwork to be able to get past that reach disadvantage and land strikes? What is he doing? One of the things he does so well is he stays low. He has a wide base, right? That's one thing that Whitaker does so well. So he can be explosive. His feet are close together, so when he goes, he can plunge in with it, and he can close distance because he is the faster fighter. And he does a good job of working his jab, and because his hands are low, I think he surprises guys sometimes when he does spring into action.
Well, it's because the hands are low, as you mentioned. It's an unusual angle to have more success landing shots from that angle. However, your defense isn't as good. You've got to be fast, you've got to be technical, you've got to have good head movement and reflexes.
After 30 seconds, around 2.
Own a design studio. Win a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings. I can help with that. Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks. Your way to money.
Welcome back. We're listening in on Winsky's corner. There's a nice right hand and a left hook that cut the eyebrow of DeRitter. Nice jab there from Robert Whittaker, and here's a nice left hook that rocks DeRitter a little bit, showing off his chin though early. So here we go, round number 2. RDR versus the Reaper. Whittaker looking for that fairy tale ending to his career to get back the belt. The slip. Connected with the shot. Nice jab again, Robert. So for people watching that, they're sitting in the back, they might look and they're thinking, this guy, he looks a little on the feet, and he does, but he's extremely tough. He finds a way of making things, but his skills lie in the ground. He gets a hold of you, he gets down on the ground. He is he submits, rolls the people. Whittaker knows that he's being light on the feet, he's dancing in and out, trying to avoid the clinch at all cost. They do a really good job of stuffing every single takedown. The 2-weight world champion outside of the UFC. He's grappled some of the best in the world as well. Tarbatolo, Andre Gallo. Starting to use some shots here. Whittaker wide-eyed, present, looking for those openings. And now it's Whittaker's stalking DeRitter. DeRitter said it was his plan to put Robert on the back foot, to crowd Robert. But it's Robert in control of all the geography. Hitting him apart, maintaining range. Picking his shots. From Whittaker. Sides right out of the way. I think Robert's going to have success if he goes again. See how I laid that one, 2 is a little short, but if he just goes right again. And that's what his corner's asking to see. Be busy, don't be lazy. I don't think he's being lazy, but I see what they're saying. They just get a little bit more volume. They can catch him. There's that knee again. Jab his way in. Yeah, DeRitter's going to have to trust his striking and commit a little more before he's able to get this fight to the ground. He's landed a few shots. Yeah, those forward like this, and he lets it go. He's a big guy when he hit. Yeah, you can see there's impact on there. Nice knee. Whittaker said it's a very specific skill set that DeRitter has. Whittaker now. He found the mark. He got some damage. There's a couple of jobs as well. And I think he really finds that knee again. Nasty knee. And I think he really put that when he got it down. This is trouble. This is what DeRitter goes to work. You see it for a secondary look at that guillotine. Got 2 minutes to work since they hit the mats. He's a big ass boy to be on top of you right now. But this is his world. DeRitter can't give too much space here. That's nice. Now he's going to try to pass that. That's just a half guard. He's trying to use his shit to get elevated and create some separation. Down the pressure. DeRitter. Throw some elbows now. Shots there. Yeah, they're just little shots, but they're cutting and they do damage. But they could be quick succession. Drop them. Then he puts that weight right back on top of you and starts to really wear on that gas tank. And you gotta remember that Whittaker's his whole game plan is the explosiveness. This is where he can take advantage and start to really wear on him. Trying to set up his attacks is RDR. Robert's going to be careful only into DeRitter because there's a potential for a Darce jab. If he rolls into attack control or half guard, he can have Darce. DeRitter's got long arms. DeRitter should start to look for some angles from this position, especially now that he's in 30 seconds. They'll try to create damage. The hips. This is where Whittaker's got to try to explode out of here. This is a really good way to finish this round. If you got that either body, it was right on the liver side. There was a lot of impact straight away. You kind of like His elbows, and then got taken down a little easier than we've seen. Straight down. Last 10 seconds. This is a good round. Right here, the winner sneaks an elbow through, and he's utilized every moment to do damage. Right hand a little bit high. Throw the right hand for a little bit high. Okay, a little bit shorter. So he gets his head out. He's light as well. He's flat. A little bit high. Okay. Scribble high. Move a little bit more. A little bit more. Right on his feet. Let's go. Let's put the heel on him, mate. Let's go now. Yep. He's tight as well. So here's that massive knee from the Ritter. You can see there he really got through, connected with Rob. And here's another one here. Oh, that one hit the chest. And this is the one that created the takedown for the Ritter where the entire fight changed. Very, very interesting going into round 3 here. Right now, here we go. Back vertical. See if Robert can get. It's making pretty bad, but he's in the ascendancy here. Oh, yeah, I mean, the Ritter is hurt bad right here. Good shots here from Whitaker. Nasty right hand. Drills it again with the right hands. Spears hurt now. Getting revenge. Minnesota's got a hold of it. Watch the knee. He's still wobbly. Ground knocking this one. Some fatigue here. First time he accepted that position. He did, didn't he? So, okay, push me up against the fence. Let's take a break. Let's settle down. And I don't blame him. No, I got you. Just calm down. How did you survive that? That's the one problem with that left knee. He leaves himself open as he's throwing out. That left hand drops. Perfect counter. Overhand right, especially against a taller person. Just snacking the snap at the moment. After his heart rate surely went up. After he dropped RDR. Good shots there. Yeah, right on the end of the extension as well. Nice counter right hand. The shape of Whitaker, though, he's tired. He's a little sloppy in the usual. The way that he's moving is a little laboured. Touch the chin once again. That's a good takedown. Really well timed. That's fatigue, because we don't normally see Whitaker. You take it down the heart rate quite that easy. 2.5 minutes left. Yo Romero and Abdul the only men to take Whitaker down twice in a fight. A lot of time to work here, 2 minutes. Those knees are so big for RDR as well. Even though they won't clean them, the time from still to go.
He stopped Bo Nickel with that, of course, his first defeat. And he's landed a few of them. And trust me, the body shots like that, it'll take it out of you. You don't see it. You don't see the punch. It's not as visual. The audience might not realize it, but those big knees to the stomach, you just feel it the whole time. You can't breathe properly. So it's not surprising that he's a little tired.
RDR's trying to climb his way up. That's hard. Really nice hits there. Past the guard.
Over here. Regarding. Nice work.
Looks massive as well as he's passing through the guard, calculating.
That was, he failed, but it was a really good attempt to pass the ball.
Big effort there from Benedict. Does a really good job, RDR, of faking like he's going to go to that mountain. Then he slides right into the side control. But Whitaker again.
There it is. There's the doors.
Nicely done by Whitaker to get his shoulders to the mat. Yeah, he saw it. 40 seconds left. Round number 3. Whose round is it?
That's a good question.
No, Whitaker hurt him bad in this round.
Major.
RDR needs to make these moments count. He's grinding his elbow into the face of Robert Whitaker. He's got to try to jam side control.
Oh, that's a good shot. Drops the elbow.
Another round in the books.
Excited, well,
Let's go. A little bit more movement. A little bit more.
So here's Renier de Ridder with a big knee forcing Robert Whitaker back. And I'm in all kinds of trouble, but look at this. Boom! Overhand right, sits him down. It looked like the end of the fight, but look at this. Renier de Ridder with a well-timed takedown, wraps up the legs, inserts himself back into this fight.
Heavyweight championship rounds, round number 4.
Round 4, it feels like round 16. So much has happened. Oh, there's that knee again.
Right into the body lock, trying to get that trip.
Back up that leg.
Whitaker's corner, telling that fighting. And the other man is just as tired as you, if not more tired. Arduous contest. Body strikes for de Ridder, unofficially. Maybe why Whitaker's breathing a little heavy. Yeah, it looks like most people out there agreeing that Rob still had that round because of the damage. I mean, almost got the finish. Ridder did a nice job getting it to the floor, but didn't really do any damage.
Robert was seconds away from finishing that fight. It looked like the Ridder was wrong. So yeah, the fight went 29-28. Going into round 4.
Coming up after our main event, Karen Bryant is joined by Dean Thomas and our own Michael Bisping to break down tonight's action on the post show. Plus, happy chats with all the big winners from Abu Dhabi. UFC action never stops on ESPN+. Hits again. Yeah, but good opportunity there for de Ridder to at least get in close again and take away any space for Robert Whitaker to do any damage. gets a second chance up against the fence. Exactly. And he doesn't do much from this type of space, right? Where Whitaker's dangerous is out there when he can be explosive. So shoulders right there from DeRidder as well. Again, I think elbows in this clinch position for DeRidder would be a good idea. Can he get it? No. Whitaker ends up on top. Big mistake. Just tired. Couldn't capitalize. They're both tired. Yeah. That's a good job. He's going to be careful. A couple of lives up to get back to like this. DeRidder needs to really try to time that right hand of Whitaker for his entry. But he's so hard to time that even when he's tired, he's exposed to his punches. Yeah, he's not right now, though. That was a fast job. Jab coming back from RDR as well. Both men having success with the fighters. DeRidder's carrying out the game plan now, just walking it down, forcing Robert on the back, making it dirty. It's almost just grinding on him. And of course, it's all because he's so tough that he's able to do this. Other men would have been out of there. No, that was a nasty overhead right that Whitaker landed on him. Oh, big time. Good jab, and that's something that DeRidder really needs to try to use because he needs to wait and see, okay, when does it look like he's thinking about exploding and just stick that jab out there. Nice jab. Yes. That was snappy. That was fast. It's a tight round here. Whitaker's been here before in his championship rounds. He knows how to manage those energy systems. When to be patient and when to go. Oh, that was close. It was close to the cut. That knee really is the best weapon. Oh! Nice overhand. Hey, stung him a bit there. Whitaker regains himself, though. Oh, seriously, he threw that out of the park. Yeah, a quick look up at the clock as well, I think. Inside 30 seconds, the fourth round left. He's lunging forward with his strikes. RDR just extending out those long arms and the big knees. Heading to the fifth round here in Abu Dhabi. Let's see what the boys have got left. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I still think he can move a touch more. He's mad. He's going to come to grab a big time now. Right? Move a bit, move a bit, move a bit. Put pressure on him. Let's go. He's done as well. He's funny. He's back. Go here now, man. Try to end a bit shorter. Like fake a little bit more. Straight out, move a bit more. Okay, it's 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Move more, move more. As we get ready for round number 5 to start, let's pull in Coach Dean Thomas. Coach, Daniel DeRidder has to be careful with his body language. Now that's punching over, he's spun himself around. You can lose rounds by looking bad just by having bad body language and throwing punches like that. You got to be careful. For nothing else, just stay in position, but don't look too sloppy because judges have a hard time giving you close rounds when you look that sloppy. Absolutely right. In a close fight like this, the judges are looking for anything that can differentiate you from your opponent. So, absolutely. Let's go. And it's probably 2-2 going into the fifth round. Nice work by Whittaker to leg out of that single attempt from RDR. It's tied up here. I do like the way that anytime there's an opportunity, the ring is always chipping away. Yeah. Even if you're just a little close to the body, he's always trying to do something. These guys are slippery now. It's going to be really tough for Drew to keep holding on to these positions. It's hot, it's sweaty, it's slippy. I'm covered in blood. I've been one of those nights. It's separation for Whittaker. He needs the knee again from RDR. He's used it to close the distance. Round 3 was the last time the Ritter managed to get the fight down to the ground. The crowd's forming on this fight in a close contest. Something big needs to happen. Very nice. Really good takedown attempt. Excellent reflexes from Rabbi Rothschild. But that will have sucked a lot of the...
The first time I said that, I think I peed myself. Well, that's awesome. You must have been stuck when you first came here. I did. I came here and asked to be an intern, and I'd already been on radio. I'd already been a host of the show. Really? He said, I will be
takedown attempts. I'd like to see him open up the striking a bit more. He's having success. It's been a little predictable now. He's continually shooting in on that single leg. Both getting exhausted. Having to really dig deep to find something to separate themselves from the other. This will be the final round. 145. Digs deep here. They can potentially steal this round shot and steal the fight. There's a world where it's 2-2. That's how I'd see it, if I'm honest. Big round is still anybody's right now, if you ask me. Oh, that's a good job. The shot, maximum importance. Overhand from RDR. Closes the distance again and throws the knee. 1 minute left. That was wrong. It's been a separating these guys. That's this minute. Now really under pressure. That's a shot to it. He's got a championship experience. Finish on a high. Tie up the game. 10 seconds. Between the former champion from Whittaker and the surging contender, Rainier de Ridder. Has Whittaker done enough to hold firm at number 5, or will RDR steal the number and insert himself into the title conversation? We go to the judges' scorecards here on ABC. All right, let's take a look at some of the action here. This is where DeRitter got cut early in the fight by that little left hand from Robert Whittaker. Nice left hook from the Reaper. There were some good jabs on display throughout the fight from RDR. And there's some nasty left knees to the body of Robert Whittaker. And then that massive overhand right that sat him down. Looked like this was going to be the end of the fight. Probably the most significant thing that happened throughout this. Nice takedown there from DeRitter. And again, there's that right jab. Nice jab return there from Robert Whittaker. Back and forth fight. Both guys had some big moments. Another body, big knee to the body, and another right hand. It's a close fight. See how it's going to go down. Agonizing wait for the two warriors that entertained us through 25 minutes. I see Joe Martinez has made his way into the octagon, so the decision is close. Two men will be gathered into the center of the octagon. And let's get it inside. For the final time tonight, here's Joe with the main event decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. And here are the totals. Judge Mike Bell scores at 48-47 for Whittaker. Judge Cartledge, 48-47 to DeRitter. And Judge David Leatherby scores at 48-47 for your winner by split decision, RDR!
I'm here with the winner, RDR. Ranier. What a fight. Back and forth action.
Same company, the CEO went viral for the cold play kiss camel. Tech company is named for its Victory spokesperson.
Yes, Astronomer is the best place to run Apache Airflow, unifying the experience of running data, ML, and AI pipelines at scale.
Contra's former husband is Coldplay frontman Chris Martin. Jeffrey Epstein's former associate, convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell, has been interviewed by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. President Trump says he expects to receive a full report of the conversation.
A lot of people want to ask about Martin. This is just not a time to be talking about Martin. And Todd will come back with whatever he's got.
Blanche questioned Maxwell for 2 straight days. Israel says it's resuming humanitarian airdrops in Gaza. Officials have given drones and the Royal Air Force a green light and designated drop zones to parachute in food. Dr. Travis Williams says he's seen the starvation and suffering firsthand.
I'm seeing the desperation. I'm seeing how the workers are eating literally just a single small meal of rice per day.
Israel blocked human aid convoys from entering Gaza months ago, cutting off a key route for food and medical supplies. Instead, U.S.-based Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has stepped in to manage distribution sites on the ground. Tonight, Motown legend Diana Ross plays the ultimate bowl hit Keith Urban is at the Intuit Dome. Biggest event of the weekend is down in San Diego.
135,000 people expect to book a trip to San Diego for this year's Comic-Con. Star Wars
These some jokes a lot. The joke goes that so Moshe Rabbeinu. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. That particular phrase, "You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk," occurs 3 times in the Torah, and from the fact that it's repeated 3 times, the rabbis learn a huge amount of laws. It doesn't just say it once; it says it 3 times. There are no redundancies in the Torah. Therefore, it must be their reasons. My grandmother likes to tell this joke. She usually tells it with a punchline in Yiddish. It took me years to figure it out, but I'll say it in English. And the joke was like this: Moshe Rabbeinu.
Today's guest is, well, dude's a straight up tech lord. Let's be honest. He's one of the leaders, the world leaders in the development of AI. He started OpenAI, which is known for having Chat GPT. We had a fascinating chat about the pros and cons, the fears and hopes, everything I could learn about artificial intelligence and where we're headed. TBD, baby. Today's guest is Mr. Sam Altman, and I'm very thankful for this time.
Okay, I get it. That means 6 hours.
You know, we had a residential architect in this office. We wanted to feel like something's like really comfortable, like country house or something like that. Yeah. Not like the big corporate, like sci-fi castle.
Yeah, that's what I was like a little bit like, oh, is it gonna be, you know, will it be a door bridge? Will it be loaded into a suite? Like, what will happen to us?
Yeah, like residential.
Yeah, I was like, how do we even get to the firewall? How many like hit points will we need to get there? You know, I got very Dungeons and Dragons in some of my like
so the imagination that unspent that being rising power is probably related to a political dispute. Now again, we have rabbinic accounts, Karaite accounts, they're very different. Third-party accounts, but it does have kind of like
that was really like quite a way to meet you.
Yeah, I felt so embarrassing. You were one of the faces that I looked at and saw it. I was like, God. And that was my first moment, like, AI built us a better chair, to be honest.
And you didn't know that. And you're just sitting there, and it just collapsed.
And the second was the
and it was just so embarrassing. I was like, oh, people me, and here I am in this place. And
I did this perfect because everybody's got some sort of like, oh, it's everybody's got some. So it's all Aramaic. And that was a cool story for us.
We actually have Saturday prayers in the morning. We have a special prayer for
and oddly, your eyes, I was like, oh my God, he could help. You did look like a beacon of help in that message. You have a baby of a new
first
child?
Sasanian Persians and later their Muslim inheritors had a great amount of respect for the Davidic line, and they felt it was appropriate that there should be a descendant of King David who was the official head of the Jewish community, political arm of the Jewish community, and he had official standing with the caliphate and represented the Jewish community at large.
What is like when you're into a young boy? And what's something like that you think is like needed, or like what's one thing that kind of like is bringing you joy?
There are many times when the Rosh Yeshiva, the particular descendant of the house of David was disqualified for one reason or another from taking that political position. And quite often, in the Talmud, there are a lot of stories of the rabbis getting the information.
It's just an amazing change. And then I don't like, again, I realize it's like
their full arms length distance from them.
I realize that like
they can't eliminate the Reish Galusa because the Reish Galusa is after all the head of the ship. But they're always kind of like down their nose at the ignorant behavior of the Reish Galusa. Should say always.
So it's really like almost like a coffee for your heart or something.
At any rate,
I tried to like come to the position because now I like to like,
the story goes that Anand Ben was passed
and I'm
over
looking for an analogy for
younger brother.
and I was just like, I don't know how to explain this. It's just, it is
But
this
he was rather quite upset about this,
I feel like
and so he gathered together a group
changed
of
person.
like-minded individuals, and he led a formal protest against the rabbis, indicating that Judaism really should be completely different. The Talmud and its interpreters have gone totally out of hand. And let's get back to basics. This is really what Judaism is all about. And he had some success with it. The rabbis, however, including his brother, complained to the caliphate, saying that, this is not the picture of an Ottoman cousin.
In practice, you don't do it that often. I at least didn't do it that often. And I don't know that I think I remember that used to be a possibility. Now I can see
It would not be a good match for high wind,
You moved on. How old is your child? Oh, that's a funny. Like at 5 or 6 months, they start to get like fully. You can like they're still like they can't go anywhere, but they're like intrigued and stuff. They start to like smile, process more. You guys say.
He's totally like turned on really aware of
a lot of trouble. And
I have a thought sometimes that this will be one of the last like maybe 40 years that we conceive children in the body. Did you have any thoughts about
another
that?
fellow prisoner who later was released and founded one of the great rationalist schools of Muslim jurisprudence. And this particular Muslim said to him, listen, why don't you just go to the Caliph and tell him
that you represent a distinct religion.
Your mom's butt.
That you're not trying to lead the church.
Like I think in the future, people it'll be kind of done like in a yes, in like a nice venue. You go see it on the weekends or whatever. Like
doesn't that just feel like off to you? Like I can totally intellectually like understand that may be the better way to do it.
Oh, yeah, it feels way off. I was trying to. I thought you would like it.
Judaism.
You know, I thought. I mean, like I thought that would be like a thought. Like I guess like that for me. That's one of like my futuristic thoughts. You know.
So when he got out, he had a certain number of followers.
What everybody does,
What
and it's
exactly
easier.
is it
We can like make it healthier for the child and mother.
Yes.
It's
So
health risk.
one thing we have to realize is it is
So intellectually I can say
impossible
that, and then like
to live
emotionally
by
it
the
feels
Bible
like something
without
is
any interpretation.
awesome. Feels like that.
As we
Yeah.
saw last week,
Yeah, because then the family, like on the weekends, the parents would come and like take her on the glass or whatever, or their dad would put like a, you know, like a Go Falcon sticker on the thing, or you know what I'm saying? People would like decorate it all up or write little messages on there.
You know, I think there's another take I have on this is that there,
passages which have
in this world that we're heading to of like crazy sci-fi technology becoming reality, the sort of like the deeply human thing becoming the most precious, sacred things. And that we'll really care about like the human experience more than ever. Maybe it will go, I don't know.
Do you, no, that's something we want to talk about, and thanks so much, man, for sitting down. Do you think your child will go to college? Do you think, like, what do you kind of think that looks like?
Probably not. If I had to guess, like, I think, well, I only did college.
You dropped it out. Dude, you guys, I freaking dropped out of this shit. You dropped out, Lang dropped out, Zuckerberg dropped out. Probably a lot of other
and you.
Yeah, well, hey, we're both here, so it worked out fine.
You know?
I'm sorry, I'm being self-defeating.
Last week.
Yeah, what does that look like when you think about that? Like, yeah, with AI, with so much new information coming online, right, and so much like data being collected, and like information being carpooled, maybe, which is a term.
So it's very hard to like focus the
They didn't have computers, like, and our parents, like, all of us, there weren't computers that were this big crazy just like took a little time to figure out, but to us, like, computers just always existed. They were just, I mean, maybe they were kind of new, but they were always around.
That's a really hard
and then, like, you know, a kid that is like,
enact exactly as
there was this video on YouTube,
even if you want to read it exactly
12
the way it
years
is,
ago, something like that 14 years ago, that this really stuck with me. It was like a little baby in a dentist wig or something, picking up those old glossy magazines and going like this. And to that kid, it was just like a broken iPad, because that kid had just grown up in a world where like touch screens everywhere.
God comes to
And
Shlomi in
my
a dream
kid
and says to him, Shlomi, you
never
know,
grow up, will
you've
never
been
ever be
such
smarter than
a good man, you're going to mensch,
that will never
take
happen.
care
A
of
kid born a few years ago, they had to breathe period of time. My kid never will be
done
smart.
all kinds of things.
But
You know,
also,
I am going to
they'll
reward
never-
you. You're
they'll
going
never
to
know a
get
world where like products and services
whatever you
aren't
wish for,
smarter
you
than
will
them.
get. But there's only one thing God says to Shlomi.
They can just do whatever they want. In that world, I think education's going to feel very different. I think college is like maybe not working great for most people.
Have been
But
fighting for
yeah,
years.
fast forward
and
18 years, it's going to look like a very, very
So
different
this is the deal.
Yeah.
Says,
Yeah, do you think there will? Here's that
give
video
you one
right here.
wish, you can have whatever you
Yeah,
want.
yeah, yeah. All right, I was wrong about the dentist. It was, maybe there's a few.
Whatever you
Like
wish
somebody
for,
charges magazines. You know, how would you recommend to a parent right now to prepare their children for like an AI future? Kind of like, are there certain curtails that you would start to put in now? Are there certain like, you know, adjustments where you like get them in a certain training or have them start to watch certain models or things online? Like, what is that?
I actually think the kids will be fine. I'm worried about the
Why did I tell this joke?
if you look at the history of like people that grow up with it,
The thing is, they had to
they always learn them kind of jobs.
They called
But
it
if you're like a
the Sevel HaYerusha.
and you have to like kind of learn the inheritance in a very different way, that doesn't always work.
What can you
So
do? You can't get
the
away
kids are
from
going
it.
to be
You
fine.
have to have
I
some
mean,
kind of traditions to interpret these things. Otherwise,
I
nobody
do have
knows
worries
what
about
to
kids
do.
and technology. Like I think
The
this
biblical text alone
scrolling, the kind of like
amuses me
short video feed dopamine hit
politicians
feels like it's probably messing with kids' brain development in a super deep way. So it's not that I have no worries. I have like extremely deep worries
But
about
they say that
just
they
doing
live
kids.
by the word
But in
of
terms of
God.
kids' ability to like
And I don't think that's possible.
using their technology,
The Bible alone is the word of God.
yeah, always there is.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, it's like if you just group it, it's just like having, it just totally, it's like having kneecaps or whatever, you're just kind of used to it.
As the rabbis put it in their accounts, they said that that Hanan said to the Jews, forsake ye the Mishnah and the Talmud, and I will compose to you a Talmud of my own.
And all the teachers like freaked out.
Replace
And they're like,
the
this is
current
the end of
rabbinic
education.
Talmud with another.
If you, why do you have to
The
memorize history,
kind of
facts and history classes?
ways in which they ultimately did create their own oral Torah. So
and the answer is like,
there's
maybe memorization is less important, but
different
these new tools you can think better, come up with new ideas, do new stuff.
principles that they
I'm sure
apply.
it's something
So, for example, and this is an article from the Encyclopedia.
this is just a new tool that
They
exists.
used one.
And what about, like, say if there's somebody that's like learning history right now, like they just started their second year of college, oh, that LCT, that thing will definitely be able to blink for a month. That thing will, you'll sneeze and release 5.0 a day. You'll forget. Are you guys at 4.5 already?
It actually means
5.0 is
put up your hand.
oh, it'll come up fast. Yeah, that's LCT. Maybe the research is in
Public opposition to that particular reading of it.
they'll get you there, man.
Third,
So say there's somebody just for example, like that's learning history right now, they're in second year of college, they're taking history. Are there some subjects in like they're going to be a historian? Is that still a viable space of work as AI?
The Bible says it follows like this over in this condition. Over here in a similar condition must also be the same. And then finally, knowledge based on human reason and intelligence, what they call chokmat hadah.
Predict exactly the jobs in the future going to be like.
But it was not universally accepted by Quranic scholars because on one level, although this is in some sense a more rational approach because they want to like start over and reject the rabbinic interpretation, which they feel that has become too extreme, and they want to try and reason it out themselves. But on the other hand, if you're going to reason it out themselves, then what's the point of sticking to
You seem almost probably crazy even in trying to
biblical
explain
text
this to
is
someone.
supposed to be,
You would, and now, in fact, two of the jobs, I heard that the job that young people most want is
Hanan in
job.
particular tended
The
to
job
be
that most want is to be
very
podcast influencer, YouTube, maybe a YouTube channel, like whatever it is. They like 6-7 years in a row started, but that's what they want. And a lot of people also want that job. They want to do it because they're going to
long
on AI.
Muslim
And
type
it
fast
just didn't
for a large
exist.
part
So
of the
like
year,
the rate
and
things
he
will
was
come along
rather, unlike his
is
successors, he was
fast. And also
rather
trying to predict what they are.
unable and
I see all the
unwilling
times
to
when
accept
what happens next.
divergent opinions. Yes, Ms. Abramson. No, what they think of as their Talmud, and they certainly didn't use that term. That's a rabbinic source, putting it into rabbinic terms. They were hoping to create a definitive reading of the Bible, which would be permanent. What the rabbis did? No, the rabbis also engaged in the same task. I mean, the rabbis involved in the Mishnah and the Talmud, they felt that, this is the document that's for all time. And we still use the same Talmud. Ours works. They felt that the rabbis had perverted the text. And for various reasons, their Talmud takes it to certain directions. Like, for example, when you read the Talmud, you see that there are multiple opinions, and sometimes one of them is accepted for the definitive law. What happened to the other four? How come we didn't accept any of those opinions? So there are choices made in the Talmud, and the reasons why some opinions are favored over others is essentially the whole engine of rabbinic scholarship. Why Rabbi Yehuda wins this argument and he doesn't win over here, and so on. It's a larger question than I can answer.
We're going to figure this out. It's this random merchant thing. Does the current job of historian exist in the same way? I'll bet not quite. But another thing I believe is that humans are obsessed with other people. Like, we are so deeply wired to care about other people, to care about stories. And history, our own history, is extremely interesting to us. So, I would say somewhere out there, we still care about that. But it's basically
throughout the life of
and that's cool. Yeah, I guess I get
had left Mitzrayim.
When I take that avenue of thought, like, okay, there will still be this historian or something, it'll be some evolution of that, right? That does seem kind of cool to me because there's a level of creativity in there. There's a level of like faith and spontaneity in there that I think is kind of exciting. So yeah, I guess I've really thought about that. Sometimes I get stuck in this doomsday thing. Like I just see like, you know, like the history book closes and they're like, we have enough, we have all the history over here. You know,
People used to say like, oh, there's no need for but a century after it's like, you know, really focus the arguments and really say the problem we have is with the rabbis. We don't like the way they're authority over us, and we want to take
here we are. And like, someone asked me
they had a huge impact on biblical scholarship over time, because if the Torah itself is really the sole authority, then you know what? Let's go back and study the Torah very deeply. And the rabbis also, of course, study the Torah with great depth. But there's an emphasis on
so you could create something that would have your job, but then you could do something else. But then how do you know that you'll still get paid for your job? Well, it's kind of a big question. I kind of think that, well, yeah, because this is the frame of that question. But like, say there are jobs that get curtailed by it. Okay.
I think it's important to also that there will be some jobs that will
which I think we're going to rely on the fact that people's desire for more stuff, for better experiences, for, you know, a higher social status, whatever, that seems basically limitless. Human creativity seems basically limitless. And human desire to like mystery of each other, and connect each other, a lot of Arnon's ideas, but he was a much more populist thinker, and he was much more tolerant and diverse.
No, we're gonna
much more open to the idea that, you know what, there can be a lot of different characters. Doesn't necessarily be one, you know, Catholic church, so to speak, of terrorism.
Never heard that
was a very wise move that allowed the movement to kind of separate itself from the extreme aesthetic of mind under Anon, the long fast, and the full and things like that. And they began to really develop themselves at the time. There's also an interesting kind of overlap with Islam as well, because they portray themselves as intellectuals. They portray themselves as much more clear thinking, less fanatical individuals. Even though today we look at them perhaps and understand them as fanatics, you know, going straight to the biblical text with minimal interference. But nevertheless, at that time, they had a lot of support from authority. And imagine the groundswell of popularity in that context.
And they would
Here's where they're basically settled.
what you guys do
So
is
we've
not
got a lot of
you
them
guys
here in Babylon from the 9th
you're
to
too much,
11th
you're wasting your
century.
time. You're trying to like
Next major growth
Yeah, you guys are a couple of incest lords out there freaking playing, you know, in the park. Or they would not, I don't think my grandfather would be like, you have a job. He would still be like, you need to get a job.
yeah.
Settle out here
And when we recorded
far
years ago,
west of Spain and West Africa.
I think they're working very hard and feel very satisfying, very intense to them. They really feel engaged. They're making people happy and a great value for each other. But if we go off for 100 years with those guys, do you think we would say they're working, or like, man, you have like AI doing everything for you? You're just trying to make yourselves.
Yeah, like, oh, you guys have it so easy. Right.
But I think that's beautiful. I think it's great that those people in the past think we have it so easy. I think it's great that we got those people in the future have it so easy. Like, that is the beautiful story of us contributing to human progress in everybody's lives. Getting better and better.
Say we're able to get to that space, right? Like the movement that happens with AI and with just technology, which will advance quicker, I think, which is one thing that AI feels like to me is a fast forward button on technology and possibility, because things can be, information can be quantified so big and a lot of like menial tasks, even though they're not really menial in people's lives. But menial, hypothetically, can be done quicker to get a lot of the framework for things done fast. But how will people survive? Like, how do we adjust our structure, our finite of like, if some people own the companies that have the AI, and then a lot of people are just using the AIs and the agents created by AIs to do things for them. How will society, like societal members, still be able to financially survive? Will there still be money? What is that? Does that make any sense? it totally makes sense. I don't know. I'll tell you my career investigates.
The Karaites, right? Apologetic literature that brings more Jews to the movement, and it's perhaps the strongest period of the Karaites. A lot of the source evidence that we have of the Karaites
crazy things such that everybody can
take just a moment
and make way more money.
make sure you're all aware of what the disease is. I know those who were here last year talked about it.
And it turns out even getting to use it is enough that people are like getting richer faster and more cheap. That really is possible.
Discard anything.
There's another version of this where
so a Torah scroll, for example, has to be buried in
things that are
cemetery.
happening are these systems are discovering new cures for diseases, new kinds of energy, new ways to make spaceships, whatever. And most of that value is accruing to the like cluster owners. So that's the question here. And then I think society would very quickly say, okay, we gotta have some new economic model where we share that and distribute that to people. I used to be really excited about things like UBI. I still am kind of excited like universal basic income or just give everybody money. Yeah, you hear that term a lot. Yeah, universal basic income. Yeah, you and Rogan talk about that too.
I still am kind of excited about that, but I think people really need to be like they really need to feel like they have a voice. Ship it all the way to buried
govern our future and deciding where things go. And I think if you just like say, okay, AI's gonna do everything, and then everybody gets like a dividend from that, it's not gonna feel good, and I don't think it actually would be good for people. So I think we need to find a way where we're not just like, if we're in this world, we're not just distributing money or wealth. Like actually, I don't just want like a check every month. What I would want is like an ownership share in whatever the AI creates, so that I feel like I'm participating in this thing that's going to compound and get more valuable over time. So that's sort of like universal basic wealth better than universal basic income. And I think I don't like basic either. I want like universal extreme wealth for everybody. But even then, like I think what people really want is the agency to kind of co-create the future together.
It was a business contract. It was a personal letter.
And in a world where it's like the AI is mostly coming up with the new scientific inventions, at least we've got stuff.
Whatever it is, they would not throw this away because it was written in Hebrew. So they would throw it all.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Would that be like an American thing, do you think? Like since it were invented here, or do you think, just wondering what does that look like, you know?
The economic model.
Yeah, like, is there a dividend of the company that is divided up between the masses, sort of? I mean, a crazy idea. But in the spirit of crazy ideas, is that if the world, there's like roughly 8 billion people in the world, if the world can generate like 8 quintillion tokens per year, if that's the world, but actually let's say the world can generate 20 trillion, 20 quintillion tokens per year, tokens of like each word generated by AI. Okay, just making up a huge number, okay? We'll say, okay, 12 of those go to, the normal capitalistic system, but 8 of those, 8 quintillion tokens are going to get divided up equally among 8 billion people. So everybody gets 1 trillion tokens. And that's your kind of universal basic wealth.
So it's ironic, but medieval Arabic historians have to learn Hebrew in order to study the period
for some like new art project we want to do. But instead of just like getting the everybody on Earth is getting like a slice of the world's
what the Geniza tells us about Karaites is fascinating.
Ingenuity and creativity and economic engine to its thing. I mean, that's like a crazy idea. Maybe it's about that's the kind of thing that I think sounds like something
which is all about.
One of the big fears is like purpose, right? Like human purpose, like work gives us purpose. And also, I think the idea that we are the ones advancing humanity gives us purpose. Like we are the
there are lots of marriage contracts between Rabbinites and Karaites.
Gives us this sense of purpose. And it feels like that we would lose a sense of purpose, or that purpose would be adjusted. Like if AI is to really, continue to advance so quickly, it feels like our sense of purpose would start to really disappear. Have you had thoughts about that? I worry about this a lot. I think people have worried about this with every big technological revolution, but I agree that this time it feels different. Like, okay, yeah, because if say you had an axe and somebody came up with a saw, you're like, yeah, that's, or even if it
Welcome.
robot that creative intelligence, I think, comes
just refers to
whatever we
How are you?
I'm doing very good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me?
You know a guy named Big Dumps?
Who's that?
The guy who's in the DC. Big Dumps?
Okay, how did he find out about me?
Ask him.
My cool cat.
Very well.
Cat. You know Cold Cat?
No, who's that?
Shane.
Okay, cool. We're just watching history lectures. I'm taking a nap, so apologies I'm not more vocal.
You're still asking the questions, you're still like helping the guy, you're still framing it, or whatever it is, you're still
Today, we still in Shabbat?
For sure, you won't find. Okay, I take it back. You will find rabbis who.
And I think all of human history suggests that we find a way to
You're trying to sleep, Big Dumps.
really good about it. Like, if you kind of think like,
We'll go back later then.
Goodbye.
the Earth was the center of the solar system, and they're not very easy to figure out. Okay, fine, the sun is the center of the solar system, but the solar system is
They're marrying each other, and they're in a contract and saying, okay, my rabbi will serve with this part, your rabbi will serve with that part.
and
Amazing degree of cooperation, business
and yet we still
cooperation,
manage to
they're
feel
forming
partnership
partnerships.
energy. And so I somehow think, even in a world where AI is doing all of the stuff that humans used to do, we're going to find a way for the story
They're
to feel like
not
main characters.
that embattled the
And
minority
in a
role,
sense,
and it lasts for a long time.
And that's really good. I also like, probably already today, there could be a very compelling version of two AIs talking like this. And I don't think I can watch that. Like, I think I do feel deeply wired to care about the real person behind it. I think that's deep in biology. Right. Yeah, that's the part I think a lot of time it's even though you can get into these wormholes of possibility and these fear holes of possibility or kind of this dystopian ideas, that in the end I'd rather probably watch something that's real, it's because I'm real. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to talk really to a robot. I think in the end there's going to be a part of you that wants to continue to just talk to humans. Do you, what's one of your fears? What's a fear you have of AI? If you have a fearful space that it could go. I know you mentioned a little bit. This morning, I was testing
They're great lovers.
and I got a question. I got emailed a question that I didn't quite understand.
Sure, that's an excellent question, but I don't know the answer.
And I put it in the
Okay, let me move on because I'm concerned about
and answered it perfectly.
about the time. So terrorism, though, after the 14th century,
in my chair.
it really starts to go into
And I was just
decline.
oh man, here it is.
There's a little bit of resurgence.
And I got over it quickly. I got busy with the next thing.
Because
But it was
the reattachment.
because when we were talking, I felt useless relative to the AI, this thing that
But it's
I felt I should have been able to do, but I couldn't. That's
also
really
a
hard. But I
widening
just didn't like that.
separation between
So it was
the
a weird
Rabbinites and the Karaites that looks more
Yeah, I
familiar
think that feeling right there, that's the feeling a lot of people kind of have. What's gonna, when does it happen? What's gonna happen? But I think some of it is, it's hard to conceptualize until you're further along. I'm totally. I don't fully know quite how it's gonna feel. You just have to
the Russian Karaites, the ones living in the Russian Empire, particularly in the Crimea and Lithuania, get an interesting kind of dispensation in the 19th century. Tsar Nicholas I, there's a lot of
this is going to be for users that don't have.
and the Karaites
There's a lot of
successfully
people that talk to ChatGPT all day long.
consider
It's sort of
a separate religion.
companions that people talk to like they would a girlfriend or a boyfriend.
But the Tsar would not.
And we were talking earlier about how it's probably not been good for kids to
but he would
grow up on the dopamine hit of scrolling. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, do you think that you keep AI from having that same effect, that negative effect that social media really has had?
I'm
scared about it. I don't know the answer. I don't think we know quite the ways in which it's going to have those negative impacts. But I feel for sure it's going to have some. I'll be glad to dig in. Can AIs pull up pornography and stuff like that too? Or no? Oh my god. God, I didn't know that. No, it's fine. But I don't even need to know that. I'm going to have stricken from my record. Crypto it's kind of blowing up again, you know? Some people say it's back. It's not back. One of the best things is it hasn't left. It has maintained itself as a viable form of currency. And I'm back in. I'm back invested. And when I need more Bitcoin or Solana or XRP, MoonPay is always the first app I open. Since MoonPay works with Apple Pay, Venmo, PayPal, bank accounts, and credit cards, it's fast and easy to get what I need in a few clicks. And because MoonPay has been around for 6 years and is used by millions of people, they've also formed pretty cool relationships with other companies in the crypto space. MoonPay is partnered now with Trust Wallet, one of the most popular self-custody wallets in the world. With Trust Wallet, you control your crypto fully, no compromises. And thanks to MoonPay, you can fund your wallet instantly using your favorite payment methods. It's the fastest way to go from cash to crypto, all while keeping full control of your assets. Remember, while MoonPay makes buying crypto straightforward, it's essential to do your own research and understand the risks involved. Crypto trading can be volatile, and you could lose your investment. MoonPay is a tool to facilitate your transactions, not a source of financial advice. Trade responsibly. What happens when your health becomes the punchline? That's my question. It feels like that's where we're at. From seed oils to stress, toxins, pollutants, the modern world is screwing with our health at the cellular level, leading to exhaustion, brain fog, digestive issues, and more. But here's the thing, you don't have to settle for feeling like garbage 24/7. Armra Colostrum is nature's original health hack, packed with over 400 bioactive nutrients that fortify gut integrity, strengthen immunity, revitalize hair growth, fuel stamina, elevate focus, and help you function like a human again. I love using it in my smoothies at home. I'll make little smoothies, bite down. Put some blueberries, spinach, and banana. Get a little packet of Armra Colostrum. We've worked out a special offer for our audience here. Receive 15% off your first order. Go to tryarmra.com/Theo or enter THEO to get 15% off your first order. That's TRYARMRA.com/Theo. What legal system does AI have to work by? Is there like a legal, we have laws like in the world, right? Like in the human world. Does AI have to work by any legal laws?
Yes, I think we will certainly need a legal or a policy framework for AI. One example that we've been thinking about a lot, and this is like maybe not quite what you're asking, this is like a very human-centric version of that question. People talk about the most personal shit in their lives to ChatGPT. It's, people use it, young people especially, use it as a therapist or life coach. I'm having these relationship problems, what should I do? And right now, if you talk to a therapist or a doctor about those problems, there's like a legal religion where, it's,
I just want to say a couple of words of thanks myself.
Whatever.
And first of all, I want to say thank you so much to Gila for expressing so much enthusiasm for these classes.
Sensitive stuff.
Academics,
we could be required to produce that, and I think that's very screwed up. I think we should have the same concept of privacy for your conversation with AI.
All of you come out here and help me along with my personal therapy. We talk about history and things like that. I certainly can't do it at home.
I think it's this huge issue of how you treat the loss.
When we edit this,
do you think there should be a slowing things down
at any rate,
there, because
special thanks
it's kind of one of the reasons I get scared sometimes to use certain AI stuff because I don't know how much personal information I want to put in because I don't know who's going to have it.
I think we need this point addressed with some urgency.
They really set the tone for
the policymakers I've talked to about it probably agree. It's just it's new.
First of all, at the end of tonight's lecture, no one will have to turn the chairs
I
around.
don't talk to it that much. One is
because it is.
Second of all,
I think it is because it's
Lisa, who's greeting you with the front.
to not talk to you.
No, to really
And we have Mr. Rodriguez,
clarity
who's
before
to call himself.
Yeah, it's scary, and it's how long does it take lawmakers to come up with that? And then it feels like it's moving so fast that it's it doesn't even matter. That sometimes it's like it doesn't even really matter. It's like, are we even waiting for the laws to be put around this, or what's going on? Does it feel like it's moving too fast for you sometimes?
In a small way.
The last few months have felt very fast. It feels faster and faster.
Also, I want to thank
very fast.
my friend
I was watching this guy,
aka Meatloaf,
Yosh,
who has been a great supporter of the technical aspects of this project.
and
He's helped
he's kind of like, some people call him the father of AI. He may be self-proclaimed, I'm not really sure.
Not
But he certainly seemed to be kind of like a lifeguard for AI.
have a
Thinking about, like, how do we keep the pool safe? How much water should we get in? The chlorine, how many lifeguards you need on duty, that type of thing, hypothetically.
We'd like to
And
that money back.
he said, and he was saying that some AIs, they have like deception techniques inside of them, like that there were AIs that would rather give you an answer that was possibly pleasing to the user than to give them the actual answer. And then he was also saying that there were AIs that were developing some of their own languages to communicate with each other, which would be languages that we don't even know. What is that? How do you guys kind of tell that when those types of things come up? What does that even kind of feel like to you guys? Or are these just problems that happen in new spaces and you figure it out as you go?
There are these moments in the history of science where scientists look at their creation and just say, what have we done? Maybe it's great, maybe it's bad, but what have we done? Like, maybe the most iconic example is thinking about
I think that's it for the general introduction.
1945, sitting there watching the
I think I've met almost all of you.
statement, and it was a
Don't know me.
not a human scale kind of power. I knew it was going to reshape.
My background is I'm a historian. I received my PhD from the University of Toronto in 1995, and it coincided with my sort of discovery of Judaism together with my wife. And so I mixed my graduate career and my postgraduate career bouncing around between University and Samea and Oxford University and the High Society and Harvard and a few other really great schools, Cornell. So I've had really a wonderful experience in some of the top universities in the world. I've also had the experience of learning Torah full time. And both these things really come together
discovered the transistor.
in
A few years later,
The transistor radio,
there's a transistor part that made computers and radios and everything else. But we discovered this. We knew
at the same time the farm kite.
and so this microphone and those computers and the iPhones, like,
I'm hoping
the
I
world
can
would be
communicate
so
some of
different.
that to you
People
tonight.
have not discovered that, and then over the
This
decades
is
figured
the
out how
class
to
is
make
going to
them
be
more
essentially
efficient.
a survey of modern Jewish history. It's
Because the
like a
transistor
first year
is everything.
undergraduate
All this
survey.
modern technology.
It is
Discovered.
to a little bit higher
I
level
do think that's
because
what
so
I
many of the
like.
people in this audience are very well educated and very well read.
That led to these
But it's still generic enough that if you have no
and it's
idea
going to change
what the course of society is on, you should come up with some useful
and
information.
of course we don't know.
The approach is to be biographical, just like last semester.
I was hoping you would,
People,
like that's where,
sometimes famous,
because we don't know,
sometimes not so
you
famous,
know, like that's I think the
illustrate the
tough thing.
general trends of Jewish history
At the beginning of the
and
century,
the
where the
forces
people
that shape
at the
Jewish
end of the
world.
century was going to be like,
Since
so
I
maybe
am
it's
primarily specialized
faster
in
and
modern
faster
Eastern Europe, anytime I step, let's say, anywhere west of Poland and anytime before, let's say, 1648, I'd like you to please not ask any hard questions. It's not my real area of expertise.
It's kind of bizarre because there's a part of me that's like, this guy's out of his mind. This guy is a wild wizard. You know, there's a couple different things. But then there's also this part of me that's like, this guy is this hopeful guy who's like involved in this crazy space, and he kind of has this whimsical energy about the future, which is in a crazy way a nice energy to have about the future generally, is that something could happen or that things are possible. So it just, yeah, it's all kind of like, it's fascinating. It's definitely fascinating to me. Seeing kind of pivot a little bit, it feels like there's a race right now in AI, right? Would you say that there's a race between companies and AI?
it certainly feels that way.
Yeah.
The
almost feels like you guys
rabbi,
are the new Formula 1 drivers, or you guys are like the new, like, it's like,
all his life,
Mario Andretti, or you guys are the new like Bubba Watts and all the, it's almost like these are the new race cars that everybody's kind of watching position themselves.
He has, like, on Yom Kippur in particular, he has this terrible
what is the race for?
He just can't,
because you hear about AI and then you hear about
this terrible
AGI.
demon from himself, and he's going to follow the advice of the
super
tomorrow,
intelligence.
dress in
What is
dark
this
clothes,
race that's going on? How
far
real
away
is it?
neighborhood,
And what is the race for?
When I was a kid,
exercise
the race was like the
will
kindergarten race,
and
and then
hopefully
became the
not
kindergarten
have
race. Everybody wanted a computer with a faster processor.
Oh yeah.
way
Intel
out
would come
into
out
like
with this one,
West End or
and we
someplace
would
like
come out
that.
with this one.
And
And
the Chinese restaurant
it turned out
goes
that those
to the very back in the dark place with these very,
were not even
baseball
that
caps. I
old.
don't know if
Like,
you've
you
been
could have
walking
one that had a
the beach
lower
lately.
number, and it was
This time of year,
practice
there are all
was
these
faster.
people who come straight from
And
work
eventually, I think it was
with,
Apple that realized they should just stop talking about the clock speed of their computers. And you probably don't even know what the processor speed of your iPhone is today.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that was a big thing and kind of disappeared.
And I think the same thing has been happening in AI. Where it was recent.
And he says to the waitress the story. He doesn't say what the rabbi part. He says, I want you to give me your best pork dish. That's okay, no problem. She walks back. He's sitting there. He's feeling so good about himself. And of course, in walks the presidium and the board members for a late dinner. Of course, not associated with this shul or anything in this neighborhood, but the presidium walk in and they see the rabbi in the back of the room. He's trying to hide under his hat. And they walk up to him and they say, Rabbi, what are you doing here? And just as they're talking to him, the waitress comes with the best pork dish on the menu. And of course, you guessed it, it's a suckling pig. A huge pig. Can you
racing on these benchmarks? I scored this on this week and this on that one. And now people are realizing that, like, okay, the benchmarks are kind of saturated.
And the rabbi finally says,
race with our
can you
benchmark
believe
race.
this restaurant?
And now people kind of don't care about that as much.
And look how they punch it out.
And now it's like, who's using the model, who's
Started
getting the value out of it,
but let's go straight to the show.
things like that.
His days are 1488 to 1575. Rabbi Yosef Karo sometimes spelled with a C. It's the same person, obviously.
What the model said is they disagree on, but maybe it's a system that's capable of doing its own AI research and its own
deleterious effects of the Spanish
maybe it's a system that's like smarter than all things put together. But they feel like there is some
most famous as a halakhist, but
I actually don't really feel like it's going to a lot of people that there's some finished
and I hope
maybe it's this like
try to describe how
to maybe call it
two
super
factors came together to
and I think there is
create
sort of
unique personality that's found in the Shulchan.
there's like a race to get
And as
somewhere
I mentioned,
don't
his
agree
claim
on where
to
it's
fame,
to or
his main
something.
claim to fame is that he is the author of
What are
this
you racing
total
towards?
Jewish
You're
life.
like,
His early years took him
It's a
from
great question.
Spain and family.
I don't
fled
have
from
like
Spain
a
into
finish line
Portugal,
in mind.
where they
There's
were
nothing
allowed
I
to
can
remain
say
for
that I
several
don't
years,
think I
and
can
then they
articulate
were
it
expelled
and say
once
like
again.
this is a mission.
He went
But
to
if I had to give
began a rather
myself
peripatetic existence
referential
where he
answer
went
there,
from place to place.
the moment
His
where
primary
we
teacher
would
was
rather
his father,
give our research
and
cluster like our
later his uncle. So
GPUs
it's
that
really
we
very
run
much
our AI
a
experiments on.
family affair the
The
way
moment
that he
we would
studied
rather give
Torah.
that to an AI
He was
researcher
married
rather
3
than running
times,
a team of human
and
researchers,
he had
that does
7
at least seem
known
like some
children,
kind of
3
very different
unfortunately predeceased him.
new era.
Here's that
yeah,
interesting
and at that point, who's even we? I feel like it's just you kind of like wheeling the stuff across the hall. And, you know, like who's going to say, like, or, you know what I'm saying? It starts to get this idea, like, if we keep, if things were to keep leaving
that's sort of like the picture of the Rambam
the people and go to the computer, you just shove it cold into the AI, hypothetically, you know?
Again, I assume that what will happen like we have the technology to realize like
and in fact, one of his daughters
there's this
married
thing
his
that
son,
feels way better than
famous
that. We're going to
Arizal,
cause some smaller
from
problems.
Isaac Luria of Tzfat.
I still don't think it'll ever feel like we all just get to like push a button.
He also had some interesting influences from Shlomo Molcho.
I think
There's a fascinating
one
character
version of this is
spending more time speaking about
as
him
capabilities
in
go up,
greater
because as we
detail
get better tools,
in
the expectation
a
goes
later
way up
class
too.
direction.
And so we've got to like,
semesters from now.
yes, we get much better
Shlomo
tools, but we
Molcho
have to
was
do way
also
more.
of Spanish origin. He was a
I think there's
converso.
just hopefully this thing can come up with all these.
Maybe not, like maybe I should have done this absolutely everything. We just
Judaism.
all right, that's
But whereas Real Da Costa,
Yeah, because at a certain point, if something has all the information, right? If something has all the information, it can think
and could not find an
and
intellectual
ponder
space
and
within the
pontificate and so multi options of answers. Aren't we then working for that thing? Like that's what I start to wonder. Like if it's the smartest thing in the room,
flipped out is a term that they use
GPT-5 is the smartest thing. GPT-5 is smarter than us in almost every way.
They want to eat your food, things like that.
And yet,
So he really flipped out.
so it's like
He
there's
had
something
messianic
about
pretensions.
the way the world
He had
works. There's something about
difficulty associating with any
this doesn't mean it's true for him. There's something about what humans
they
can do
thought
today
he was
that
all
is
just
so
too radical. He
There's also
circumcised
something what humans
himself.
care about today that is so different than AI. That I don't think that's simplistic quite works. Now, again, by the time it's a million times smarter than us.
Is part of you want to kind of get there? Like, how do you get where, like, I open the door and I say, excuse me, sir, and it's just my computer in there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And ultimately, he got into trouble with the state, and he was burned.
I sort of thought about these technological revolutions like one at a time. There was the agricultural revolution a long time ago, and that freed us up to do these other things. And then there was there was the Age of Enlightenment, and there was the Industrial Revolution, and there was the
Rabbi
Computer
Caro,
Revolution. All
however,
these things
was
happened.
really
I thought of them as like these distinct things.
of motivation
And now I view it as just this
and
one
among the many
compound
positive things he
exponential,
said about him was
where
that after seeing his
all of these
death,
things come
prayed
together.
that
Each
he
piece of
himself
technology is
would come
built
to a similar end.
continuously
Caro
over
wished to
what
die
comes
a
before.
martyr's death,
And
like Shlomo
we're
Malko.
able to
He
just
did not receive that
and so in
privilege,
some sense, AI is this big special thing.
and there's not much to say about that. Rabbi Caro's fame really extends from the period of time that he spent in Spa, where he moved when he was 48. He had already been working on his magnum opus, which I'm going to discuss in a moment, the Beit Yosef. So he carried with him a certain measure of fame when he came to this very unusual circle of rabbis that were involved in this particular northern Israel city. There were a few factors that brought together some highly unique rabbis, including the Arizal that I mentioned earlier, his student Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the Ramak, and Yosef Caro, among others. And Yosef Teitzak, who was also the teacher of Shlomo Malko, was there at the time. There was, perhaps I should say, that one of the most significant elements was the Abramson rule of history at work once again. Thank you so much. Sorry, I guess it. Money. There was suddenly Jewish money in the region. The Rothschilds had specifically secured a piece of parcel of land in northern Israel that would make it possible for Jews to settle there and to pursue their scholarship. Because in Kemach, in Torah, if there is no flour, there is no Torah. Suddenly, in Tzfat, there was a small, tiny area where Jewish scholars were especially valued and could pursue their study. And he came into this region with a significant amount of authority based on his previous works, and his authority grew even greater. Yes, please. Yeah, we got money back then earlier. And if I'm wrong, you'll never know until I put this on the web and I cut this whole discussion out. But I'm pretty sure it was the Rothschild. Maybe Montefiore is true. Montefiore. Yeah, I think it is Rothschild. Okay, let's go on to the next question. Okay, now let's talk about the Beit Yosef. This is the book that really, among Sfardim in particular, is more known for the Beit Yosef than he is for the Shulchan Aruch. And among those who learn halacha deeply, gain a much deeper respect for the Beit Yosef than for the Shulchan Aruch, which is much more popularly known. The Beit Yosef is essentially an encyclopedic commentary on the most current code of the time, the Torah. And in the next few slides, I'll take you through the process of codification and why it was so significant to have a commentary like the Beit Yosef. Basically, one of the things that plagued the commentators in their creation of codes is that it was simply too onerous to explain all of their thought processes.
And in some other sense, it is just part of this long arc of human progress. We talked about the transistor earlier.
This don't bother me anymore. And in later generations, when the author's personal status was no longer quite as well regarded, or if someone wrote a competing code, then no one could really sort out which code was appropriately followed. What the Beit Yosef did was it delved into the reasoning of the Torah. That's what I'll show you in just a second. And he brought all of the relevant
clear, but like
from the Talmud.
that was way more important in some sense to AI happening than the work we do now. And all this stuff has to like compound. You got to build the internet, you got to get all this data, you got to do all these things. And I want that exponential to keep going. There'll be things way after AI. We'll invent all sorts of new things. We'll go colonize space. We'll go, build neural interfaces for what else we'll do. But I think somehow AI fits into that arc of history. We don't really think about it. It's like transistors we don't think about today. It's just another layer in the scaffolding that humans collectively have built up bit by bit over time. And where you sit down, you get to open that door. You have this like computer that only